Welcome to the Hawks Nest live stream show. My name is Brandon, and we got ourselves another game day Sunday here. Only two of them left. And so we're going to savor this flavor and enjoy this particular game as our Seattle Seahawks are going to take on the mighty Jets of New York today in our home stadium. Still within the playoff hunt. We are still there. The early games are ongoing right now, but it would appear that at least one of those teams that we needed us to do a favor is doing us that favor. So we will get to that here in just a moment. My name is Brandon Kane. Of course, this is the Hawks Nest. Thank you for jumping on in here and watching. I appreciate everybody throughout the season that's hopped in here on these live stream games. It's been really fun to do with you guys. And we're going to have we're going to have a good time today. We got a lot of stuff that we're going to be able to discuss and turn over on top of this game. It does seem to be a game that's going to be one that sort of the winner continues forward with still their hopes and dreams alive for maybe a little bit of getting into that back door of the playoffs. The loser has to start looking fully into next year. So there's a little bit of something on the line. Always makes the games a little bit more interesting, doesn't it? And then you also have the battles of the rookies of the year. In the NFL, they don't just denote one, they crown two of them. So you get an offensive rookie of the year, and then you also get a defensive rookie of the year. And in this game, you could make an argument, a pretty strong argument, of course. They think that both sides of the ball are kind of fighting it out right now as we go down this home stretch. Kenneth Walker is going up against Wilson of the Jets, the wide receiver that they took out of Ohio State this past offseason. They're probably a little bit somewhat neck and neck, though Wilson maybe has a little bit of a head lead on him for New York. And then, of course, we have the defensive rookie of the year with Sauce Gardner and Tariq Woolen, both as the clear and far away, the 1 and 2. Don't know where one lies, don't know where two's going to lie, but they both find themselves in that kind of locked up battle. But perhaps one more extra pick from either of them could push them over the top, Tariq or Sauce. So something else just within the game to sort of be able to kind of enjoy in this matchup. I'm guessing it's going to be a tough one. I'm guessing we're going to get a pretty good amount of running as both of these teams try to kind of protect things as far as that goes in the passing game. Jets, especially with some of the injuries that they've had on the offensive line and having to move some of those parts around. To get you guys caught up on a little bit of the early action, we do have a game going down right now with the Jets and the Broncos, or with the Chiefs and the Broncos, of course, which is very, very impactful to us for our draft positioning. The Jets are up right now by 3 points on the Denver Broncos, though it is right now 3rd and 8, and they are at about the 28-yard line are the Chiefs. So still a lot of time left to go in that game. Something to continue to kind of keep monitoring. The Washington football team will go on the early games here. We got Arizona's up by 2 points on Atlanta here in the fourth quarter. Detroit is leading Chicago 41-10. New England is up on Miami 23-14. Miami missing Tua. The New York Giants have destroyed the Indianapolis Colts 38-10. The New Orleans Saints are surprising the Philadelphia Eagles in the upset of the morning 20-10. You've got Tampa Bay up on Carolina by 3 points, 24-21. Cleveland has done us some favors today. They have officially put out Washington to pass. We needed, of course, one of Giants or Washington to lose. That has indeed happened. That does help our playoff chances. So good to see there. Thank you, Jacoby Brissett. The Jacksonville Jaguars blow the doors off the Houston Texans 31-3. And that is kind of that. Mahomes incomplete on third down, so it does appear that the Chiefs are going to be punting here for back to the Broncos with 4:07 left to go. So that will give the Broncos some time. And this has been a game where the Broncos have had moments they've been up on the Chiefs in this football game. So a little scary, getting a little scary over there on that one. Ryan Austinson, what's up? Trevor Dewey, William Leonard, let's go, man. Let's go. Go Hawks. Bobby Savage Hill, I'm ready, baby. You better be ready. I love the energy already here in the chat. Let's go. Herbicide, Free Truth, what is up? Hey, Free Truth, good to see you, man. Christina, hello. Mr. Isaac, go Hawks. William Leonard says, go Browns. Go Browns is right. They did us a favor. We need a little bit of help, all right? So the forces out there, the ethereal forces out there in the netherworld have done us some help. They've gotten us that loss we needed. Now we've got to take care of our end of the bargain, and that means handling the New York Jets today. So hopefully we are ready to roll on that. I think we will be. A little shorthanded today, but I think we'll still hang in there on that. Megan Roger, my lady from Dan Enda. How you doing, Megan? She says, happy 2023 to all of you. 12s and B, let's go Hawks. Happy New Year to you too, Megan, and happy New Year to everybody. I hope you all had a great Christmas, a happy New Year's. We turned the calendar over to a new year. There's a nice little bit of sun peeking through the clouds on this cold winter afternoon. Kind of feeling that energy a little bit. I like it. Mason, what'd y'all think of Stroud? I think I'll say this just above a lot of the prospects really impressed in the bowl season, I thought. A lot of variety of guys all across the board really had some standout moments. He was one of those guys. You couldn't have asked for him to play better. Not only did he play great, but he did things that were question marks about his game going into that. Can he scramble? Can he run? Is he willing to run? Can he play off script? Can he throw off platform? CJ Stroud was doing that stuff all over in that football game, which was very, very impressive. Sons of Patriarchy says, go Hawks, go Hawks. God, sorry, I got a little frog in my throat here today. William Leonard says, Broncos doing a lot better today. They are doing a little bit better today, which isn't completely surprising. If you watch in past in football, when you get a coach fired mid-year, it sometimes gives like an immediate injection to a win or two, because I guess everybody on the team suddenly up on their toes or something, I guess. It's a weird thing you see in football happen a lot when coaches get fired like this mid-year, is that the very next week, the team's like, everybody's pulling their oar in the water as hard as they can. Santiago, how you doing, man? He says, Reek is better than sauce. I think so, man. I think so. Free Truth says, Wilson's from New York. He will win. Yeah, probably. Ethan Tech World, what's up, Ethan? It's good to see you in the house, man. Hope you're doing well. Happy New Year. Says, go Hawks. Big Country, wow, Tampa Bay is going to win their division. Yeah, it's not going to be pretty, that division. However, it does flare out a little bit. So, Broncos are driving here now. They got a 2nd and 5 from their own 42-yard line. JDM, Happy New Year, Hawk fam. Happy New Year, brother. Big Country says, really wish Kansas City was playing more serious football right now, laughing out loud. Yeah, they were a little bit like this with us last week. I think they were just in sort of a little bit of that cruise control nature of things. And, I think that just, I think it's, they've been kind of riding, just everything's going good. They're not having to push too hard right now. They're thinking about the playoffs probably. So this kind of game catching them a little bit off, not maybe off guard, just kind of like, we'll see if they can hold on. Hopefully they can. Dr. Drop Top Submarine says, if the Packers lose and we win, are we in? I think that sounds about right. I think so. I believe that sounds right. I didn't look super close into that. I remember just really locking into one of the Giants or the Washington football team had to lose for us to get where we needed to go. So, come on. Don't be weird with me today, stream. Free Truth says, good to see you. Been looking forward to this broadcast all day. Well, me too, man. I'm getting psyched up for this game. I was meaning to try to get a stream in this week, but just got kind of deep on working on some other content for the channel, so I just didn't have a chance to go live. But no, I'm gonna love doing this today. We're gonna have a fun time, and there's so much we got to talk about. I'm getting more into these prospects in the NFL draft too, which is great. So these guys are starting to kind of come out to the forefront of things, and I'm getting a clearer picture of this draft, which is awesome. Which guys to kind of get encouraged and get hyped up about. So I'll be able to talk about these guys with a little more certainty, I guess, as well, which is good. Which is a good thing. But it's going to be a good day, man. It's going to be a good day. Ethan, Happy New Year's, everyone. Happy New Year's. K-Jab says 48 in the chat and only 9 likes. That is correct. We're up to 63 now here in the chat. Do me this favor if you could. If you are like what you're seeing here, please hit that like button for me. It does help this channel out. Just a quick jab to that like button. You'll help this channel out, help me show up on all those people looking for YouTube channels right now, Seahawks content that don't have me subscribed. Don't have me here. Deadly Content, CJ Stroud was impressive last night. Very impressive. Very impressive. And doing things that were outside of what he's done much this year. As he came into that game, I think they said he had been sacked 8 times on the year. So he hadn't been put in those positions of duress and under pressure as often as he was going to be put into that game. And it would be a part of the scouting report on CJ Stroud that you would indeed probably have a bit of as a question mark / some people would even ding him a little bit for a lack of being able to play off script. But he answered some of those bells last night. He really did in that respect. George Samuel has been a member for 3 months. I hope you're doing well out there in Egypt, George. It says, Happy New Year's and go Hawks. Hey, Happy New Year's. Go Hawks to you too, brother. And I hope you had a good one out there in Egypt. And thank you so much, man. Thank you for all your support of the channel. I appreciate it. Free Tree says, I love the cold, clear days in Spokane. Me too, man. Me too, especially if after it's been a couple of days or even a week where you have the overcast, because out in the West, that's what you don't get. is that it just stays overcast for months on end. So there's not that one great day where there's a little bit of light coming through where you can get a little bit of the vitamin D and remember what the sun looks like. But out here in Spokane, at least, even in the winter season, you get your every other couple of days, you'll get a little bit of sunlight breaking through and go on a little walk. It's a little crispy outside, but still nice. Still nice. That's the tough part about living on that west side. JDM, this may be an unpopular opinion, but I think if we keep Geno and draft CJ Stroud, we'd have something really special brewing. I'm okay with it myself, man. I think that I'm going to be pretty, it may drive some folks crazy with this, but I'm going to be pretty open-minded when it comes to this draft or that first pick, because there are a lot of guys that I do like. Really, the only one that I'm not in on is Bryce Young. But almost anything else that they do at that selection, I would be pretty well in favor of. And CJ's a young guy. He's not necessarily going to be ready to play at the same level that Geno's playing at right now. Giving him a year to kind of sit behind Geno or two on that is not the worst approach of things. And taking care of your quarterback position, both in the immediacy and into the future, is a smart approach for NFL organizations. Jeremy Cadell, let's bring in 2023 with a win. Hello to the Nest and go Hawks. Hey, hello to you, Jeremy, and I like that. I like the sound of that. Let's start this off with a win. Let's start this new year off the win. Let's go undefeated in 2023. Mark Habercorn says, hi, all Broncos might win. So you got, yeah, they might. Looks like Wilson got a 4th and 2 here. Let's see what happened here. So he had a 4th and 2. Incomplete, short, middle on 4th and 2. So that will be a turnover and downs. So might have dodged a bullet on that one, Mark. Might have dodged a bit of a bullet. David Pugh with a $5 donation. Thank you, David. I really do appreciate it, brother. Hope you're doing well out there today. It says, let's have a great day, Hawks fans. Also, get Brooks off my team, bruh. I never am going to donate without shouting the true way forward for this franchise. Go Hawks. Hey, thank you, David. Shout away, man. I and as you shout, I'm over here golf clapping. Yes. Time for something new. Time for something else. We can't hold on to players simply because we drafted them high years ago. You know, we can't hold on to players because we drafted them high years ago and they might have one particular, like Liam Neeson, you know, I have a particular set of skills. I have a particular set of skills. That was more Connery. But we need a guy that's got more of the full rounded skills, especially when one of the holes in their game is does come down to a bit of that inability to cover anybody. So it's kind of problematic in the modern NFL age when you don't have a linebacker that can cover anybody. Thank you, though. Appreciate you, David, and hope you're having a good new year. Santiago says Russ is going to choke. Well, he definitely wasn't able to get the 4th and 2 conversion. Free truth is I'm not in favor of a first-round quarterback. I'd rather see a third-round quarterback for this year and get some defensive line, just in my opinion. I'd probably favor that approach most of all. I'd be okay with going with the first quarterback, but I'd favor probably going that approach. I think there's going to be some guys in that third-round range that could be interesting. Hawks of the Aces, Commanders lost one of our ways to the playoffs. That is one of them. It's what we needed. It's what we wanted to see. Hopefully my broadcast is going to hold up today. Being a little weird out the gate. I'm going to have to go on my deal again. Rockhead says the Broncos-Chiefs game is too close. Laughing out loud. Funny watching the game. I wanted to see it. I got the stupid Dolphins whatever game going on. New England Patriots. Like, how did they decide that the team out in the West, the early game should be that? Like, who's watching that out West? I think they forgot Brady's not on the Chiefs anymore. I can't think of mine. I need some coffee going here. I think they forgot Brady's not on the Patriots anymore. Megan Roger with a $10 donation. Thank you, Megan. I appreciate it. And again, I hope you're having a good New Year's down there. Says, wearing the cross jersey today, B. Here's hoping its power matches or is slightly better than the Largent Zorn jersey of power. Well, as you know, Megan, there is no greater power than the combination of the Largent and Zorn jersey. It's like the Power Rangers coming together into the one big monstrous force, you know? So it's undefeatable, basically, in so many respects. But Cross isn't a bad backup. Cross is not a bad backup there as an option either, so to fall back on. So hopefully Cross can bring up some luck today. We need to get this win if we want to stay in this playoff hunt. So hopefully they can jump forward here and make something happen. Fingers crossed. Your fingers crossed, Kitty. Thank you, though, Megan. Appreciate it. Kirk Stemmer says Stroud was throwing to wide open receivers. He didn't have to make any tight window throws. Yeah, on some of the stuff. On some, I think I'd reference mainly Kirk with him. It's the scrambling and the willingness to scramble. That stuff's been in question. I don't think you come into this game making the assessment on if you don't see him throwing to tight window throws in a Georgia game that's a tight game. You're probably going to want him to be a little bit safer with the ball in those kind of situations than trying to throw with the anticipation that he's normally shown off throughout this season. So I would say that there's a little bit maybe of a reason, for that to a degree in that kind of game. But to me, it's the scrambling, the throwing off platform, the playing off script. That's the stuff that he hadn't shown on tape up until this point. And that was the stuff that I think was really impressive. Sons of Patriarchy moved from Vancouver to Lewiston 4 years ago, not for money, but for the weather. There you go, man. I understand. It's a difference. It is a difference. I'm kind of the same way. I've thought about going back to the west side, but that drizzly, wet weather that always makes the air just a little bit colder all the time is, you go now. And we're just about to start up here. In fact, it looks like we are started up here, so let me bounce over here to the action and the game. Since my stream's not going to hold up on this side like I'd hoped it would, but whatever. Yeah, this thing's just, I don't think it's going to go. Maybe. So we'll be doing the live stream here, guys, shortly on this. So bear with me on this here. Looks like the Seahawks are going to get the kickoff. We will be bouncing over, of course, to a real deep post-game stream as far as that goes over here. So if I do miss your comment in here, it's merely because of the fact that, because I'm doing the play-by-play. So bear with me on that if you can. We'll definitely be trying to address you guys in the comment section here in the chat as we go to, commercial breaks and whatnot. So we got a nice little return here by Ugabuki. Gets it up past the 27-yard line here for the Seahawks, and that will bring Geno Smith out on the football field here to take over for your Hawks. Looks like Tyler Lockett is indeed on the football field to begin things here as Geno will take the ball from under center. And Kenneth Walker out in the open. He's out the 50. He's at the 45-40. He's out loose. Kenneth Walker's loose. He's down the sideline. Kenneth Walker right out the gate down to the 20-yard line. I can't even catch up with my breath to catch this kid, much less the defenders on the football field. Walker busting loose. Right from the jump. Hole open right up there, and then he was able to open that gear right up. You can see the safety just doing everything he can to try to stay with Walker as Walker shows off that speed there in the open field. And the safety just able to get the back of his ankles there and drag him down. But a wonderful run there by Walker and a great job of the offensive line. Give him a nice hole there just to really get up to speed fast. Another carry into Walker here. Jets are in on this one, and this will be just a gain of about a yard. Geno back under center here. Oh, sorry. There you go. So it'll be 2nd and 9 now. If you want to get synced up with me, I know some of you might be a little ahead, so it's about 12 seconds or so. You want to pause your thing if you want to sync up with my play-by-play. 2nd and 9, Geno in shotgun, empty formation. Tyler moves around his back on pre-snap motion. Geno looking, got a lot of time to throw. Finds Colby Parkinson in the back of the end zone for a touchdown. Wonderfully lofted pass by Geno Smith into the back of the end zone, taking advantage of the monstrous size of Colby Parkinson. He is a legit 6'7" with some long arms. And Geno put that in a pinpoint location there up over the top for Parkinson to get to it. Wonderful throw there by Geno Smith. Parkinson working out of the slot on this play. Just runs a little out, boy, and he's held on the play too. It's a little up and out kind of route there. I like that route there coming off the slot. As he's going past there's two receivers on the outside that he's got to go past there. So sort of sifting through the traffic a little bit. And nice job by Geno there to patiently go through his reads. Great job by the offensive line and pass protection. They give him all day there on that particular play to throw. And how about Kenneth Walker right out the gate showing off that big play ability? Nice catch by Parkinson too. He doesn't try to let that fall into his body. You sometimes see those big guys that'll remove their size from the play because they let the ball get in on their body a little bit instead of getting their hands up. And you're 6'7", you get your hands up there, and you've got that 6-foot corner on you. 5'11" guy. He's not going to reach up or be able to jump up there unless it's a perfect situation where he's got a chance to set his feet and really spring. Just didn't have the opportunity to do it there. And then part of that's the good pass. Part of that's Parkinson reaching out there to make that catch. Very nicely done. That was great. Osama bin Diesel has been celebrating 3 months as a Hawks Nest member, and I appreciate that, Osama. So thank you so much, man. It says, Happy New Year, Brandon. Geno has beaten both the Chargers and the Giants. Time to go 3 for 3 and shut the Geno bashers in New York and Seattle up. Damn Skippy. Damn Skippy. That's you're right on that, brother. And he's taken down his old team so far. He had the stops in San Diego. Chargers took care of them. Then when they were San Diego, he was there. And then, yes, to your point on that again, he was at New York Giants behind Eli Manning. Took care of business there. Now this got to make it 3 for 3. It's got to make it 3 for 3. That's a hell of a start right there. A little bit of run, a little bit pass, a little bit of touchdown. Sophia Ann with a $5 donation. Sophia, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Happy 2023 New Year, she says. From Boston, go Hawks. Well, go Hawks to you too, Sophia, and thank you for the $5 dono. I really appreciate that. Very kind of you. Feeling that love out there, and boy, I like the start of this game. This is a good little start. We've had some starts here recently where it's been a little bit offensively little clunky out the gate, little couple trips, right? Geno with the interception on the very first throw of the game against the Raiders, or we had a couple weeks ago in the 49ers game, kind of similar kind of play with the second player. You go, ooh, okay. But both got the run and the pass working there right from the start. Pretty good. Pretty good. Sophie, I appreciate you too. Thank you so much. Megan with a $2 donation says, let's up and go, Hawks. Let's go, Megan. The cross jersey's power is already in full effect, Megan. It's already fiery hot. That magical jersey. Thank you, though. Appreciate you, Megan. And then Jason Myers will kick this ball off now, which will go into the back of the end zone, and that will have the New York Jets starting out here at the 25-yard line. So bring Mike White out onto the football field. He's hit 62% of his passes this year, 317 yards in that game. He's only played in one game, basically, or a couple games, I guess, to kind of stack that up. But he has been, as not great as those stats are necessarily, he has been mightily better than what they've gotten out of Zach Wilson. Jets come out here under center with Mike White. He's going to change the play at the line of scrimmage off of a 3-4 look from the Seahawks. 2 wide receivers on the outside. Bruce Irvin almost jumped. White rolls out, looking down the field. Ooh, boy, nice job there, Mike Jackson. Mike Jackson jumped that route. He was reading that all the way. White took a little bit of time to hit his receiver there in the far outside on the edges, and Williams came flashing up. Or Jackson came flashing up. Can't get my names right today. All right, so we got 2nd and 10 now. Jets come out, 3 wide receiver look. They're going to go empty. White drops back to pass. He's going to let it rip. Really nice throw by Mike White on an out route for 15 yards. Completes that. Great throw by him. Gets it out there to, it looks like Osama, tight end. Tease Tabor in coverage on that play. Or sorry, that's Abram, not T. Tabor. That is Abram. So going after a weakness there. That's Abram's weakness, of course, is coverage. That's where you can get after him. And we are down Ryan Neal, of course, still coming into this game. So that is a place that the Jets could potentially exploit. Here's a run here by Michael Carter, and he's out in the open for a good 15, 20-yard gain. Big hole there for, Johnson of the Jets. They went right over Shelby Harris's side there on the defensive line. Yeah, I'm just... Big hole there. Irvin and Shelby Harris's side of the line there, they just went right at. So they're on the Seahawks side of the field here very quickly now. The gives back into Johnson. He's stymied at the hole and then driven down. Miles Adams with a great play there. Tell you what, Miles Adams has been, he's been showing up and flashing at times here over the back half of this schedule. He's not been doing like star level play, but he's been pretty solid and making some plays and showing something. I really loved his preseason, and I think this kid might have a little bit of a future here on this defensive line rotation. I'm not saying that there's some star potential with him or anything, but I have really liked his level. I like his game quite a bit. Mike White back in shotgun here on 2nd and 8. 2 wide look here for the Jets. White hit as he throws. Great job by Uchenna Nwosu in coverage. Usama looked like he was going to make the catch down the field. White just sort of lofted that ball up and tried to trust his tight end to be able to, take the outside linebacker to school in coverage. And then they're not in the flat. They're up the field a little bit there, and Uchenna able to go through the player on the catch, rip through that ball and get it knocked out of there. Nice job by Uchenna in coverage. 3rd down and 8. 11:23 to go here in the first quarter. White moving the action around here pre-snap. Drops back to throw. Seahawks bringing some pressure. White drifting to his left, letting it rip. That ball is going to be intercepted. That ball is going to be picked by Diggs. I was waiting to see if there was going to be a call on the play, but Quandre Diggs jumps up and takes the ball away. Beautifully done there by Quandre. Maybe a little bit of bait for his own self there, setting that stage up. Glad we got the no call. That's why I was hesitant. As you can see, Jonathan Abrams definitely making some contact with the receiver. I'm going to be interested to see what the chat thinks about that one. I guess it's just like doesn't impact. I don't. Yeah, he definitely gave the receiver a little bit of like he's touching him and he's not going untouched as the receiver there. Quandre then flashes in front of both the men, Abrams and the receiver that's trying to make the catch there. But there's no call. So good there. We got the interception. I'll take it. And that's what was drawing a little bit of hesitancy from me, though. I thought for sure that, those kind of plays, you often see the flag thrown because it'll be determined the receiver was, not given a chance to make the catch, and not like Abram was making a play on the ball necessarily. Jonathan with a $2 donation. Thank you, Jonathan. It says, do you think we still sign Geno or draft Stroud? I think that there is a real possibility of both things happening, Jonathan. I don't think that it has to necessarily be an either or kind of situation. You could put Geno on a 2-year deal. You could franchise tag Geno. You could put him on a 3-year deal and just plan on being out from under it in 2 years. And that's going to be the pathway and approach. So there's really a lot of flexibility here that they can go in a variety of different directions. I think the team does sign Geno Smith. I don't think the team's going to draft a quarterback early. That's my instinct on it right now. It could kind of change over time, and I don't have a feel for what they think about these quarterbacks in this particular draft. But that would be the one, that would be really where I think they're likely to go, is Geno, draft the best player available first, second round, and maybe come back and look at the quarterbacks in like the 3rd round. But it's possible. And let's also acknowledge, Jonathan, this is what makes this hard. There's so many things that are very realistic possibilities to how this could go, because we could also see with the level of performance of these two kids and especially what they both, Bryce Young and CJ Stroud, did in their bowl games, both of those guys could end up 1-2 in this draft. Where the Bears trade out of their pick for a team that's quarterback hungry, and then Seattle's sitting there at that 3rd selection, and they're more with the pick of the litter of Anderson or Carter. That is also a very viable situation. And how about Quandre Diggs? Props to him on that play. I was a little hesitant to, but let's acknowledge as they're flashing the stat, he's the only player in the NFL with 3+ interceptions in each of the last 6 seasons. The Seahawks, they're going to show a nice little replay over the top here, which will give us a look here. Looks like the Jets were trying to throw a lot of eye candy to the back right side of the field, and Diggs didn't take it. He was just rocking single high there, and he did a great job. That's a fantastic job. It's not Diggs baiting him in there. That's just Diggs cleaning up for Abram over the top. Here's a give into Kenneth Walker here. Woo! Little spin move there by Kenneth Walker. He's back out in the open field for a 12-yard gain. Spun out of a tackle in the backfield and then got back to the edge there. Another nice little run. Walker's feeling good here early on. Nice little spin. Left the defender on his knees. Was that sauce? We got some sauce on the floor. Walker looking good. Looking real good. 3 carries, 72 yards right out the gate. 1st and 10 here for the Hawks, up at the 49-yard line in their own territory still. Geno back under center. Parkinson goes in motion. Back up to Walker here. Nice little give up the middle there. About 3 or 4 yards. That'll do. That'll do. Carl Nerney, thank you for the $2 donation. I really appreciate it. It says, I want to trade for Carr and get Adams as well. Woo, thinking big, Carl. I like that. Thinking real big there. There's a lot to unpack with that. Give me a second on that one, Carl, because I will unpack that a little bit. Geno back under center here for 2nd and 4s. They gave him 6 yards on that. Wow, good run by Walker there. 6 yards on the carry there for Walker. Play action pass. Geno looking to take a deep shot here. He's got Noah Fant wide open deep down the football field for a big gain. Noah doing some snow angels after that catch in the football field there on the turf. The play action set it up. You can see this is where the conjunction of a good running game and then the play action can so well marry together. The running game's being devastating early on. Geno runs that play action, and then you can take your whole shots down the football field because the defense is starting to dedicate resources to stopping that run game. Noah was wide open down that football field there. 1st and 10, Seahawks quickly onto the 17-yard line of the New York Jets. Geno going empty here. Drops back to throw. Looking, comes back to Colby Parkinson. Nice little catch there by Colby. Be a gain of about 5 or 6 yards. Colby getting a lot of run today, of course, because Will Disley is out for the year now on IR. Good to see here by Colby. He's been very competent and reliable this year when they've gone to him. He's just as that 3rd tight end, and having your front 2 tight ends being able to play all the games up until this point, it's not just gotten as much run out there. Geno starting out this game here, 3 of 3 for 48 yards and a touchdown. 2nd down and 3. 8:42 to go here in the first quarter. Tariq Young comes back, sets up as a fullback. I formation look here for your Seahawks. Pitch play out to Kenneth Walker. A nice little block there by Tariq Young. A nice little kick out block by him. Frees up Walker to go get the 1st down for a 4-yard run. Tariq Young, fullback extraordinaire. I like that. We're bringing fullbacks back. What? Tariq's in the back. Geno back in shotgun. Kenneth Walker to his right. Give is into Kenneth Walker out of a read option look there. Kenneth pushes up in. Nice job by Kenneth taking the dirty 3 there. There wasn't going to be a hole. Just push and press and keep those feet moving as much as you can. Get yourself a 3 or 4 yard gain, and he does that. Nicely done there by Kenneth Walker. This will bring up a 2nd and goal. $7:38 in the first quarter. Seahawks up 7-0 here. And driving. Geno back under center. 2nd and goal from about the 3-yard line. Walker in the backfield. Give is into Walker. A lot of early penetration by the Jets. Walker bounces in outside. Just too many men. Too many men. Many men. CJ Mosley coming down and tracking him down over there on the side. Walker, we've seen him do that at times down near the goal line a couple times this year where he was able to just, doesn't look like there's anything at all there, and he finds a way to just string it out, bounce it out wide, and make it happen there. And Stone Forsythe really lost the block off that one, off the jump there, and that's just kind of what destroyed that whole play. Mosley was there too instinctively really well, but certainly Stone trying to hold up over there is going to be an interesting thing to kind of monitor here today with Abraham Lucas out. 3rd and goal. Geno drops back to throw, looking, lets it rip. Ball is knocked away there by the Jets defenders just as it comes in. Sauce Gardner in coverage on DK Metcalf. Safety coming over to help as well. Look, there's really... Can't really tell. And there we go. Give me the angle here. Let me see. Oh, good. Nice play by Sauce Gardner there. He knocked that ball away. Safety was closing, so Geno was trying to kind of fit that in between the two defenders. Jason Myers comes out now for the field goal attempt, and he will bang that through, putting the Seahawks up 10-0 here early in the first quarter, or midway through the first quarter. Carl, in regards to Carr and Adams, I guess there's a potential that you could put those two guys together as a package. And I'll tell you, if the Raiders want to try and maximize the capital returns on Carr at this point, you're not selling him high here as far as his value. So if you want to increase his value, you're probably going to have to, at that point in time, add in an Adams to sweeten the pot, right? And so I wouldn't be surprised, to your point on that, Carl, if indeed both of those two players do go together in a trade to somewhere, be it like an Indianapolis, right? Or somewhere. I don't know if I would see it happening here with where our receiver situation is, absent us, moving a receiver in return somehow. So, I think it's an interesting thought. I think you're on the right track and right line of thought where the Raiders go to a team and they go, okay, yeah, we want Carr, says the Colts, but we're going to give you a 4th round pick for him because he played his worst football at the end of the year last year. We've learned from Russ that you can't do that. So, but if you put Adams into the pot on it now, it's like, well, now can I get a 1st round pick for the combination of those two guys? And I think that's an interesting thought process, and maybe they could. Megan with another $2 donation. Appreciate you, Megan. Thank you so much for all the donos. It says, great start. Can we keep it up, though? Football's a sport of momentum, Megan. And it goes back and forth and up and down and ebbs and flows and all of that. I think getting on top of this type of team like the Jets on the road is a great sign to getting you forward. So it's better than starting out in the clunky end of things and trying to find your way and not knowing if you're even going to find your way in the course of a day. We know it's kind of working. I like the fact that we've got a little bit of the combination of both things going here, where the run game and the pass is kind of going early on. So that does bode well here too, Megan. And even with a guy like White, he just got picked off. He's going to show you if you can force the Jets to become a passing team here, and if they're down by points, that's going to remove them from being able to run the ball as much. That's going to portend pretty well then to the Hawks being able to have these kind of situations like we had that last drive where Diggs was able to pick the ball off, and you're gonna exploit White, because White's not the future for the Jets. He's not a great quarterback, the great savior for them. They're going to be looking other places. They're just landing on him because they don't have any of the better options behind Wilson at this point. Dom H has been a Hawks Nest Pro Bowler for 6 long months, and I really do appreciate that, Dom. Thank you so much for your continued support of the channel. Says, let's go B. Happy New Year to you and your family. Hey, Happy New Year to you and your family as well. Much loved out there to everybody. I hope you guys all had a great New Year's, you as well, Dom. So thank you so much. I really do appreciate all of your support. We've had a ton of new members here added onto the channel lately. Really appreciate y'all kind of joining up as you're doing. All right, here's the kick out to the Jets. They're going to take it up to about the 25-yard line and be knocked over there. Looks like Tanner Muse made the tackle there on special teams. Appreciate you, though, Dom. William Leonard with the $2 dono says, clean up of sauce on aisle 9. Cleanup of sauce on aisle 9. Thank you, William. I appreciate you, man. You're awesome. I see, Barry, you got your dono in there. 1 second for me. All right, so 1st and 10 here for the Jets. 6:31 to go in the first quarter. Fun little first quarter to begin things here. Mike White again changing the play up the line of scrimmage. Kind of a heavy look formation here by the Jets. He's under center. They give the running backs. Got a little bit of room to work here. Ooh, running back is up 20 yards up the field on that carry. Boy, the Seahawks rush defense makes it sometimes really easy. Oh, boy, just multiple big holes there. The running back could kind of pick his pleasure on that one. You want the A gap? You want the B gap? Hell, maybe we'll get you a little bit of C gap if you want. 1st and 10 from the 44-yard line here for the Jets. Another give. Oh, quickly wrapped up by Big Al Woods. He says, no. Shakes that little finger his way. Says, no. Enough of that. Enough of that. Al Woods rocking that zero tech well there. Takes the right guard, throws him away, tracks the ball carrier. Great play by Big Al. If only we had 3 Big Als. What a world it would be. 2nd and 9. 5:21 to go. White back under center. Throws it out to the flat here. That ball is going to be dropped by the tight end, Usama. Catchable pass there. It's a little 4 or 5 yard little flare route out there to the outside, and just Usama had it bounce right off his hands. Third and 9, crowd getting loud and looming. You can see them raising to their feet. Beckoning them team forward. Wide and shotgun, 3 wide, 1 tight end look. He's got his man Moore. Looks like Tariq Woolen in coverage. Looks like Moore just sat down in the zone there and found the open spot. Elijah Moore. Yeah, just a well-run route there by Moore. Little stop route. Woolen's got to, with his technique there, stay over the top first and foremost. 1st down and 10. From the 40-yard line of the Seahawks. The give is the running back out of a read option look. Another big hole there. 12 yards up the football field for Johnson there on that carry. Seahawks rush defense either is stopping it completely for no gain, or they're giving up a 20-yard run. There is no in-between at this point. First down and 10. White back up under center here. Seahawks showing that 4-man front that I hate. Well, they get a stop on it, though. There we go. Nice job by Jordan Brooks. Gets into the backfield. That's a tackle for loss for Jordan Brooks. How about that? Little half-yard tackle for loss. I'll take it. He's got like 3 of them on the year. So there we go. There we go, Big J. Clock continues to wind here in the first quarter. 3:27. Mike White back in shotgun. 2 wide receivers to the far side of the field. 2 tight ends lined at the line of scrimmage to the near. Drops back to throw. It's going to flick it up over the top. It's got a man open in 87 with another drop. Sama's got to stop putting his fingers in butter on the sideline prior to coming out onto the football field. White has put 2 throws. You got to catch that. I mean, it's not easy. He's got to go up over the top, but that's a tight end kind of catch there, right? That's exactly the kind of throw you make to a big tight end. And Osama's supposed to be a pass-catching tight end. So there's Jets fans right now pulling their hair out going, this is what we brought you for. It's like watching Gerald Everett last year with his drops. Like, you're here to do one thing. One thing. White drops back throw here on 3rd and 11. Finds a man out into the flat. That's Moore, but he is quickly wrapped up and tackled by Kobe Bryant, which will bring up 4th down. So nice stop there by the Seattle Seahawks, benefiting from a little bit of the dropsies by CJ Uzomah, but we'll take it, right? 4th and 8 and a field goal attempt. Barry Satoro with a $20 donation. Thank you, Barry. Very kind of you with a big fat $20 dono. I really do appreciate it. Let me get your comment here in just a sec. We'll get this field goal up from Greg, the leg, Zerline. Let's see if the Leganator can do this. 44 yards. I've seen him miss this kick before from that hash. Rams 2 years ago for game. Here's the kick, 4th and 8. Drifting. Oh, did he get it in? Oh, he just did. It almost did the same thing it did to him in that game 2 years ago where it starts drifting a little too far to the right. He doesn't have Paul Allen blowing on it, I guess, like he did back then. The spirit of Allen was blowing on that one a couple of years ago. So 10-3 Seahawks there after that field goal. Barry says, Merry Christmas. Happy New Year. 1 week away from locking in the third pick. Do the Chargers have anything to play for next week? I haven't looked yet at where the Chargers are, so I'm not sure. Let's see here. So let's see where the Chargers are at. Let's get an updated flow. So the Chargers are at right now 9-6. Yeah, I mean, they may not, to be honest with you. So the answer is maybe not. That game's going to be very interesting in that respect because it looks like they're kind of locked into where they're at from a standing standpoint. They got no chance of the division. I mean, they could tie with Baltimore, I guess, to be the best seeded wild card team, and maybe then that's worth something to them because then that's the difference of having to play Buffalo versus having to play Jacksonville. Instead of having to do bad Buffalo or Jacksonville, or Cincinnati, but instead of Buffalo or Cincinnati, you get to go at Jacksonville then. So that may be more of a. I can understand maybe Barry than them looking at like we got to win this game. That's the one we want. We don't have to go through the pathway of we got to first beat the Bills. Then we're gonna have to beat like the Chiefs. Then we're gonna have to beat you got to go through the murderer's row of the AFC just to get to the Super Bowl. So that could be something that would make them try to play hard and avoid that next week. I didn't like seeing that they were playing better the Broncos this week though against that Chiefs team. Though I think the Chiefs team was kind of in. Let's face it, Barry. They were in kind of cruise control in this game this week. So they weren't exactly probably giving you their best of efforts. Playing at home, late season. They've got the division wrapped up, and they still won. Thank you, though, Barry. Appreciate you. One of my OGs on the channel. Megan Gockroger with another $5 dono. Thank you, Megan. It says, Jalen Carter showed me in his bowl game yesterday why I do not want him at pick 3. What say you, B? Yeah, I watched the whole first half, and I watched a little bit of the end, and I watched definitely the highlights. Here's the kickoff back to the Seahawks here by the Jets now. This will send it through the back of the end zone. And we got asked that question. I was doing Brendan's show last night, Megan, and we were asked that same question. I kind of don't know what folks were seeing that I wasn't seeing. Maybe, Megan, and something happened in the second half because I was doing the show with Brendan Nelson last night, so I did not get a chance to see the second half of the game. But what I saw in the first half of the game was exactly what I've been seeing throughout the course of the year. Was he rotated in? Yes, he was rotated in, but that's the nature of the beast. He's going to get rotated in. He still played enough snaps for my mind. I did watch the previous game with Will Anderson, who I know who you like a lot. Will did nothing in his bowl game, right? So if we just take off the performance of one game, this is what I'll say about all players with this, Megan, a little bit. Deep throw here by Geno Smith. He's taking a shot and just overthrows DK Metcalf on the play by a little bit there. DJ Reed in coverage. We shouldn't make Megan assessments on these college players who have years, 2 seasons, 3 seasons of playing football games. And it looked like DK might have just kind of slowed the route down a little bit. Like he turned it up at first, but then kind of might dial it back just a bit there. I don't know. And we got an injury on the field for the Jets. So if, Meg, if we're taking one game, I think that's kind of a place I'd be hesitant. I'd push back on you with saying, don't take one game and one guy's performance. And just as I'm saying about Carter, I'll be consistent in this, Megan, because Will Anderson didn't do anything in his bowl game, but that's not going to affect anything in the way that I view him. Now, if we want to talk about specifics of that game, I saw one play with Jalen Carter where he comes off the block and he's routing to the edge, and both the guard and the left tackle pick him up as Georgia's bringing a blitz. Georgia gets home on that play and gets that sack because of the fact that the offense of Ohio State wanted to dedicate 2 blockers to him on that point. That should be an indicator to you. When you see a left tackle and a right guard, a left tackle and a left guard taking on then a defensive tackle on a particular pass protection play, and it opens the door up then for the blitz, that tells you alone right there, Megan, this team's very worried about this player on their front. I saw another play where he did the Cortez Kennedy move that I talked about in that video last week, where he stabs to the ribs, comes over the top free, and it was quick, easy pressure right at CJ Stroud. Stroud had to throw the ball away, basically a dead play, but he showed great pressure. Comes right back the very second play after creating that instantaneous pressure. The very next play after that, he goes and makes a play in the backfield and tackles the ball carrier. So I don't know. Maybe I was missing some other spots in the game that I shouldn't have been. And maybe it was that second half with the Megan. But what I saw out of him was exactly what I would expect us to be able to get. And yes, when you talk about these guys playing their last bowl game, Megan, being at Anderson or being at Carter, guys that are earmarked to be top 5 picks, regardless of what they do in these bowl games, they're probably neither of those two guys is maybe going to be giving you 150% because look, they've got money on the line here, right? There's 30, 40, $50 million deals that are on the table here. And so maybe there is a little bit of protectionism in this kind of games as they do it. But I'd still give them props on that, Megan, because there's a whole lot of prospects that just shut it down and don't even play in their bowl game, right? There's a lot of these guys that just go, I've done my work. I've showed who I am. I don't care about my team. I don't care what's going on with them. I've done what I need to do for me. Like Nick Bosa was that way with Ohio State when he left. So the fact that they're even playing, I think is a good indicator, but no, I don't think you want to take just anything off of just one game. And I don't think he played necessarily that bad either. Appreciate though, Megan, all the donos. You're awesome. Go Hawks 2022 has been a member for 18 months. Oh my goodness. Gino back in shotgun here. Seahawks showing kind of a unique 4-wide look, stacking both receivers on either side. Jets showing a little bit of a 5-man, 6-man pressure look. Just bring the 5-man look. Gino rolling out, rolling back across the grain to Tyler. Tyler cuts back across the field. He'll get about 7 yards there, 7 or 8 yards. Go Hawks 22 has been a member for 18 long months of the Hawks Nest. Thank you for being a member for so long, man. I appreciate it. It says, Happy New Year, Georgia 69, TCU 52. CJ did great. CJ did awesome, man. And yeah, we might have ourselves a hell of a shootout coming up in that Georgia TCU game. I don't think they're going to hang the kind of points that they hung on Michigan necessarily. I think Georgia's going to be a little more built to be able to hold them back a bit. I feel like the national championship game was probably that Ohio State Georgia game, really. 3rd down and 4, Gino back in shotgun. Get a little bit of a 5-man look. Gino gets him to jump off sides there. Free play for him. He's going to get drugged down for a sack, but looks like that should be 5 yards on the Jets there. Gino got them to jump off. That should be a 1st down. So yeah, I think TCU is not going to hang even. I don't think TCU puts 30 points up on Georgia, but I think Georgia puts a lot of points up on TCU. Well, I will say that. But CJ did great. He was he looked really, really good in that game. It was a really entertaining game for college football. That's as entertaining as it gets, I tell you. And it was awesome to watch so many of those prospects that, you know, from Sealy Ringos to me to Carter to there was the strong safety Smith for the Georgia flashed at times. You know, the guys that potentially could be even hawk targets in this draft really, really stood out in some of these games. Nice job by Gino to get the Jets end to jump off sides. 1st and 10. Got a free conversion there from Gino on that play. Hawks at the 36-yard line, 1:21 to go. Gino back under center. A little too wide look here, 2 tight end. Fake pitch play. Coming back to Tyler Lockett underneath. Tyler, nice little cut up the field. And able to, with a little bit of yak there, get himself up the field for a nice 9-yard gain. Tyler with some yak. Some yacky Lockett. I'm digging that. Gino back in shotgun here. Gibbs going to be up the middle here to is that Gallman? Oh no, DJ Dallas. Couldn't see his jersey number there. Nice carry by DJ Dallas for about 5 yards right up the middle there. I'd like to see Seattle continue to kind of work the ground game here a bit. Keep the balance. Hopefully Kenneth Walker's okay. He's got his helmet on. He's all right. Let's give him a little blow here. 1st and 10. Seahawks on the 48-yard line of the Jets now. Geno back in shotgun. Jets showing a cover 2 look. Geno drops back to pass. Flips it forward to DJ Dallas. Nice little flip play. DJ Dallas in the open field, and he's still going. DJ's cooking up that field down to the 6-yard line. No one around him. Looked like Geno was going to do that, a little bit of a scramble there, and he's pressing right up to the line of scrimmage. We've seen him do this a couple times this year and use this move as a way to, like, last moment he'll throw it just as he looks like he's about to break the line of scrimmage and scramble a little bit there. In this case, he does that, but instead of throwing it, he just does a little pitch to DJ Dallas 3 or 4 yards forward, and DJ Dallas has all day to run the ball up the football field. No Jets defenders anywhere around him. Fantastic play by Geno Smith. Very heady play. And he's got that little skill to his game. Again, you saw it, remember early in the year, it was there was the play against the Denver Broncos. First game of the year where he's moving up into the pocket. Looks like he's fully committed to scrambling. Most quarterbacks, when they start to kind of that body language, they're going. But then right at the last second, flips it right up over the top to Disley for a touchdown where Disley's wide open. That's a little bit of the equivalent there on that play. Bear with me 1 second, folks. I'll be right back. Ooh, it's a nice little start to this game. Thank you again, Megan, for all the donos. Appreciate you. Go Hawks, 18 months as a member. 18 long months. Megan with another $10 dono. Thank you, Megan. Says, I disagree, B, but as you said, I've never been big on Carter, but I take your point. Carter's fourth quarter stamina is what worried me from day one, and nothing I've seen recently changes that. That's fair enough. Geno back in shotgun. I'll 1 sec here, just get the play going here. Kenneth Walker, the carry. Nowhere to go for Kenneth Walker here on 1st and goal from the 6. He's going to lose probably about a yard here on this play. A lot of Jets penetration. I know you're not a big Carter guy, or girl, I should say. And so I get where you're coming from on that. I don't really worry with me about fourth quarter stamina to me. I just think he'll be fine in that respect of things. And the big defensive linemen get rotated out in the modern game. You know, they're rotated out in Georgia. They'll rotate out here with our Hawks. No defensive lineman's playing 70% of the snaps, Megan, you know, if they are, they're not doing as well by doing that. Like you're removing their productivity if you ask them to play that much. But it's a fair point. Quick throw here. Was that? There we go. Touchdown. Who is that? Jeez, Mabry? Touchdown Seahawks. Tyler Mabry. The practice squad tight end just brought up today. Geno hits him, says, all right, you're up. You're going to throw to me, Geno? I thought we were just going to have me blocked. You're actually throwing to me? You're throwing to me? I'm throwing to you, man. Be ready on this next one. Geno dropping back to throw with guys like Tyler Mabry and Tariq Young on the football field and still making touchdowns happen. Just a quick route. Geno hit to the back foot there. You need only 7-8 yards. Hits that back foot, lets it rip. Nice catch there by Tyler. Geno's putting some mustard on that throw. So you got to give him props there making that catch. How about that kid? Very impressive. And Hawks hyping him up. Loving to see the practice squad kid doing that. Oh, that makes you feel good there. Wonderfully orchestrated drive there by Geno Smith. He got the false start. He get the conversion. Made some nice throws there. The heady play there by DJ Dallas. You see there on that kind of drive, a lot of the stuff that Geno can bring with his bag that is actually more than just what he's doing throwing the ball. Again, as I've talked about with him, the control at the line of scrimmage and being just aware, even what he's doing in the scrambling and the moving around and not panicking. Kind of some growth that you've seen in Geno's game this year in that respect of things. So sorry, Megan, I got cut off there where I was just doing the play-by-play with that. The Seahawks go up now 17-3. But I get where you're coming from on it. And, Carter's probably not necessarily going to be for everybody, but he's my guy. And I'm working on right now, Megan, you're going to be very happy to hear, I'm working on right now my Will Anderson video. So that will be a video coming out. And I love Will Anderson too. And I've watched more tape, as much tape as some of these quarterbacks on Will Anderson at this point and Jalen Carter. So when I come to assessment on these guys at this point, I'm really firm in my understanding of it because I've dug through all of the tape. I've watched as much as I can kind of watch on these guys. And I feel very firmly, Megan, that they're both the two standout defensive players in this draft. They are separators from the rest of this class. I think they're both going to be excellent players at the pro level. And if we end up with either of them, I'm going to be mightily happy. So I'm not going to be angry with either of them on it with it. But I get it. Now, you're an Anderson woman. I'm a Carter guy. Yeah. It's all good. Eric99 has been a member for 15 months of the Hawks Nest. Thank you, Eric. You were awesome for your long-time support. I'll get your comment here 1 second here as we're about to in the start of the second quarter here. White back under center. Again, he's going to try to change the play. He says, hey, Brandon, we going to make the playoffs this year? I think so. 12 men on the huddle for the Seahawks there. How do you get the 12 men on the huddle there when it's the first play of the drive? Yeah, don't see that very often. So that'll be 1st and 5 here for the Hawks on that with 12 men in the huddle. Cody Barton signaling like he thought he was supposed to be in. Mike White back under center here, 1st and 5. 3 wide receiver look here for the Jets. Play action pass. He's going to roll out. Find his slot for a nice little gain of about 20 yards there. Well, Eric, I feel a lot better about us making the playoffs with Washington losing that game because that was going to be the big thing was one of those two teams going to lose at this point when they had what they had on the line. And good job by White there going through some reads. Seattle had some of that stuff covered up there, and he came back underneath. So I think it's, if we can win out, I think we get in, Eric. I think we get in if we win out. It feels like that. Jets quickly on the Seahawks side of the field now here. Handoff. Give is going to be in there. A nice little gain to Johnson for about 5 yards. 5 or 6. Appreciate the 15 months as a member, though, Eric. You're awesome, man. Second down and 4. 13 to go here in the first quarter. Jets again threatening here into Seahawks side of the field. The give is into Johnson again. Another quick, easy 5-yard gain there. Seahawks run defense is being tested early on here. And it's not exactly holding up. 6 carries, 46 yards here early on for Johnson. White back and shotgun. Give is inside. Seahawks have this hemmed up at first. Nice job there by Boye Mafe and Tariq Woolen to combo up and bring him down. Very well done there by both those guys. It's good teamwork there. No gain. Megan with another $5 dono says, we take Carter and I'm done and we'll go and follow the Ravens. Oh, Megan, you say that, but you won't do that. And then once you see Jalen Carter on the field, you'll fall in love all over again with the Hawks. Mike White in shotgun here. Dropping back to throw. Looking out. Spots a man in the flat. Got his man in the flat for a nice, easy 11-yard gain. Seahawks dropping into their custom soft zone coverage there. Nobody really picked up the running back in the flat. First and 10. 11:22 to go. Seahawks up 17-3 here in the second quarter. White back under center. Seahawks going with that 4-man front. He'll gain about 2 or 3 yards there. Brock Purdy doing Brock Purdy things against the Raiders. Appreciate all the donos, Megan. You're awesome. Adrian XA with the $2 donation. What the F are the Vikings doing? Well, this was a game you could see maybe coming with them struggling. 2nd and 8, a little bit of a hurry-up look here for the Jets. White back in shotgun. Drops back to throw. Comeback route there to Wilson. Makes the catch for a first down on Mike Jackson. You know, they're I'm not surprised. They're only down 7-3, but that's going to be a close game. Packers are trying to fight for something right now. You know, suddenly their season's alive, so they're going to fight tooth and nail like they never have this season, and they do still have a defense that's got a lot of talent on it. All right, 1st and 10, Jets driving here. Garrett Wilson just crossed 1,000 yards with that catch. White, a little bit of an offsides there. Megan with a $5 donation says, I am not joking, B. I will be done with this team if they do. Well, I don't know. I don't know how you want me to respond to that one, Megan. I guess here's what I would tell you, Megan, is, I'm as passionate about this team as I think you would acknowledge. I'm about as passionate about this team as anybody you'll find. There's a lot of things this team does over the years that drives me insane. And I have to watch over and over them, Megan, for years, make bad decision after bad decision that they don't correct. To overlook kind of that stuff and say, well, no, it's the one pick that I don't like and I'm going to be out on that pick is hard for me to understand. And it's not, even I try to acknowledge this in myself, Megan, that I believe my thoughts and my takes on these draft prospects, but I will give the guys the benefit of the doubt to change my mind too. And, I will say about an LJ Collier on draft night that, he's, that I think he's going to be probably a bust and not a good player, but I'm going to give him the opportunity to change my mind, show me different, So I want to, as I always say, Megan, I never tell any fan how they need to be a fan. I'm very particular about that. But I will also say I don't really understand saying I'm not going to be a fan of the team because they don't draft the guy I want to draft. If I did that, I would have been out on my Hawks back when they passed on Randy Moss or when they passed on Warren Sapp. We got a 2nd and 16 here for the Jets, and looks like the play clock wound down. Timeout by the Jets there as the play clock was winding down, it sounds like. So I will never tell you how to be a fan or who you want to be a fan of or how to be a fan or what, but I will say I would say just pop the brakes on it. There's a lot of other things to potentially be out on this team with, than them picking a player at that spot. And Carter's not going to be a bust, Megan. Like whether he's as good as Will Anderson or not, neither of those two guys, in my opinion, are going to be busts. They're going to be very good players and help you out into the future and what they do. Appreciate all the donations, though. Keldon with a $2 donation says, for the Brock Purdy shout out, appreciated. Now they were showing a little bit of a highlight there where he's scrambling around and hit, I think, Kittle in the back of the end zone. Thank you, Keldon. You got to be feeling good about that, Brock Purdy. I'll tell you what, I'm reading some of the Niner fans and when them talking about him, boy, some folks are referencing him like Joe Montana reborn a little bit. It's pretty, he's got the fan base all in a way that they're like not even near in on like a Trey Lance. All right, 2nd and 16 here for White back and shotgun. 3 wide, 1 tight end, dropping back to throw. Floats it up over the top. Nice coverage there by Jackson on Wilson. Stayed on top on that play. That's what you got to do on that kind of cover 3 stuff. Make sure you're staying on top. And he did so there. He had to do the stand on top too on a press there, folks. So that's not just him on off coverage and then dropping into it. He's got to also at that point run with him sort of step for step. Nice play by Michael. 3rd down and 16. Widen shotgun. Darrell Taylor launched off the line of scrimmage at the snap. Someone firing him out of one of those Revolutionary War cannons. And he gets back there and makes the sack before the offensive lineman can even get out of his stance. Quite honestly, it almost looked like he might have been on the edge of being offsides there. Let's see. No, he just timed it insanely. That's that Lumen Field bump you get sometimes when it's loud down there. And they're down near the loud end of the stadium where it's not closed off. So the linemen have a little bit of a harder time here, and Taylor just absolutely timed that perfectly to get off the block. The field goal will be up here by Legatron, and he will put it through. So the Seahawks maintain a 17-6 lead. The defense is bending a little bit, but there is no breakage. So nicely done. And Darrell Taylor, beautifully done for the kid. I believe that's his 6th sack of the year this year. Let's go. Let's go. Nice play. Well, he timed that up great. It's been missing out of Lumen Field in recent years is those kind of plays that you get the defenders getting an incredible jump off the snap where the lineman's just not even almost getting out of their stance. And we used to see it all the time with guys like Cliff Averill or Michael Bennett back in the day. Now that's that kind of thing you see there. He's got 7 sacks. All right, 7 sacks for Taylor. Okay, he's coming back alive a little bit as this year's come along. That's good to see. Good to see. Thomas says there will always be players I question Seattle's thinking. They didn't draft Budda Baker, Kimura, Jonathan Taylor. There will be players Seattle won't draft. Yeah, I think it's a little bit of what you're going to always get as a fan a little bit with it. And what'll even further drive you crazy is when there's a player you want to see draft. I mean, hell, how much did I want to see Creed Humphrey a couple of years ago? And that one continues to burn. Like that's still, that wound is not healing, but that's the nature of being a fan a little bit. You fall in love with people, and especially when it comes to draft, and your team's in position to grab those guys, and it just slips through your fingers. David Kubonder says Jalen Carter's the best defensive player in this draft. Laugh my ass off. What? Yep. Yes, he is. In my opinion, I know a lot of people like Will Anderson. I love Will Anderson. I think he's going to be a good player. But I made a video on this. So if you'd like to know why I think this, you can just go watch the video I just dropped about 5 days ago in regards to why Jalen Carter has the love. And, Will Anderson's great again. I'm going to be perfectly happy if we end up with Will Anderson. But it's much harder to find a great defensive tackle in this sport than it is to find a great edge. It's like a 4-to-1 ratio. So, I'm gonna reach for the thing that's a bigger need on my team, that's harder to find, and who I think is, I think he's a better player. I just do, and I'm not gonna apologize for it. William Leonard with a $5 donation. Thank you, William. Says, why is Ballore backing away from the line of scrimmage on field goals? It's a good question. I would normally say if you have a little bit of a shorter situation, it would be because of a fake, but they're not going to fake it on 4th and 16, right? So I can't apply it on that situation as to the reasoning. I'm not sure, man. I'm not sure what's going on in that. Unless they saw something on tape that they thought they were going to try to fake and throw it. So he's just trying to make sure that doesn't happen, I guess. Or they're trying to put on tape that they've got their player doing that consistently so that no teams pick up on it. But I don't have a good answer for you on necessarily, because I'd only be expecting him to be protecting on that if it's like a 4th and 5 or something. Thank you, William, for the $5 dono, though. Sometimes they do stuff to put it on tape. to show teams this is what you can expect them to do and just remove that possibility. Play action pass by Geno from under center here. He's looking. Boy, decides to scramble forward there, and that closed up quickly. The defenders are right on top of him. Michael Clemens makes the play. Yeah, it was wide open for a second. They were like their huge open lane for him, it looked like. All right, here's the give to Kenneth Walker here on second down. Walker able to get himself about 4 yards on the play. Adrian XA with a $2 donation says Green Bay 14, Minnesota 3. What the F? Well, thanks for the donation. I mean, it's Green Bay's been a bit of it for a lot of this year. Green Bay's been in their, they've been in a kind of an abysmal bit of a state, right? Like they haven't been playing great. They haven't found their mojo, no momentum, just everything's kind of disjointed. The young rookie receivers and for Rodgers not filling in well for Adams. 3rd down and 9 here now for Geno. Jets are showing a stack front here. They drop out of it. Geno looking, and he's going to go down to a sack here. Is that Clemens again? Franklin Myers gets to Stone Forsythe there. So 4th down. Geno looked around, just nobody open. Stone's had his hands full out there at right tackle. Definitely going to miss Lucas a little bit today, no doubt about that. So this will bring up a punt. Dixon's going to kick from within his own end zone here as that drops Seattle back to about the 13-yard line. This is going to give the Jets some good field position to start things out. Low snap. Dixon able to get it off. Lone line driving kick. Have a little bit of room to work with here for the Jets returner, but nice job by the Hawks special teams unit to close the gap up. And the Jets will take back over. So I'm not surprised by it, Adrian XA, that the Packers come out in this game because things have started to come together for them. They play a little bit better, and then they start to get signs of hope and life that they can maybe still find their way into the playoffs, that there is indeed a pathway for them. And once you see a team suddenly go from being kind of beat on all year to, oh, wait, we actually got a chance here, that can give you a little bit of an injection. And I think the Vikings have going on right now a little bit of what's gone on with the Eagles as of late, where you might have seen in both of those two teams that have maybe peaked a little bit early this year. They played their best football at a time that's not right now. Not that they're playing bad ball necessarily, but they're maybe just not playing their best ball. So I think it's kind of all a combination of those factors. And then you put in kind of the last point of that, Adrian X, that is, the interdivisional matchups, those matchups where those teams play twice a year are always going to be a little bit harder to predict and more open to having weird things happen just by their general nature of it. You're not funny says, will Broncos lose to Chargers next week? Hard to say you're not funny. Chargers aren't going to have a lot to play for. That might become a de facto bye for them. I got to see what the tiebreaker is between them and the Ravens if they both end up with the same record, because that could make them push it a little bit harder at this point, but it's hard. It is hard to predict. We'll see, though. Nice thing with Adrian XA with Minnesota's offense, they can hang 21 on the board real fast. So that game is definitely far from over. We do have the Chargers right now beating up on the Rams. We've got San Francisco up on the Raiders 14-10. Early games, Atlanta was able to overcome Arizona. Detroit blew the doors off Chicago. Kansas City edged out Denver at the end, helping us out. New England able to take care of Miami. The Giants able to handle the Indianapolis Colts. New Orleans shocked the Eagles. Carolina falls to Tampa Bay. Washington helps us out by losing to the Browns 24-10. Jacksonville Jaguars beat the Houston Texans, so no hope for the number 1 overall pick for our Hawks. We're just going to have to settle for number 3. All right, 5:53 to go here in the second quarter. 1st and 10 for Mike White and company. They have moved the ball pretty well in this first half, but only 6 points to show for it. Play action pass. White looking deep, looking short, looking deep, scrambling out to the side all day. Finally finds his man in the flat there with Sama for about a gain of 11 or 12 yards. No pressure there from the Seattle Seahawks on that play. Boy, Poona Ford, what is he doing on that play? Like running in circles there. And it looks like we got Jordan Brooks down on the sideline, reaching for his leg at this point. And that will put a stop to the action, but it doesn't look good on Jordan Brooks' leg right now. David Pugh with a $5 donation says, okay, I'm not going to celebrate that Brooks is injured. However, expect some improvement on every aspect of this defense now. Thank you for the $5 donation. I appreciate the double donation, David. Jesus, let me correct and fix that. So thank you for that. I get your frustration with it. I think it's built in that, with Jordan, I'm not celebrating his injury either. I hope he's okay there, but I think that the frustration with his play is legitimate. His struggles in coverage are what they are. And, I think it was telling when Tanner Muse came in against that San Francisco 49er team and played better. And I think a little bit of being married to Jordan Brooks, even if it's to a small measure, is being driven by the fact that he is a former first round pick. And it's, I get it. Teams do that, but I think you've also got to kind of let the best man win at this point, and not just be invested into Jordan because you've been invested into Jordan. And team's done this a little bit with LJ Collier, right? He's still getting snaps on a football field at times of this team, even into this year. And he's not showing you a lot of reason why. Why should he be getting snaps over anybody else at that point? And Jordan has some skill. He has some things that he brings to the table, but the deficiencies in coverage and hell, even some of what you're seeing today and the inability to stop the run. I mean, he's got a hand in that too. And so there's an argument to be made just about literally anybody else, much like with LJ, would be a bit of an improvement. And it did look like it might be a bit of a torn ACL is what it has a little bit of the look as with Jordan right now. And that is tough luck for Jordan. Tough luck. They do have him at least hobbling over rather than putting him right on bringing the cart to him. Let's see what happened here. Oh, that was the one right there. His right foot just stepped out oddly. It got out wide and stepped awkwardly there on the turf. I don't even know if that's one you could blame as I don't know if that's one you could even blame on the turf necessarily. His foot just kind of comes out weirdly and steps awkwardly as it plants. Yeah, Tommy, MCL could be. The fact he's walking on it and that they're letting him at least put anything on, but it could be an ACL. It's hard to say. We got to see the MRI. All right, Mike White takes back over here underneath center. 1st and 10, quickly throws it down the ground. Looks like Uchenna Nwosu was all over him there. Vikings. No, they're showing the interception there on Cousins. Yeah, they're playing that game in Green Bay too. It's hard to win in Green Bay in January. It's not the easiest spot to play. Seahawks are eliminated today with the Packers win. So 2nd and 10. The give is in here to Johnson. He's going to take it for a gain of about 6-7 yards. Or Knight, sorry. 4:55 to go here in the second quarter. So bring up a 3rd and 4 for the Jets. Mike White, 8 of 15 for 91 yards here in this first half. Jets 104 on 3rd downs on the day so far. Fans getting up onto their feet, getting loud. White back in shotgun. Elijah Moore goes in motion, pre-snap. The give is up the middle here to the running back. He's quickly hemmed up. Beautifully played there by Uchenna Nwosu. Absolutely stonewalled that play. Nicely done. All over it there. Third down, you're thinking maybe you try to get in the backfield to brush the passer, but under control, didn't over pursue in his gap there. Brilliant little stutter step off the line of scrimmage to get himself free. And we'll bring up fourth down. Let's see if the Jets decide to go for it here. 4th down and 4, and they are going to go for it. The 12th man is on their feet and screaming loud. Mike White back in shotgun set. Drops back to throw. Defense bringing some pressure. Man is open, but it bounces right through the hands of Wilson. He was open, and boy, some tough luck for Mike White early on here in this game. He's had 3 drops from his receivers early on here, and that one was one right there too. Beautifully thrown ball. Looked like it was right there on the hands of Wilson and just bounced right out. Uchenna Nwosu again getting, might have been a little bit out ahead of him. Let's see. Yeah, it was maybe White got that a little bit too far out ahead. That might have been a not quite catchable pass there by Mike White. Uchenna Nwosu got some, again, really, really quick pressure there on that play, which threw that out of whack. 1st and 10, here's the give to Kenneth Walker. Walker bouncing around inside. I'd love to get him back into being featured here a little bit on this drive, especially to wind out the rest of this clock in this half. 2nd down. Jordan Brooks is going back on the cart, and indeed it does look like. An ACL kind of look. Fans clapping, being nice about it. It's good to see. 2nd down and 6. Geno in shotgun. 3:08 to go here in the second quarter. He's looking, comes back around. Beautiful job by Kenneth Walker after he makes the catch to bounce out of the tackle, then makes a sharp cut back across the grain to get back to the middle of the field and a 1st down. Boy, it looked like the defender was going to arrive right at the same time that Walker made the catch in the flat. He indeed did. Walker was able to sort of start his spin move almost right as he's just catching the ball and gets out of the tackle. A beautiful move. He is so elusive on the football field. 1st and 10 from the 48-yard line of the Jets. Geno back under center here, changing the play at the line of scrimmage. 2:32 to go here in the second quarter. Geno 8 of 10, 120 yards, 2 touchdowns in this first half. Gives back into Walker again here. Walker pushing the pile forward. Nice carry, 6 or 7 yards on that gain. Beautifully done. Wonderful to see. Walker a little slow to get up. Hopefully he's okay. 2nd and 5. Looks like he's okay. That will bring us down to the 2-minute warning. Well, Seahawks driving. Up by 11 here. It's very good to see. Very, very encouraging. I do hope Brooks is okay as well as Bobby. I would never hope anybody having to go through that kind of surgery or that kind of situation. So, hopefully he can get back to right. The MCL is the okay one where if you get the MCL, you can bounce back off that one in like 6 weeks. It's the ACL that's even a meniscus you can kind of get fixed, but the ACL that's the bad one. And it did look ACL-ish, and that's the way he moved his leg and stepped wide like that is usually how it looks when it does. Herbicide, I agree. Uchenna is a beast, man. He is a beast. John Moore says we should not rush Lockett back. We need him for the playoffs. I think he's okay. I don't think they would have him out there running if he was going to do more damage. And it's a finger. It's not like a pulled hammy or a groin that can really re-injure itself, I would think. But, I think you feel a little bit better about the finger side of that than you do about if it was another spot. Adrian XA with the $2 donation says, B, isn't Minnesota trying to get that number 1 seed? Yes, they've got something to play for here, right? Especially with the Eagles' loss here today. So, yeah, they've got to try on this one. But it is Green Bay now playing with a little bit more fire. It is Green Bay in Green Bay. And let's also remember, the Vikings have legitimately had the worst defense in the NFL this year. You know, that will rear its ugly head at the worst of times. Yeah. That will be tending to, sometimes occur when that is the case. And so, they're probably facing a little bit. You got Cousins starting to throw interceptions early. It's not the greatest of looks in that respect of things. 14-3. See what they can do. All right, Geno in shotgun now, 3 wide to the far side of the field. Another little give here to Kenneth Walker. I really like it. Only went for a yard there. They got a tackle there, but I do like that commitment to going back to Walker here. He's had a really good first half. Give him some more carries here. He's going, he's rolling, he's cooking. The Seahawks' commitment today to the running game has been pretty impressive. Walker moving a little gingerly. Hopefully that foot's okay. 3rd down and 4. 1:33 to go here in the second quarter. Geno back in shotgun. Treadwell goes in motion. Jets showing a 5-man front. Drop out of it to a 4-man. Geno's going to try to scramble this. And he's going to get the first down. How about that? Oh, my goodness. Geno with a little bit of it was a run play to Geno, an outside zone run to Geno off the snap. You had pullers and everything going out wide, and Geno gets the first down. Damian Lewis, DJ Dallas running out front. DJ Dallas knocks back DJ Reed. DJ Dallas out there making money. Like that? All right, that works. Interesting play call. Does stop the clock, too, because Geno does get out of bounds. 1st down and 10. Geno in shotgun. Drops back to throw. Look out, Geno. Look out, Geno. Oh, Geno drugged down on a sack. Franklin. Oh, that was not Franklin Myers. This is the other guy. Geno dropped back there and Cross just got really beat. That wide technique there of Lawson, Carl Lawson just got Cross. He was really struggling to catch up from the start off the snap there. And boy, Geno just pulled down by one arm on. Carl Lawson is a strong man. DK looked like he was open on that play too. Geno's got to trust. If he gets DK like that one-on-one, even with Sauce, you got to throw a trust throws on that at that time. Like, let that one rip, man. I don't know what he was going through with his pre-snap looks on that, but DK broke open on that play. They showed an overhead shot that he was open there. I mean, you got to look his way there. And certainly in this first half, Geno has not gone much towards DK here. He's only got like 11 attempts in the first half, but definitely has not worked him a lot here. 2nd and 20. Geno back in shotgun. Con Treadwell goes in motion. Geno lets it rip underneath here to Cade Johnson, who has the ball in his hands, but it's then knocked away. Cade brought up from the practice squad. You get your chances, man. We saw Mabry make his catch. This ball hits him right in the chest plate, and he drops it. Sauce Gardner gets up and acts like he did something, which he did not. It's just a drop. Quick throw by Geno here on 3rd down. Again, trying to hit it into Cade Johnson. He's trying to point to Cade Johnson. I want you to go here, buddy. I need you to go here. So just, you got to go this way with it. 4th and 19. The drive kind of just came to a sudden halt. See if Seattle tries to go with Jason Myers here or a punt. Jets have 2 timeouts remaining. So if you do give them the short field, you are giving them an ability here to get up that field and score here before the half, and they do get the ball after halftime as well. Looks like they'll take a delay game, so this will be a punt. And I understand Carroll going for the punt here. Risk a long field goal like that and give them that short field. It's not what you want to do ideally, I would say. Adrian XA with the $2 donation. Appreciate you, Adrian X, for all the donos. Says, so I guess we're rooting for them to lose to the Lions? Wow. That's right, man. You are correct. Unless Minnesota can get back on top of things there. All right, Dixon with the punt. Nice little kick. Bouncing. Let it go. 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 There you go. Beautifully done. Nicely done by Tariq Young. Those guys can sometimes panic when that ball's rolling inside the 20, and they'll stop it at like the 6 there. And Tariq Young did a nice job of just kind of walking it back, trusting that he was going to be able to stop it right before it got inside the yard line. He literally stopped that at the half-yard line. Beautifully done. Great punt by Dixon, because this now makes the Jets have to just run the ball to get out of their own end zone and basically just get out of this half now, as opposed to really trying to truly push this ball up the football field. So this is where special teams can factor in so hugely. If you kick that and it goes to the back of the end zone, if it's Dixon and they get to the 20-yard line with 2 timeouts in 47 seconds, now they can maybe get up into even at least maybe field goal range. This is going to be hard to do, and I'm surprised to see the Jets back in shotgun here. If they're throwing out their own end zone, this would surprise me a little bit. And indeed they are. Ooh, dangerous. Dangerous. Tariq Woolen came flying up there and almost jumped that route. It's a gain of about 3 or 4 yards. I'll give him 5, I guess, on it. Tariq was flying up on that route, though. I guess, yep, Adrian X, you never like to say all of your hopes are on the Lions winning a game for us in years past, but that very well may be what we're going to be saying about, well, actually, as I understand it, it may be irrelevant on this, Adrian X, because what they were saying on the telecast is if the Packers win today, we're out. That's it. Done, done, done. So maybe that's off. I guess it wouldn't be, if that's the case, then we need the Packers to lose today. 2nd and 5. Why was there a timeout there? The Jets didn't call a timeout. They just went to a stoppage. Maybe the Hawks called timeout. I don't know. 2nd and 5. White drops back to pass. He's looking, and throws it out in the flat. A gain of a couple yards to Carter. This will bring up 3rd down. Boy, the Jets kind of might get dinged on this one a little bit. This might backfire by the Jets throwing here, because if Seahawks get a stop, they can call their final timeout and still get the ball back with a chance to maybe get into field goal range, especially if the Jets are going to be kicking out of their own end zone. 3rd down and 1. White back under center here. Seahawks rocking their 5-man front, 4-man front, so they're probably just going to, let him have this. And so he'll get the 1st down there on that. But Jets are going to call timeout. Okay. I hate that 4-man. It's that 2-man front the Seahawks rock at times. Just, boy, it's hard to hold up against the run on that front. So I think Adrian X, if the telecast was right, we got to have the Packers lose today. That's the bottom line. They win. Hawks called the timeout? Okay. Odd situation. Oh, I get why they called the timeout there, because they were trying to see if they get the ball back. Thomas says, I'm tired of the soft zone coverage. Yeah, I'm definitely. I didn't get a chance to see Russell Wilson suplexed. He got suplexed? All right, 1st and 10. Jets on the 11-yard line. White back to pass. Pressure there. Drops it up underneath. And gets it to the 21-yard line. 24 seconds. Looks like the Jets will call their final timeout now. Check with the $2 donation. Says, no, if we win out and the Packers lose once we get in. Okay. Wow, the telecast was wrong then, because they flashed on the telecast something else with weird with it. That makes sense. That's how I understood it with it too. So, okay. Okay, so Adrian X, I take all that back from before. We do need, if the Lions do beat the Packers, we're maybe in. Yeah. Yeah, so if we're 8-8, then we'd be 9-8. Yeah, because we'd have the tiebreaker with the Jet Lions. So there we go. It's all on that. It's all on that. And we'll know, I think, before the game because it'll be a 10 a.m. game, I think. So we'll know what's what by the time we're playing the Rams. Still got to win this game, though, of course. All right, 1st and 10 for the Jets. 24 seconds here in the second quarter. White back in shotgun. Seahawks getting some pressure there. White flicks it over to the flat. Right through the hands of Johnson. 2nd and 10. Thank you for the update on that, though, Jack. That's good. I'm glad we'll have still some hope here if we win on that. If the Packers can't handle business. If the Vikings can't handle business. And right now the Packers are up on the Vikings 17-3 in that game. All right, no more timeouts for the Jets. 19 seconds to go. 2nd and 10. White, a lot of time to throw. Ball's going to get tipped up into the air there. Got a flag on the play. It's kind of like something that, like, just thinking about, wouldn't it be kind of a style that you could do? And it's 5 yards. It's going to be on Seahawks defensive or illegal hands to the face, I guess, what they're getting on that. But I was just thinking, like, if you have a team like this, got 15, 20 seconds left, and they're on their side of the field this deep, like, wouldn't you on a couple of plays maybe instruct your corners to maybe just hold? Like, because it's more worthwhile that you get 5 or 6 seconds taken off the clock than it is, for the 5 yards you give up as far as. Oh, so they got LJ Collier on hands to the face. I was just telling you guys about LJ Collier. It's like they're still giving him snaps. But I was just thinking about that. If you had, it's like 29 seconds, a very specific moment, you can get a couple ticks taken off like that. And we got 2 players down right now, Uchenna Nwosu and Darrell Taylor. They're going to call an false start on our guys. So not only the injury, but then some extra pain on top of it. And they're going to call a false start by the Hawks here. I'm hearing the chat. Sounds like the center's doing some shenanigans with the ball down there. And yeah, we did get called on that last week for that. Let him know, Pete. Let him know. Oh yeah, that the little head hand bob thing there. Oh, Pete giving him the death ray look. He's like right nose to nose with the official there. All right, 1st and 5, 12 seconds to go here. Jets at the 32-yard line, their own territory. Come on, clock. Tick. Tick, 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 tick. Catch out on the outside there. 6 seconds to go. This will take them up to about the 42-yard line. They're going to need about another 20 yards here to get into field goal range. Pete still working the officials on the sideline. All right, Mike White out in shotgun, trips to the near side of the field. Seahawks are going to call a timeout here. It's a good timeout here. Don't leave it on the board. Make sure you guys got a good feel for what's happening. Yeah, Pete's still giving it to the official there on the sideline. A tough call here for the Jets because you kind of need the full 6 seconds to get a route down the football field to be able to get to field goal range. But you're not going to trust that you're going to be able to do that and still get out of bounds even, I would think. Maybe they try to just get a quick throw here. White and shotgun, he's backing up. He's going to try to Hail Mary this. Darrell Taylor with the rip. And Darrell Taylor might have just gotten his second sack of this game there to end things off in that half. Wonderfully done there by Darrell Taylor. Again, pressing around that edge, showing off that quickness. And able to knock the ball free of Mike White's hand there to finish things off. So wonderfully done on his part. Great half there by Darrell Taylor. Well played. So the Seahawks will maintain their lead as they go off to halftime here, 17-6. Very well played half, I think, on both sides of the ball in this football game to start things here. You defensively, there were some yards again given up on the ground. Ty Johnson, 7 carries, 46 yards. Zonovan Knight, 5 carries, 28 yards. You've got the Jets averaging on 13 carries, 5.8 yards per carry. But the Seahawks the defense is getting the Jets out on third downs. That has stood out in this game. Where from a third down standpoint, you've got them right now 2 of 6. That's pretty good. If you're your Hawks, where you're standing with that. And of course, definitely putting the ball in Mike White's hands has been beneficial here. He's 12 of 21, 122 yards in that first half. You've been able to, kind of press him down a little bit. I think it's also been beneficial that there were a couple drops in that half. Uzama had 2 big drops. But the defense has come to play today. It's good to see. I'm very impressed by what I'm seeing out of them. We're getting a little bit of pressure on White, even on those 21 dropbacks, which has been good to see. What do you got? 5 quarterback hits on 21 dropbacks. That's good to see. A couple of sacks. Very encouraging. Very encouraging. On the other side of the ball, Geno Smith has been pretty efficient. Only had 12 attempts in that first half. Hit 8 of 12 for 120 yards, 2 touchdowns. Was sacked 3 times on the 12 dropbacks. And having Stone Forsythe out there on that edge is certainly on the right side has been a little bit of an issue in that first half a bit. But holding up well. Running game has been pretty good in that first half. Kenneth Walker, 12 carries, 95 yards for a 7.9 yard per average carry. DJ Dallas also with 1 carry for 7 yards, and Geno Smith with 1 carry for 11 yards. So 14 carries, 113 yards. Some nice balance today from our offense early on, which is really encouraging to see. So some pretty good balance that we haven't had throughout the course of this year, where it's been very Geno heavy for the most part. Even when you are getting runs, it's like you're getting just those chunk runs and not being able to do a lot in between. And today you're getting a little more consistency with the runs as well. And Seattle's remaining committed to it, where they've bailed, I think, a little bit at times, a little early on it. So very good, portends well towards the rest of this game and how this can kind of mend out a little bit. Jeffrey Thistle with the $2 donation says the refs are really trying to F us again. Yeah, I mean, I guess you're talking about the false start thing with that, or with the centers deal. And yeah, that one was kind of bad. I do think, Jeffrey, we got a bit of a benefit of the doubt on the Diggs interception, because it did seem like Abram had hit the receiver before Diggs had made the interception. And there is a way there where that could have been a flag pulled out to where, you do get it called for there. But there's been some egregious games, I think, a little more so than necessarily this one. But I do think that, to your point on that, if they're going to call that play like that, and if the center does this with his head and hand, then that gets called, and that's an automatic call, then you got to call it both ways. You're right about that. And they weren't necessarily doing it from that standpoint. Russell Q with the $2 donation says Lions might screw us if they realize they are out. They might, Russell. They very well might. Thank you for the $2 donation. And yeah, it's possible. It's possible they might just go, the hell with it. But hopefully they keep fighting. Hopefully they understand. I don't know. Dan Campbell's that kind of guy that wouldn't let his team ease off. He'd press them. He'd tell kids, we're not just building towards this year now. If we're out of it, we're building towards the future. So don't give up that edge that you've just built up throughout the course of this year. So, but we may be putting our hopes on the Lions winning, and that's not over the last 35 years of football. If you have a football team or getting down to the end of the year and you need to get in a playoff spot, sitting and hoping as you go to bed at night that the Lions can win you a game tomorrow to get you in, not very likely, especially when they're, I think, playing the Packers or whatever. So Gets a little bit even more dodgier from that angle. Thank you, Russell. Appreciate though. Let me get a little more coffee. I will be right back. Okay. Oh, Cameron, who's been celebrating 4 months as a Hawks Nest Pro Bowler. Thank you, Cameron, for your support, all your support of the channel. I know a lot of donations as well. Would you pay Myers $5.5 a year for 3 years? No, I wouldn't. Myers has been a mixed bag. It's like a nut mixed bag where you get the nut and there's the great tasting nut that's got maybe a little bit of that like bagel bites kind of seasoning put on top of it, right? And you get that nice that was a cashew right there. And then you pull out one of those nuts that tastes like crap that's really healthy for you, and it only has like one little fleck of the bagel bite, mix on it, and you chew into it and you go, ah. So Myers gives you like it's 1 year bad, 1 year good, 1 year bad, 1 year good kind of. And when I'm talking about paying a kicker top of the market money at the kicker position, much less for multiple years, I need to have a guy that I know is a little more consistency. I think consistent. I think the kicker position in general, though, kind of falls in a place, Cameron, where it tends to be one outside of a very few guys that tend to be pretty fluctuating in how they play year in and year out. For the most part, there are some exceptions. I would be more on board with either looking for a different kicker or doing what you did with Michael Dixon, which is just find the best kicker in this draft. Maybe this Moody kid out of Michigan might be that guy. Take him in the 4th, 5th round and call it a day. This special teams unit showed in this first half. Dixon showed you in that first half. Having a great punter like that punt where he put it down at the 1 yard line in that moment prevents the Jets from really challenging you to get the field and get a field goal and to take this and make this a 1 possession game as they try to steal a possession at the end of the half. And so I would be more in favor of doing that. $5.5 million a year is a substantial amount of money. You could move the money around a little bit, Cameron, where you probably could lower his first year hit down to like $3 million and have it pretty cost effective. But boy, it's a lot to spend for a guy that you're not entirely sure is going to year in, year out give you those great kicking years. And when he's good, I mean, it's amazing. He's doesn't miss, So that's the tough part about it, is that when he's on that other side of it, isn't that he's just merely good. He's like one of the best kickers in the sport when he's on the other side of it. So it does make it a tough call to make. It's not easy and straightforward in that way of things, but I can't go that high. That's a little bit too pricey for me for a kicker. John Stillwell with a $10 donation. Thank you, John, for the $10 dono and all of your support as well as a patron, member of the channel and all that. I appreciate you. Says, hi, Brandon. I don't think the Jets score a touchdown if we left the field. Hi, Brandon. I don't think the Jets score a touchdown if we left the field. John, can you put what you mean in the chat on that one? I don't know what you mean on that. Thank you for the donation. I don't know what you mean on that one exactly. I don't think the Jets to score a touchdown if we left the field. Yeah, if you could put in the comment section, John, what you meant on that one. I'm not sure. I think a couple words got left out. And the Jets score a touchdown if we left the field. I'm not sure what you're saying. It's good to see you in the chat, man. And I'll look for you don't have to even do a dono on that. Just put in the chat. Yeah, Nits David, you're probably right about Justin Tucker, where he's maybe not as good as he once was. I just kind of go to him as like a standard kind of name as a fill-in for that guy that you're thinking of. If you historically, if you're going to spend the 5.5, okay, I want the best kicker in the league and I want to be able to count on that, Yeah, John, I feel bad. I can't figure out what you're saying on that. I don't think the Jets score a touchdown if we left the field. Yeah. Randy Wagner says, Brandon, best coffee is Pete's Major Dickinson's blend. What kind of coffee do you drink, Brandon? I've tried that blend. Because a lot of people have recommended Pete to me, Randy. But the thing with the Pete's is it just gets a little acidic for me when I've tried it in the past. I'm currently on right now Pike Place Market. It's like a medium roast. But I've kind of been digging the Pike Place recently a little bit. I don't have one brand though that I still haven't found my brand, My coffee in life, my coffee choice in life is a lot like my choice in woman. I haven't found my woman yet. I haven't found my brand of coffee yet. So they remain the great, the great enigmas of my life as I search for the perfect brew and the perfect woman. Thank you, John, for that $10 dono. Sorry if I couldn't quite make out what you were saying on that. Kronos with a $10 donation. Thank you, Kronos. Very kind of you. Says, I would rather use our 4th to 5th round pick in the draft to nab a kicker than pay top of the market money for a kicker that every other season is the worst kicker in the sport. Bingo. I think, Kronos, you just summated it very much better than I was trying to do it through my meandering through the forest kind of view on Myers. But that is the bottom line for it. When we're talking about getting to that kind of money for their kicker, I can't pull that trigger for that when I have such, when I have such a fluctuation of performance year to year. I don't even want to play a kicker if I know he's going to be kicking well. If I had that, I'd still be a little bit hesitant where I go 5.5. It's a lot of money. That's like a good pass rusher. It's like a great rotational pass rusher. I mean, hell, that's almost the cost of what we're paying for Uchenna Nwosu this year. I don't want one less Uchenna Nwosu for a kicker. No. So I think going this pathway for the best kicker in the draft, you don't have to put a 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th round, maybe even a 5th round pick. You got 2 5th rounders. So go find the best one you can find in the draft and take it like you did with Dixon. This pathway has worked out really well for us with him there. And I would love to do that. Having a kicker kicking really well on a rookie deal for a couple of years could help things out if the kicking market is going to go up to 5.5, 6 for premium kickers, if that's the going rate. Appreciate you though, Kronos. Thank you for the $10 dono. You guys are very kind, guys and gals. Megan with the $5 dono. Thank you, Megan. It says, Pike Place roast bee? Wow. My favorite too. Can't get the pods in my machine here anymore though. Oh, that sucks, Megan. I think that they'd get Pike Place down. It is a little bit far away. I guess it is kind of a little boutique-y being, Pacific Northwest. But yeah, I was going through some brands and trying different types. And this one's been the one that I've been kind of consistently going back to. It's really smooth. A lot of people have recommended me making the Pete's, but boy, it gets acidic for me. Like I feel it in my gut after I drink Pete's, and I drink a lot of coffee, so I can't have the acidic stuff because I'll get that gut rot like nobody else. But yeah, I'm a Pike Place man right now. Though, like I said, Megan, I do think there is some magical brew out there I've yet to taste that I feel like once I do, I'm going to be like, this is the one, this one right here. I will never drink another coffee again. All right, well, we're about to the beginning of halftime here. Start of the second half. They can't score even if we leave the field, says Nagasa. Oh, is that what he was saying? Was John saying on that? Did I miss something with it? All right, here's the kick return out to the 29-yard line. I feel like I missed something on that, the on the field thing. I'm looking for John's comment, but I don't. So John Stillwell, if I missed your comment on that, I'm sorry I didn't quite get what you're saying there. Jake Walvin says kickers are hard to find. We need him at all costs. All right, 17-6. Seahawks. White's going to take over here under center to begin things here in the second half. The give is out to the running back. Drugged down from behind by Shelby Harris. Nice play by Shelby Harris. Scraping down the line of scrimmage and making the play. Very well done. Second and 10 now. Wilson goes in motion. White drops back to throw. That ball's thrown out ahead. Not a very accurate pass. Cody Barton in coverage, but trying to hit the running back there, and that will be an incompletion. 3rd down and 10. It's David says $5.5 million is Al Woods. Would you rather have Al Woods or the best kicker in the NFL? Well, if I knew I was the best kicker in the NFL, I'd be maybe willing more to swing that. It's David. But that was kind of my point I was making with is that you've had Myers for 4 years. 2 of those years, he's been near the best kicker in the sport. 2 of those years, he's been very far from the best kicker in the sport. So you don't have that consistency that you're kind of saying that you're getting at that $5.5 million. You're getting inconsistency at $5.5 million. And that's the reason I'm hesitant to do it. White drops back to pass. He's looking on 3rd down. Ball is completed with room to work. And a big play by the New York Jets, like a 30-yard gain there, just attacking Abram there in coverage. That is where he sucks. There's no 2 ways about it. That's just Jonathan. That's why Jonathan Abrams now here on his 3rd team in the NFL is when it just comes to, he was late getting in the right position there. It looked like somebody was trying to get him aligned. You're to your 3rd safety. This is sometimes what will happen with that. Mewtwo says, try bench warmer brew. Say hello to Brandon Perner and say thanks for the pick. Hell yeah, man. Maybe I will give that a shot. I'll give it a try if that's good. Here's a little throw to the flat on 1st down, which would be a gain of 4 or 5 tonight. Let's bring up 2nd down. Dr. G coming in with a $33.33 big fat donation. Thank you, Dr. G. You are awesome. I really do appreciate it, man. That's a monster donation just dropping on the table here. 2nd and 6. Mike White back under center here. 3 wide, 1 tight end. Slot goes in motion. Hand to the running back. Good job by Cody Barton to get filled into the hole there on the outside and make the play. Nice play there by Cody. Looking good there. Says, Dr. G says, honestly, bro, I've been rocking Dunkin' and I'm a basic bitch. Hey, I don't knock any man for his love of his coffee. I've got a friend that does Folgers and he does it so light, like he barely puts any in there, and our Folgers is already just like, ugh, and it's so weak as it is. And then he weakens it up even more with like extra water after it's brewed. So every guy's got his own kind of taste with it, you know. And you know with me, Dr. G, as much coffee as I drink, I'm a connoisseur a little bit. White drops back to throw here on 3rd and 8. Lets it rip up over the top. Throws a little bit high to Corey Davis. Can't bring it in. Mike Jackson in coverage. That ball will tip away, and that'll bring us to 4th down. So Seahawks defense with another stop here. It's looked a little dodgy at times, but they've been able to hem things up. And Mike White at times on a couple of these throws, maybe just a little bit off. Accuracy not quite there. He's had a couple of these balls that have been on the hands on key 3rd downs where it's just a little out of range with it. So we're going to get a 57-yard attempt here by the Jets kicker Greg the Leg Zuerlein. He certainly got the leg for this. The kick is up. The kick is floating to the left, and that is no good. There we go. Just kept kind of sliding on him a bit there. So the Seahawks offense is going to have some very good field position here to begin this half, almost at near field, at midfield. That kick didn't look good right off of his foot. It was already hanging to the left side right off his foot there, and that's big because, of course, they get the field goal. That does bring him into within a 1-possession game here. 17-6 still makes it a 11-point lead here, 2 scores. So Dr. G, I don't knock any person for whatever you like your coffee with, because I know that there's all different types of people that get affected in ways. So I've heard here's the thing, Dr. G, I've heard surprisingly good things about Dunkin' Donuts. I've heard people that swear by that. So we all got our own little particular styles, man. We do. One thing that we can all agree on is coffee is wonderful. Brian Meyer says coffee will kill you. Well, I'll die with a smile. I'll die with a big smile. Thank you, Dr. G, for the big donation, though, and being a member of the channel as well. You're awesome. Megan with a $5 donation says, my usual is a 4-shot Pike Place roast out of the machine, which keeps me going for a few hours. Can't have it before bed as I will never sleep. Yeah, I got to be careful with that too. And I sometimes cross that bridge too much, trying to do work on the channel or put something together. Happened to me last night. I knew I needed to get to bed somewhat early, and I was up working on the Will Anderson video and drinking coffee a little too late and going into bed and set the head on the pillow and looked up and the eyes are like this, you know. All right, time for sleep. And now we go into a deep sleep. Here we go. Here we go. But it helps you stay productive, you know, Megan. It does help you stay productive. Can't lie about that. I know there's a lot of coffee talk here for you folks. Thank you for the donation, though, Megan. Appreciate you. All the donos. You too, Dr. G. You're awesome. It's David. Mike White is looking a little bit like Wilson right now. Accuracy is definitely, especially on, it's really getting out ahead. And there was a one play, I think, to Wilson where, you know, Wilson's open there and he just can't put the ball on him. And then that throw to Davis is a little bit high. You know, he's open there. The play's there to be had. You gotta get it accurately there, though. William Leonard says Dunkin' Donuts is ghetto. Oh. Jim Page says all of a sudden the Packers are good again. Yeah, they're playing with some juice, man. They got some juice. It's been a tough year for them. It's been a tough year. They're starting to get it go here. Brian, I'm a coffee junkie too. I am. It's definitely, I live by it. 1st and 10 here for Gino from the 46-yard line of the Seahawks. The Hawks go back to the running game, and they do here to Kenneth Walker. Bouncing around inside there for a nice little 5-6 yard gain. I likes that. Wu-Tang Financial, coffee is life, man. It is. The world was a far less productive place when there was no coffee. People just lounged all the time and napped, you know. They were always just like tired. Like, what did we do last night? Oh, what's going on? What time is it? You know. Mark, 49 losing. 2nd and 6, 17-6 Seahawks. I formation look here. Tariq Young is the fullback. I like this look. Walker dancing around inside. Nice little carry on his part, dragging tacklers a little bit to get a couple yards out of that one. This will bring up 3rd and short. Raiders making it a game here. Oh, wow. Raiders making it a game here against the Niners. Devontae Adams with a touchdown. Puts them up. How about that? What a play by the quarterback there. 3rd down and 2. Gino directing traffic at the line of scrimmage here. The give is going to be to Walker. Walker trying to find a hole. Good hard run there by Walker, fighting through. He was stopped at first, right at the 1st down marker, kept his legs churning and driving and falling forward, able to get another yard or two and get that 1st down. CJ Mosley had him wrapped up and Walker fighting through, showing off some of that power that Walker's got in his game as well. He's not a power back, but he's got a little bit more power than you might normally get out of a guy that's 5'9". That'll be a 1st and 10 here. Gino again back under center. Stay with that run. Stay with the run. Play action pass. Gino's going to be able to just bounce forward just past the line of scrimmage for a couple of yards there. Yeah, Gino's definitely being careful with the football today. Sean, I agree on that. But yeah, I'm with space. Let's feed Walker. Just feed him. Feed the beast. Feed the beast. Carry here to Walker. Bouncing around. He's got a little bit of room. Bouncing back outside. Just missed breaking that one back to the outside there, but still a very good carry on his part of about 8 yards there. This will bring up about a 3rd and 1. Are they going over Stone's side there? Over Stone's side. How about Stone laying a pin block inside? Nice job by Stoney. He can move. And it looks like Geno Smith's going to take a little quarterback keeper up the middle here. It looked like he got it. Not seeing the marker. They're going to call him maybe short. They need to measure this. Come on, measure it. Pete, call for a measurement. Oh, that's maybe a little short. Does look like the Seahawks are going to go for it here. Yeah. It looks a little short. I'm guessing I'm going 3 inches. We're going to go with 3 inches short here. And the Seahawks are technically in field goal range. You're already up by 11. A field goal does put you up by 2 touchdowns. You're at the 31. And they are about 3 inches. I called it. Now we'll go 4 inches. 4 inches short here on 4th down. But an interesting call here for Coach Carroll. Not an easy call to make from a coach's standpoint, because to put the team up by 2 touchdowns, especially with Jason Myers kicking like he is, there is a bit of the coaching book here which would tell you to punch it in and get your 2 touchdown deal. But it does look like they're going to go for it. Big Balls Pete is in the house. How does he carry those big brass suckers around? Geno under center, 4th and inches. And Geno jumps over the top of the pile like Walter Payton in 85. First down. Geno got a little spring loaded on that one. Little pogo stick over the top. Whoop. Let's go, Geno. The quarterback keeper master. What we call Geno Smith. First down and 10. He loved this kind of drive, just eating a bunch of that clock in the 3rd quarter right from the jump here. 7:52 to go. Geno back under center. DJ Dallas in the backfield. Colby Parkinson goes in motion. Pitch to DJ Dallas. He's going to try to work back around here. Cuts it back up inside for about 2 or 3 yard gain. Oh, I love the commitment from Shane Waldron here, staying with the run game. Love it. Been effective today. Don't walk away from it just for the sake of walking away from it, because you're trying to remain balanced. If you can get the yards on the ground, and it's roll and go. That's a little 3 yard gain, but this is still much better than what we've gotten from recent weeks in the running game at times. If you look last 4 or 5 weeks and just getting the 3 yard gains, right? Getting yourself into those 3rd and shorts and those 3rd and makeable type situations. 2nd down and 7. Geno back in shotgun. 3 wide. DJ Dallas in the backfield with him here again. Comes back out wide to Laquan Treadwell. Nice catch by Treadwell on the comeback route there. First down. Good throw by Geno on the out route. Barry Satoro with a $10 donation. Thank you, Barry, for the double donos today, man. Appreciate you. Says Geno looking like a salmon spawn. Geno looking like a salmon spawning up the stream on the 4th down. He did. He did this, Barry. He did this little move. 1st and 10. Ball's knocked away there, trying to hit Colby Parkinson quickly. Seahawks run a little bit of up tempo there. But no, he did this. He did this, Barry. He hiked it and he was trying to keep himself slippery. That's the slippery quarterback keeper technique is what that is. It's they call it the salmon stream technique. That's what they call it. Salmon upstream technique, technically, if you want to just do the full nomenclature, but you got to keep the ball here, and it's a wiggling action. Geno in shotgun here, 2nd and 10, empty formation, dropping back to pass. Looking to hit DK on an out route, does hit DK there. TK tries to make a little bit of something happen after the catch. Not much there to had, but does pick up a couple of yard gain on the play. So bring up a 3rd and 5. Thank you, Barry. The $10 donation. I love that metaphor. And it's on point. All right, Geno in shotgun, 3rd and 5. He's got 3 wide, 1 tight end. Jets showing a double A gap blitz. They drop out of it at the snap. It's going up top to DK. Just a little bit floated out. A little bit too high for DK there by Gino. Good job on his part, at least putting it in the one spot that DK can go up and get it. But a little bit outside of the outstretched arms of DK. And DK's got an incredible catch radius, but that was a little bit past where even he could maybe bring that in. Gino pulls that down just a hair there, and Gino knows that if I bring that down just by about I bring that down by about 4 inches, that's going to be a touchdown. All right, Jason Myers out now to try and attempt the 31-yard field goal attempt. The kick is up. The kick is good. The Seahawks go up 20-6 now. And Carroll still just letting the refs hear about something over there. Carroll fired up today. He's got his blood up. We got Flag, your Lily espresso roast. Espresso's awesome, man. I love me my espresso. Warrior Go Hawks, I agree. Waldron's calling a great game. Great game. And the Vikings are down 27-3, so they did us no favors today. No sculling today, folks. No sculling today. Randy says, I tried one of those ice brew coffee pots. Does taste good. It's easy too. Filled the night before. Less acidy. Oh, I might have to try that then. I do like the warmth of the coffee, especially when you live out here in Spokane where it's butt cold in the morning. Having that warm coffee, I do like that. Ryan, coffee is the gasoline of life. Yeah, Devontae Adams is nasty. Jay Porter says, Kenneth Walker joins Kurt Warner and Joey Galloway as the only rookies to reach 1,000 yards from scrimmage. Well, great little item there. And yeah, how about Kenneth Walker crossing 1,000 yards today? 1,000 yards from scrimmage, Herbicide. So I think you factor in catching the ball too. Not just it's from scrimmage. I love Walker's running style too, Space. He's going to be one of the better running backs in this league going forward. I don't know if he'll ever ascend to like top 3 type state place of things, but as a guy that's one of the best backs in the league, yeah. Mark Orbicorn, thank you for mentioning this. If you do like what you're listening to, we got almost 400 people here in the chat. So do me a favor if you could for me, hit that like button. I know it's a small little thing, but please do smack on that like button if you could. And if you're not subscribed to the channel, please do get subscribed to the channel. I would really appreciate it. We're on the road here to 11,000 subscribers. So you'll be helping me on my way to getting that. I believe we did have a couple of new people here that did subscribe a little early on that I missed. Did I miss somebody early on? I thought I did maybe. Oh, maybe we're good. Man, we have a lot of donations today. Thank you so much, folks. West TV, thank you for subscribing to the channel. Nancy Mordhorst, thank you as well for subscribing to the channel. You're very kind for doing so. Got Jamal Adams in the house. They're showing a little shot of him on the television right now. Get well, Jamal. Get well. Pete is working the officials, Sean. He's working the officials like he usually works the gum. Mr. Cliff Whitson Productions, have you tried Death Wish coffee? Super smooth and highly caffeinated. Okay. If the name would at first probably scare me off. Because I'm like, it's one of the well, we told you there's arsenic in it. We called it Death Wish. What else did you want us to tell you? 1st and 10 here. White drops back to throw. Ooh, Tanner Muse in coverage. Tanner Muse taking over for Jordan Brooks. And in coverage, gets a tipped pass. Has Jordan Brooks gotten one of those this year? He's just feeling the quarterback's eyes, moving in space, and tipping it away. Seahawks have made it very tough on Mike White and throwing the ball today. Jets have had a little bit of luck with the running the ball, but when it comes to passing, it's been a bit of a different tale here White back and shotgun, 2nd and 10 from the 25-yard line. He's looking. Again, he's got Wilson wide open on an out route, and Mike White just completely overthrows him. I wonder with White, he's got the rib thing that he's coming back for here. I do wonder a little bit if maybe he's knocking some rust off here, but if maybe that rib thing is still bothering him just a little bit. I'd expect that they probably gave him the old Toradol shot before the game, but that was a really poor throw there. That was way off the target for a guy that was pretty much wide open. White back in shotgun here on 3rd and 10. Seahawks bringing a 4-man front. Taylor working his way in, causing some pressure, makes him scramble out, and the ball's thrown out to the flat. Bad throw there. White know where to go, and that will bring up 4th down. Good job by the defense. I like Darrell Taylor's counter there. He's attacked in this game and won twice by really pressing the edge and really rounding that arc sharply. So now he's got the tackles a little bit worried about that arc edge. What does he do? Comes back inside there with his counter, I think, on a little spin move there, and he was able to actually get a little bit of free space to then make Mike White a little uncomfortable, forcing White to then throw the incomplete pass. But nice job by Taylor. Then that's what you like to see of the pass rushers. Like, not just go one trick pony style, but actually be able to counter up as you start to feel the linemen start to overplay their hand a little bit there post snap, especially on that play on 3rd down where the lineman's thinking 3rd and 10. I'm going to need to get wide. I got to hold on here. The quarterback let these long developing routes get down the football field. That ball might have been blocked by the Seahawks there. Gets off just off the foot of Mann, the punter for the Jets. It looked like they got back there and got a hand on it, though. That ball fluttered and didn't go far, so great job by the Seahawks special teams unit. It did look like it's Crawford. How about Crawford, the kid coming in and getting it done? Seattle special teams unit today showing why they are one of the special, if not the best special teams unit in all of football. They're showing you all the way around. You've had a good kick return. Your kicker has made both of his kicks. Dixon has been on it on his punts. And now you have a block punt in this football game. Very, very nicely done. Jack Strait, you've answered my call to the wild. I said I need some more subscribers here today. Let's get some more people bumped up. You joined and are part of now the Hawks Nest. I appreciate you on that, Jack. Thank you so, so very much. You're awesome. Chrono says, I bet it is B in regards to White. I feel he's wincing at the end of each throw. Yeah, he's not this inaccurate as a thrower either. He's not necessarily a precise, hyper-accurate guy, but there's been 3 throws in this game to wide open receivers that have just been off. And it does feel like that's the thing that you always hear about. I've never broken a rib or played through a broken rib or anything, but the thing that you do hear about players that have gone through that is it's one of those impossibilities to try to overcome in the respect of you just push it to the back of your mind and you don't think about it. Every breath, every side movement you make, it's going to catch and hit. And it's that thing where it catches like a back injury and hits where if you ever have a back injury and it's hurting and just you make a movement, don't do that. Don't do that. Back says no. So it's sometimes even if you have a real tough will and a mindset to overcome the pain, it can be hard. Though again, I would have thought they would have given him a little shot up in the right up in the old cage there to get a little numbed up for this game. Seattle Seahawks Super Bowl champions 2025 says, what happened to Brooks? It looks like he's got a torn ACL. He was carted off the football field. Now, was that a weird punt formation? I wasn't paying attention to the formation. Did they rock out a weird formation there? Oh, they did kind of have a weird formation. They were all in like a real tight alignment. And then they just let Crawford have a free run at the punter. Yeah, the punter's like, what the hell? You left the front and the back door open. What are we doing here? That's one of those ones where what are you doing? That's going to get a special teams coach fired. 1st and 10, Gino drops back to throw, hits Colby Parkinson on 1st down. Nice little catch by Colby, who's having a really solid game today. That'll be a good 8 or 9 yard gain on the play. Second and 1. Geno now 11-17, 142 yards and 2 touchdowns on the game. Second and 1. Give is up into Kenneth Walker. Good job by the Jets defense, taking him right down to the ground there with just a 1-yard gain. Nice tackle. Third down and 1. Geno the give to Kenneth Walker on 3rd and 1 and nowhere to go. Very conservative play calling there by the Hawks there on back-to-back down, just trying to get that first, and they don't get it. This will bring up 4th down. Did the Hawks go for it here? Risk giving the Jets some good field position, try to drive them back. A lot of runs right over Stone Forsythe's side in this game, oddly enough, and yeah, just nobody holding up there on that one. They had both Forsythe and Curhan there on that right side there, and just no holes. 4:05 to go here in the third quarter. Seahawks are going to bring out the punt unit. This is one where you can kind of understand Carroll going this route with it. I know there's a lot of you probably wanting to see them go for the 4th down here, but it looks like that's going to be, yeah, they're going to delay a game penalty call, but that's okay. They wanted to. But you're up by 2 touchdowns. The defense is playing pretty good football this game. White's not playing phenomenally from the quarterback position. You know, as this game starts to wind down further and further, you've got to feel like they can still lean on the run a little bit here, can the Jets, but that's going to start to be an eliminated element here as you can wind out more of this clock. So I do support a little bit of Carroll going for the punt here on this situation. And you know, I didn't like those 2 play calls, just runs back to back, hammering into the middle there by Waldron, but this is understandable here. Play the field position game, see if you can get inside the 10-5-yard line again here with Dixon. Special teams unit's been great for you this year so far. And there we go on a bounce. And Dixon will get this down about the 12-13-yard line. So long field for the Jets. Make them work for it. William Leonard with a $2 donation. Thank you, William Leonard. Says, what football YouTube's podcast do you consume? I don't do a ton of consuming on that stuff. And when I do tend to be kind of random with them, William, where I'll just kind of do searches on YouTube for stuff and pick through things. I like the Move the Sticks podcast. I like a lot of the stuff PFF will sometimes do and the stuff they talk about. There's certain guys on there that'll grate me weirdly on it I don't like, but when they do get into talking about especially some of the draft stuff, I think PFF is really on it with a lot of that and what they do. I'm very randomized. I don't have sort of tried and true ones that I go to from a podcast standpoint of things as much. But it's not for lack of there being some good ones out there. It's just for lack of lack of time to do it. So it's hard to always have the it's usually something else I've always got going kind of in the background to some degree or another. But I'm trying to think. There's a couple others I'm forgetting off the top of my head, William. So let me think about it. There's a few that I'm definitely missing that I'm not covering at this moment that I know that I also watch and check them out. Especially during the season, there's not a ton that I go to. It's more off season when we get to draft coverage, free agency coverage, that kind of stuff that I get more into it. And I'm missing a couple that I listen to, and I'm forgetting what the name is off the top of my head right now. I don't know why. He says broken, fractured ribs are insane. You can't move in any way without feeling it. Have done several times, and breathing is very painful. Yeah, it's got to be tough. And you know he's come back a little fast because Wilson's been a complete train wreck, and they know they can't trust Strevler, and they're trying to still get in the playoffs at this point. So he's probably trying to be a bit of a good soldier here. There's no way to play with ribs unless you're loaded up with Toradol. Exactly. Jeffrey Thistle with another $5 donation. Thank you, Jeffrey, for the double donos. Says, wish the Jets had a DK-esque wide receiver for our Rook of the Year candidate to cover. I think the national news will look at this and say DK shutdown sauce wins. You know, they had that. You're right, Jeffrey. They probably had that almost preloaded for this type of game. And they are certainly going to probably say that when it's all said and done in this particular contest. And I don't think he's shut DK down. I just think that at times Geno hasn't targeted DK as much. They showed one overhead shot where he was open, you know. 1st and 10 here for Mike White and crew. And boy, the Seahawks were all over it. Uchenna Nwosu, who is playing himself a whale of a game, is in the backfield for a tackle for loss. Jonathan Abram was also there as his backup to help him out if things went a little bit awry and he wasn't able to get the job done. But Uchenna just steps right inside of Fant there. I love seeing Seattle bringing the strong safety Abram right down into the box. That's the benefit he brings. He'll struggle a little in coverage, but he can come up and be a good defender up there down by the box. A 4-yard loss there for the Jets on a running play. Wide back and shotgun, 2:57 to go in the third quarter. Seahawks showing a blitz from Cody Barton. Looks like he's going to drop out of it. A little bit of pressure. Oh boy, Seahawks playing fast. Tanner Muse with some pressure on the quarterback there of White. Incomplete pass. Boy, Mafe back there too as well. Nice job by Diggs to take away Wilson on the undercutting route there. And another throw by Mike White there where he's under some duress, so it's hard to get the ball out as accurately, but another throw that's just not accurately placed by White. 3rd down and 14. Wide and shotgun. It's going to need an empty look here for the Jets. White going through his reads, hits his check down. This is going to be far short of the first down, only about a 6 or 7 yard gain there for Mike White. And that will bring up 4th down, and the Jets are going to have to punt. So the Seahawks defense continues to play really well in this game. They have just gotten better and better and better as this game has wore along. They've cut down the running game and stopped that up, and then they've also continued to keep Mike White under control in the passing game. Certainly has not been accurate, but let's also give our Seahawks credit here. You know, for instance, they showed the play there where you've got Jackson covering, Garrett Wilson. Wilson somewhat looks like he breaks open underneath. They bring Diggs underneath there. Diggs isn't running cover 2 there. He isn't covering cover 3. He's running more of a robber roll route there where he's underneath there, taking that route away from Wilson. I love that look coverage-wise from the Seahawks. That was a beautiful thing to see. Here's the punt now. Stride back, DJ Dallas far is a deep punt. 25-yard line. DJ Dallas doing a lot of dancing. Manages to finally get himself upfield a little bit there, which will take him up to about the 32, 33-yard line where our Hawks offense will take over with 1:45 to go here in the third quarter. But yeah, Jeffrey, it's going to get cringy. We're going to have to hear about the DK got the clamps put on him. How's the sauce, DK? How's the sauce taste, DK? Like, shut up. I'm with you. It's going to be annoying hearing that this week. Hopefully DK can sun him at least once or twice in this game. Hawk Blogger does good stuff, for sure. I know Stan does some good stuff over on his end. Matthew Berry. Yeah, Matt Berry's on. There was another one that I do that's went on, I think, Sirius. I forget the name of it, too. I'm forgetting. All right, Geno under center here. 1st and 10. Play action pass. It's Colby Parkinson out in the flat. Parkinson with a nice little 5-6 yard gain. Seahawks remaining a little aggressive here. I like to see that, don't we? We like to see that. .122 clock continues to roll here in the third quarter. Geno now 12 of 18, 146 yards and 2 touchdowns. Playing a good, solid football game here. 2nd down and 6. Jets showing a corner blitz. Drop out of it. Give is into DJ Dallas. Dallas with bounces off tackles. Nice job by DJ Dallas running hard. Got hit after about a 2-3 yard part of that run. Bounced off of the tackle and then fell forward for about another 4 yards to get the first down. Strong run there by DJ. And that's off of Mosley there. DK Metcalf is giving Sauce a little bit of the business as a blocker. Get him, DK. Get him, DK. First and 10. 32 seconds to go in the third quarter. Geno in center with a three-man backfield look. Play action pass. Geno looking. Oh, overthrew Colby Parkinson, and Sauce Gardner almost had an interception. It was over the top. He wasn't really covering Parkinson, just a poorly thrown ball there by Geno, trying to fit it in between two Jets defenders there, and just the ball sailed on him a little bit as he was rolling out. And he's got to put this over first DJ Reed. And Parkinson's got some reach to him, but not that kind of reach. Second and 10. Geno back in shotgun. Wow, Seattle doing a lot of throwing here. Hits it up into DJ Dallas. He will be very close to another first down. See if they give it to him here. And that looks like they're going to let this clock wind, of course. It will be 3rd and 1, so they're just going to have him just short there. But a very nice little drive here for the Seahawks going. And they do eat a lot of time on that clock there in that third quarter. Time of possession will be a factor here. We've seen this work its way into our Hawks team, right? So it's fairly evened up right now. 24 minutes towards the Hawks, 20 minutes towards the Jets. But good on them here to start to really maybe eat a little bit more of this clock. I'll protect this defense down the home stretch. And boy, Jeffrey Thistle, if Sauce had made that interception, we would have really been hearing about that DK talk. Brian Kennicott with the $5 donation. Thank you, Brian, and thank you for your support of the channel as a member as well. I really do appreciate it. It says, assuming Houston takes Bryce Young, and I do hope so, if Seattle picks 3rd, I'd want Stroud. We won't pick top 5 again. Must get Stroud and build around him. I think it's an intelligent thought on your part, Brian. I certainly have a way that I kind of lean with this that I favor. And I do favor towards going necessarily another direction with it. But if we took CJ Stroud and that's who Seahawks land with on the 3rd pick, I'm going to be very excited by him. I think that he has earned the right to be looked at as a quarterback taken in the top 5. I don't think that he's being overdrafted there because of the need of the position in the sport, as sometimes does happen. This isn't going to be a situation like a Mitch Trubisky type guy. He's going to be a good player. I think the Hawks have got to build in with having a little bit of patience with him, Brian, because he is such a young guy. But if they have that patience with him, that's a pick that could bear a lot of fruits into the future. And if you get your quarterback and you get your quarterback set really early on for that future period, that can be very helpful, and not having to worry about that for a 5, 10, 15-year period. So I'm okay if they do go that route with it. I do wonder too, though, with this, Brian, if not, maybe that CJ's done enough at this point to become the number 2 pick in this draft. Yes, the Bears are sitting there at the number 2 selection. I've heard from some Bear fans that commented on my video about how no, it's going to be Jalen Carter. They need their 3 tech in this defense to make this work, to make it all go. But the Bears also need a lot of help in a lot of different places. And if there's a team that falls in love with CJ Stroud and wants to trade up to that number 2 pick, they may give them a bountiful amount of draft picks to go up there and get him. And then Stroud's just completely off the board at number 2. I honestly think, Brian, that's kind of the most likely scenario as to what's going to probably happen here as we go towards this draft. But again, if we end up with CJ Stroud, Brian, my team will have my full support on taking that pick, and it's completely an understandable pick to make, especially for the reasons that you mentioned. You're not going to be picking this high probably anytime in the future, and so you want to get while the getting is good. All right, Geno back under center here on 3rd and 1. DJ Dallas in the backfield, not Kenneth Walker on this play. Geno's going to drop back to throw. Hits Colby Parkinson in the flat for a first down. There we go. Be a little more aggressive. We saw some conservative nature to them on the last drive. 2nd and 1, run. 3rd and 1, run. Not getting anywhere with it. And this one, you come back out with a pass, not even play action. Just hit Colby Parkinson in the flat. Nice completion. First down. Well done. Well done. Hopefully Kenneth Walker's okay. A little bit of DJ Dallas being worked in here now. Colby Parkinson with his 5th catch for 36 yards. Filling in for Will Disley. Nicely. 1st and 10. Seahawks on the Jets side of the football field. Give us into DJ Dallas. Dallas with a little bit of room to work. Dallas still on his feet, fighting hard. Dallas writhing through tacklers. Keeping the feet moving, spinning around. Dragging forward for a good 15-yard gain there by DJ Dallas. Great cut initially, fights through the tackle of Sauce Gardner. Easily fights through the weak-ass attempt by Sauce Gardner. That's some watered-down Sauce. DJ with another carry here on 1st and 10. Be a gain of about 3 or 4 yards right up the middle. Clock does continue to wind. John Morris, I agree. The Jets D's probably started to get pretty close to getting gassed here. You know, they've been on this field now a lot of the recent time period here. And Seattle is just grinding on some of these drives, which is beautiful to see. Staying with that running game. Gino drops back to throw out a shotgun here. He's going to go for the end zone now. He's looking and tries to hit Fant. Can't quite get it to him. Attacking Gardner on the play. Gardner in pretty good coverage overall. Definitely a lot of grabbing and holding. You can kind of see right there with Gardner. This is the place where I don't get why he gets away with this all the time, where it's just, you know, he's initiating that contact all the way up the football field, and he just gets away with it. It's not egregious there, but like, look, he's got his right arm up on his shoulder, and he's pressing like this before the ball comes in and not looking back for the ball. And Gino's looking for a PI. But that's what he gets. He's like gotten this superstar benefit, I guess. That's sort of kind of odd to see at times as to how he get it. And Gino again looking for a PI there where he felt like his player was pushed. DJ Dallas that he was trying to get to, and this will bring up 4th down. And the refs are letting him play. This better be on the other side of the football. We see the same thing, right? You're going to let him get grabby on one side, then you better let him get grabby on the other side. I don't want to see any weird ass defensive holding calls at that point to the other side now suddenly, because they are letting those Jets defenders maul. Phil Haynes is down for the Seahawks here on the field. EMP, yeah, I guess PI doesn't exist. And Carroll is again lobbying the officials over on the sideline. The second one on Dallas was maybe a little bit more closer to the line, but the one with Sauce, ball's coming in and you've got your hand initiating up onto the shoulder of the receiver. You're not looking back for the ball. You're not allowed to do that. You're past the 5-yard line of scrimmage. You've initiated the contact. You're not allowed to do that. That's should be straightforward pass interference at that point. But you know, I've watched Sauce all year long get away with that, and he just gets that benefit of the doubt. I don't know if it's because he's in New York or top 5 pick or whatever, but yeah, he's getting the benefit on that one. 1 second, folks. I'll be right back. What's up, Mom? Mom in the house? Hey. Hi, Mom. I got to give you a call here. I've been meaning to give you a ring. Jamie Howlett, aloha from Maui. Aloha to you too, Jamie. Thank you so much. Good to see you, Jamie. Hope you're doing well out there in Maui. All right, Myers with the kick here. 41-yard attempt is up and slides just to the left of the upright there. Only the second miss on the season for Myers, and that's a big miss. That would have pushed Seattle up to 17-point lead, 3-possession lead. That would be very tough to come back from. You see in the chat, Jamie. Let Lindsay know I said what's up. Rajo, Myers point shaving or what? He just pushed it to the side. Brian Kennecott, thank you, Brandon, for the great response. CJ, Will, or Carter, any will be a great Seahawk. Beautifully put, brother. And that's where I really do stand on that. It isn't me just trying to, you know me with Brian. I'm not a guy that sits on the fence, but when I've got 5-6 options I legitimately like, love, and encouraged by, then I am. Pitch play out here to the running back on first down for the Jets as they take over from about the 30-yard line. Does step out of bounds after about only 3-yard gain. $102.3, you're not going to win on that battle on Megan. I've tried, man. I'll eventually wear her down on the Anderson thing. I'll eventually get her to my side. But she can be stubborn. And she's got a player she likes. And I don't mind that. I'm that way too. 2nd and 7. 12:32 to go here in the fourth quarter. 20-6 Seahawks. Mike White under center here. 3 wide receiver look. Play action pass. He's looking to take a shot. Comes back underneath and ball is dropped by Jonathan Abram. Right in his hands for the INT, but as they say, that is why he plays defensive back. You know, good job on his part, though. He jumped that route. So a guy that I was talking about earlier does sometimes struggle in coverage. Did jump the route there, showing active eyes, watching the quarterback. Gets turned around a little bit and then comes underneath. Ooh, I like that too. That's one of those ones where a flood zone concept kind of route structure by the Jets could run Abram out of the route if he just bites on the first guy going through his zone, but he actually came back to the underneath receiver secondary coming through his zone. White dropping back on 3rd and 7, comes underneath here, makes the catch and quickly tackled by Tariq Woolen after only about a 3 or 4 yard gain is Wilson, and that will bring up 4th down. And a very interesting call here for the New York Jets with 4th and 2. Woolen just covering Wilson on a little drag route underneath, and he's right on top of him to tackle him as soon as he makes that catch. Very nicely done by Tariq Woolen. 4th and 2, the Jets are going to let it ride. Jets are going to, they're going to punt. Okay. But they were looking like they were showing up there. So, okay, we get a punt here from the Jets. Careful of the fake here, Seahawks. Punt will send back DJ Dallas to the 15. He's going to take it. Get out of the block first. Looked a little weird there by DJ Dallas, but good punt by the Jets punter. Drives him back all the way to the 15-yard line here. Seahawks will have a long field to deal with here now as they take over with 11:19 to go. Brian Brees is a possibility, 10-23. He's a tough evaluation because he might either go and be picked very high in the draft based on what he did, basically a year ago, or teams might hold him more to account of what he is right now and has been this year, in which case he's going to go lower than he would otherwise. So he's a little bit of a tough evaluation right now. The testing numbers this offseason are going to impact that situation mightily. Thank you, Mark, for mentioning that. Well over 400 people here in the chat. Do me a favor and please hit that like button if you could for me. I would really appreciate it. Geno Smith under center here, 2 tight end look. The give is going to be to Kenneth Walker. Walker quickly wrapped up in the backfield there for no gain. Thomas was all over that for the Jets. $11:02 to go here in the fourth quarter. Walker comes out wide now. Empty formation look by Geno. Throws it back inside and hits Noah Fant inside. Fant with a nice catch there, kind of having to fall down and away as he's making the catch. Geno trying to make sure the ball's angled away from any kind of closing defenders there, which then made it a little bit of a tougher catch for Fant. Able to reel that ball in. 1st and 10. Geno, again, empty formation look here on 1st and 10. Going through his reads. Looking, scramble, Geno. Just take it, get down. Beautiful job there. Nicely done. About a 2-yard gain there for Geno Smith, but good decision-making on his part. He's been very smart with the ball today. Very smart with the ball, Geno Smith. I'll give him 3 yards, I guess. So 2nd and 7. And even more importantly, the clock does continue to roll. Geno back under center. 2nd and 7. Play action pass. Spins out of it. Oh, Geno almost threw an interception right to Mosley. What a strange play there by Geno after that. A great job of spinning out of the sack, but then a poor job of then turning around and throwing the ball right at the defender there. Don't know what he saw exactly. Just trying to kind of, I guess, throw that ball away. Whew. 3rd down and 7. Both offenses have slowed down a little bit considerably here into the second half a bit from what we saw in that first half. Jets showing a blitz look. They've got press across the board. Geno going deep, up over the top for DK. And boy, DK had it there. Great throw by Geno Smith up over the top on the 9 route. DK is open, and he's got the ball in his hands, and that's where people knock DK at times for not catching. You got to catch that ball, kid. I think DK was anticipating he was going to get lit up by the safety, and he started anticipating, I think, a little bit of that safety coming rather than just trust his quarterback there where he's putting the ball. You got to make that catch, man. That's where people's criticism on DK at times where that shows up. Like that's what you do is you run 9 routes. That's one of your best benefits to do. You got to open. You got to make that grab. Bit of a short punt here by Dixon. I think it got a little bit off the side of his foot. AM Licat, thank you for subscribing. Thank you. Welcome aboard the Hawks Nest. I appreciate you. Michael Crowers, Lockett has been playing today, but I think they have been kind of limiting his snaps. And yeah, DK's got to catch that. That ball hits you when you were hit right here in your stomach, and you've got 2 hands on the ball. And as a receiver in the NFL, you have to catch that. There's no excuses on the safety was closing. Well, nobody was putting a hand in his face. Nobody was knocking the ball away or changing the trajectory of the ball at the last minute. He's just got to catch those flat out, and he would tell you that. Megan says, if you think I'm being stubborn on Carter, you ain't seen nothing yet, my friend, Hawks Nest. No, I know. And I'm stubborn too. The Chargers are absolutely demolishing the Los Angeles Rams. The Green Bay Packers have taken care of Minnesota. That game is done, and there's still a whole fourth quarter to go. The Niners are tied up with Vegas right now, 24-24. Interestingly enough. Defense has played really good football here this second half. And they've been impressive. Looked like early on in this game there was going to be some of those big holes in this defense like there's been lately, but they've really, really locked things down nicely. Taking care of business against this Jets offense. So we got fourth quarter. Mike White in shotgun, 4 wide receiver look here. Play action pass. Looks down the field. That's picked off. That ball's picked off by Michael Jackson. Taking it up the football field. He breaks a tackle through one man, spins back through. We've got a fumble. Tariq Woolen picks up the fumble, and then he's dragged to the ground. But how about Michael Jackson coming in, moonwalking his way for a little bit of an interception there. Nice job by Mike. I think that's his first of the year. Beautifully done. Beautifully done. How about that? Let's go. Let's go. Jackson lined up outside here on this play. Nice job. That's completely great recognition on his part. He actually is on it. He points out to the cornerback Abram on what he needs to do on that route because it's a handoff route. His outside guy is handed off to the inside slot guy, which is Abram there, and then he's got to pick up the slot guy to the outside. So a very good job by Jackson to recognize that on that play. That's not just merely him just being sticky in coverage, kind of reading the route concepts there and then watching the quarterback's eyes. Seahawks will take over here at the 24-yard line of the Jets. Quick pitch play out here to Kenneth Walker. He's going to work out in space here a little bit and get himself a gain of about 3 or 4 yards. Let's go. Let's go. Michael Jackson. How about that? Smooth criminal. Shamo. Shamo. All right, 2nd and 7. Clock continues to wind. Gino back up under center here. A little bit of an I formation work with Tariq Young. We've seen this already, and it's worked out well so far. Another pitch play outside. Tariq sets the block on the linebacker. Oh, Tariq Young, we got ourselves a fullback here. We got ourselves a future fullback there from Tariq Young. Come on. Nice little kick out block there. Just did a good job of the safety there rallying up to make the play on Kenneth Walker. So it's 3rd and 4, but kick out block on a receiver on a linebacker. You love the effort there from Tariq. Gino dropping back to pass on 3rd and 4. Whips the ball up fast, right up into Laquan Treadwell there as he's moving up into the pocket, and he's going to get a first down. Treadwell makes the catch. Good job by Gino to find Treadwell late there. Pressure was closing in around him on the pocket. And Treadwell with another good catch in this game. He's had a couple grabs, important grabs in this game. 1st and 10, Gino back in center, back in shotgun. The give is to Kenneth Walker out of kind of a read option look. He'll gain about 1 yard or 2 there on the play. No real holes to be had there. I think Tariq has found his role in the team, Kronos. I love it, man. If they can work him in as a fullback with that kind of skill set he brings, you can do a lot of unique things with that. 2nd down and 9. Gino in shotgun again. What the hell was that? Gino had a fumble where he threw the ball at the ground. I guess they're calling it a fumble. I don't know. I guess the ball slipped out of his hand or he tried to pull it back maybe. Yeah, he's trying to pull it back. Oh, goodness. That was ugly. Oh, no. Okay. So Kenneth Walker hit his arm, hit the ball. Kenneth Walker stepping up in pass protection and hits Gino's elbow as he's drawing back. And so the ball goes down. Yeah, that's not just Gino. That's just, it probably threw Gino off when he felt his elbow get knocked. So this is going to be 3rd and forever here. Wouldn't be surprised if Seattle, they're just going to call a timeout, let the clock wind down to 6:25. I wouldn't be the least bit surprised if you just end up doing a delay draw here to Kenneth Walker, get the clock down to 5:45, something like that, 5:40, try to get the field goal, turn it into a 3-score game and call it a day on that. This is going to be 3rd in a very, very long way. Adrian XA with a $2 donation. Thank you, Adrian X. I really do appreciate it. Says, wow, Vikings hope everyone out, and let's go Lions. Vikings hope everyone out. Let's go Lions. Oh man, my contact just went into the side of my eye. I fixed my contact at the commercial break. I think I just got a eyelash. All right, Gino under center here, 3rd and 20. Yeah, this is just going to be a handoff. The give is to Kenneth Walker. Walker bursts through, got a little bit of space to work with. He'll take this up to about the 12 or 13 yard line, but this will make this a much easier field goal. So yeah, Adrian X, the Vikings didn't help us out much this week. They certainly didn't do us any kind of favors. I got to go take my contact out here. It's like fogging up on me. Nice little run there by Kenneth Walker. He is so explosive and such a great burst when he gets through that hole. So we got a 31-yard attempt here for Jason Myers. He is 2 of 3 on the day. Big field goal here. The kick is up, and he splits it right through the middle of the upright. 23-6 Seahawks. 5:41 to go here in the fourth quarter. Things are set up nicely, so that will work. Good enough drive there by Gino and company to get home there. So we love it. Hold on one sec. I got to change this contact out. Ay. Contacts suck. Ringworm Sherm, CJ Stroud comms to Jared Goff. No. I'm sorry, Ringworm, but the answer is no. That's not no. They're nothing alike as players. So I don't see that. Stroud's got way better mobility than Jared Goff has. He's not an upwardly mobile guy, but Goff's pretty much a statue in the pocket. He throws with better anticipation than Goff. Goff likes to see things wide open. I think his ball placement and his accuracy is better than Goff. I think he's very pinpoint with his accuracy. So there's 3 major areas that there's not even close to on Goff. Go look at Goff's accuracy in college at Cal and match it up to the accuracy of CJ Stroud. It's not like Goff played in some great different era, and he played against, and look at as well as he's playing Pac-10 at that time, so I don't really see that. I don't really see that comparison to me. That doesn't feel very close to me. 1st and 10 here for Mike White. Seahawks bring a little corner blitz with Bryant. Throw White is able to hit to Corey Davis on the play for a gain of about 15. Amari Taylor, Anthony Richardson, or CJ Stroud. Love them both, man. Love them both. 1st and 10 from the Jets 40. White and shotgun, dropping back to throw. Seahawks getting some pressure there with Darrell Taylor. Taylor knocks the ball down. Taylor having maybe his best game of the year here. So that's at least, he's gotten 2 sacks and he's had 2 other pressure points in this game. Fantastic. What the hell happened to my contact? I is missing. Zach Wilson does look very douchey. He's got a very douchey face. He's got a very, very, very douchey face. All right, 2nd and 10. White drops back to throw. Hits underneath. Tanner Muse right there in coverage with a quick tackle. This will bring up 3rd down. 5:02 to go in the fourth quarter. White directing traffic here. Come on, clock. Tick, tick, tick away. 3rd down and 6. White drops back to pass. Surveys the field. Oh, another sack in there. Was that, Quentin Jefferson in there making a play in the backfield. Nice quick pressure there from Quentin Jefferson. Able to pull down the quarterback back there. Al Woods stoked over there on the sideline. What he's seeing. 4th and 14. Jefferson just fighting. Good little spin move to get off the block. Well done on his part there. I didn't know Jefferson had that spin move in his bag. All right, 4th down for the Jets. 4th and 14. White dropping back to throw. Pressure coming. He's hit as he throws. Looks like Darrell Taylor was again there along with someone else. And that will bring up 4th down. Fantastic job by this defensive front today to get pressure and consistent pressure throughout the course of this game. Jefferson was there again. It's been a big problem with his defense, but not today. Let's see here. They're going to show a replay. Yeah, it was Darrell Taylor who worked through a chip block to get in there, and then it was Jefferson on the backside. So that's what good pressure is it's a multitude of guys coming, not just one guy winning the job at that point. And Taylor balling out in this game, looking really good. Definitely his best game of the year. Definitely his best game of the year. Geno comes back out now under center. 3:56 to go here in this game. No doubt Seattle's just going to try to run this one out. Colby Parkinson goes in motion. The give is to Kenneth Walker. Not a lot of room to work with, but he's able to get about 2 or 3 yard gain. That was DJ Dallas. My bad. Adrian X, 8 with another $2 donation. Adrian X, thank you for all the donations on the channel, man. I really appreciate it. Sorry, I hope they are one and done now. Laughing out loud. Oh, being the Vikings? Yeah, they very well could be, man. You know, they've been 9-0 in like one possession games or one score games. You know, they've really been kind of riding with that defense. You know, they're riding by the seat of their pants a little bit this year in some of the success they've had. They've got a very good offense and an explosive offense, and they can put points on the board, and the Jets have called a timeout here. But that doesn't mean that makes them a good playoff team. And I think that those holes on defense especially are really going to shorten their shelf life for a potential playoff run. And that will impact it, I think, in that way, in a major way. We'll see how it bears out. But, yeah, I think the Vikings, Adrian X, are probably not long for this football world and this football season, especially much like with the Eagles. They're not exactly playing their best football at the end of the year, which is not great. Thank you, though, for all the donos. K Soon super chatted a $2 donation. Says, love 4.41 Muse. Thrilled to replace Brooks. Well, you're not alone on that. A 2nd and 9 here for Geno Smith and company. He's going to change the play, looks like, at the line of scrimmage a little bit here. Gives back to DJ Dallas again here. A little bit of room to work on this play, but gets himself about 5 yards up the middle. Muse has looked really good today. And, soon, I'm sure you're in the same boat. There was a variety of people in the chat that were saying the same thing. And you're not celebrating Jordan Brooks' injury. It's just that you feel like there's a better level of play for a linebacker, almost any linebacker to put out there other than Jordan, with some of the deficiencies and holes in his game this year. And to my eyes, Tanner Muse has played a better game in this game against the same Jets opponent than Jordan Brooks was playing before he went out. Just like Muse played better in the short period of time he was in the Niner game versus how Brooks was playing in that same game that he went out due to a neck injury at that time. So, we'll see where the PFF grades bear out on this, but I think you're right soon. And I think Muse is going to be a better rated player in this game than Brooks. He probably has like a 67 grade or something, and Brooks in this game is going to have like a 52. And that's kind of not just, it's a sample size, but that's kind of what we expect to see too with this. Quick throw out here to DJ Dallas on 3rd and 5. Love that play there, just to get DJ Dallas leaking out of the backfield for Geno Smith, and he is able to complete it. Nicely done by DJ. Landed a little bit hard on his knees there. Kind of came up a little limpy on the knees. But that will be a 1st and 10, and the clock will continue to roll. Roll, clock, roll. Thank you, Mark, for reminding me of that. Well, for people in chat, please do hit that like button if you could for me, please. And do get subbed if you're not subbed. Come on, join up on the channel. Geno with the give here to Ooga Boogie. On a 1st down give, he'll get himself about 3 or 4 yards. Nice little run there. Daddy the Best says, I don't see the Lions beating Green Bay, and I don't see the Lions beating Green Bay in Green Bay, unfortunately. It's going to be a tough one to count on, isn't it? Hard to count on that one. Amari Taylor, do I think John Schneider will like Dorian Robinson? Maybe. Not from the standpoint of taking, I think, in the third round, but fourth, fifth round, potentially. You know? I could see him liking him. I think John's going to look for a little more prototypical size, arm strength stuff from the quarterback he looks to take next, which would be the two things I'd have a little bit of a question with Dorian. Slide of build, arm strength, not the greatest. 2nd and 7, 3:08 to go. Jets have used all their timeouts in this game. Geno back under center from the Jets' 21-yard line. Quan Treadwell goes in motion. Pitch play out to DJ Dallas or Ooga Boogie. And not much to be had there. Jets did a good job of stringing that play out for a negative 1 or 2 yard gain. Ooga Boogie. I'm driving my brother crazy when I pronounce it. He's like, you got to learn his pronunciation. Like, I'll learn it next year. If he's still here next year, I'll learn it then. Michael Hubschmidt. Thank you for joining the Hawks Nest as a member of the channel. Welcome to the Hawks Nest as a Hawks Nest Pro Bowler. Keep an eye on your community post, because that's where I put a lot of the specialized content for Hawks Nest members is under that section of things. So do keep an eye on that. Just dropped an article about this draft a couple of days, yesterday, I think, 2 days ago. Another give here into Ooga Boogie Boogie. And he is able to get himself a gain of about 4 yards there on 3rd down. This will bring up 4th down, and this will take us down to the 2-minute warning. Thank you, Michael, for joining the Hawks Nest, though. Appreciate you. Appreciate the support on the channel. Ooga Boogie is running sweet, says Soon with another $2 donation. Boy, is he ever. Looking good. I love what he brings as a returner. And I think that long term, that guy's showing you enough this year, even in just the back of this year, that he could be a pretty vibrant returner for you, that he could give you that element that you don't quite have with DJ Dallas, that he's really not. DJ can do the job, but that's not really his skill set to do it. He's not got kind of the normal speed and quickness you more maybe like kind of look for out of that returner role. But Ooga Boogie can do it. He's really good. And he's got great vision as well on top of it as far as that returner goes. So I hope he's a bit of the plan in the future as we go forward. I think he's definitely helped that special teams unit. And look, he's carrying the rock pretty good too. Actually, since hindsight, the Raiders game was the one that effed us. Yeah. Kind of just going cold on the back of the schedule. I mean, that's as much as anything. I think from Tampa Bay game onward, Tampa Bay, to me, it's Tampa Bay, Carolina, and Raiders. And those are all games that you should really, of those 3 games, you should come out of 2 of those with wins. And you lost all 3 of them. There's other games. I think there was a variety of games on this one you look at and go, okay, especially some of these games that are at home, like the Panthers game, like the Raiders game. You go, okay, you got to win that one. That's one you should win. But those definitely upended us. Amari Taylor says, do you think we need to trade up for Anthony Richardson? I don't think we have to trade up for him. I mean, maybe that first round pick, you might have to do it at that point. But I don't think, not with your first round pick. Not with that first pick overall. Bit Ringworm Sherm, Bleacher Report, Sports Illustrated, Walter Football all have CJ Stroud player comparisons to Jared Goff, but I digress. Well, I guess if they're going to mention that they have the comparison, I'm open to, okay, sign me up on it. I mean, kind of walk me through and explain it with the Ringworm. You know, I mean, I mentioned kind of 3 specific things that don't match up at all between those 2 players. Jared Goff cannot move at all. He doesn't move in the pocket. He's not going to scramble. There were 3 or 4 scrambles in that game last night that you saw from just last night's game alone with Georgia that are not in the capability of Jared Goff's game. So, okay, he doesn't have any of the mobility or movement in the pocket of Goff. Okay. Their throwing motions are nothing like each other. Goff's got a way bigger motion up over the top, whereas Stroud's motion is very quick and compact. Goff in college, accuracy was not great. It's not necessarily been amazing at the pro level either. I'm okay. If somebody wants to make a comparison, you can make a comparison. I can make any player and I can say any name to any player and just blanketly make it. But that doesn't make it true, right? You got to back up your comparison. So if you're going to say, I think this guy's like this guy, how is he like that guy? In what ways is he like that guy? In what ways is CJ Stroud like Jared Goff? Way better college protection, way more refined as a college player, better skill set across the board. I kind of don't get, that's the thing, is I just don't understand it. I'm trying to see where's the mirror of these two that people are seeing with it. And just because there's a lot of people saying it doesn't make it true. All right, so yeah, I don't see the when I look at the accuracy. I'm reading your comment on that. Let me get to Ringworm Sherm. I'm reading your comment on that. Goff accuracy wise in college, 60%, 62%, 64%. CJ Stroud 72% last year, 66%. It's a marginal uptick as far as a percentage goes, but he's more accurate as a passer. And that ball is almost picked off by Tariq Woolen, who let a ball go right through his hands there. Had his opportunity right there to lead the league in the interceptions there. White threw it right to him. So it's, when I got a quarterback with Goff that's in kind of the low 60% accuracy rate coming out of college, I don't know if I would say that it was his accuracy that then helped him get drafted. To me, I thought it was Goff's big arm as much as anything, Ringworm, that got him drafted. He had prototypical size for the position, and then he had a really big, strong arm that got people enticed. But I don't think there was his accuracy on it. And again, this doesn't match up. Goff never got close in his college career to a 72% season like CJ Stroud did last year. CJ Stroud's year this year was better than any of the years of Goff as far as completion percentage in college as well. Now, I would say CJ's had more maybe to work with, which may be a counter argument to it, but to me, Goff's greatest skill set is not necessarily the first thing I think of with Goff if I think about what he brings from a plus standpoint, is saying, well, Goff's first main attribute is his accuracy. Relatively accurate. But with Stroud, I would say accuracy is like one of his number one real quotients. Seahawks are just bringing a ton of pressure on Mike White, who looks like he's in a lot of pain and not having a great day. Michael Hubschmidt says, thanks, good job. Guys, I'm in LA, so no TV coverage. Enjoyed the show. Thank you, Michael. Well, I do these every time, every game of the season. So I know I get to be able to maybe do this for some folks who don't get the TV on the coverage on where they're at and they're located. Mike White and shotgun here, 2nd and 10. He's going to look around and find somebody. Ooh, hard hit there by the safety, but that will be a first down to Corey Davis with 55 seconds. Teased Tabor in the game. Laid a nice little stick there. White dropping back to throw. Miles Adams getting some pressure, and he'll throw that into the ground. Yeah, Tariq almost had himself a pick. It was right in his hands. He was right there to take it, just couldn't bring it in. All right, 2nd and 10. And they were able to complete this to Abram for drags him down, does get a first down. The clock does continue to roll here. It would have been a tough pick, but it would have been a good good pick if he could pull it off there. White dropping back to throw, 14 seconds left here. He completes it on an out route for about 12 seconds. 15-yard gain there out to Davis again. Simple 1970 says the Chargers do have something to play for next week. Can be the 5th seed with a win. Could help that Broncos pick. I hope they do. I hope they are trying to play for it and they are trying to get that win. Certainly they're rolling today. I mean, they are right on top of things. So, God, we need them to just finish this off with the Broncos, get us in that final spot pick. All the hard work is done. One last game. 12 seconds to go here. Mike White drops back in shotgun. He's looking deep down the field. He's going to try to hit this one deep. Oh, he goes after Tariq Woolen, who was ready in there for the interception, but it was so vastly underthrown by Mike White that Tariq couldn't slow down to make the catch. 6 seconds to go here. If you're the Jets here, why don't you just take a knee? There's like nothing good that can really happen here. You score a touchdown, a big whoop. Strange on their part a little bit. All right, last play of the game most likely here with 6 seconds to go. 2nd and 10 from the 29-yard line. White in shotgun. Like they're going to run a little bit of a Hail Mary look here just for the hell of it, I guess. He rolls out. He is sacked and pulled to the ground as he tries to roll out and free, and Darrell Taylor got him again. DT got him again. Big Puna Ford picks the ball up, and he's running down the sideline. Is that a touchdown? No, they're going to call that I guess they're going to call him down on the play. Darrell Taylor having the game of the year for him this game. Drags him down. Great job by Darrell Taylor. 3rd sack of the game, I believe, for Darrell Taylor. And that will eliminate the New York Jets from playoff contention while your Seahawks will remain alive. Why do I have CJ Stroud's name up over the top? There we go. There we go. So our Seahawks are able to take this one home today. A very nice win on a New York Jets team that's an underrated team. I do agree with like was said in the chat here a little bit, which is that indeed this New York team is on the offensive line not their full strength, right? You had them coming into this year, Micah Becton at left tackle. I think they were going to try to potentially, I think even maybe have Dwayne Brown or Fant over there at right tackle. Then they had Elijah Vera Tucker at left guard. They're down, essentially they've had to kind of move a lot of parts around. So I do think some of the pressure today is a little bit of a misnomer. It's not going to be exactly what we're going to see going forward. Nonetheless, it's fantastic to see a defense able to bring the pressure like they were able to bring in this game. Considering we've had so much of a hard time with it throughout the course of this year. Darrell Taylor with 2.5 sacks in this game. Quentin Jefferson with a sack and a half. 10 quarterback hits on 46 dropbacks by by Mike White. God, you got Jared Goff on my mind now, man. So just beautiful to see on our part. Well done on the defense, man. They really locked it in. Early on, that Jets team was really able to get some running game going, and then they were able to just kind of hem things up there as it went along, shut down the passing game, really try to put this on Mike White's arm to beat you, and his arm wasn't going to be able to beat you. I don't even know if he's at full health good enough to beat you, much less when he's dealing with a dodgy broken rib as he is trying to fight through. Osama Ben Diesel with a $2 donation says, they wrote me off. I ain't right back, though. No, he ain't. Gino has not written back, and thank you for the donation. And Gino, I thought, played a pretty steady Eddie kind of game. It's not going to light the world on fire. I think he was under a pretty good amount of pressure with you having to get Stone Forsythe out there at right tackle, and that Jets front it's a pretty good Jets front. I mean, they've got some guys that can get after it down there. So he kept things clean and safe. He played a pretty clean game all the way around as far as, not the one maybe interceptable worthy throw there where he kind of dirted it, where you go, ooh, look out Gino there. But otherwise, I thought he was pretty calm, composed, good with the football, 18-29, 2 touchdowns, 103 rating. Kenneth Walker, amazing game here with 23 carries. Not amazing, but really, really outstanding game from Walker. 23 carries, 133 yards. How about DJ Dallas? 7 carries, 43 yards from DJ Dallas. So you feel real good. You feel real good about what everybody supplied kind of offensively. This was a real great team win here. One of the better team wins maybe of the season, where the offense is pretty consistent throughout the day. It's moving the chains, doing what you need them to do. Defense starts out a little bit dodgy, then hems things up, tightens things down, starts to stop the run. I mean, at one point, everybody was running for the Jets. They end up down at like 4.4 yards per carry, when I think at one point they're up around like 6 or something in this game. So they really lock things down. And then you got the special teams unit also coming in with it. Myers hitting 2 of 3 on his kicks. Dixon with his two punts inside the 20-yard line. I think Dixon also had a 47-yard long. So everybody kind of doing their job. Returner, Ugabuki had a 24-yard return on his part one time. So this was a good team win here today. Very encouraging to see. Thank you, though. Osama, thank you for the $2 donation, man. And Gino has not written back. Still not writing back. Robert Jimenez with a $5 donation. Thank you, Robert, for the $5 donation. Says, Happy New Year, Brando. Nolte, Pacino, and Walken impressions of the Seahawks win. Okay, I'll get you this. I get this. So we got, you want a team win every week. Do you get that? I don't know. Sometimes. Hard to say, but every once in a while, you'll get a win like this. Full team, everyone, all with a hand into the middle. It was beautiful to see all day long. Hawks win. Amazing game. Amazing year. No one saw this happening anytime. Not you, not me, not my mom, but the hair. How good a team they are, I don't know, but it's beautiful to see. Al, what do you think about this win? This win was the kind of win you scratch, you fight, and you claw, and you come away. But they didn't have to do much scratching and fun. They got up on that New York team, and they took them down. That's what you do to New York. You take New York, you drop them in the ground, just like that. They did it all day, every day. Now, let's go on and take down the Rams. What do you say, Nick Nolte? Oh, God, I don't know about this game. I don't give a God care. Who cares about this game? So I want to look the next year. Is it the draft yet? It's not the draft yet. I'm telling you, Nick, you got to be patient. We're still in the playoff run here. Nick, my man, why are you so impatient for the draft? We're still playing for wins here. We got a playoff run. Come on. Oh, hell, I don't care about no wins. Just get me to the draft. We're not getting the Super Bowl with this team. Don't mind Nick. He's just a little bit of a negative Nancy. We're going to win this game next week. We're going to the playoffs. Your Hawks are going to go win a Super Bowl. Bet on it. Count on it. If I was the man I was 10 years ago, I would have taken him to a Super Bowl. Hopefully that's okay, Robert. Impressions are a little bit dodgy right now, but voice has got a little bit. I got like a frog in my throat today. Brian Kennicott, great job, Hawks. Thanks for the stream, Brando. I'm off. Time to cheer on the Kraken. Well, go cheer them Kraken on, man. Thank you for your donos, brother. And appreciate you. Nice little win today. Nice little win. Thank you, Robert, for the $5 dono, though, brother. I'll get a little bit more Walken and Nolte. Nolte's just thinking about the draft, though. He's just, I just want the goddamn draft. Just give me the draft. We're not a team. He doesn't think the team's good enough. But Al and Christopher are still in on this year. Al thinks they've got it. Oh, they got it. They got it right now. Taker610 with a $2 donation. We didn't kill Mike White, did we? It was getting pretty close there. He took some real hard shots in this game, and you already know with those ribs a little dodgy. I mean, he ain't full strength as it is. And boy, you put some nice little licks in on him. Even that last one at the end where he's getting drugged down didn't look like it felt really nice. So yeah, he took some shots, Taker. We got our money's worth as far as our defensive line goes in this game. They definitely went out and made some noise. Great to see, man. They've had a year where they've really struggled this year. So good to see the defensive line making it happen. It wasn't them blitzing, them just purely going out there and making it go. Aiden Williams says, didn't like that we could get more going, but a win is a win. Yeah, it is. I mean, it's hard to, Jets are a 7-8 team. That's a solid football team this year. And you beat them by 17 points. Yeah, feel pretty good. Raiders and the Niners are tied 34-34 with 27 seconds left to go. Daddy the best says White was seeing ghosts. Couldn't blame him at the end of that game. Boomer says, finally I saw the Seahawks blitzing middle linebackers and defensive backs. Is this a sign of what is to come? I hope so, man. Be great to see. Megan with a $5 donation. Thank you, Megan, for all the donos today. Says the power of the cross jersey is added to the power of the Zorn Largent jersey for the win. But where was this team a few weeks ago, B? Hard to say. I think, Megan, you're getting to face a little bit of an opponent right now that's a little bit like what we've been lately, where they're running out of gas a little bit. That they're not playing at their best football right now this year. That their line has taken its share of hits along there. That's weakened them down a little bit. Their quarterback positions kind of been a bit dodgy. Even with White returning here, Megan, you got a guy who's probably fighting through broken ribs, making that happen. So, you had some things that were leaned a little bit more in your favor than other things have been in recent weeks. And they took advantage of that, like we took advantage of the Rams on the road a couple weeks ago. But, when you've had teams that have had more of a closer to full strength type situation, this is just not quite the game that you've gotten. It's good to see it as a full team win, but I think it's also based a little bit on the opponent you're playing and where you're catching them that in their particular point of this year and how they're going. So, but you're right. Cross jersey's got to be added with it, man. I think you were wearing the cross jersey earlier this year and we were getting some wins on that one. So I do believe we've started to build up the mojo in that jersey, which is good to see. Thank you, Megan, though, for the $5 dono. Jesse Dunn with a $5 donation. Appreciate you, Jesse. You're a gentleman and a scholar, sir. Says Mike White is bad versus is more of this, is more of what I think you're saying is why we've got this defensive performance like we did, rather than the Seahawks defense being good. Yeah, I think there's a combination of things here. I think you're definitely on the right track with that, Jesse, and saying that, look, that's a kind of what I'm trying to say on my point too, on that being that you're catching this Jets team at sort of the right time. I think Mike White is better a quarterback than what he showed today. I think he was definitely impinged by those ribs, and that was definitely affecting some of his accuracy. But I still don't think he's a top-notch quarterback even when he's running right. And this was a little bit of Megan's point before about why weren't we seeing this in recent weeks? Well, in recent weeks, you were getting Patrick Mahomes and Derek Carr and Tom Brady. Now you're getting Mike White. And so you did take advantage of it. I will say, Jesse, we have seen quite a few backup quarterbacks. We saw a third-string quarterback in Brock Purdy a couple weeks ago dice this defense up. So, you've seen bad quarterbacks or guys that shouldn't even be starters in this league take advantage of this defense and the holes in this defense. And I think that they did tighten some of those holes down. Stopping the run as they did through the course of this game, I was them figuring out what was going wrong early on and find a way to stop it up. So you're right. At the end of the day, this isn't, I think to your point on this, Jesse, it's not indicative. This is what we're now going to be going forward, right? This is a little bit of you being able to more take advantage of the nature of your opponent and where they are. But I think that the Seahawks defense also was really solid in this game. A lot of things that we have seen as problems throughout the course of this year weren't problems in this game. And I think that does go beyond just Mike White. Stopping the run as they did over the course of the game I don't know if that has really as much to do with White as them just doing a better job of staying in their gaps, closing things up, leaving no holes wide open. Getting a little more consistent pressure across the board from the guys. I don't know if that's as indicative to Mike White at times, because there was some quick pressure in there, not just pressure of him holding the ball too long, but absolute, bam, quick pressure right in his back kitchen. But yeah, like I said, Jesse, I think your point's on point with it, where this isn't something that we go, okay, this is who they are now going forward. I wouldn't say that. Taker 610 with a $2 donation. That Chiefs game was too close overall. Great day. Yeah, it was making me nervous. It was making me nervous, 610, because if they win this game, the Broncos, and then they come back and they win next week, oh Lord, now you're down, picking 9th or 10th or something, right? Quite a far difference of a drop from number 3, and all that being at 3 could be bringing you. So yeah, it got me a little nervous, Taker. I'm gonna be nervous next week with that Chargers game, and they got to go, I think, on the road into Denver to win that game to the Chargers. So it's gonna be dodgy next week too, depending on how much the Chargers try to go full strength of that game, or if the Chargers look at that game and say, let's get ourselves rested up for the playoffs. Let's treat this as sort of a de facto bye before we got to go in the playoffs. I think they'll play hard though, because as someone else was saying, there is a difference to where they can draw themselves from a positional standpoint. It's a lot different going into that first round playing a team like the Jaguars versus having to go into that first round and play a team like, let's say, maybe the Bengals. And that may in itself be worthwhile for them to try to really go for it next week, Taker. But at least they pulled it off. Chiefs pulled it off. And Chiefs have just been in, like I said last week with them, Takers, they've been in cruise control for weeks now. They hit the button, right? They're in their Tesla. So they've hit the button. They put their hands behind their head in the car, right? They're one of those guys catching the naps. We've seen the viral videos, the Tesla drivers sleeping in their car, and somebody drives by them and the car's driving itself. That's been the Chiefs for the whole back end of their schedule. They're just counting the days until the playoffs. Megan Gottkroger with another $2 donation. Thank you, Megan. Very kind of you. Says, I need some Cosell, some Howard Cosell. Power of the cross jersey, B. I gotcha. They say when you go against the New York Jets, you're not only facing the power of an organization draped in 100 years of tradition and excellence, you are also going up against a city of 14 million people. The Seahawks today took on those people in force, in tandem, in consignment of spectacular play across the board. When you look at this team, no one was failing at any point in time. The defense defended like their lives depended on it. The offense ran with a well-oiled machine of efficiency early on, doing just enough to bleed the clock like they used to do with leeches back in the 1800s. This team continues to show you they will not go quietly into that good night. They will not fall away simply because people have said they've got nothing left to give. Instead, they will show a resiliency of spirit, an indomitable nature that is rarely seen in this modern NFL and can only provide us a hearkening beacon to a future of greatness establishing itself right now. This is one announcer that's never quite seen a team bouncing back with such undeniable resiliency. I hope that was okay, Megan. My impressions are a little off today, folks, so sorry if I'm not, but I get a little bit Howard here going. Volcano Joe! What's up, Volcano Joe? It's good to see you in the chat, man. Thank you so much. Hope you're doing well out there. Appreciate you. Tommy Eden says someone woke up Nolte. Nolte's just like, there's a game over. God damn, it's a long game. We're the off season yet. Nick, Nolte, be patient. A lot more year left. We might still win the Super Bowl. No, Super Bowl. God, you dreaming fans. Wet dream fans. No, God damn. You know. Nick's always a little bit annoyed, you know. Nick's always got a little bit of annoyance going on. Thank you, though, Megan, for the $2, all the donations. Howard's very impressed, though. This team is ready to take flight. It's only a matter of one more year. Mike Jaws. Hi, Brandon. What's up, Mike? Thank you for the $10 donation. Can you pass this dono along to Christopher Walken? Thanks. Absolutely. Christopher, here's a $10 donation, man. Just to you, I don't get it. Just to me, I get the donation now. To me, you're going to give it here now. To you, Chris, you get the donation, man. He wants to give it to you, but he just want a little bit more of your thoughts on this game. Let me tell you about this game today, Mike Jaws. Amazing game all the way around. Full team effort. You're never going to see that again this year, maybe. I don't know. One more game. Who knows? Football all the time. It's about to end. What a year, Mike. I can't believe this team. They said worst in the NFL, never good, always bad, goes to your now dark age. They said, I don't see a dark age, Mike. I see a golden age now. So let's go into the future, Mike Jaws, and try to find a way back to the Super Bowl soon, because I might die. I'm Christopher Walken, 70 years old. I don't have a lot of time. Got to win now so I can enjoy this with you, my fellow 12. Man, let's win. Thank you, Mike. Christopher's very impressed, and he's also thankful for your donation. Thank you, Mike Jaws, for your donation. I'm going to go out, get myself some food, a nice full dinner on you. Thank you, Mike Jaws. Christopher, as he always does, it's the great story I heard about the Foo Fighters talking about Christopher Walken on Saturday Night Live, and they said on one of the funniest moments for the Foo Fighters talking about this, where Christopher Walken's introducing him, and the way he introduces him, because he'll say the first phrase a certain way and then end the phrase off where he'll go over the top. So instead, it's ladies and gentlemen, Foo Fighters. So you go, ladies and gentlemen, Foo Fighters. You could probably go find the clip if you go find the Saturday Night Live clip. But I remember listening to the Foo Fighters describe the story of him introducing him. It's just so Walken, but that's what he does. Seattle Seahawks. And he'll just kind of go off on the second word for no particular reason. That's why I like Walken, though, is he's so unusual with his cadence on how you're going to talk. I don't know. No one's like me ever. And the way I speak, that's how I do. It's Walken when it is me. Thank you, Mike. Appreciate the $10 donation, though. Very kind of you. David with the $10 dono. David, thank you for the $10 dono and also being a member of the channel, man. Thank you for that. All of your support. Says, having this team's playoff future in the hands of the Detroit Lions seems like punishment by the sports gods for developing expectations as the season progressed. Hopefully the Lions surprise us. I get where you're going on that. Kind of like we gave you all this glory this year that you didn't think you were going to get. You thought you were going to be the worst, and we've given you this magical year, and now you're getting greedy. And the gods will punish you for the greed, right, David? And I get where you're coming from on that. And yeah, as I was saying earlier on this, it's you never, as an NFL franchise, no matter what city you reside in, you never want to be an NFL franchise going into the last game of the season, last week of the season going, well, we just need the Lions to beat Team A and we'll get into the playoffs. Right? You're pretty much packing up the locker room already if that's going to be the case, right? Let's get the shoes. Okay. Extra this. Let me get my toothbrush. Yeah, we're not going to be back here next week. So, the odds are long on this one. But this has been a Lions team that's played really good football this year. So let's acknowledge that. This ain't your daddy's Lions team, right? This ain't Papa's Lions team. They just hung 41 up on Chicago. Now, Chicago's already angling themselves for the number 2 pick. So, they've been cashing it in weeks ago with Chicago. But Detroit's still playing pretty good football right now. I know they fell to Carolina last week, but this still could be a matchup where I think they'll give Green Bay a hell of a good fight. Green Bay's playing for something. Detroit's playing for something. We'll see what happens. But I'm with you, David. It's not what they call. This is not ideal. Not ideal as the pathway and approach to getting into the playoffs. But at least we just need one team to do something. We don't need like 5. This team needs to beat that team, and that team needs to beat this team, and this team needs to tie that team. And nope, we just need this one team to beat this team. We should handle business with the Rams, who just got completely boat raced today. So hopefully it can happen. Hopefully it can happen. Randy Wagner, Howard Cosell brings back memories. I might eventually do a full game play-by-play of Howard Cosell. First and 10, Seattle Seahawks at the 25-yard line of the New York Jets. I might eventually do it if I can hold off and do it a whole game, but I love doing Howard Cosell. He was like with the walking. The impressions I like to do, those people are very unique in the way that they've got their kind of cadence, the way they speak, how they speak, the words they use. Of course, with Howard Cosell, he always had those $10 handle words where it's, infinitesimal play by the, he just comes up with all these words like he just looked into a dictionary prior to the game and pulling out the biggest words he can find. But he was great. I love Howard Cosell. Where the Glory Dwells says, what's the cat's name? The cat's name is Pumpkin. Hey, how you doing, kitty? You a good girl? Yeah, you're a good girl. Yeah, you're good. She's having a good day. She's happy about the win. Make it with a $5 donation says, I wanted to hear what Howard thought of the fans wearing the Cross Geno jersey and the power of it being on par with Largent Zorn. Okay, I got you on that. Thank you, Megan, for all the donos, by the way. So there's a great debate being had amongst the Seahawks landscape of fans wondering what is more better from an ethereal, impactful nature towards the wins and losses of a football team. You've got on one side the power of Geno and Cross jerseys in tandem up against the imperceptibly perfect tandem, the flawless pairing of one Jimmy Zorn and Steve Largent. There is only one true combination that could work in this day and age above any other combination of jersey power, and that is the Largent Zorn jersey. They are timeless. They are unfettered by any sort of age, and they would beat out any of these young bucks any day of the week. The voice is going here on the impressions, Megan. I'm trying. So, you guys like these impressions, huh? People are feeling impressions. and it's hard for me to, the frog in my throat has been deep all day long, so I haven't been able to dig this one out. But Howard just thinks, Megan, he's sure that Large and Zorn is the ultimate combination of power jersey residing in the Pacific Northwest. There is no better combination of jerseys if you want to have an impact on your team winning and carry yourself to a playoff win next week, as you hope the Detroit Lions can somehow find a way to be victorious against those peddling Packer teams. Thank you, Megan, on the donation, though. Appreciate you. Hopefully that one wasn't too bad. Raiders choked it away to the Niners. Well, I don't like to hear that. Now the Niner fans are going to stick their chest out and imbue themselves with a sort of sense of big-headery. Walking, dancing in the weapon of choice, Megan. Yeah, that's a classic video. Jamel Johnson, congrats to fellow 12s. Now go Lions. Go Lions, Jamel. Let's go. John Robinson says you can't overdo it with the up and down pitch with walking. No, it isn't. And that's the key with it too. It's the up and down. It's just it's a great game today, like no other I've seen ever. This game is amazing now. Tomorrow, it still will be. I'll love it all the way through, Niners are having a good year, man. They're going to be scary in the playoffs. David M. says, actually, San Francisco can still pass Philly for that seed, but the New York Giants can rest their starters in that game. Oh, wow. Are the Giants just in? Free Truth says, give us the Niners. Bring it. We need another chance. Cannot have the 49ers sweep us. I've been saying the kind of same thing, man, Free Truth. I'm kind of like, bring it. Bring it, Niners. I'm ready. I ain't scared of you, suckers. I ain't scared of you, suckers. Sean Proper, we're hanging our hopes on Jared Goff and Lambeau. Yikes. It's going to be a bit, yeah. Yikes is the right way to put it. That's about right. David Pugh with another $5 donation. Thank you for all the donos today, David. I think it's your third or fourth one on this one, so thank you, man. Says, this may be a dumb question. No such thing as dumb questions on this channel, bro. But how do I become a member of this channel? I already don't know. I want to step it up to support B and get Brooks off the team. Well, thank you for the donation. I don't know if it always I don't know if maybe there's certain, like if you're on Safari, I don't know if maybe that doesn't show up on that if you're on your phone, but there should be right next to the subscribe button, a member button or join membership button right next to the subscribe button to be able to join up on the channel. So I believe that it resides right next to the subscribe button, but I know that YouTube did just sort of change their, change their whole thing with that a little bit and how they set that up. But it should be somewhere right in there, right next to the subscribe button. There should be a little join membership button in there. If it's on your phone, it's probably a little bit hidden though, David, with that. So, and you can do that, or there's also, I've got the Patreon too. So both the Patreon and membership program, membership benefits are kind of the same on that. So I've got a Patreon link too in the description section. Delakey says, when did the Packers pass the Seahawks in the playoff hunt? I think it was last week. Grug, is Tariq Woolen the best corner in the game? I don't know if he's quite ascended to that stage of it. I would probably give Darius Slay the nod on that this year. Yeah, I would probably go with Darius Slay. But he's right now in this year. I think he's top 5 this year. I don't think he's probably in the quite top 2, maybe top 3-ish. Really good corner this year, but there's been a couple other guys that I think have just been a little more well-rounded all the way through in their performance. David says you can start cold and then end up getting hot and then end up hot wrestle. That's why it's called getting hot. Yeah. Oh, you're talking wrestle. Sorry. Wu-Tang says if they don't make it, oh well, just take care of business and finish over 500. That's right, man. So it will be a very successful year if that was to be the case. Jacob Chamberlain says Gino has completed the revenge tour. Indeed he has. Took out the Chargers, his former team. Took out the Jets, his former team. Took out the Giants, his former team. Gino handling business. Delikey, where will Derek Carr go? New Orleans? Man, I think it's a completely up in the air kind of situation, really. And it's a fluid one. And I don't think there's a straightforward team that absolutely is the one that makes complete sense that he's going to go to. I'm not even so sure at this point that Derek Carr wouldn't even maybe consider retirement at this point. We'll see where his head's at and his mindset at, but I've heard some of whispers about that being a possibility too. So there's a couple of teams I think I would probably put the Colts and the Panthers as the two teams that would be at the forefront of trying to compete first for his services above anybody else. But New Orleans has certainly shown a willingness in the past to go for it, so they could too. My music says, I swear the defense looked better when Jordan Brooks went out. It's not just your eyes, man. I think it's to most of our eyes is that being the case. And, I've maintained, I feel like Jordan Brooks has remained sort of the starter in there, not because competition's king on this team right now, but because there's certain positions that you've drafted a guy in the first round and you're trying to get value out of that particular player and get him to round out his game in the way to clean up those holes. And meanwhile, you could be having another player out there playing the position better who may not have maybe an upside that you see in a Brooks, but I would question where we even think this upside is at this point, considering the fact, he is into his fourth year here. The die is cast. He is kind of what he is at this point. So not just to your eyes, you're seeing it right. Randy Wagner says, thumbs up to Pumpkin. She needs to step up to the mic when you have to step away for a brief, Brandon. I know, if I could get her to talk if I could just train her to just face towards the mic and just yammer at you guys, right? Just that'd be entertaining for a couple seconds while I step away. But she's not, I can get her to talk if I touch her like this. I can get her to say something there that's just her saying like, how long are you streaming really here? I'm ready for some loves. But Bumpkin helped out today. She gave us the juice today. Yeah, you did. Megan with the $2 donation. Thank you, Megan. Again, all the donations, Megan. You're awesome. Says Cosell settling the bet, Zorn or Craig. This is a heated debate, one, Megan, amongst the Seahawks community. It was heated in 1982, and it is heated in 2023. This is one of those timeless debates that may never get solved. It will draw out fighting, combativeness amongst the Seahawk faithful, but will never be fully decided as there are just two virulent camps standing on either end of the spectrum, ready to die for their Craig or Zorn cause. One can only wonder how this debate will be settled, not by statistics, not by wins and losses, but perhaps by a combat to the death between one elderly Jimmy Zorn and one elderly Dave Craig. A fight to the death, only their bare hands to decide it. See, even Cosell can't figure it out, Megan. He says the only way to decide this is by, you've got to have them combat each other to the death and then let it be decided. Even he can't make the call on that one, Megan. Even he says it's only by basically a feudal knight-like battle. Kind of like what you had that movie that just came out recently between that was the whole medieval battle in France, the last medieval battle, like kind of like that, like a mano-a-mano duel. Thank you, Megan, though, for the $2 dono. It's too tough a call for me, Megan. They're good players in their own right, and it's hard to compare. Quay Nation says, I think the Lions wouldn't fight. You think the Lions wouldn't fight? They'll fight. Aiden Simmons, I hope that the Seahawks can begin to create routes. This could have been a 41 routes. Oh, okay. This could have been a 41-6 game, but we kept stuttering on offense. Yeah, you could have run away with it a little bit more. Definitely, you would like to maybe put a little bit more points on the board with this one. I think they got a little conservative as the game went along, and they were up by the points they were, and that was dictating a little bit of the play calling, I think, a little bit too. R. Sanchez with a $5 donation. Thank you, Sanchez. Appreciate you. It's good to see you in the chat, brother. Says, the Lions will be motivated to deny Rodgers a chance at the playoffs. Division game to play spoiler. I have faith in the Lions. Now we focus on the Rams. I got some faith in them too. I mean, it's going to be a tough game for them to win. Certainly, they haven't had a good run with the Packers as of recent, but I think that they're going to get they're going to get the best punch. The Packers are from the Lions, and we'll see how it kind of favors out. Packers are playing a little bit better football, but we got a chance. We're in the last game of the season. We just need one game to flip a certain way with it. So that at least gives me a little bit of hope. If it was 2 or 3 or 4 games, we need to go out to be like, yeah, that happened. One game. We just need to swing a certain way. And we know we're going to take care of the Rams right now with where they're at. Thank you, though, Sanchez. Appreciate you. Sam the Great with the $10 dono. Thank you, Sam. You're awesome. Says, I'm the biggest Lions, Tigers, Pistons, and Red Wings fan next week. Let's go. And the best Seahawks YouTube channel. Oh, thank you, Sam. That's very kind of you to say, man. And yeah, let's go. Let's go Lions, Tigers, Pistols, Red. We'll be fans of all of that if that's what it takes to get the Lions over the top next week in Lambeau. Whatever it takes. Whatever it takes. The rest of this year, I'm a Detroit fan for this final week of the season. Maybe I'll get myself a Lions shirt to wear next week, just in case they win, to show my support. So thank you, Sam the Great. I appreciate that, man. Very kind of you to say too, as well. And thank you for the $10 donation. Woo! Simple 1970. If we would have just went 2-2, maybe 1-3 against the NFC South, we'd be in the playoffs. Ugh. You had a lot of opportunities this year, Simple 1970, and you've not gone up against a schedule that's been, a murderer's row of teams. You've had a lot of opportunities to have even more wins than we're at right now this year. And I don't think next year, for instance, that the stage is going to be set as well as it was set this year for you to take advantage in this way. It'll be a harder schedule next year. But you left some meat on the table. There's no two ways about it. Luckily, you still at least got a slight chance here to kind of get in, though. What time did the Lions and Packers play? So I guess we're getting a TBD on that. Might get a primetime game on that one. They might flex that one out. Peter Go Hawks with the $2 donation. Thank you, Peter. You're awesome too. Says, what do we do now? 12 saying take Stroud or Carter. Well, I can tell you where my preference is on this, Peter Go Hawks, and that is that I'd like to re-sign Geno Smith, and then I'm going to go take Carter with the first pick at that point. I'm pretty strong on that. I'd go Will Anderson if Carter isn't there. But I think that you're talking about wanting to add elite talent to this team. You're talking about wanting to add top end talent to this team. You want to talk about adding talent that you don't get in other places of the draft. Well, then these are the guys to pick and select. I'm not against Stroud necessarily. I certainly think that he's done enough to, in my opinion, even more so than Bryce Young, he's done enough to legitimize himself as a top 3 pick in this draft. And so if the Seahawks are the team to then take him, I'll be okay with them going that route there, Peter Go Hawks. And they've got a lot of flexibility here in a lot of ways they can go on this in this situation and still be right on that end. Anderson, great. Carter, great. Stroud, great. And I'm not saying that as a guy just being like, well, let me sit on the fence on them. I'm saying that because those would be really good picks, good situations to come into. They would be setting the team up in a nice way, any way you'd want to go along those lines. None of those picks to me would be setting the team back, absent you just thinking maybe that we're not ever going to be able to get another quarterback in here of any decency, which I would argue isn't going to really be the case. Are you going to have an opportunity to go get a CJ Stroud-like talent if you don't get him here with this pick, number 3 overall? Again, are you going to be up that high in the draft into the near future to get a guy there? Probably not. But is that type of that guy required? Do we need an uber talented quarterback with this team going forward with the blueprint we're building? I would argue not necessarily. It'd be nice to have. I'd love to have an uber talented quarterback. But the requirements of the team, as Geno has shown this year, is we just need a capable quarterback who can execute with all of the benefits and usefulness that he has around him, being a good offensive line, good guys to throw to on the outside, good tight ends, good running back crew behind him. He'll have a lot to work with, whoever the guy is. And so maybe that means it's a little less of a need to have that guy be the uber talented, he can carry the team on his shoulders type of guy, which is a little bit of the potential you're looking at grabbing if you're going to take a guy like CJ Stroud there at that point. Thank you for the donations, though, Peter Go Hawks. Really, really kind of you. And bear with me, guys, just real quick. I'll be right back. One more sec here, folks. All right. Magic Vlogs with a $5 donation. Man, thank you for all the donations, folks. Appreciate you, Magic Vlogs, on the $5 dono. Says, after only 20 yards today, I think Walker is over Wilson in the offensive rookie of the year. Indeed, I believe Garrett Wilson just crossed, I think he had 3 catches, 18 yards. So he just barely crossed 1,000 yards, but Walker was able now to make some headway, I think, here this year, as far as when you look at this team and you look at Walker's year, because now Walker does sit out at 176 carries on the year. He's got 803 yards. That's a 4.6 yard per carry average, 9 touchdowns. As far as running goes, it might be. I mean, he is still, he's got the yards out of the backfield and receiving yards to kind of put him over 1,000, and it's going to be closer, I think. Maybe it does come down to a little bit of this final game of the season, though, right? I mean, maybe this is going to impact it a little bit as well. And if Kenneth Walker could put up another $100 yard day, then maybe potentially that'll be enough to kind of have him edge out Wilson. I do think Wilson's going to get a little bit of the same bump that Sauce Gardner is going to get for, where if it's close between those guys, the New York guy is going to win. It's almost like Walker and Tariq have got to be, as I've said, about 15%, 20% better as players in order to win those awards over the New York guys. So it's probably close, Magic. Maybe he's short. There was a lead there by Wilson. Walker shortened that lead with today's performance, but it's probably going to have to put one more really good game out there this year to get it. Megan says, Bumpkin, I'm not a performing seal dad. Salmon treats and I'll consider it. Seriously, she won't even look at me right now. But if I bring over salmon treats, you watch your jump. And I will in a second. I'll get some salmon treats in a minute. But she'll suddenly become very energetic. Suddenly she goes from like, and here's the salmon treat. She instantly wakes up. Sanchez with a $7.77 donation. Thank you for the double donos, Mr. Sanchez. Says, at the beginning of the season, I said 7 wins would objectively be a great season. Now we have the 3rd pick and a playoff chance. What a time to be a fan. Very well said, Sanchez. And I think I've said this a lot to myself, and it's as much not to remind you guys, but to remind myself that. Because our eyes do start to get big, right? We have the start to the year we have the point where our offense is humming like a top 10 offense. Our defense is number 1 in DVOA for 4 straight weeks. And those eyes get big. The stomach gets hungry. You start setting your sights to this year. And what can we do this year in a wide open NFC? But we do probably have to lean back and put things into proper perspective and remember where we started on this path and what we had leading into this year, moving on from 2 Hall of Famers, moving on from 2 captains, having $44 million of dead money hit that you had to deal with as a team throughout this year. It was truly a rebuilding year. That's what this was. Make mistakes about it. But the fact that you've had a better rebuilding year than you thought should absolutely give us encouragement for the future of this team. I've got some worries with the team going into the future. I do. I've just got some concerns with this team, but you're way more encouraged than you are discouraged. This has been overall a highly successful season, and I think you put it at the best at the end. To have the opportunity to go in and be in the 3rd overall pick in the draft, and your team has a chance to be at the playoffs. And it doesn't just mean that your team has a chance to be at the playoffs. It means your team is good enough to be contending for the playoffs as they go into the final game of the year. And they're going to have that 3rd pick in the draft on the horizon, which is what teams don't ever tend to have. You're never allowed to really be put in that position in the NFL. If you have this type of season, you're going to end up picking about 19th in the 1st round, which means you're out of tier 1. You're picking into the tier 2 talent pool of things. Not this year. You're not only picking in the top tier 1 of the talent pool in this particular draft, you're picking at the top of the tier 1 talent pool in this particular draft. And you're absolutely right. What a time to be a fan. Randy Wagner. Walker is an awesome running back. Quay Nation says it makes sense. Seattle's going to make Seahawks play at 4, and then Green Bay Packers play at 4:30, so the Lions can check by halftime. They might. I think, to me, if I'm the NFL, I'm flexing that Lions-Packers game. That'd be the smart move, just get that into prime time. But it's possible it goes that way. Megan says, way to stay on the fence, Howard. Wow. Laughing out loud, the Hawks Nest. It's too hard to call, Megan Gok Roger. These are two indomitable players, men of their time, gamers if there ever was one, gritty as they are hard to kill. I don't know if I could make that call. It's just too tough a call to make, Megan. Greg watched the game highlights and they showed a shot of Sam Dog in the crowd. Hell yeah. Shout out to Sam Dog. His big old smile out there in the crowd. You know, he was all happy. King Bomber, if we don't make the playoffs, I'm rooting for the Lions and Vikings. Yeah. Vikings are certainly not playing great here down the stretch. I watch, Stroud was impressive last night. Boy, was he. And Carter was not. I kind of disagree. Out of shape and not the difference maker I thought he was. Solid game by the Hawks today. Yeah. I mean, I will hope that if there are folks that are going to take the Jalen Carter game against Ohio State and they're going to say, well, this game means if he doesn't dominate against Ohio State, then that means he's not the player I thought he was. Are you applying the same thing to Will Anderson? Because Will Anderson had probably a worse game than what Jalen Carter had against Ohio State, but I don't hear any of the people saying that they look at Will Anderson as being knocked by that single game. So, I mean, if that's where we're going to land, then okay, let's be consistent in our outlook on that. I also say, let's be really hesitant. Let's be really hesitant to make an assessment of a college player who's had 2 years of tape, a college player who's been a bedrock foundational player on a team that's on point to go to a national title for 2 straight years, and to take one game of that and say, okay, well, this is one game I'm going to make my assessment on. This is actually who he is. I can't agree with that myself. I'm going to lean back more on the multitude of games, the 2 years of film that I have to lean on. And again, I don't understand the unimpressive. The rotational stuff, he's been rotating all year long, so that's not changed. And I know I missed the second half, so I guess based on some of the comments I'm reading, Jalen Carter just completely collapsed in the second half. Because if you're making that assessment I watch, you're not making it on the first half of that football game. And if you're making it on that, you're not watching as closely what was going on in that defensive line. Let's go with just 3 plays alone in that first half. And I'll do a breakdown if we need to on that Ohio State game and on Carter's performance, and we can go through all of it. But there's 3 plays that stand out to me. One, a play that's completely on him in generating the sack, where Georgia blitzes, right? He comes off the line of scrimmage and fires out to the right tackle. The left guard also picks him up, so he draws the complete double team of both the left guard and the left tackle, allowing the linebacker to get in the backfield for a free run to the quarterback for the blitz and a quick, easy, fast sack. That play doesn't happen if Ohio State isn't dedicating the resources to stopping Jalen Carter on that play. Comes back later on, uses the Tez SWAT swim move, comes over the top, creates some quick, easy pressure in that first half on Stroud where he's got to throw the ball away. Comes back on the very second play after that, the very next play after that play of quick pressure, and gets a stop in the backfield on the running game and makes the tackle. So I don't know where people are kind of coming from on their assessments with how they saw Carter in that game. I'll admit I didn't watch the second half of the game because I was live streaming with Brendan Nelson on his channel last night. So I didn't get to watch the second half of that game. But man, I'm not seeing what people were seeing out of Carter in that game. I'm not saying that he was a dominator in that game, but some of the comments that I'm getting from folks are like he completely got ran over or something in that game against Ohio State. And that wasn't the case. The reason that Ohio State put up the points they put up in that game was because Georgia's secondary was suspect for a lot of that night. That's why. It wasn't because of something Carter was doing on the inside, in my opinion. But again, I didn't get to see the second half, so maybe it was just that second half was Carter completely tanking it or something, I guess. But I don't know. And they hadn't played football games in a month, I'd say I watched. I don't think anybody was at their sharpest when you sit out for a month and then you come back and play too. But again, you're not the only one saying it, so I could be off on this. David, that has nothing to do with the NFL's approach to schedules. If the team is in the same conference or still fighting for the playoff spot, then those games always start at the same time. Oh, okay. Makes sense. That makes sense. Bomber, 25% chance for the Lions, 25% for the chance for the Seahawks, 50% chance for the Packers. Okay. It's not the greatest of odds. King Bomber, Seattle versus Rams and Packers versus Lions, 1 p.m. both of them. Okay. Aiden says trade down to 10 to 12, get 2024 first, and get Quentin Johnson. We are already thin at wide receiver, and I hate to say this, but what if DK goes down next year and we need an insurance policy? That makes sense to me, man. And certainly you can't count on Eskridge at this point. Goodwin's a free agent. You've had a lot of success with Lockett and DK over the last 4 years, remaining healthy and playing in just about every single game. But you could make the argument, like you're saying, that there is a little bit of a due for a guy to go down, and you would like to maybe have a little bit more of an insurance policy in place if that does occur. I think that's a fair point on your part. And I like it if you're trading down and picking up that first-round pick to take Johnson at that point, getting a future first-round pick at that point. That makes a lot of sense. And I'd be okay with that. I'd be in favor of that. Franklin Klein, Sauce Gardner played better than Woolen today. Getting 19 passes defended is no fluke. I maybe there, Franklin. I don't know about that on played better today. I don't know about that. And I'll say this, Franklin, I see multiple times with Sauce, I continue to see it again today, where, the guy doesn't get called for any pass interferences or holding penalties, and you could just about call him on every other play with how he grabs and rips and tears and pulls at the jersey. He's grabbing way past the 5-yard mark as a cornerback in the sport. That's not something Tariq does. I don't know where did Tariq get beat a lot? He gave up like one catch. And I don't know about that. Sauce has got the 19 passes defensed. Our guy actually intercepts the ball. Your guy maybe knocks the ball away. Our guy picks it off. So what's more important? Your little passes defensed or actually intercepting the ball? Or like pick sixes like Tariq's also got? Or like, blocking a kick as Tariq's also done? There's not any argument. I'm sorry, Jets fans that are in the chat listening to this, and it's going to send some of you into a tither. But the bottom line on this is this. You want to match up player for player on Tariq Woolen and Sauce Gardner. And if you really look at it with real sober eyes, not after you've had 10 beers, but look at them statistically apart from each other, right down the line statistically as to who's had the better year, Tariq's got him beat. It's got him beat. Not to say you can't love Sauce, but Tariq's got him beat. Tariq's been a better player. And you can love Sauce and love his little nickname. You took him 4th overall, and he's got a lot of national attention on him. But Tariq has been the better player this year. Not to say that there's an upside there with Sauce, but Tariq's been the better player. Jordan with a $5 donation. Thank you, Jordan. Appreciate you. Says it's very frustrating to see the team play like this against the Jets, but not the Panthers and the Raiders. Agreed. And very much equivalent like teams in the where they were at. And also the fact you were playing them at home, Jordan. I agree. It's the inconsistency streak that struck the team right about Tampa Bay all the way onwards through most of this back end of the schedule was really frustrating because you felt like those are games that you should have won, especially in retrospect. You should have won those games. The Raiders one's going to sting definitely as we go into this offseason and think about that one, where they're down Darren Waller, they're down Hunter Renfrow. I think they're down an offensive lineman in that game. And you still let the two guys that were the dangerous points on that team kind of beat you. Sean Proper says, not saying Wilson should offensive rookie of the year, but to put up the numbers he has with the guys the Jets roll out there as a quarterback is pretty impressive. I'd be okay with it, as I am really on Tariq Woolen winning the defensive rookie of the year. I'm not the same place with Kenneth Walker and that he should win it over Wilson. I could say that the Jets fans can make much more of a stronger argument to Wilson being the one who should win rookie of the year, offensive rookie of the year, versus saying Sauce should win the defensive rookie of the year. I would completely be more in favor of saying that one versus the other. Twack19 says, I'm seeing a lot of recency bias happening because of yesterday's playoff game. Oh, recency. Oh, yeah. I agree. There's a little bit of that going on.
Megan, I wasn't expecting that much this year, but being in LA and watching the week 1 game, then to be able the week 6 game with you be at Lumen, and then the draft picks we have after that trade. What a great year. What a great year. Absolutely. Absolutely. And Jordan, thank you for that $5 dono, man. You're awesome. R. Sanchez with another $5 dono. Thank you, brother. Triple donos. With no difference in linebacker play when Muse came in, I mean, our current guys aren't starters in the league. Yeah, I think that beyond Sanchez, I would offer that beyond there being no change, I think Muse played better than Brooks when he came in the game. So I would offer to you that it was actually, he was better. He made a play in coverage, Sanchez. I mean, he knocked the ball down in coverage that I've not seen Jordan Brooks make all year long. And certainly the Jets' run game was more effective when Brooks was in there too. Be very interesting, Sanchez, to see where the PFF grades factor out at this one. I bet you Muse will probably be like a 66, 67 grade, and you're going to see Jordan Brooks in the time that he played on the field in this particular game be around like a 50. That's a significant difference in grade from PFF, and it matches to what I saw on the field from him. So, I agree, man. I think Barton's played a little bit better as the year's gone along. He's still not a guy that I want long-term to be looking at in the future, but if you had to run one more year with Barton and find a replacement for Brooks instead, I'd be okay with that as a possibility. But Muse is showing you, to your point, Muse is showing you that these guys have definitely been playing at basically at least replacement level. And we can do better. We need to do better. Megan says, the Hawks Nest pull the splinters from your butt from sitting on the fence, Howard. I'm not leaving the fence, Megan. I can't make the call. They're two outstanding players, and when it comes to innate nature of grittiness, I find myself unable to pick between them like they were my own children. A gritty nature in a quarterback is a nature that impresses upon me one of true will. Justin Goins, Jaguars and Titans have a winner take all game that will win the division. That will be the primetime game. Oh, that makes sense. I didn't know they were going at it, so okay. Jags are going to win that one. Aiden, our defensive line played great. How about a shout out for the for Darrell Taylor? Probably his best game of the season. No, fantastic job by Darrell Taylor, and far and away, not just the best game of the season for Darrell Taylor. This is probably the best game of his pro career. He showed up. He definitely showed up. 3 tackles, 2.5 sacks, 1 tackle for loss, 1 pass defense, 3 quarterback hits. I think I don't think there's a better game that he's played. And it's so good to see him come on, because we were waiting for that. We're waiting for that spark of fire to come through, and he's kind of sparked at times, but we've just not got any actual flame. And he was flaming today in a good way. Big Gardner says, plus they were triple teaming Carter all game. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. I don't get what people like when he's getting double and triple teamed. What are we expecting him to do? Run through the triple team? That's Ohio State. Those are good linemen they've got. It's not like he's going up against Cabasas or Akron, right? So, yeah, I don't know. And maybe again, I didn't see the second half, so I'm speaking out of school because I didn't see the second half. But from a first half standpoint, my eyes were locked in on Jalen Carter. I was watching him specifically in that game, and he did not have the kind of bad game I think some people are saying he did a little bit. Sorry, my chat just ripped. J-Yo, sorry. Says, have fun sitting on the couch this playoffs without Legion of Boom. You guys are nothing. Well, we're still in playoff contention right now. J-Yo, are you gonna be back in my chat to say congratulations when we do go to the playoffs next week? Or will you be quiet like folks like yourself tend to will be then when it doesn't go the way that you prognosticate? Kirk Stemmer with a $5 donation. If Carter is picked by the Bears, how far back would you be willing to trade your 3rd overall pick? It's a great question, Kirk, and thank you for the $5 donation. I think my tier 1 in this, I don't want to leave tier 1, Kirk. So that's my first part of this, right? I want to make sure I have 1 pick in tier 1, whether that's Carter or Miles Murphy, or if it's a Brees guy that fits in there, or whoever it may be at that point. I want to make sure that I'm staying in tier 1. I think tier 1 doesn't go past this year 12 players. So I've got to stay inside the top 12. I'd ideally like to only move back maybe 3 or 4 picks if I do move back, But if I'm bringing in that monstrous type haul, if I have a team that's trading from 10 to get to 3 and I'm picking up 3 first-round picks, as has been kind of the going rate for equivalent trades in NFL history, I'd be willing to do that. That's too mighty of a haul to disregard and to say no on. So I'm willing to go to 10, maybe even 12 if you're really getting the King's ransom worth of a return, I would say. Thank you, though, Kirk. I'm open to trading back completely. I love Carter, but I'm absolutely open to trading back. That's worked out very well for those teams that are being willing to move back and pick up all those picks. That's too enticing a proposition for me, even with my love for Carter or Anderson. Sanchez with another $2 donation says, where the duck was DK Metcalf today? DK did not have a good game today. I will say that. I don't think that he played his best football out there. 1 catch, 3 yards, 5 targets today. He had the one throw down the sideline where, I felt like Sanchez on the one throw down the sideline, he was anticipating the safety coming in and lighting him up. And so he didn't just make the catch, wrap it up, take the hit kind of play, and he dropped it. And, the drops with DK have again raised their head at times this year, and it's been disappointing to see because you would like to see some of that start to solidify a little bit more. Some of those drops to kind of start to fall away. Not that I'm expecting him ever to be amazing hands, but like that kind of throw on a 9 route down the sideline, that's his bread and butter kind of catches. Those are the plays that make DK what he is. He's got to make those grabs. You can't drop it in that moment like that. Not when Geno puts in such a perfect pass between the trailing corner and the safety that's closing in. Do your quarterback some favors there on that kind of play. So he played a poor game today. This wasn't Sauce shutting him down. I think in certain respects, DK just didn't play the best of football games. There was times where Geno didn't see him as well on the other side of it. So I've got to acknowledge that too. But it's a bit of both there with that one, Sanchez. Cody Webb says, do we make the playoffs? Hashtag Seahawks, big old Seahawk. I hope so, Cody. I hope so. It's going to be a tough one, man. Somebody said we had 25% of the odds right now. Jack says, Carter was fine. It wasn't his greatest game from an impact standpoint. I'm a fan of both Young and Stroud, so that's where I personally would lean. I'm not a huge fan of Young. I really don't think he's going to hold up at the next level, Jack. I don't think he's anywhere near 6 feet tall. I think he's going to measure out to about 5'10" at the combine. And I'm not going to trust a 5'10", 185-pound quarterback in the NFL. Those guys, there's no history of that guy playing consistently at the pro level week in and week out. I think he's going to get broken. But sign me up for Stroud. I'm good with Stroud. And I think your assessment of Carter's right. I wouldn't say it was his greatest game. I don't think he was completely a non-factor, but he wasn't dominating either. But understandable when you take into account also the double and sometimes triple teams that he was going to garner too as well. Jordan with another $5 donation. Thank you for the double dono, Jordan. You're awesome, brother. Says, second note for this game, seeing the Jets doubling DK when Sauce was on him a majority of the game tells me Woolen deserves the defensive rookie of the year over him. Yeah, I'd love to go and take a look at, and if I do hear a lot of talk of like somehow Sauce has put the clamps on DK Metcalf, I am going to do a video this week showing the all 22 tape and showing him getting that double team help. So you folks can understand that if I hear any of that from Jets fans, you're going to get that video, Jets fans. I'm going to shut you up with that video because I know 100% right now Sauce did not lock down DK in this game. So you want to talk your noise, get ready for me to put that video out. It's going to be exposing your guy because I know he got double team help in this game. I know that safety guy was lurking over the top for DK. It wasn't just, we'll put Sauce on an island and let him go. No. And I'm with you, man, Jordan. Woolen's done enough to win the defensive rookie of the year. He had another one in this game, almost an interception in this game where he jumped the route. Wasn't a quarterback overthrowing a ball. He's actually jumping the route in that moment and making a play, as he has on his interceptions throughout the course of this year. I mean, he's got him beat out to me. He's statistically better down the line from what Sauce gives you. Not to mention the eye test. Let's go beyond the statistics. I watch Sauce play quarterback. I watch a guy that's grabbing every which way but loose, and the refs are letting him get away with it. That's not clean technique. That's just refs letting you get away with it. That's not you being uber talented. That's letting the refs letting you get away with it. Refs don't have to let Tariq Woolen get away with anything. He's just faster, bigger, longer than the guy across from him. He doesn't have to grab. He doesn't have to reach. He doesn't have to pull. Thank you, though, Jordan. Appreciate you, man. Sean Proper says, per Bob Condota tweet, Seahawks open as a 6.5 favorite next week against the Rams. Packers are 4.5 favorite against the Lions. Yeah, Lions got to go into Lambeau, man. That's always Lambeau's going to be worth 5.5 points in its own in January on the road for any team any year, basically. You know, usually like the home team gets a 3-point bump by Vegas. Lambeau gets like 5. Wu-Tang says, I've seen enough of Carter's tape over the last 2 years against SEC opponents. He is the real deal. Well said, Wu-Tang. Well said. Sajin says, somebody ordered a win for the Hawks? Order for the win for the Hawks. Who's got an order for a win for the Hawks? Who ordered that? You. Jordan says they always had someone else helping over the top on the intermediate route. That's why the tight ends were so wide open. Makes sense, Jordan. It makes a lot of sense. And you did work the tight ends a lot more than we have recently, to your point on that, in this particular game. I might just do that video anyway, just for the hell of it, just to troll Jets fans. I think I might just have to do it anyway. Chuck Norris's mustache. We finished this year with our starting quarterback intact. We do. It's good. That does help. Patrick says, Zong says, Darrell Taylor's low key got potential. He has flashes. He's just got to stay consistent and healthy. Look, he's got a first step quickness and bend and lean that are very hard to find. I mean, that's what you're looking for in the draft, is guys that can combo the first step quickness to bend and lean, because those two things chain together very well for creating instantaneous pressure, and not to mention that, but also getting sacks, of course, with that quick pressure, because there are those guys that can create pressure, but they need the extra long time and 5 pass rush moves to get there. Taylor is quick. He's instantaneous. He gets there fast. You don't see it consistently enough. But you're right. The flashes are definitely there. They do show in that way. Megan says, not good enough. The Hawks Nest, Howard, you must pick. I can't pick Megan. Like I have said, when you're dealing with a gritty crew like these two, it is impossible to pull them apart like two stickers taped together. If I try to pull one from another, I'm only going to tear one of the stickers apart. R. Sanchez with a $5 donation says the University of Wyoming place kicker is legit. Probably will go undrafted. Cheaper option than Myers. Well, thank you for the $5 donation, Sanchez. All the donations, man. You're awesome. You're dropping like $200 or something last week too. So hey, thank you so much. I like that pathway, man. Go target the guy out there in the draft kicker wise. If you want to go 4th, 5th round, you want to go undrafted, I'm in favor of it myself. I think Myers has been a good kicker for you, but I don't want to pay $5.5 million a year for a kicker. That makes my butt pucker. I can't do it. Can't do it, won't do it, don't want to do it. So I'd rather go the cheaper option. Let's be paying a guy that's more around that $600,000 mark. You know, let's save 400% on the kicker, and maybe we go back 90% of what Jason Myers gives you. But we can't forget with Myers too, Sanchez, that he's got the 2 great years, but it's got the 2 bad years in between. It's an every other year situation. So it's not even like you're getting certainty with that $5.5 million. You know, it's sort of the roll of the dice. Well, is it an even year or an odd year? Because, Myers is going to suck one of these ones. He'll give you a good one, then a bad one. So sign me up on that. I'd like to go that route too, Sanchez. Appreciate you, man, on the donos, though. You're awesome, brother. I salute you, sir. David Tolman, I'm so glad we won. Me too, man. Season's still alive. Something still to play for. Jacob says, Chamberlain says it feels good to start the year with a win. It does. We're setting the stage right already for next year. We're setting that groundwork, man. Laying them bricks. Justin Goins says you need to add a pumpkin emoji to your list. I do got to get a pumpkin emoji. Boy, she's sleeping all super cute right now, too. She's deep in her little fixation. Chuck Norris, mustache record year of starting quarterbacks. Oh, health is a thing, man. And this comes back to a little bit of my point with my hesitancy on Bryce Young. Is you're watching more than ever NFL open the doors to the smaller slider quarterbacks and trying to entrust in them that they can hold up over the course of the season. And what you're seeing, I think, from that is now more injuries to these smaller quarterbacks who are not able to sustain as much. A guy like Tua is the great example of this. The guy gets thrown around like a toddler on the field. And it does, to me, show you a little bit that you got to have a guy that can sustain a little bit. It's no guarantee that he's not going to get injured. Big guys get injured too, but smaller guys seem to get injured even a little bit more, to my eyes. Sam the Great, thank you for the $2 donations. Is take a look at the TCU wide receiver, a skinny DK. Well, Sam the Great, I have actually already looked at Quentin Johnson, so I will give you my full scouting report on him here. So Quentin Johnson, I've got him as a player comp. I've got him somewhere between Kelvin Benjamin and Dez Bryant. So I've got him as a Kelvin Benjamin guy as far as route running, how he catches the ball, and then I have him as sort of a Dez Bryant guy as far as yak goes. Kind of a cross mix between those two. He's a big body wide receiver who knows how to use his frame. He's excellent in yak. It's a real kind of difference, I think, between him and a DK would be that his yak is the special part of his game. He can do it all with the dead legs, jukes, spin moves. He's really, really good in the open field. He even showed you that in the bowl game, I think, on the one play that he broke for a touchdown where he just caught a short pass, made one guy miss, and then just turned on the Jets and ran past them. That's what Quentin Johnson can do. I mean, he's really good in that. He runs okay routes. He shows a good feel for how to work in space and timing. He can high point the ball, but he's not the most natural of catchers. So there's a little bit of the DK in him. And he's a big body guy that doesn't exactly always use the full extent of his size and his length when catching the ball. He bounces around defenders with leverage and coverage. I think the thing that stands out to me with Quentin Johnson is that as much as being a natural route runner, he does it through body positioning. So he won't run the route by how you traditionally have the guy run the route. You know, if you're going to have him run an in-cutting route 10 yards up the field where you'd normally have the guy run the 10 yards out, and then he's going to try to just change direction as quickly as he can and as tightly as he can to then cut back across the field, you know, like you were doing it with hard 90-degree angles, the route, right? 90 degrees up as a 9 route, then 90 degrees back across the field. With Quentin Johnson, what he does is he'll go 90 degrees up the field, but then he's going to use a little bit of a lateral ability to kind of round around the defender, or he'll cut inside the defender and use a little bit of that lateral ability to bounce in around him. It's not where he then is running you sort of a traditional route tree from it, but he makes it work, and it does get him open. He's got a great patented move. That's something that I've not seen on any receiver in recent history do this. He does it phenomenal, and that is that he'll come back on a comeback route, and he has an ability to time it to where he can catch the ball, get and make it look like he's leaning to one side and how he's catching it, right? So the defender naturally that's coming up behind him now, then trail, comes and then is going to lean to where he's going to catch the ball. It's going to kind of go naturally to how he's feeling his momentum go on the catch. And what he'll do is he'll start to do that, and like a crossover, but a backwards crossover, he'll hit the left foot, back foot plant, and then spin back the opposite way. And he lost so many defenders in college football with that little move, that little spin move off of that, where it's a little 10-yard in-cutting route that he turns into a 30, 35, 40, 50-yard gain touchdown because he tricks the defender in the way he leans it. I've seen receivers do that in the past as a move to create yak after the catch. He absolutely has it as his patented move. That's his go-to move, which would work really well with our kind of offense and all the short and intermediate routes that you do have within the context of this offense. I do see him, Sam, as a first-round pick. I do have him more in tier 2 than I have him in tier 1, but I do see him probably going somewhere in the teens in this upcoming draft. He might even be taken top 10 just because he might be looked at as the clear number 1 away best receiver in the draft in a class that's maybe not as stacked as it's been recently. But I love him, Sam. He's a great player. Garth Knight with a $5 donation. Thank you, Garth. Good to see you in the chat, brother. Hope you're doing well tonight. Says Brando, thanks for the work. By the way, consider Vital Cat Freeze dried ahi tuna treats as a switch up to the salmon treats. My coworker's cat digs them. Ooh, okay. I'm gonna have to order those like special, I guess. Then I haven't seen something like that in Petco or something, you know. So Vital Cat Freeze dried ahi tuna. Does sound delicious. Yeah, they would definitely be on that. I'll look it up, Garth. I'll see if I can find it. Do they sell it on like Amazon? Hopefully, maybe. That'd be cool. I'm looking for a good treat, a good new treat. Thank you for the $5 donut, though, brother. Jabba the Mutt says the people sitting on Carter now have very obviously only watched one game of his. Yeah, it's why I'm pushing back on it, man. You know, because I've watched so much of his tape at this point. I know what this guy is. I know what he's going to be. I don't always get there with this many. I don't always get the prospects that this much film that I get to dive into as much with these guys. Most of the time, I'm probably going to be lucky to get maybe 3, 4, 5 games on a player to get that feel for him. I've gone deeper on both Anderson and Carter, and my assessments on him, I feel very strongly about both and where I stand on him. It's not lightly I've arrived at him. And Carter, When I tell you he's as good as he is on this, when I'm as lock solid on this, I don't get to this place on prospects unless it's clear to my eyes on what I'm seeing. If there's any question on it, I would be doing a little bit more hedging. Christian Fowler Brandon said Sauce put the clamps on DK in his vid. Yeah, no. I'm gonna be putting a video together this week. I can already see on that. Overnight, Carter is not all that. Ohio State punished him on that front. Yeah, I didn't see it. Didn't see the same thing myself. Alan Armin says that Brandon agreed. Sauce got away with a lot. He did. He had a PI in the end zone in this game that should have been called. You know, he's not looking back for the ball. He's got his arm up into the shoulder of the receiver. He initiated contact up the football field there. The receiver didn't. He did. So you can't go, the receiver first pushed off and then he was reacting to the receiver. No. He's initiating contact. He's keeping the contact maintained into the end zone. He's maintaining the contact as the ball is coming through flight. You see both Geno Smith and Coach Carroll freaking out after the play going, what the hell? What the hell? That's pass interference. But I've watched it all year long with Sauce. And I lamented because I've never seen anything like this in NFL history. I've never seen a cornerback come into the NFL in his rookie year unestablished who immediately gets to get away with pulling and grabbing on jerseys constantly. I don't really understand, other than they've just sort of earmarked him, I guess, for superstar status because he's number 4 overall pick. But I've not seen anyone even come close to being as grabby as he is. Maybe going back to like a Sherman somewhere, but even Sherman wasn't this grabby. Sherman would get grabby. But this is a whole nother level with Sauce and what I see from him. Jeffrey Thistle says National Sports News likes a good saucy and tug and pull. Justin Goins, yeah, but apart from Aaron Donald, can a defensive tackle really dominate the league for 10 years? They get doubled too much, which hinders their value. That's why you don't see defensive tackles go high in the draft. I guess there's a lot to unpack with that. I think you've got some great thoughts on that. Let me push back a little bit with that with you. Okay. So apart from Darren Donald, can a defensive tackle really dominate the league for 10 years? Yeah, they can. I'll give you a couple of examples. Fletcher Cox has come damn near close to 10 years of dominating the league. I would say that Geno Atkins had a good at least 8 or 9 year run the last 10 years. Maybe that's not quite 10 years, but if I get it 8 years of excellent play, I think that says something. I think Chris Jones has stacked up, about 8 straight years himself right now. So he's getting close to that 10-year mark. I think Justin Goins' Cameron Hayward has been very close as a dominating factor. And so, yeah, there's been more than Aaron Donald over the last 10 years, but they're hard to find, Justin. I will say that. And that's part of why I want to go for Carter, is it's also about these kind of defensive tackles that come out that can have this impact. They are very few and far between. There's not like 5 of them in every draft. I would offer to you, Justin, that if I was to assemble, and Justin, go back, watch the video I just did on Justin Carter. It's a 10-minute video, okay? So all it takes is 10 minutes of your time. If you haven't watched the video, go back and watch that video, because I make a very clear case at that point. When you look at the recent defensive tackles that have been great over the last 10 years in football, there's been legitimately probably 5 of them. 5. If I look at the number of great edge players that have been out there in the draft, there's been probably 4 times that number that have been out there. It's much easier to find the edge. It's hard to find the defensive tackle. So you have a rare type of talent that's available this year where you're picking for a position that's a huge, maybe the biggest entire need on your defense. Because right now, the biggest need on this defense is not defensive end at edge. Uchenna Nwosu and Darrell Taylor, 2 of our better players in this game. Boye Mafe up and coming. Edge is not your biggest need right now. Defensive line is. That is the biggest spot. So the reason that you don't see them dominate much, Justin, I would offer, is because they don't come in this sort of talented form this often. They come in pretty much that sort of trash can size, barely move. Maybe they're a good run stuffer, but being able to actually get penetration and being able to actually go and get to the passer and be impactful in that element, hard to find. Also, something that Aaron Donald has shown with this Justin Goins is it's very hard to double a 3 tech. Let's get into some of the meat on this, okay? Jalen Carter should be a 3-tech defensive tackle at the next level. Maybe they'll have him as a 3-4 in this scheme, but even in this 3-4 scheme, you're doing a lot of stuff as a 3-4 defensive end in this scheme that is very equivalent to what you would ask for a 3-tech defensive tackle, especially with the gap and a half nature of this defense. So, Justin, what you see in offenses traditionally is offenses play towards their strong side, which is the right side. You're going to tend to more often than not then have you're going to have your right guard going up against a defensive tackle who's then you're going to put your double team at the point of attack. You're going to put your double team to the right side of the field more often than not. So that means by the general alignment of things, the 1-tech is the one who gets double teamed, not the 3-tech. And this is where a lot of the problems come into place. If you try to double team a 3-tech, now you're leaving the 1-tech single blocked. If you're going to double team your 3-tech consistently, that means now you're leaving your edge players single blocked. Darrell Taylor on one of his sacks today had Justin, the running back, come out and chip him on the play. He still got through the chip, still got past the tackle, and still went and made the sack. If you're double teaming a defensive tackle down low now, no chip to the outside. All of those chips go away. So then what does that do? That then makes your edge rush that much more effective. So even if he's going to draw those double teams down there, that doesn't remove his impact. Much in the way like I related to this last game. Go to that Ohio State game. I believe it was in the first quarter. Ohio State is down near their end of the football field. Georgia runs a blitz, right? You've got, to your equivalency here, okay? You've got Jalen Carter on a pass play, picking up 2 blockers, getting double teamed. Does that eliminate the effectiveness of the defense in that moment? No, because the blitzing linebacker gets home and makes the sack. So if the impact is in that way and he's causing those double teams, you don't have anybody right now, Justin, that draws double teams on your defensive line. Not one single player. So that would still be impactful. That would still be helpful. And it's also one reason why you've got to look beyond the stats when looking at defensive tackles. It's really more about, with those guys as much as anything, about the eye test and what they're doing. Are they drawing double teams? Are they wrecking plays? Are they rerouting ball carriers instantaneously after they get the handoff? And that is what you see from Jalen Carter all across his film. Julian Garcia, how would you feel about Anthony Richardson and having him sit behind Geno? And where do you think we will have to take him if we want him? Number one, good. I am good with sitting him behind Geno, Julian. So I'm okay with them taking that route and approach. I think if you're going to take Richardson, you've got to acknowledge the fact that you have to give him 2 years. You've got to give Richardson 2 years. That's just the reality of drafting him. And I think teams are going to get impatient. I think some team in the end of the first round is going to get impatient and want to jump on him. To me, this has been one of those picks, one of those guys to me that the Baltimore Ravens feel like the team that just absolutely have circled him out from far out, where they would make him their first round selection. So you probably are going to have to take him with your second first round pick if you're going to want to grab Richardson. If you let him last into the 20s, I think he probably ends up going to one of those teams there who just buy in on his upside and who are going to be willing to give him that 2 years of time that he's going to need to sit and mature and brine, so to speak. And I think he's going to be a good player down the road, but I think you got to wait for him, Julian. It's really that built-in patience. And you see that this is an easier said thing. This is an easier said than done thing. Look at the San Francisco 49ers fan base and how impatient they got with Trey Lance. The fans expect if you're picked at the top, you got to go now. You got to go now. Can't do that with Richardson. We got to be patient if we look at him. But look, the talent's undeniable. I think Julian, he's the most talented quarterback in this draft. But he's also really far away from really tapping into that potential, and he may never really fully tap into it. Where some of these guys are a lot closer to getting there / they're already there. Greg Kemp says, I could be wrong, but doesn't DK have a career low in drops and career high catch percentage this year? He was also 15 catches away from breaking Tyler's record of 100 catches coming into this game. That may be right. I don't know on that, Greg. We were about halfway into the year, Greg, and he was 4th in the NFL in drops this season. So there was a point in time this year where it was there, and I don't know that he's necessarily cleaned it up since then exactly. But look, DK is still a great player. So I'm giving him a hard time on having a bit of a tough game here in a few moments or two, but he's still a great player. He's still intrinsically part of this team going forward. And he's had a great year. So I don't want to sound like I'm necessarily knocking him on it there, Greg, but he definitely has to make that catch. And he does still have those moments of really bad drops where it's not a matter of, he had to pull himself back to the ball and it's thrown behind him and he's got to high point the ball way up over here. And, there was that play early in the game where they tried to throw it down by the goal line where Geno threw a play like that to him. But there's a lot of these plays where it's right there in his hands, right there here, where it's as easy as catch as it gets coming over the top. And those are the ones you got to catch those. There's really no excuses on those kind of ones. Justin says that's why edge rushers are more valuable because they only have to beat one guy. They have more value in the draft. I'm not saying Gardner isn't good, but it's more likely teams can scheme around a defensive tackle. Yeah, I disagree, Justin. Again, it doesn't fit. You've got to understand a little bit on this when you dive into the details of this. What you've got to know the difference. And I know you know the difference of this, but I don't know if you're considering the difference of this of a 1-tech and a 3-tech. And why a 1-tech draws more double teams, and why a 1-tech is going to draw more double teams towards the strong side of the formation, and how you flip the 3-tech away from the strong side of the formation. And then as an offense, if you then are going to then double team away from the 1-tech towards the 3-tech, you're then going to see your running game get impelled then by the 1-tech more often than not. I'd also offer to you that edge rushers are easy to double team. You can absolutely double team those guys. I've watched Darrell Taylor, who hasn't even had fantastic production this year, get double teamed quite instantly. You get the chip blocks from the tight ends, which then lead to the blocks on the tackles. You got the running backs who can come up and they can chip as well. So is it a double team of 2 linemen? No. But again, I think too, you're underselling a little bit of the impact of having a 3-tech who's drawing double teams and what that's going to free up for the rest of the defense. How that runs counter to how offenses normally want to run. Go look at Aaron Donald's tape through the years, Justin. Go look at his highlight film, okay? Because he is a 3-tech. And what you'll notice with Aaron Donald over and over again, you'll scratch your head as you watch it. You go, God, that's kind of weird. Because what you see over and over again with the tape on Aaron Donald is him being single blocked. One of the things that I've lamented for years, one of the reasons why Aaron Donald had more sacks against the Seahawks than anybody else is the Seahawks' outright, utter refusal over the years through a multitude of offensive coordinators to double team him from the 3-tech position. Why? Because it runs counterproductive to how you want to run an offense normally, which is to double team the 1-tech, not the 3-tech. So it's a thing where, yeah, you can just say blindly, well, we can just double team him and neutralize him. There's some fallout from making that decision as an offense. There's some cascading dominoes downwind then that benefit that defense that you're not considering if you're just going, well, there's this double team that happens. Number one, really hard to double team the 3-tech. Number two, if you're double teaming the 3-tech, you're offloading other parts of your offense and you're making yourself susceptible other parts defensively speaking. And that's going to be to the betterment of the defense. There's a reason why Georgia's defense has been as good as they are, despite the fact he has been doubled as much as he has in recent years. And he has been doubled on that line. He is that problem on that line. Go watch Georgia's tape. Ain't nobody else drawing the double teams like Jalen Carter. All that talent along that defensive line. And there's one guy offenses week in and week out are worried about. It's Carter. And it speaks to his talent, speaks to how good he is. Megan says that HawksNest, Vin Scully would choose Howard. Vin would choose, but he's a people pleaser, Megan. That's his nature. I love Vin. Scully's the best. But Scully is only going to try to put a smile on your face. Howard is going to tell you the real deal. DJ Jimenez. Hey, Brandon. Appreciate this always. I got to ask, what do you have your eye on? Who do you have your eye on in the center position in this draft? The one main guy that I would look at so far, I've looked at 4 of the centers in this draft so far. So I've looked at Luke Wilper, played last night for Ohio State. Looked at Jarrett Patterson from Notre Dame. I've looked at Schmitz from Minnesota, and I've looked at Tippmann from, what was it? I think that was Wisconsin, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. I quite forget where is this. I like so far Schmitz is the one that's been the best of all of them. I think he's separated himself, DJ, as the best of the lot. His movement mobility is the best of those 4 that I've seen so far. He fits to this scheme. He's just the most impressive. I don't think he's quite as good as Creed Humphrey. I don't think he's quite as good as Tyler Linderbaum, who came out in last year's draft. But if they were to take him in the second round with their first second-round pick, it would make a ton of sense. Sanchez with a $2 donation says, let's go, Gino. Ooh, jeez. Says, let's go, Gino. Let's go, Gino. Sorry, I'm a little late on acknowledging some of these donos. Cameron with a $5 dono. I understand not wanting to pay Myers. I think the reason I want to is because I'm scared of another Walsh-Janikowski situation. No thanks. Yeah, and you're speaking, of course, the 2 prior kickers to Myers that you brought in and weren't great. It's a risk. It is a risk with this, Cameron. I think when it comes to me on Myers, my hesitancy comes from the fact that the Myers and the way he's kicking this year is not what you've gotten in totality over 4 years of him kicking. You've got 2 years that are like this and 2 years that are down. So there still is some riding the wave here with Myers, even if you're bringing him back. And that's just my hesitancy is if I'm going to pay a kicker at $5.5 million per year, I'm not going to kick him for every other good year he's going to give me, right? I want every year to be good if I'm paying at that amount. I want that to be a certainty. I want to be able to write that check, put it in the bank and know that check's going to clear. Not that the guy's going to suddenly pull the funds out on me on the other end of it. And that's where I do worry about with Myers. That being the case is you end up signing him to a $5.5 million deal. Next year he's bad. Then the year after that, then he's good. And the year after that, then he's bad. Then do you look at that deal and go, well, that's worth it then at $5.5 million? I don't know that it is enough then for me to sign up for it at that point. That's so significant money, and I feel like there's other kickers out there who can give you very close to the level of performance you've gotten this year, maybe not quite as good, that you don't have to spend that much of a significant amount on him at that point. I also think that's been a little bit dicey for us, Cameron, in recent history when we paid kickers. We paid Hoshka a lot of money too back in the day, and I don't think we really got the returns for that on that deal as well. I think on this Walsh deal that we signed in free agency, it's been okay of a deal. It's been some good, some bad. But I don't think that it's been necessarily a far and away a success story for us to say, well, this has just been a great deal, us signing Myers for that $4 million a year that he's cost us. That's been awesome for us at every turn. It's a little of a mixed bag to me, just a little bit. But I won't be crying tears if we do sign him to a deal. And Sanchez, thank you for all your donos, man. And let's go Gino indeed. Nick Craig with a $5 donation. Appreciate you, Nick. You're awesome, brother. Says, if the Bears are at 2 and take Carter, does the pick have to be Anderson, or do you trade down a little and get next tier and more capital? Even kind of beyond even taking Carter for me, Nick, I love the thought of taking Carter, but my first ideal situation here, if I can have a dream situation, it's I move from number 3 to number 9 and I pick up 2-3 first round picks. That to me is the best situation, best case scenario, number 1. Number 2 would be to take Jalen Carter. So, I would prefer trading back because I think you can get such a haul of draft picks in return for moving back. That would be my preference. I could go with Anderson too, though. I'm not going to poo-poo taking Anderson. He's a great talent. Nick, I'm working on right now. My next video is going to be Will Anderson. And he's been very impressive going through all the tape and really deep diving into him and seeing what he does. So I'd feel okay if they select there. They can kind of go any way that they want to go there and I'll be happy with it. But as far as preference, which is to the nature of your question, yeah, moving back is the way to go because you pick up such a haul in return by doing so that it's like too good of an offer. It's The Godfather, man. We're going to make him an offer we can't refuse. It's going to be too good of an offer we can't refuse. You know what I mean? We're going to give him a first round pick here, first round pick there, give him a second round pick next year. Bada bing, bada boom. We'll get the job done. Thank you, though, Nick. Appreciate you, man. You're awesome. DJ Jimenez says, Wilper held his own against Jalen Carter. He did okay in a couple moments. There's a lot of double teams in there. Megan says, Hawks Nest, and Madden would make his choice too, Howard. Madden's another people pleaser, Megan. Another man who just wants to put a smile on your face. I don't want to put a smile on your face. I want to inform, captivate, and let you know the real deal. Jack, if it comes down to how you feel about Geno long term. If you think Stroud can be a good elite level quarterback, if not, then the plan should be to target Carter or Anderson with the pick. Well said, Jack. Well said. It does feel it depends on where the team does look at Geno long term, and if they look at it he has really taken his game up a level and he's going to be worth it for the next couple of years. I think it's enticing to just go with Stroud too on the other side of it. But that's why I say you kind of go both directions. There's an argument to be made on both. But ending up with Carter Anderson ain't going to be the worst way to go. And luckily we get to make the choice on this. I think they'll have decided what they're doing with Geno prior to the draft. So it won't be like a question mark we're sort of waiting on a little bit. We'll know what's up. Greg Kemp says, Justin Goins, if you're going to pick a defensive tackle in the top 5, you better be sure he's a Hall of Famer and can dominate the league. Is Carter that guy? See, I disagree. I'd like him to dominate the league. I don't think I need to be a Hall of Famer. I do think that he has dominating elements to be that guy. Yeah, I think I just did a Cortez Kennedy video where I very explicitly break down the fact that I think the guy's got that kind of talent level. I don't think that you're ever really picking in a draft, taking a guy going, well, we're getting our Hall of Fame talent here. You hopeful that that's a story to be written 10 years down the road and decided down when. It comes down to this at the end of the day, Justin. It's beyond looking at markers of, is he drawing double teams? Is he dominating the league? Is he an Aaron Donald-like presence? I would offer that rather than looking at it through that lens, it's more about what turns this defense from being a 29th, 28th, 32nd round defense and gets us back up to respectability. What are the moves that can be made to start to hem that up? And the first place it begins with is I get a guy in there that's going to stop the run, who's no longer going to let you get bled right up the middle like you've been bled time and time again, with guys like Jacobs running up the middle on you for 230 yards in a game, right? So first he stops that. Then he gives me way better pass rush than I've had from the defensive tackle position since going back to literally Cortez Kennedy. That is going to help out a defense beyond adding labels of, is he dominating the league? Is he Aaron Donald level of talent? Is he making that defense substantially better by his presence being in there? And the answer is yes. That's the important part here. That's the part that I'm getting more hung up on. Who is going to make you the most effective by taking that player? Who is the player that's going to most improve your team by taking that player in that spot? And that's the lens I look from it. And I think Carter is that guy. I do. But Hall of Fame's a hard thing to predict, man. That's a tough one. Jack says, my take, Quentin Johnston's the DeAndre Hopkins clone. Boy, I can't see that myself on that one, Jack. I mean, DeAndre Hopkins was one of the best route runners coming out of college I've seen. I mean, his body control and route running was absolutely masterful. His catch radius, his catch ability to be able to catch with his body control falling every different direction and still reeling the ball was very unique to him. And Quentin Johnston, I don't think his hands are in the same place that DeAndre is. And I don't think that his route running is in the same place that DeAndre is. I also think Quentin Johnston's a better yak guy, like way more dynamic as a guy after the catch. Not to mention he's probably like 3 inches taller than DeAndre, isn't he? I mean, DeAndre's like a 6-foot guy. Johnston's legitimately 6'4". I think there's a lot of differences kind of on those guys' game. Jordan, sorry, I missed it. Let me. Wu-Tang says, I think Carter's floor is an above average starter. His ceiling is perennial Pro Bowler, Hall of Fame dude. I could go with that. Yeah, not 90-degree angles. I meant like, straight angles. That's the word I was trying to use. Wu-Tang's Financial says, my cat goes hard on the bonito flakes. Bonito flakes. Okay. You guys give me some good ideas here. I bet she'd like some bonito flakes. You like some bonito flakes? Yeah? Okay. I'll get you some treats in a second, okay? You've been a good girl. Braden Wright. So to make the playoffs, we need to win and the Packers to lose. That is correct, Braden. 100%. Hondro. Orlando Roca. The announcer said something like, the Fant brothers are also in this game. Are George and Noah actually brothers, or was he just trying to be funny? He was trying to be funny. I don't think they're actually brothers. No relation. Jacob says, funny how we wanted Blockett to come back for this game so badly, yet he wasn't even the game changer. The game changer was K9. Well said. Seems like they were kind of restricting some of Lockett's snaps too. They weren't trying to run him out there like he normally is. They're being a little bit hesitant. Real Matrix says, I think the Colts are behind us now in the draft. Is it possible they trade up one spot for a quarterback? Yeah. Well, it's a little bit of folks have been maintaining. There's a lot of Chicago fans that are like, no, we're taking Jalen Carter. No, we need that for this defense to work. We need Jalen Carter. But I kind of maintain with where especially CJ Stroud capped his performance off this year, where Bryce Young's been with his performance this year, with what you're hearing about reputation wise from those guys throughout the league circles, really would to me, the thing most likely to happen here at this point is the Bears to trade back out of that number 2 pick and move it to a team like, let's say, the Colts willing to move up, right? You mentioned. And then at that point, the Bears aren't dropping back significantly, but they're picking up those assets essentially to make the same kind of deal that I'm hoping our Hawks make, and that they're moving back. So I think the Bears are really likely to do that at the end of the day. I think Bryce Young, CJ Stroud probably go 1-2 in this draft. And then the Hawks are sitting at 3 at that point between the pick of Anderson and Carter going, are we dreaming? Erickson says, Seahawks. What's up, Erickson? Joe Biden's Make-A-Wish. What do you think about the Giants player sacking Foles and celebrating next to him while he was hurt? Yeah, at first when it happens, it's Kayvon Thibodeau makes the sack of Foles, and Foles is writhing around on the turf next to Thibodeau, and then Thibodeau starts doing snow angels next to Foles, and does it for a very long period of time. And I at first was starting Joe Biden's to give Thibodeau the benefit of the doubt. He can't see Foles writhing. He's just celebrating the sack, but he's doing mid snow angel, and then you see Thibodeau look over at Foles, and Foles is And Thibodeau's mid-angel, and he doesn't stop the angel. He just keeps snow angeling the hell out of that turf. So he was pretty cold-blooded, and then he went to the sideline, and he was sort of joking about, but look, that's football, man. You know, like it's a grown man sport. This ain't for the weak. This ain't for the soft, you know? Drew Blahnik says, special game we played today. Great game, Drew. A great team win. Everybody kind of did their part, pulled their oar as hard as they could, including the special teams, and that was good to see. Tom Eden says it's hard to double team a 3-tech because you have to use a guard and a tackle to do it, and then you leave the blind side wide open. You can do it at a 1 or 0 tech because you can use the center guard. Bingo. It's a very important part in the consideration of this. We'll just double team. It's that 3-tech's hard to do that on. It goes against a lot of the way you naturally put your offense together and the flow of the offense to try to do that. It's an easier said than done approach, and you're oftentimes going to open up a lot of other holes to close this particular one, which should then be to the benefit of the defense. Megan says, the Hawks Nest, I just have to hear Vin's name, and I'm pulling out my Dodgers jersey with his name and number on it. Howard and grinning broadly, and I'm a diehard Mariners fan too. Well, Vin's a friend of mine. I've known Vin Scully for 45 years. Originally called the Dodger game with him back in '62. We went out that night and painted the town red. I won't have to tell you what a bunch of swinging bachelors we were back then in '62. LA would never be the same. Jeffrey Nicholson, if the Hawks do, why fix the gaping hole in Seattle's defense is out? Gaping hole in Seattle's defense don't. If the Seahawks don't fix the gaping hole in the defense, Seattle is out. I'd take a run-stuffing monster over a quarterback. We got Geno. Well said, Jeffrey. Delakey, draft Levis, franchise Geno, re-sign Locke. Yeah, QB's not the biggest thing on my mind either. Megan says, B, why pick 9 and why is the best? You have way more choice at 3, don't you? What am I missing here? Why pick 9 and why is it the best? It's the best for me, Megan, because of the haul that you get back in return. You're getting so many draft picks back. You're getting future first round picks, second round picks. You're getting a lot for moving back a mere 6-7 selections. I do fall in line with believing, Megan, that there is a tier 1 group of players, and that while Jalen Carter and Will Anderson are at the top of that tier 1 group, tier 1 are all kind of similarly talented in what they're going to be able to provide to the team impactful wise. It's a little bit lesser when you're going to pick a guy at 8 or 9 than what you're going to get at 3. But like we saw in last year's draft, Megan, if you look at the players that were picked, let's say at 3, 2, 3, 4 versus the players picked up at 7, 8, 9, everybody's been pretty relatively in the same level of production point. You know, they've all fell along into the same spot really at the end of the day. The key here, Megan, is you're staying in tier 1, but you're picking up all of these draft picks in addition to that. And those draft picks you're picking up in addition to that add on to that tier 1 player. Whereas when you just take the one player, all you got's that one player. So I can get a player here who's maybe 90% equivalency to the player that I didn't take at number 2 or 3. But then I'm also getting an extra 80% on top of that 90%. I'm getting a total of 170% of production then by making that trade back with all of those players I pick up on. That's, to me, smart roster building. That's how you put this team back up on top. It's not merely a one-player situation right now, Megan. We're not one player away as we stand right now. It's not one pick is going to take us up over the top. We're a little ways away here. We need a lot of things. right? We need defensive line help. We need a bit of linebacker help. We might need some safety help, depending on where Jamal Adams' health is injury situation's at. We need a center. We need a right guard. We're going to need another running back. We probably are going to need another wide receiver. Got a lot to kind of address a little bit. And so I would like to have more ammunition to be able to do that. That's why I think it's the best approach. I agree, Jeffrey. Draylen is a monster. Deadly, which position is better in this 2023 draft, center or guard? I'm thinking we take the best interior offensive lineman in the draft, guard or center, then sign the other position in free agency if possible. Haven't had a really deep dive yet that I've done too much on the guard situation. There's been a couple of guys I've looked at that are more not fitting to what we're going to want from a mobility standpoint. I think BB is a guy that's very interesting. And I think Schmitzen is a guy that's interesting, center, guard. Well, BB being a guard, Schmitz being a center. Those are two guys that stand out to me in the second round. But admittedly, Deadly, I haven't gotten to the depths of the class on the line yet to really make a good, honest assessment on that. I think they're both pretty equivalent as far as the amount of talent of those guys in this draft. Both of them, there's no guy that's going to go in the first round at center or guard in this draft. So you're probably going to see maybe only a couple taken in the second round at both of those positions. So it's pretty equivalent. Pretty equivalent. Delakey says, why is TCU so good? They've been a program that's been on the rise over recent years. They put a lot of NFL players out there in recent years. A lot of guys gotten picked. So, they've been doing a better and better job about being able to keep getting that team good. So they've been good for a while. They just finally, everything's kind of fit together for them this year right now. Certainly having a senior quarterback like they do, in where he's at and playing, that really helps you in college football. When you've got a guy that's played for 4 years, all that film he's put out there, and then, coming into his final year like that, that's when those type of teams can really take off, because you're afforded a level of intelligence and wisdom at the position that you don't normally get even from the uber talented quarterbacks that reside in college football. And that's helped him. Dugan's definitely helped them take a step forward, but Georgia's going to blow him off the football field. Make no mistake about it. It's been a good run for TCU, but that will end. Saijin, do we have Prez next season? Yes, we do. It's too hard to cut him, too hard to get out from under that contract. That just means that you're going to end up re-signing him and bringing him back into the fold. Randall McDaniel with a $5 donation. Thank you, Randall. And it's good to see you, brother. Hope you're having a happy new year. Says, what's up, big dog? Happy new year and nice W for the Hawks. What a nice win, man. Good way to start out this year, isn't it, Randall? Puts a smile on my face, man. It's good to see you. And I hope you're having a happy new year out there. Baby's on the way soon. I know, man. You're a couple months out. But a good win for us today, Randall. Good to see this team to just roll over and lay over this year at the back end of the schedule, that we're showing some fight. We're showing some, hey, we're still in this. We still got a chance here. Let's make this happen. And that Jets team wasn't going to come in there and just roll over themselves. So you had to take this win. You took this win, a full team victory, offense, defense, special teams. Everybody had their hand in this win. Megan says, then Howard, I'm sorry. You've lost me and I'm off to listen to Vin and the coach at the Hawks Nest, laughing out loud. That's okay, Megan. I know you'll be brought back by my intrepid truthfulness and honesty. You can't help but be swayed back to a man of my type of realm in that way. Alan, Texas football is low-key always good. It is. They've got as much talent in the nation. I mean, down in Texas, football is a religion, and high school is a religion, and they've got a lot of talent to pluck from in that state. Delakey says Gino is 1 year younger than Russ. Is the plan similar as their longevity for Gino? Gino's year 1 younger than Russ. Is the plan similar as their longevity for Gino? Gino's got a different trek of longevity than Russ does, Del, because a lot of what Gino's been able to accomplish has been from the neck up, and that's the place that Russell Wilson's lacking on right now. That's what's holding his game back. So there's a bit of a difference in longevity between those two guys. That's why Russ has not been able to maintain his longevity, is that while the physical skills erode, your next stuff up's got to improve and get better. And instead, it's maintained at where it's always been while the physical skills have started to erode. So it's a little bit of a different track. I think Gino's got a chance to still play at a high level for 3-4 years because he's so good at the line of scrimmage, because he can deal with the blitzes. He can throw with anticipation. He can run up tempo. He can have full control. He can move within the pocket, subtle movements like climbing the ladder in the pocket or a subtle step to the right to get clear. So I think those things are going to help him be a little bit more with the longevity aspect. Bobby Savage Hill says Jalen Carter is special. Glad you guys agree on that. Glad I'm not the only one with that. Sam the Great says, keep Geno, but fix all the problems we have. Seattle will be great for a long time. Agreed. Tommy, we are going to be able to get one of Young, Stroud, Carter, Richardson, Levis, Anderson, Carter. It's going to be a good pick no matter what we do. That's what I've maintained with this too, Tommy. As people kind of have me go, well, who do you want? Well, it's like, as I say with this, I'm going to be happy about any of these guys. This ain't us picking at 27, 30, 32 in a draft and taking LJ Collier at the back of the first round and me going, oh my God. This is not going to happen at all. These are all really good guys, all really good picks. I'm a little out on Bryce Young, but maybe I'll warm up to him if we select him. Zero says Johnson 6'6", I believe. Wow. I don't think he's quite that big. 6'6" stands out. You can see when they're, I think he's probably, maybe he's got 6'4" and change. He's legitimate 6'4", but yeah. John Robinson, Quentin Johnson, Cordell Patterson. That's a better comparison. I think his hands are better than Patterson. I think his route running is a little better than Patterson, but there's some rough edges around both of their route running coming out. They do it non-traditionally in how they get open. Delakey says, if you believe Geno's peak is only 2 years, you have to draft a quarterback. Yeah, I don't know if it's only 2 years on that, Del. I don't. And making the comparison with Russ is a hard one to make because, again, his downward plane has not just come because he got older. Now, Russ's game and going downwards as it has not just occurred because he's 34 years old and suddenly now he falls off a cliff. There's some reasons for it that go beyond that. I think Geno can give you at least 3 more years. And look, I'm okay though, Dell, if they want to take a quarterback too. Doesn't preclude it. Greg Kemp, I agree. He should make that sideline catch, but he's got 1,000 yards this year with maybe the lowest amount of deep shots in his career. Hands, jump ball, and route running are getting better. Yeah, I'm pro DK guy, Greg. So definitely, I don't want to make it sound like I'm anti DK. There was a big part of this year where he was 4th in the league in drops. He's had a year where he's finished in the NFL in his career where he's also was 4th in the league in drops. So the drop stuff isn't being imagined by people. It is a real thing that's there. Is it enough to neutralize him as a player, or does it hinder his impact in the way that now we have to view DK through a different lens of how valuable he is because those drops do occur? No. They are a little bit annoying. I would like to see them cleaned up. I'd like him to not be in his 4th year, 4th in the league in drops as he was through most of this year. Well, we'll see where he ends up at the end of the year. Let's take a look right now, actually. Maybe I can find it. I hate the ad blocker crap. I hate your ad blocker crap. So let's see here. We got, is this the right year? This isn't bringing up what I was looking for. Well, that's a weird deal. It's always hard to find the drop stats. Let's see if this one brings it up. Yeah, it's just showing the teams on the drops. So it's not going to hold back long term, though. That's the bottom line. Doesn't hinder his impact. Just those kind of plays, it stands out because, man, you really that catch, you really, those are the ones I want to see him make as much as anything. That's, like I said, it's his bread and butter. But again, Greg, he's a great player. He's a marvelous player. I love that he's on this team. It doesn't hinder his impact that he is occasionally the drops come through. Domage Lockett was in the locker room for large parts of the third quarter with a leg issue. Ooh, yikes. John says we should have to definitely manage center snaps the first year. Carter snap, we would have to definitely manage Carter snaps the first year. Yeah, and I'm okay with that. Megan says the Fants are brothers B and Princeton is their cousin. I didn't know that. Well, awesome, Megan. You learn something new every day. That's interesting. Delakey Richardson is a great athlete, but so raw as a passer. Oh, it is. He is. And there's times where the mechanics are clean and good with it, but it's definitely something he's going to have to get consistently, and that's why I do think it will take a couple years to get him in the right place of things. Randall McDaniel with another $5 dono. Thank you, Randall. I really do appreciate it. Sorry, a little slow in acknowledging the donos right now. Getting in on the chat a bit here. Says, looking yesterday, I see 5 to 6 quarterback needy teams who pick behind the Hawks. Calling it now. Bryce, Stroud, Levis go 1, 2, 3. I could see it. I don't know if we've had that in NFL history. I can't remember the last time or if it's ever happened that we've had 3 quarterbacks go 1, 2, 3. But I feel pretty solidly right now, Randall, like if I was betting money on Vegas and I had to make a bet, I would bet that we are going to see 1, 2 Young, Stroud minimum. Like that's your 1, 2. And I could very well see Levis then become the third guy that goes off the board. Because once you leave past those 3 guys, it's a pretty far drop off as far as maybe not talent with a guy like Richardson, but finding a young quarterback in the draft high who's then ready to play immediately. You're not finding that necessarily. So that could drive the Levis pick to then go number 3. But I could see it happen, Randall. I really could see it happen as well. And you're right. Those quarterback needy teams wanting to move up, wanting to come get those quarterbacks. That's all it takes. And remember last year's draft, we had a very, very weak quarterback class. That's going to, you would think, kind of build up a little bit more of that need into this year than for some of these teams. So well said, man. That'd be interesting to see if your prediction's right on that one. I could see it go that way. And it's never happened before, so it's not even you making a prediction about something that's occurred in recent history. But it's one that's very feasible, I think, this year. Thank you, Randall, though, for the donos. Beyond Balance with a $10 donation. Thank you, Beyond Balance. Says, just joined, so missed the rest. Imagine that we start doing 13-man and going back to one-gap defense, and we do good. Why is it obvious to us amateurs, but seemingly beyond our coordinators? Sometimes I think you probably get a little too close when you're in that situation and you know, you have all of the information in your ear and it's, you got to sort of get lost in the forest despite the trees, you know, whereas with us, we don't have as much the outside noise, not as much the pressure. We can just sometimes, I think, view the situation sort of cold and stagnantly and just, it is what it is, right? Not without a dog in the fight, so to speak. And as a coach, you probably have your biases and what they want to do and where they're trying to draw this team towards. So, I would love to say that I have a good reason to give you as to why it's so obvious to us, but I don't have a good reason other than that they just, sometimes they get stuck on a spot and they want to get to that spot. It's like, you need to move off the spot, you know? I'd even add on to that Beyond Balance. I mean, the use of outside runs with Kenneth Walker in this game and getting to the outside and edges, which at times, again, especially in this recent 5-game stretch of Walker at times having troubles outside of this week and last week where he's been great. You didn't always show a willingness to go to those outside runs and really press the edges with him, where that's really where he's at his best, is get him out there into space and let him turn on the engines and go. So, I share your frustration, man. And I wish I had a great answer or response as to why it is this way, but I just come back to, it's just that, what is it? There's an axiom that you apply to this sort of, where I'm sure they have all the data in the world and it just ends up, preventing them from making the right call. God, there's a great term for this and I forget what it is. It's, I'm going to remember it tonight and be like, that's what I wanted to try to say in that moment. But yeah, it's frustrating Beyond Balance. It is. I think it does help you a little bit today in regards to the one gap stuff too. You got a weaker offensive line you're going up against. So there's just going to be way more holes there to kind of go up and attack. But the 13 personnel stuff. Yeah. That stuff we've been asking for weeks, isn't it? For weeks. And showed off today. Hell of a game for the tight ends, including Mabry. How about Mabry with the touchdown catch? Appreciate you, Beyond Balance. You're awesome, brother, and welcome by in chat. Taker610 with a $2 dono. If only Den could get up for anyone other than KC. Yeah. I don't know even if they got up for KC. What I think happened this week, Taker610, is if you look in the last 10 years, if we looked at the last 10 years and looked at the few times that it does happen that the coaches get fired mid-year, I would reckon that you probably see the interim coach who takes over for that coach ends up winning the very next game after the firing. That occurs at like an 80 to 85% rate, it feels like. I mean, I think it happened even this year with the Panthers, right? They let go Matt Rule, and then I think they literally won their very next game. So it does just seem to be a bit of a bump that you get when you fire a coach mid-year. It's not going to last. It's not, well, now they've found themselves, but somehow or another for that one game, you get the team turned on and playing at their hardest, at their brightest, so to speak. But definitely Denver gave KC all they could take, man. And that's in KC. I also think a little bit Taker610 that KC was a little bit in the mode of, we're going to take this nice and light and easy. We got this game. We don't even have to really fully press it. We don't even have to work our hardest. We'll get the win if we just kind of glide our way through. It did feel a little bit like that kind of game for them too. A little bit like how it played with us last week in that same way. Never felt like you were getting Kansas City's best punch. They just kind of were just sort of just jabbing you all day, like, all right, you'll eventually drop. Randall McDaniel with another $5 dono. Thank you, Randall. I really do appreciate it. Says, I think we can trade down to 5 or 6 to a team like Carolina or Indy. 3 guys who can slot 1 through 3. Maybe we get picks and a top defensive player. Dream scenario. Well, I'm loving to hear, Randall, that you've been brought over to my edge of this on this, and that you're aligned in the same way. I think that based on what you're saying within that donation, you're in the same place I am. Whereas if you have a priority list of things of here's how I'd like to do if this goes ideally, here's my backup option, here's my third option, if the Hawks attack the draft from these variety of different quotients. But the number one option for me remains, Randall, of trading back is the way to go. The haul that the LA Rams got, or for the time, the St. Louis Rams got from the Washington Redskins for the trade for Robert Griffin then to move up. You know, what the San Francisco 49ers had to give up for Trey Lance. What the Bears had to give up to go up and get Mitch Trubisky for a couple of picks. You know, you don't have to fall way back in the draft to make these kind of trades. It can be just a couple of selections back and you pick up a huge amount of draft capital in return for moving back those picks. But you're absolutely right. From a Carolina to an Indy, I mean, there's, as you said in the other post too, there's a variety of teams that need quarterbacks here going into this offseason, and teams that are going to be picking still in that top 10 who need quarterbacks. And that's the key on it, is I'm staying in that tier 1 group, moving back, picking up the extra picks, slightly less players as far as maybe a defender than versus a Jalen Carter I take, but then all those picks that you get on the back end, all those guys you're going to be able to bring in then by moving that in. And if we looked at the totality of it, and not names as pie in the sky names, but if we actually then look at the full haul that you would be pulling back in versus just going for a Jalen Carter or just going for a Will Anderson. It's hard to see because we can't say the specific names of all the guys you're pulling in, including probably first round picks into the future. But when we eventually look at that haul, we'd go, well, that was a no-brainer to move back. That completely made sense as to why you have to move back there. So glad to hear you're on the same boat as I am on that, Randall. I think it's the ideal situation. And also, to your point on this, a very plausible situation to occur. Randall with another $5 donation. Thank you, Randall. I really, really do appreciate it. He says, the TCU quarterback looked like an NFL guy. His name would be Dugan. Is he a mid-rounder? Can you explain why great college quarterbacks don't always usually equate to an NFL guy? Yeah, absolutely. And again, thank you for all the donations. Randall, you are awesome. I actually just did a deep dive on Max Duggan yesterday. So obviously on the heels of getting to watch his performance against Michigan, I wanted to also go back and see what he had done through the year and take a little bit. I'm scouting all these guys. So this is one of those guys that I want to dive into. If we're going to look at, first off, Randall, if the Seahawks are going to look at wanting to go to fitting to the 2012 blueprint and not merely quasi-fitting to it, but purely fitting to it. And that would then mean you're not taking a quarterback in the top 5 of the draft. That would then mean that you're going to try to find the quarterback a little bit later on. And let's say the 2nd, 3rd, maybe 4th round. And so if you're going that track, then you're also going to look for a guy that gives you a little bit of an equivalency to what Russell Wilson gave you. There's not a Russell Wilson in this draft per se, right? That's that equivalent to that skill set. But if we're going to go for the guy that's the closest to what you could have gotten in Russell coming out, I think Dugan gives you that. What stands out to me with Dugan is he's a coach's son. So when you watch him throw, you're watching a guy who's very clean mechanically. His lower half especially is so good. His feet just are perfect. His base is perfect. I really love his footwork. It stands out to me. His release is pretty good. He doesn't have a lot of a lot of upper level arm strength, but it's good enough. So he's missing from Russell a little bit in the arm strength. I think from a mobility standpoint, maybe not quite as quick, but still there's some similar echoes between their games. He'll probably run like a 4.6. I think Russell ran like a 4.55 or something like that. So he's going to still be pretty close. If you're looking for kind of an equivalent of a guy close to what Russell was, and looking to fit to that original blueprint, a guy like Dugan taken in the 3rd, 4th round could end up making a lot of sense for the Hawks if they're trying to fit to that blueprint. He should be a pretty pro-ready guy, Randall. He's played 4 years. He's increased over 4 years his completion percentage by 11 percentage points over that time. Very inaccuracy issues when he first walked in the door, and they've just kept getting better every single year. So he's a guy that interests me a little bit in that angle of if I look at the guys in the 3rd and the 4th round that are kind of the top guys that I would gravitate towards in that area. I think Hendon Hooker would be above him, of course. But if you're going Hendon Hooker, Dugan, the McKee kid from Stanford, I think all of those guys are kind of interesting prospects in that range for the value. And again, especially Randall, if you're trying to fit back into that old blueprint and fit to it pure. Thank you, Randall, though, for all the donations, man. I really appreciate it. Delicky, I'd love to play for the Detroit coach. I'm sure he endears a lot of support from his players with the way he goes about what he does. Joe Biden's Make-A-Wish said, did you watch Washington's bowl game? Penix Jr. looks legit. He just needs to work on ball control. Yeah, I think it was a little bit, players had taken a month off and things looked a little rough on both sides of the ball with certain things being out of whack in that first half. I did watch the game. Penix got better as the second half went along and he made some really outstanding throws. Sometimes with me on, it's just... the thing will bother me a little bit with Penix and watching him is when the arm gets really low. I mean, it's really at times almost Phillip Rivers-esque when that ball drops low and then he's sort of pushing it out from his shoulder, right? It's almost coming out of his shoulder in his release. Now he gets a lot of pop on the ball. He's pretty accurate overall. I thought some of the accuracy was a little bit dicey in that game where it wasn't as tight as it had been throughout the course of this year with him. But I'm glad he's going back to college for another year because he can answer some of these questions going on. If the delivery can get a little bit more consistent, I don't want that arm dropping low. You saw, I think, a couple times in that game, he got balls batted at the line of scrimmage, and it's because he's got natural size, good long arm, but the delivery goes low, and he gets a lot of balls knocked down because of it. I don't know if I see a guy with upside at like a Phillip Rivers like upside in the way he processes on the football field or necessarily how he throws with anticipation like Rivers could do. He's got a stronger arm than Rivers overall. He throws harder than Rivers does. No doubt about that. He's got better mobility than Rivers does. But that's the worry I have with Penix a little bit right now is where that motion is. I don't know if the sidearm knuckleball kind of delivery left-handed throw that sometimes comes out from him. It's not all the time. Sometimes he comes over the top and it's really nice and it comes out good, but he needs to consistently, I think, clean that up a little bit more, especially if he wants to vault himself into first-round discussion, which Joe Biden's Make-A-Wish, I think he will do if he's able to even put another year together like he did here. That will be at least enough for people to go, okay, that's legitimate production over 2 years, and he's shown it. It's not just a flash in the pan. John Robinson says, maybe they try to resign Daron Payne as a draft hedge to free them up to be flexible. I would love to love him on a 5-year, $75 million deal, $50 million guaranteed. Yeah, sign me up if you can bring him in on that, man. That would be $15 million a year. That sounds about right, John. That sounds about right to be able to move the money around in whatever way you kind of want to move it there to make the numbers work. But that does sound about what he'll probably get. Nick says, have you seen Jack Campbell, linebacker out of Iowa? Nick, I have seen Jack Campbell. I have scouted him quite a bit, actually. He's an old school kind of linebacker, right? Lunch pail guy, hard, tough as nails. He'll take on blockers in the hole with a force and a thunder. I think that he's athletically a little bit limited. I think he's from a speed standpoint a little bit limited. He's got really great size that you'd love to have at the position, and that's going to help him if he goes to like a 3-4 defense and working off those blocks at the second level, something that we've seen Cody Barton and Jordan Brooks struggle to do so this year. So that's an element that he gives you to the game right off the bat that they don't really have. But I really do think he's going to be a slow 40 guy. He looks to me on tape like he looks like a 4.7 guy on the 40. And so he's a guy to me that fits a little bit in line with a guy like Noah Sewell, who I just come away from with both of those two guys. And I go, I'm kind of unimpressed when I'm hearing talk of these guys go like in the first round or high second. If you're going to talk about this guy being a third or a fourth rounder, I get a little bit more excited about him. But that seems like both these two guys feel early on a little bit like they're going to get overdrafted, picked a little bit higher than they really should go based on their reputation. I wasn't blown away by Campbell. Delakid, is Nolan Smith possibly an early second rounder? That's about where I would see him going. Yep. I'd say so. Actually, says if not Toa, then Jack the captain. He has shades of Bobby Wagner. Boy, I can't see it. I could Toa, if you want to say within Bobby, I could maybe see that, but I can't quite see it with Jack myself. Bobby was really fast coming out. Jack's going to be, hold on, let's see. So Bobby Wagner ran a 4.45 a 4.45 on his pro day, which is sensationally fast. Campbell's going to run a 4.7. 4.65, 4.7 40, that's going to be Campbell. So wide difference between him and Bobby. Certainly from a size standpoint, maybe some similarities between the two, but a difference between them as far as speed, quickness, athleticism is concerned. Toa is great though. I like him. Delikey says, who is Howard Cosell? Howard Cosell is a former real famous announcer in the 70s and early 80s. Was really best known for Monday Night Football. And he had a very unique kind of cadence. He used to talk like this. Hello, sports fans. This is Howard Cosell and Monday Night Football. So I like to reference him. I'm a kid of the age with that. I show my age on that one, Del. Kirk Stemmer with a $5 donation. Thank you, Kirk. It says, check out quarterback Joe Milton from Tennessee. 6'5" and has a monster arm. I did see a little bit of him throwing. Of course, he's been stuck behind Hendon Hooker for most of the year, but he has come out and he's shown a really live arm. He could be a very much a diamond in the rough kind of guy that's just never really gotten his shot at the college level, but he's got an insane arm. I mean, the ball just leaps out of his hand, Kirk. But I'll do a little bit of a deeper dive on him. I haven't taken a closer look, but I do think he is out in this draft. So I think he is available to be looked at as a potential pro prospect. But yeah, he was making some wild throws the other night I saw. So I'll take a look at him though, man. Thank you for the suggestion. I appreciate it. And the donation, of course. Actually, I'm with you, man. No on Drew Sanders either. Linebacker class is pretty underwhelming all the way around. It just is. It's not a great class. It's a lot of guys, a lot of names you're going to hear about, but the tape does not match up with these guys. John, check this running back out, Brandon, and you'll freaking love him. He has Pete Carroll running back written all over him. Plus, he'll be available day 3. Texas running back Rashawn Johnson. I will put his name down. Rashawn Johnson. I got it down, John. I will take a look at him. Delikey, Cosell voice sounds like your walking voice. Yeah, my impressions aren't great today, Del. Shouldn't though. If we're talking about the that's Howard. So if you're gonna go down to the store, you better get yourself some Skittles. Walking's more like this. If you're gonna go down to the store, you better get yourself Skittles now for yourself. Do it. A little bit slower. They are a slow cadence, but one says the word one at a time, kind of. Megan says, but we have serious holes that need fixing pretty much now, so why trade for future picks? I'm obviously missing something here, B, as I just don't get the point. But we have serious holes that need fixing right now. Well, if you don't add to the picks, you aren't addressing those holes anymore, so by not getting the extra picks to address them, right? If you're only addressing one hole, you're not addressing the many holes, Megan. You have 10 picks in this draft. You do have a lot of picks to address holes. Some of this comes down to, though, a talent situation more than just having a lot of pick situation. And so, yeah, and I think on this one, Megan, I'm just probably, because we're not on the same point on it. I mean, I've explained it every which way but loose. But you have player A here, Megan, okay? Just take it on this. Don't think about the holes. Don't get caught up in other things. Let's keep this as simple and straightforward as we can. You have player A, okay? Option B from player A is to trade back and pick up a multitude of picks. If I trade back from number 3 and I go to number 8, okay, historically speaking, Megan, I'm going to get 3 first-round picks, and I might even get a second-round kicker on top of that in this year's draft. But let's just be realistic and say we go 3 to 8, 9, I pick up 3 picks. I now go get Myles Murphy, okay? Myles Murphy is going to play very close to the same position of Jalen Carter. Myles Murphy goes out through the course of his career in Seattle, and what Jalen Carter was going to give you through the course of his career, you're getting in Myles Murphy 89%, okay? He gives you 89% over what you get from Jalen Carter over the course of Jalen Carter's career in Seattle if you just take that pick, or 89% of what you get from Will Anderson if you just take that pick with that guy, okay? So you have Myles Murphy, 1. I'm going slow on this now, Megan. We got Carter here, 90% with Myles Murphy of Jalen Carter. But then I've got 2 more first-round picks. 2 first-round pick players that I'm adding to this particular team. And yes, those picks would be added into future years. But when you take the totality of that, right, Megan? When I go 5, 6, 7 years down the mark, and I look back in retrospect at historical perspective on this, okay? And I got Jalen Carter here. That's what he gives me. Now I've got Myles Murphy with these other 2 first-round talents on top of that. Those guys give me in total production, this is as simple as I can get this on, they give me 225% versus the 100% that I was going to get of that Jalen Carter, right? What's more valuable? What's more valuable to the totality of that defense? The 225% of production or the 100% of production? Because that one guy is not going to equivalent to those 3 guys and what they give you. He's just not. Not when you're talking about 3. Those are being 3 first-round players. A first-round player is going to be a starter for you, Megan, you know? And when it comes down to this team, and I looking at it right now, I don't see this as a team, Megan, right now that next year's competing for Super Bowls. I think this is a team that's going to take a couple years to get enough talent injected into the team to then be good enough to be truly that elite squad. So going for future picks at that point, I'm not disregarded from doing that because I don't really see this team as being a team that's, you know, at the class of the Philadelphia Eagles or at the class of the San Francisco 49ers. I think we're still trying to get to our window. I don't think we are within our window. So that's really it. You know, that's really it. No matter whether you're Will Anderson, Carter, whoever, these 3 guys are going to be way more than this one guy if you can do that. Not to mention the fact, Megan, not only are those first-round picks, but you have the potentiality of those first-round picks ending up becoming top 10 or top 5 picks. Look at what, Megan, the Eagles got back from the Saints last year and their first-round pick for Trevor Penning. They trade basically a mid-round pick at that point. They get back a first-round pick in this draft that's going to be a top 10 pick in this draft. Or the Detroit Lions with the Rams in the year that they're having and the first-round pick that they got as part of the Jared Goff deal. That's going to be a top 10 pick. So remember, too, this isn't just merely first-round picks you're getting at the end of the first round. This is potentially first-round picks that are top 10, or as was the case, Megan, in the first-round pick we got from Denver this year, a top 5 pick. So it's so much more assets to this side of it. I can completely understand if you're saying, well, I just prefer sitting on the player, but you've got to acknowledge the fact you are then passing on way more here in production than just simply this one player there. That's why it's so much more valuable for me to go that route, Megan. So it's hard, I think, for you to see it because I can't give you the specific names, right? I can't specifically say, well, it's this guy and that guy this way, but it's like understanding, like it's almost like, to relate to this draft, it'd be like Jalen Carter, or if I could come out of this draft with Myles Murphy, Trenton Simpson, and let me get another name, Quinn Johnson. You know, what's better at that point? Is it Jalen Carter, or if I came in with Myles Murphy, Trenton Simpson, and Quentin Johnson? What's the better haul there, right? What's the better picks there? John says Roshan was a quarterback who broke rushing records in Texas, is a 6'0", 220, and has long speed quickness and runs with power. Man, I could see the 49ers staking this sleeper gem. I could. Sounds like a Niner back for sure. Yeah, Megan, there's a bigger chance for bust later, but that's why I want to stay in the tier 1 group here. So the first pick you take off of it's still in the tier 1 of this year. It's still equivalent to the earlier player you could have gotten in this draft of it. And there's no guarantee that those picks are going to necessarily be on the back of the first round. They might be up at the top of the first round. I just gave you 3 examples of teams who traded their first round pick last year, who thought those first round picks were going to be in the 20s, who are watching those teams now picking in the top 10. 3, not 1, not 2, 3 teams in just this year's draft. So it's no guarantee you're picking at the end of the first round or that you're picking in that high bust rate area of the first round if you do make that kind of trade. John Robinson, I've definitely have heard people speaking highly about Drew Sanders. Can you do me a favor, please? Because I've watched 4 games of Drew Sanders' tape, and I've been completely underwhelmed. 4 whole games, every single snap of his play, I have been wholly underwhelmed. I've asked this question. I've yet to been given an answer. What is the tape I need to turn on with Drew Sanders? What is the game tape? You want to understand what you're getting in Drew Sanders? You want to know what kind of player you're getting in Drew Sanders? Turn on this tape against Cincinnati or against whoever, because I've watched a lot of tape on him. I've watched tape on him on 2 different college programs, and I've yet to walk away from the tape going, he's impressive. Maybe you can turn on the guy's highlight tape and he shows up, but I need a game that I can go see where I can really feel his impact past him just being kind of another guy out there who's just kind of there. You know, he's big, he's got size, but I don't see him doing a lot. I like the Boise State guy too, Delakey, JL Skinner. It's good. Jutang, I'm not in love with any of the quarterbacks in the draft for us. If we have to take one, Stroud would be it. No rookie quarterback is taking us deeper than Geno with this defense, though. Grab a linebacker in free agency. Sounds good to me, man. I don't know who's available in free agency at the linebacker. It's kind of, I think, thin, but sign me up. Rod Cho says, where do I think Marvin Harrison Jr. will get drafted? Well, of course, he's got another year of eligibility, so he doesn't come out in this draft, but he'll be probably a top 5 pick when it's all said and done. Top 5. Delakia, is Christian Gonzalez a good second rounder? Yep. I think he probably slides into the first round, actually, right at the end. But if not, he'll definitely go in the second. Amari Taylor, how do you feel about Max Duggan? Do you think we should draft him, Brandon? So I was just responding. Hopefully you heard me responding to Randall McDaniel, because I literally just did a reference to Duggan on Randall McDaniel's donation. So I'll repeat it really quickly on the breakdown, but hopefully you just heard it, because I just did a nice little 8-minute dissertation on him. He's the player of he's a coach's son out there. He's got 4 years of football played in college level. He's got a tremendous amount of production during that time period. He is very pro ready in the respect of, if you're looking to fit to the blueprint of 2012, you could fit very ideally to that blueprint by taking a guy like Max Duggan, because he's got some very much similarities to Russell Wilson. Both of the guys are very mobile. Both the guys can make pretty much relatively every throw in the game. They're not perfect or flawless as far as their physical potential goes, but if you're looking to fit Amari to that purified Russell Wilson 2012 blueprint, which is to bring a quarterback in the 3rd, 4th round who's making less than 1% of the salary cap, he would be a guy that would fit pretty well into that comparable region of things. He's not Russ. He's a different type of player and all of that, but he would fit pretty closely as far as that comparison goes, I would say. John says, I don't think it matters that Bryce Young is that small, especially if he plays in the right system. If he goes to a team who plays like the Niners, he'll get the ball out too fast to be hit. Yeah, I disagree, John. I don't think that there's been a quarterback at his size that's gone out and has sustained themselves and not gotten injured. You know, all of these small quarterbacks, and this is a little bit of the thing that drives me crazy right now in the sport, is that it's Russell Wilson changes the game. Russell Wilson comes out there and plays for 10 years, and he's the Iron Man, and he's out there every game, and he's rocking it. And so now it makes everybody think, well, now 5'10" quarterbacks can just go out there and play all the time and sustain, and they can stay healthy. And it's not been the case. It's not been the case. From Baker Mayfield's to Wilson at the Jets, to Kyler Murray, who's now had multiple injuries in his short period of time there, these guys get beaten up. There's not a way, John, in the NFL to avoid contact at the quarterback position. I don't know of a quarterback outside of maybe a Brady who's able to really do that. Everybody's going to get hit and beaten up and have to sustain in some way. And he's going to measure at 5'10" at the combine, and he weighs 185 pounds. That guy's not going to be able to sustain having guys that are 300-pound linemen fall on him. And he's been able to avoid it. He's been able to avoid it at Alabama because he's got the line in front of him that he's got, and you got all those spread college concepts that don't exactly translate to the NFL level. So it's my bold take. I'm gonna revel in this one when I'm right about it. Bryce Young is going to get beaten down over the course of his career. He's not going to sustain. He has some wild throws. He's got a great arm, but a guy of that size is just not going to hold up at the NFL level. They're going to get broken, because that's what's been happening in recent history with guys of that size at the NFL level. There's only been one Russell Wilson guy that's at that size who's been able to sustain. He's been the outlier. And as I always like to say with this, John, do you want to count on the outlier? Do you want to count on the anomaly? Or do you want to count on what's more of the rule of thumb when it comes to a player of that size? And Matt Corral, Baker Mayfield, Wilson, Kyler Murray, let's go down the list of these guys that are these, not very big guys. They all end up getting injured. They all end up getting broken, basically. And I think the thing will happen with Bryce too. He's not going to gain 25 pounds kind of overnight. It's going to be kind of what it is. Randall McDaniel with another $5 donation. Thank you, Randall. My problem with Penix is he's left-handed. No offense, buddy. None taken, man. I'm anti-lefty as well, even though I am myself a lefty. I'm anti-myself. I hate myself. God. Hold on here. Make sure I'm caught up on this. Says, look at the history and name more than 5 to 6 quality left-handed quarterbacks. History says no. You're right. No, there has not been a lot of a great history of awesome left-handed quarterbacks. You've got Steve Young, and wasn't Tarkenton lefty? I think Tarkenton was a lefty. But I think part of that too, Randall, is a little bit of, it's not like you get an even split of lefties and righties in the population, right? It's not like we're 50-50 to the righties. We're a very small percentage of people are left-handed. So that's going to, I would probably offer to you that the left-handed stuff, the right-hand stuff is pretty equivalent to what you have in mostly normal life. For the most part, there's probably more righties than lefties in the sport. I'll give you a little bit of that. You're probably on point with that. And receivers have said sometimes it can be harder with the left-handed quarterback. The spin comes in different. You're not used to it. You got to catch the ball a little bit differently with it. So there's not a rich history of it. That's for sure. But I think if he goes out and he has another level of year like he did this last year, Randall, I'm going to feel a little bit more able to say, look, he's earned the first round grade. And yeah, the left-handed delivery looks a little bit wonky, but at the end of the day, he's throwing the ball in the right spot. He's throwing with anticipation. He throws a really good ball, nice spiral. Ball comes out of his hand pretty free and easy. And he's got some good pop. He's got legitimately good power in that arm to make it happen. Randall, another $5 donation. Oh my God, man. Thank you for another donation. Says, Russ trade pays off for the team and the Hawks Nest channel. With the top 5 pick, the draft coverage is going to drive a lot of subs. 15,000 to start off next season. Ooh, I like the sound of that, Randall. 15,000 to start out the season next year. Woo! Give me a little bit of goosebumps with that one, Randall. I appreciate that, man. I hope so. And I'm going to be doing a very, very deep dive on this draft, folks. Over at my Seahawks scouting channel, I'm going to be starting this week to do mini breakdowns on players. And the goal is to try to do as many of these little breakdowns as I can. And I'm going to keep them into about 3 minutes. But this is going to be able to give us, an opportunity at that point to get my kind of thoughts down on all these guys a little bit across the lane. And I'm going to start doing that this week. So the draft coverage is going to be deep. I'm going to go as hard as I can at it. I'm hoping to do a bunch of little breakdowns over on that Seahawks scouting channel with that, along with the big breakdowns I'll be doing over here. I'm working on a Will Anderson video too on my side right now, Randall. So, man, I'm going to go hard with it. And you're right. The Russ trade definitely has paid off in helping drawing subs to this channel. I think in a lot of respects, not just because people were interested in the Russ trade, but because people also felt like the Russ trade kind of knocked this team more into a direction of now being able to move in one way or the other. Like there were a little bit of a stilted feeling, a little bit of a, we're sort of a little bit stuck here where we are. And it feels like it's a little bit dislodged as well, as far as the fan base getting a little more excited about the direction and the course this team's taking. Like we're actually moving towards something, as opposed to we've sort of hit the end of something, which is how it was starting to feel there, I think, a little bit at the end in the Russ Carroll dynamic of things. But thank you, man, Randall. Thank you for all your support on the channel. One of my true OGs of this channel and one of my biggest, I think, supporter of this channel since the start of it. So, man, you've been a big part of helping me get me here to where we've gotten, man. And I appreciate that. You're awesome for all your support to the channel in that way, realm of things. Appreciate you, brother. You are amazing. Travis says, I was looking at the playoff picture and I see Seattle in the number 7 spot, but the Packers win, suddenly Seattle is out. I don't understand. The tiebreaker goes to the Packers between us two, Travis, so we need the Packers to lose in order for us to get in. John says, in no way is Hendon Hooker anything like Bridgewater. He's 6'4", and has great accuracy and can run well and create out of the pocket. He's elusive as a runner too. He's got good enough arm strength. Yeah, no, he's better than, maybe somebody said that in the chat, but no, he's better. Hendon Hooker is way better. I think he's a better player than Teddy Bridgewater. Better arm. Doesn't have the baby hands. And to your point, yeah, a better scrambler. Zhao, Max is more Andy Dalton with Taylor Heineke presence and a little Taysom Hill-like mobility. Yeah, I wouldn't say he's, that's a great comparison, Zhao. I just made the comparison on if you're looking for the Russell equivalent in this draft. There isn't one that exists that's going to be purified to Russ. 4.45 speed, big arm down the field, played in pro style systems, right? Like you're not going to get exactly that. But if you're talking about getting close to that and looking at picking that 3rd or 4th round range, Max fits pretty well to that. And I like that. Andy Dalton with a Taysom Hill kind of mobility. Yeah, I think that's right on the button. That's right on the button, man. Right on the button. And John, I feel like Hendon Hooker's big leap that he took this year was ball placement. I think he got a little more arm strength this year going through the offseason. And I think where he was putting some of those balls this year was just really, really accurate. And it stood out from where he was prior in my first look of him last year. Actually, I heard Russ cry today in the press conference. Oh my God. I think Jordan Tariq only gave up 1 catch. Randall says, Russ trade God sent to the channel. Got tons of new subs right after with all the draft talk. I bet you get nearly the same upswing in subs. Hashtag separation to preparation. I bet so too, man. No, people will be in on this draft. I can already feel the excitement building for it. And I know we're going to have a lot of folks in on like, which guy? Who's, how about this guy? How about that guy? I love it, man. This is the stuff I get geeked up for. Oh, you're right. Go Hawks. We did have Trevor Lawrence, Wilson, and Lance went 1, 2, 3 in 2021. You're absolutely right. I spaced that one out, man, completely. Great example. 100% there. Julian Garcia, how do you feel about Boye Mafe and his future with us? I think he's going to take a big leap into year 2. I think that, the pass rush hasn't been there exactly consistently with him, but he's been one of the better edge defenders in the league, not just as a rookie, but one of the better edge defenders in the sport from a run defending standpoint of things. They've limited his snaps. They fit him into a bit of a role here, which is understandable as Uchenna's had a great year and they've been trying to get Darrell Taylor to get going. So that was going to reduce a little bit of his run out there on the football field. But I think he's shown you enough in flashes to feel pretty good about his future. I don't see stardom in his future, but I see a guy who could be a very solid edge player for you on this team, especially if you have the rest of the team built out around him. I think you'll round out into being a very fine player when it's all said and done. Just not star potential, but a guy that could get you near 10 sacks a year and play really solid run defense on top of it. So be a very complete player without any real major holes in their game. Half Daddy, why would the Bears draft a quarterback? I don't think they would. But they would trade Half Daddy. So the Bears would look at their situation and go, okay, I got no offensive line. I got no running backs. Cole Kmet's my only tight end. Defensively, I don't have anything to add. They're a team that needs a lot of help. It's not just about them, like I say with us, not about them needing just one player to get themselves to where they're trying to go. And so you trade back at that point. You have a team that's desperate to move up, and then they go and they make that selection. So I'm not saying the Bears would take a quarterback, but that they would trade the pick to get more picks. Yeah, DK's fine. DK's no problem. Jim Campbell says to me, the Hawks need a top 3 pick to make sure they have a quarterback their team to want to move up. You need top 3 pick to make sure they have a quarterback. Oh, I see what you're saying, Jim. So Jim's saying the Hawks need to be in that top 3 to have a quarterback needy team willing to move up. And you're probably right on that. Probably right on that. Yeah, folks, Tyler Lockett's not going to be a Hall of Famer, folks. I'm seeing some of that talk in the chat and comparisons to Steve Largent. Like that, you guys know I love Steve Largent. If you're making a comparison of Lockett to Steve Largent, that's not correct. Not correct at all. Steve Largent was the best receiver in the sport when he retired, bar none. No one's going to talk about Tyler Lockett when he retires as he retires the best receiver in the sport. Now, Tyler's going to have a very good career, but I don't see him getting to the Hall of Fame. I don't know if Lockett reached 1,000 yards. Not sure on that one. John says, here's a good question, laughing out loud. What's a good Seahawks pick at 3 where it's nobody we're thinking about? I know recently they've stayed away from this, thank God. Yeah, I've struggled with a lot of the guys that are going to be in that tier 1 group, John. I'm still kind of finding out how that list is going to round out. So I don't have a really good answer for you on who would be that guy that, Sealy Ringo maybe or something. But I've been trying to think about that as well. The other options that would be in there, Brian Brees, Miles Murphy, something along that maybe. But the other guy that could be the guy I thought that could vault up boards, and I could see the Seattle really fall in love with is Tariq Wilson of Texas Tech. He's a guy that can end up vaulting up there too. Bobby Savage Hill says, yeah, Lockett's definitely not a Hall of Famer right now. If Tyler's a Hall of Famer now, then Julian Edelman is. Tyler needs at least another 4 years of 1,000-yard performance to be considered. Bingo. And I don't think he's going to get 4 years of 1,000-yard performance. I think he's still got a couple of years left of really good performance, but I don't think he's going 4 years, 1,000 a pop. Maybe. And if he could, that would get him more into the discussion. But yeah. Delikey says, I'd like a big 320-pound nose tackle along with Jalen Carter. You can get one, man. You could take Jalen in the first round, and then you can come back. Let me give you some names here that I've looked at on this. And these are guys that are going to be more into that 3rd, 4th round role. Okay. So Mozzie Smith out of Michigan, Keanu Benton out of Wisconsin, Saki Ika out of Baylor, Gervon Dexter, Keandre Coburn, Tavondre Sweat, I mean, there's, and it wasn't like this last year. There was like 2 guys in that same level last year that you would be taking in that range. So this is an unusual year for that. John says we take Bijan Robinson at 3. Laugh my ass. That'd be insane. But that would be a Carroll move. I'd give you that. That'd be very Carroll-like. Luke Britt, Bo Nix. He's going back to college, Luke. Back to college. Really mobile guy, but there are some questions with him as far as throwing the football goes. Daniel W., CJ Stroud would be worth trading the number 3 pick plus the Broncos' 2nd pick to move up 1 spot and get him. Franchise quarterbacks don't grow on trees. Take Mafe, Cross, Stroud for Russ and be happy. Yeah, I would hate to be trading up in the draft, man. It's sitting at 3. I'd be not super in favor of that. Julian Garcia, thoughts on Brian Branch? Brian Branch was a guy that I was initially slow to kind of get, and now the light bulbs got on for me. And so I initially had him put up as a 2nd round guy. I now see him as a 1st round pick. He had an interception the other day in that bowl game. As I've been watching the Will Anderson tape, Brian Branch has been flashing all over the football field. You know, as I'm locking in on Will Anderson, here comes Branch making another play. You can use him all over the football field. He could be a strong safety. He could be a slot. You could probably have him do some free safety stuff. He gives you everything you're looking for in the hybridized safety that can do free safety and strong safety things both equally well. I think he's a very good player, a baller, very quick, good tackler, good size and length to him. Not a huge guy, but just good size and length to him also on the other side of it. But I think he's probably in 1st round discussion at this point. He's a tier 2 guy, but he should go probably, I think, in the 1st round. Oh man, I'm behind the chat again here. Sorry. Randall McDaniel with another $5 donation. Thank you, Randall. Says Steve Young, Michael Vick, Kenny Stabler, Boomer Esiason, throw in Tua and Scott Mitchell. Tarkenton was a righty but short. Todd Murdinovich, but he sucked. So there you go. Yeah, that makes sense then. So we got Steve Young, we got Vic, Stabler, and Boomer Esiason. You got 4 in NFL history. It's not a lot, is it, Randall? Not a lot of a track record. But some of those guys are good. Vic was good. Stabler, Boomer, all good quarterbacks. There's some Super Bowl titles in all those guys. There's like, 3 Super Bowl wins between those 4. Randall, another $5 donation. Says roughly 10% of the population are left-handed. Can't think of a year where 3 to 4 starters are lefties. It screws up the whole offense, especially at tackle. That's a great point. You know, we were talking about you want strong side of the formation. Strong side of the formation does tend to be your right side. You tend to build your team out then where your 1 tech is going to be on the right side more often than not. Your 3 tech is going to be on the left side. It's built towards a right-handed quarterback. If you're going to go left-handed quarterback, well now, you know, for instance, my blind side protector, which would be Charles Cross, I need to find my blind side protector over on the right side, right? Instead of on the left side. And so that does change how you're then going to have to build that team up and how you have to pay attention to it. So that is a great point, Randall, in the respect of, everything does kind of then flip offensively. And then that's going to make it a little bit harder on everybody, probably just to a degree, because it goes a little bit against naturally the way that they've been probably doing things throughout the entirety of their football careers with it. So you're right. You never see 3 to 4 starters in the league. It's always at the most 1. And even that's kind of a rarity, to your point, to the track record that you put down with that. Randall, thank you for all the donations, man. You're awesome. Appreciate you. Megan with a $2 donation says, I noticed no mention of Zorn amongst the lefties, B. Well, we're all-time great lefties. Yeah, I mean, I guess Zorn makes the list because it's not a big list, but I certainly think the list Randall just provided of, Steve Young, Michael Vick, Stabler, Boomer Esiason. Zorn wasn't as good as those guys. Maybe Zorn was better than 2. He's got Scott Mitchell beat. Zorn definitely's got Scott Mitchell beat. But, easy. Yeah. Must have just had a brain fart on that one, Megan. Zygin with a $5 donation. Brando, this is mutiny on the Southpaws. This is just wrong. I know I'm turning on my own people. I'm a lefty and I'm prejudicial against my own people. I'm a self-hating lefty. I'm a total self-hating lefty. You don't want any part of us athletically. We're odd folks. We think with the wrong side of our brain. That's really where it comes down from. We're on that right hemisphere. All the rest of you are over in your left hemisphere. That's the right place you need to be. It makes us just a little bit weird. We're odd ducks, man, but we got to own it. We can't run from it. Thank you, Zaijan, though. Appreciate you on the donation. Ethan Techworld with the $2 donation. Thank you, Ethan. Says, Happy New Year, Brandon. Happy New Year to you too, brother. A sweet year ahead and cheers. Hey, a sweet year ahead indeed. I'm so excited for this future year, especially for this channel and how we're growing and how we're going along and how we're cooking here. So I'm stoked. I am so stoked for where we're heading here. And, your guys' support's been amazing throughout this year. All the new people signed up here's on both on the memberships and over on the Patreons and the subscribers. As I say, man, Ethan, I can't ask for more. So it's going to be a great year going forward, man. Thank you for the donation. Thank you for all your donations. You came with like $100, I think, last week. So thank you for all of that. You guys are amazing in that respect, man. I know I say it once, I'm going to say it a million times, but you guys you do blow me away with your guys' support on the channel here. I would never have expected been this great as it is from you guys. So thank you so much. Garth Knight with a $5 dono. Thank you, Garth. Appreciate you. Says, anyone see Sierra on that New Year's Eve special last evening? She is an absolute vision. Every gal at the gathering I was at commented on her beauty. No, Sierra's a beautiful woman. She's always been a very beautiful woman, and she's definitely aging like fine wine right now. No doubt about it. So, Russ, you can't argue with Russ on the field in some of his game. You can't argue with what Russ has done off the field. You know what I mean? It's he's definitely done very well for himself on Landon Sierra, especially where he came from, right? Remember the girl that he went from that, he went into the quit. That's an upgrade, right? What's her song? Isn't that what her song is? An upgrade or level up? And that level up. He definitely leveled up, Cart. He definitely leveled up. I give the donation though. Delakey says the Coastal Carolina quarterback would be good in 2024. Isn't his name Grayson, I think, or something? I think I looked a little bit at him. Is that Grayson McCall? That's Grayson McCall. Let me see. Yeah, Grayson McCall. That's who you're talking about. Really good touch thrower of the football. Really good touch thrower of the football. Accurate as hell. 73% completion percentage. Missing some RPMs on his fastball, but Delakey, he's got some great touch and accuracy, which is a little bit of a separator. Burton at 2883 says, did Brooks tear his ACL? Uncertain. Haven't seen an update on that. It looked like a torn ACL in the moment. Delakey, Nolan Smith is better than Jack Campbell. I agree. 100%. Russell Wilson only made those type of plays when the play broke down. Receivers make Russ, though. Yeah. I think you're responding to someone else. Sorry. Trenty, why does Cody Barton get such a bad rap? He's not much worse than Brooks on the run D, but he's way better in pass coverage. I feel like Brooks should be the one getting more criticism. I think Cody started out really with a rough year to begin things here, Trenty. And when you look at Cody Barton over his career here prior to this year, he had some real miserable performances when he was put on the field. The team just tried him out as a Sam linebacker in a 4-3 defense. He failed in that role. He couldn't set the edge. The team tried him out at will linebacker. He really failed in that role. Second level blockers would clear him out right and left. He then finally went to middle linebacker last year in a 4-3 defense, and he actually looked kind of comfortable. This year, starting out as a 3-4 inside linebacker, for the first probably 5, 6, 7 games, he was really bad. Really bad. And bad kind of all the way around, where you weren't even seeing the coverage stuff show up. What's happened here, Trenty, is that he's slowly gotten a little bit better over the years gone along, and he's put up enough solid performances now where he's kind of turned some things around a little bit. But that beginning of the year and the prior year's tape fits in some people's mind and is going to suit. You have a couple years of tape that you show that's not good tape, and then you go through the first half of this year, that's going to stay fixed more in people's minds, a little more embedded, let's just say. So he has been better. He was good again today. I think he's going to be graded well. PFF scores have showed the grades have gone up and done better. He's going to end up probably around a little bit, maybe below league average on his PFF grade, somewhere like 60, 61 when it all factors out at the end of the day. But you're right. He's not been as big of a problem as Jordan Brooks. The bigger issue at this point is with Jordan Brooks. It wasn't that way to start the year. Brooks was playing a little bit better than him as he was playing bad. But Brooks has probably regressed as the year has gone along too. So, you're right. You're right. I don't think either of those guys are really the answer going forward, though, necessarily. David Yang, what draft pick do we have from the Broncos? Number 3 overall right now, David. Travis's bonus Howard Cosell trivia. Apparently, he wasn't liked because the panelists on Match the Game from that era always made fun of him for having a big mouth. No, he was. He was a guy that, look, he was probably a bit of a narcissist, right? So he had a little bit of a big head, big mouth. He was very opinionated, and opinionated people like that are going to sometimes rub people the wrong way. So and I think he's probably a little cantankerous. Kirk Stemmer Milton is a senior. Is he going back to college? I thought I heard that he was maybe going to come out. Greg Camp, has Cameron Ward announced he's coming out yet? I know Clayton Tune's an interesting option late. I have taken a look at him. Clayton's got a couple of years of production for Houston, which is nice. He's an easy delivering point guard type of quarterback. It's got a little bit of like the stuff with Grayson McCall has, where it's a little bit of arm strength issues when it goes to pushing the ball down the field, but accurate on all the short stuff inside of 20 yards. David M. Cosell was known as the man you love to hate. Exactly. And he owned it. He owned it with it. Tom Eaton says, I'm more of a Harry Carey guy. Harry Carey was good too. David Yang says, remember I said in the comments in channel wide receiver would be the Seahawks' 3rd or 4th pick or so in rounds 3 and 4. Still want to go defense first, quarterback in the first 4 picks. Me too. Orlando Roca says, we haven't heard the Jerry Jones impression yet, but that one's my favorite. It always cracks me up. I'll give you a little Jerry Jones here. Let's see what, let me see. Hold on now. I'll get Jerry Jones here. I'm going to tell you about the Cowboys here now. Well, the Cowboys have like a bye? They have a late season bye or something here? Oh, no. Okay. I got you on Jerry here to say now. Now, here, I'm going to tell you something right now. All right, I'm going to tell you something right now. This is Jerry Jones talking to you right now, okay? This ain't Brandon. Brandon's gone now. Jerry Jones is here, all right? Dallas Cowboys are here right now. They told you throughout this year that it was going to be the Eagles division. They say Eagles going to win that division over than Cowboys. How's that going right now for them Eagles? Huh? Them Eagles falling away. Well, my Cowboys are taking a step forward, getting a little bit better, aren't they? How about them Cowboys? That's right. How about them Cowboys? You get them Eagles getting a little nervous, aren't they? Get a little nervous because the Cowboys are the winners in this division. Cowboys are going to win this division. We're going to Super Bowl, and we don't even need Dak Prescott. I don't care if he's playing bad. Dak Prescott can throw 5 interceptions a game. Cowboys are still going to win because we're Dallas. We are the Cowboys. We're Texas. We're America's team. I don't see anybody looking at Philadelphia saying, that's America's team. They're goddamn Eagle, and they're not America's team. Because Dallas is America's team. That's who's going to win out, isn't it? Tell him, Steven. Tell him who's going to win, my boy. Let him know now. Well, Dad, it's a long way to go still, and the Eagles are still 1 game ahead of us. They got to lose a game for us. Shut up! I told you once, I told you again. We win every year. Every year, it is our year. When the hell are you going to get that through your goddamn head? Well, Daddy, they're up ahead of us in the division. I don't know why you think we're going to win. There's only 1 more week. They're not going to lose next week. They're going to lose because they're sucking right now, and we're doing good. We do good, they do bad. How hard is this for you to wrap your dumb little head around? I swear you got a peanut in that goddamn skull. We are the Dallas Cowboys. We win. America's team. End of freaking story, boy. I know, Daddy, but you got to be more realistic. You always think we're going to win every year, and then we don't win every year. Shut up. I've had enough of you. In the closet. I'm not going in that goddamn closet again, Daddy. I told you last week that. No. Get in there. Get in there. You can stand there for 45 minutes, and maybe I will take you out. Maybe I'll take you out. I'm not getting in there. I got to get security again. I'll get my security to put you in there, boy. You start realizing Dallas Cowboys are the way. We are the way, and we're going to Super Bowl this year. Don't shut your mouth, boy. I don't want you to talk. It's Dallas. We're winners. Even when we're losing, we're winning. Hopefully that was okay. Luke Britt, I want a Bo Nix breakdown. Well, Luke, I did a little bit of initial look at Bo. I know him from Auburn. I know him now a little bit with the Oregon. He's got a live arm, but he's not accurate. And he's not a layer of throwing of the ball. It's either going to come out 100 miles an hour or not. He's not really got an in-between ability to kind of touch the ball in there. It's all got to come in like it's like he can only throw fastballs, so to speak. So, when it comes to his feel that you like to have a quarterback to have on the type of throws that are required for the given moment, because not every time are you going to want to put it on a line. He doesn't always know the right kind of throw to make, and he doesn't have a lot in his bag to go to really kind of, like I said, layer it in. It's the throw between a touch throw and throwing it hard where you got to layer it in. It's a little bit of an in-between kind of throw. And it's a little bit more of a requirement of throwing with anticipation, which is another place where I think in Bo's game, he struggles. I don't think he's an anticipatory thrower. He wants to see it, then he sees it, and he wants to rocket it on in there. So he plays a little bit of the quarterback position to me, Luke Britt, like a blacksmith as opposed to like an artist that I would normally like to see the quarterback play. He makes the position look hard by how he plays quarterback sometimes. Now, when it comes to his mobility and his legs, he's got some special traits in that realm of things. He can move around. He can get free of the pocket. He can get yards on the ground. Everything you're going to want in a modern quarterback from the hips down, he's going to have on that realm of things. But when I got limitations as a passer, this is why he's going back to college for another year right now. This is why he's not going to enter the draft, is because those questions would have pushed him down to probably a 5th or 6th round status in this upcoming draft versus him going back in, having a good year of college production next year, might be able to push himself into more of a 2nd round kind of range of things. Not super excited on him. I watch says, what if we trade away a Josh Allen for, say, a LJ Collier, Jordan Brooks, and Blake Dowell? What if we trade away a Josh Allen for, say, Am I missing something on that I watch? Nobody knows the drive crapshoot. It's a little bit of a crapshoot I watch. I think it's easier when you're picking in the top of the draft versus later in the draft. I think if you're picking 26th, that's a lot tougher position to be picking than number 3. And that's a lot more of a lot more perilous route. A lot more players there you could be picking that are going to fail out for you than be successful. Twack, I hope they try Kobe Bryant on the outside rather than the slot next season. Twack, very well said on your part. Trey Brown seems to be built like a slot guy. I think Kobe's ceiling is higher on the outside. It's my feeling as well, Twack. I don't think that Kobe he's 6'1", and you're having him play the slot. I just don't think it's kind of an ideal fit for him and his size. And he was a good outside corner in Cincinnati. He's got enough speed. He's got enough size. He's got enough length. I too would like to see him. I prefer to see him back on the outside and him duking it out there with Trey Brown, and Michael Jackson, and let the best man win in training camp. I'd love to see the team go out there and maybe attack a little bit more of a slot-like player in this upcoming draft. And if you're looking at maybe a outside the box guy to take with that 2nd, 1st round pick, we're talking about Brian Branch out of Alabama. You're talking about a guy now that I've got some reinforcement insurance for Jamal Adams if he goes down to the strong safety position. And then I'm going to have a starting slot corner now who could be one of the better slot corners in the entire NFL. And there's some value to be derived from that, I think. So that could be a way they could go with it too, But very well said, man. Kobe should be on the outside. Megan says, then keep pick 3 and get the better player this year and allow him time to get to where you need him. We have not had a pick this good in years, and you'd be a fool to lose it. Yeah, but I think, Megan, I clearly don't see it, and obviously I'm far too stupid to get it to stay at 3. No, you're not stupid to get it. Just maybe I'm not explaining it clearly, Megan. I can sometimes get muddle-mouthed with stuff. It's really when you look at it's the place I think that the spot you're not maybe thinking of this is you're thinking that the pick, the guy I get at 3 versus the guy I get at 9 is a remarkably different player. And that's kind of like where, Megan, I was trying to bring in the relation of if I get 90% of Jalen Carter at 9, but then I've got 2 future first round picks in addition to that, are those 2 future first round picks going to overcome that lack of 10%? To my argument, yes, they will. Yes, they will. Now, you may disagree with that, and I appreciate that if that's where you're coming from with it, but I don't think that player, I think that's the part where you're not seeing on this, is that the player that you go at 9, that you move back for, that's not you dropping back to 28th in the first round. That's you moving a mere 6 picks back. And if Megan, go look at this last draft, Megan. Go look at the top 10 picks of this draft and those players that went. Go look at the previous year's draft at the top 10 picks. Go look at the previous year's draft of the top 10 picks. When you look at those drafts, Megan, do you see a real stark difference between the guy you're getting at 3 versus the guy you're getting at 9? And if historically over the last 3 years that hasn't been the case, then it's really well worth it to then move back. But I get it. I know I might not bring you to my side of the fence on this one. Alan says, Brandon, I'm down to jump back in the draft to get more players due to the fact that we aren't just a player or 2 away from a Super Bowl, 100%. That's what informs me on this too. Yeah, you're getting a better collection of players, but then you're also not necessarily at a place right now where you're just that one guy away from getting to the Super Bowl. You know, we're not like where the Niners were when that team that was the worst of the league and got to pick number 1 overall, and then we just get a Nick Bosa type, and that's it. Now we're to the stratosphere. I don't think we're positioned in the same way as that team was positioned at that time. Daniel, why is everyone so aggressive today? Are we hungover from New Year's? What's happening? Is the chat being aggressive? Everybody's been pretty cool. It's Daniel, it's passion, man. It's just passion. Passionate, folks. I'd be fine with that if that's what John Snyder sees as the best options. Last year's draft renewed my faith in him. Definitely helped me out a lot. Made me feel a lot better about this upcoming draft. Just Tags, I want Seattle to draft Ivan Pace. He could be a stud. Fun player, Just Tags. Really fun player. He is the best, by far the best blitzing middle linebacker in this draft. And he reminds me of Lofa Tatupu when it comes to his ability to blitz. Just his timing, his feel for it, his bend, his ability to get through blocks. Very, very outstanding on his part, the way he blitzes. He's a fun player. Very quick, very athletic. Not the biggest of cats. That's why he draws some comparisons to me to Lofa at times. And I don't think he's Lofa in coverage and as a tackler. But a fun player. Very exciting. No, nobody's being aggressive. It's all good, man. Megan, you're being fine. Oh, we're all good. I like this. This is the type of chat we're here for. I want this chat. This is the passion that we want. I love that people feel like what they feel and they really believe it. And I love that. Alan says, I like Bo Nix. He's a good player. He does need that extra D. Jack, I do think Dugan's going to get picked. He may be a later pick, but I do think he will be selected. Delakey says, Young is an inch taller right-handed than Tua. I don't know about that, Del. He's listed at a certain height, but here's the thing that we know about college football, Del. Guys get listed at a certain height, then they come in the combine, and then they suddenly lose an inch and a half, right? So don't necessarily lean into what you're seeing with Alabama's program telling you he's 6 foot tall. He's not 6 foot tall. I mean, I was watching pictures with him standing next to the Ingram, the former Alabama running back, on the sideline. And Ingram was like over the top of him, was standing over him, and Ingram's like 5'10". So he's not 6 foot tall. No way. No. He's just a little guy. He's just a baby boy. Saijin with a $5 donation. Brando, this is mutiny on the Southpaws. This is just wrong. Hey, when I'm a lefty, I'm allowed to be prejudicial to my own people. I can't get canceled for that. You can't get canceled for hating on your own people. Okay. This left hand gives me carte blanche to rip lefties 8 ways from Sunday. We're unusual cats, man. I don't know, Saijin. We're just unusual cats. We think different. We just think a little differently. That doesn't always lend itself well to the football field and quarterbacking. I would have been out there. I probably would have been way in my head. I would have been over in the wrong hemisphere of my brain, throwing with the wrong arm. It would have been a complete and utter mess. Even Tech World with the $2. Oh, sorry. I think I read that one. A little late on some of these donations. Robert Jimenez with a $5 donation or $2 donation. Nick Nolte interviewing Jerry Jones. Oh my God. Okay, let's try this one here.
What do you want to do, Jerry, with this team right now? What are you goddamn going to do with this goddamn team? I don't know. You're not going to Super Bowl.
Wait. What'd you just say to me, Nick? What'd you say to me, Nolte? Aren't you from Texas? How are you going to talk to me like that as a Texas boy? What's going through your head? It's the Dallas Cowboys. Don't you come at me with that tone. Put that beer down, Nick.
I don't put that beer down. I want to drink some beer, goddammit. Get off me, son of a bitch.
What? You don't bring that attitude in here. You're a Texan. You're a winner. You're a winner. Comb your hair. Why is that stand up on end? Talk to me right now, Nick. We're a winning franchise here. You got to be in on this Super Bowl or you're out. Do I got to kick you out of Texas? I will kick you out of Texas right now if you don't come in with this team. It's the Dallas Cowboys. We're going to win. Are you part of America's team or not?
I don't goddamn know. I'm tired. Why do you got to ask me all these goddamn questions? I'm here to ask you a question. How do you say they're a Super Bowl team with Dak Prescott throwing interceptions everywhere? God, Jesus.
Dak's going to get together, all right? Dak is magical, okay? No man with three-letter name, first name isn't magical. They're all magical, 3 letters. That's the way the game plays. That's why we drafted him. They said to me, when Dak ain't a third rounder at the time, I said, Steven, shut your big, fat, ugly mouth, all right? That's what I told him. I said, shut your big, ugly mouth. DAK equals WIN. That's what I told him. Yeah, I was pretty happy with myself about that one. And he just sat there with that stupid, dumb look, you know. He's a baby Huey looking sucker. I can't help it. I love the kid, but the boy's a little slow, you know. But Dak, 3 letters, win. That's how Nick. Dak don't have to turn on until he gets the playoffs. Cowboys, we don't worry about regular season out here in Dallas, all right? We play playoffs. We win Lombardi trophies out here in Dallas, all right? So we worry about Dak once he gets to the playoffs, and he's going to be tremendous in that playoffs. He's going to be pristine in that playoffs. He's just working his way up a little bit right now.
It seems like he's working his way up kind of slow to me, goddamn. Jesus Christ.
Shut your mouth, Nick. I got to put you in that same closet I got Steven in.
Daddy, I won't get out of this closet. Let me get out. I love my Cowboys. We're going to win now.
Shut up, boy. You stay in that closet all night. You want to go in there, Nick?
I don't care. Just give me a drink and I'll go in there. God damn, Jesus Christ.
It's good as I got right now, Robert. The voice is definitely failing a little bit. Feeling a little bit. Appreciate the donation, though, brother. Jack says Ringo is on my overrated list. I can understand a little bit of that. I do like myself Sealy Ringo, and boy, he had a great punch-out fumble the other night when he was coming up. He did a very good job too, Jack, on Marvin Harrison. I think he gave up like 1 catch to Marvin Harrison on the game, 2 catches on the game, something like that. So the other night he played pretty good. I love the kid. I think he's athletic as hell. I think he's rocked up like a safety, a really good tackler, and he's got excellent ball skills. So he is my number 1 corner in this draft right now, and I do think he's going to be the first one off the board myself. Greg Kemp says, I know you like DK, Brandon. I was just pointing out where I see he's improving, and I've accepted he has TO hands. Gino has been great for DK's development on jump balls. I just wish he had a better arm deep. No, those are all fair points, man. All fair points. And to your point on that, Greg, you know, there was a spot in this game where Gino's got him on a little bit of a fade route there in the end zone, not the one they dropped, but that's a play where it's off DK's hands, but that's not DK dropping it there. That's Gino needs to put that ball down another 6 inches or 7 inches and give DK a chance to actually make that catch. And there have been some of those throws. I'd even offer, maybe to add on to your point on this, Greg, beyond just the deep throws with it, I think on some of those touch throws down by the end zone to DK and getting him into an accurate spot where DK can go up and actually try to make a play on it, Gino doesn't consistently get that ball in the right kind of location for those throws, as evidenced by that kind of occurring today. So I think it's a valid point on your part. Delakey Lockett is the Ring of Honor, but not a Hall of Famer. Yes, agreed. Tom Eden says, do you guys realize that Bryce Young and Tyler Lockett are almost identical in size? Would you feel comfortable with Tyler Lockett behind center, or do you think he would get crushed? I think he would get crushed. I think Tyler probably outweighs him by 10, 15 pounds. So it's even a lighter version of Tyler Lockett. It's like Tyler Lockett, but if he had been fasting for a week. Twack says, Dear God, please don't let the Hawks fall back to their old draft ways with this upcoming draft. I hope not either, Twack. And I don't think they will. I think the fact that you saw such a righteous change last year in their direction and approach is indicative of the fact that something changed in the background. Was it Carroll getting a little less power? Was it John's voice getting a little louder? Was it Jody Allen saying, okay, John's going to run this draft, you coach. John drafts, you coach. Maybe that seems to be where I feel like that's kind of what occurred. But I think they'll have a great draft. And let's also remember, Twack, where we come to the issues with the Seahawks drafting, and they've had some bad drafts, but we really do get highlighted on really those first picks, right? Those first picks where they've missed in recent years. LJ Collier, Jordan Brooks, Malik McDowell. But those did all end up in that back of that first round. When you've got your Hawks in their recent track record with picking inside those top 15 picks, it's happened 4 times. 4 times with John Schneider in 10 years. And with those 4 picks, you've taken Russell Okung, great selection. Earl Thomas, great selection. Bruce Irvin at 13 or something, great selection. So last year, Charles Cross, number 9, great selection. I think it's a lot easier to be picking at the top of that draft than it is to sometimes be picking a little bit more into the depths. I guarantee you King Bomber Bryce Young is not bigger than Tyler Lockett. I guarantee it. I cannot wait for the combine when this guy gets measured and minds are blown when he's 5'9.5" on the scales. I mean, maybe a half inch taller than Lockett, but not even a full inch. And no way Lockett's got him by at least 10 to 15 pounds. Jordan says if Lockett was in a pass happy system, I could see him being in a Hall of Fame type career. Yeah, maybe. Possibly. Pass happy systems will help you get there, that's for sure. King Bomber, you're about to win your fantasy league? Nice, man. You're like the only one I know of that's having a good year right now. Everyone else is taking it in the pants. Poor guy's having some brutal years out there in the fantasy world. Robbie Red, I know we don't need a tight end, but Brock Bowers on the Hawks could be lethal. Well, he doesn't come out in this draft, Robbie Red, so he still has another year of playing. He was a freshman last year, sophomore this year. So you may have a chance at him next year, man. You may have a chance. I love him. I think he's the closest thing to Gronkowski that we've seen come out since Gronkowski. So he's going to be a great player. He's going to be a first-round tight end. Nothing that guy can't do. Fun player. Lions Mania says you guys will most likely go to the playoffs. You guys got to do some work for us, Lions Mania. It's come down to this. You got to do the Lord's good work for us, though. You know. Are you guys gonna be all in? Are you gonna fight this one off? You guys gonna kind of check it in? Jack, yeah, Branch is a legit playmaker. His tape just got better and better and better the more I watched. At first I was like, but then you just start watching more and more, and he is so fast. He's such a good tackler. I like his game a lot. King Bomber says unless T. Higgins puts up like 30 plus with Stephon Diggs putting up 0, I pretty much won. There we go. Get it. 1023 says Seahawks are getting Jalen Carter. I hope so, man. Tom Eden says Tyler Lockett has 7K yards and 57 touchdowns. Receivers in the Hall of Fame like Rice, Owens, and Moss have double that. Tyler will not be making that list. Yeah. And let's all still acknowledge, Tommy, the log jam is going to increase more here, right? With more of these guys coming through, it's only going to push Tyler back a little bit with some of the other guys that'll have more yards, more receptions, all that. So, you know, it's going to be that you're going to have to get to a higher point, like used to be if you can get to 10,000 yards receiving, then, you're definitely getting the Hall of Fame. That mark is getting pushed further and further and further with more depth. We've seen similar situations with the running backs happen too, where it's a little bit harder because there's more guys all stacked into that group that aren't getting in. So it gets harder to make your claim that you deserve when there's some real good players not in there. You've got to really differentiate yourself a little bit. Lions Mania says you guys should draft Stroud. He lit up yesterday in the SFP semifinal game. Boy, did he ever. He looked really good, Lions Mania. He looked great. Really good. Be interesting to see Lions Mania. We're hearing there's a lot of people making Jared Goff to CJ Stroud comparisons. You having watched Jared Goff now for a full year, does that add up to you? Wasn't adding up to me on that. Daniel says if CJ Stroud is who I think he is, and mind you, I've been a giant fan. I think he will be in the top tier 1 NFL quarterbacks 2 to 3 years from now. We would look back and realize a second round pick to get him is nothing. That's fair enough, man. If he gets to that place of things, you're right. That would not be, you'd be happy to give that kind of pickup if you're getting that kind of production from the quarterback position in the future. 100%. Christian Valor, who do you have your eye on to help fix our interior O-line? Apologizes if this has been asked before. No worries, Christian. I appreciate the question, man. I only have really 2 main names that stand out to me so far in the offensive line. I don't know about moving, let's say, a left tackle to left guard, which is maybe something you could look to do to help out the line, but hasn't been really impressive from the offensive linemen in the draft that I've seen so far, especially when it comes to finding a guy, Christian, that's going to fit into the realm of being a mobile-based offensive lineman of the type you're looking for ideally for the Shane Waldron scheme. I've got two names for you, though. One would be Cooper Bebe, I believe is Kansas State. Yeah, Cooper Bebe. Really good, great guard. I think he's almost nearly a fringe first-round prospect, probably a second-round grade and where I would put him at the end of the day. But he has really stood out to me for his mobility. He's got good strength at the point of attack. He never seems to whiff. He's always keeping his feet. He can move in space. He really stood out to me as far as being a left guard that could really fit in here and be a great player for you. You could slide Damian Lewis then back to right guard. At center, much like with the guard position, I've seen a lot of kind of trash cans, guys that can't really move in space, keep them in a phone booth where you have them blocking. They're just going to do double team stuff all the time. The guy that stood out to me of the guys I've looked at so far has been Schmitz. He's been the one guy that I think Minnesota, I believe, as he stood out to me, similar with Bebe, where they're good blockers, both in the phone booth and out in space. They can do the mobile stuff and they can do the stuff where they got to be locked in one-on-one, let's say on a zero tech. So those have been the two guys for me, Christian, that have stood out to me. I think both of those guys will be probably second round players, but you have great value if you grab either of those guys in that, especially that first, second round pick. Then we're saying nothing the second round pick we have. But I'd look at those two guys early on, and I'm going to get deeper into the class. I'm admittedly still kind of light through the guards and the centers here, so I haven't gotten to all of the depth on them. But those are the two early guys. Alan Armitage says Tyler Lockett is better than Amari Cooper. I agree with you there. Yeah. 100%. Delakey says, any cam types in this draft? Well, I think, Del, you were mentioning JL Skinner, who's got certain echoes of Cam. I don't think you're looking for the Cam, Del. The thing you got to keep in mind, and you're not alone on this, there's a lot of Cam Chancellor love out there for a guy like JL Skinner that I hear are looking for a Cam Chancellor part. We aren't looking for Cam Chancellor anymore at our safety position going forward. The reason being is we're running the hybridized cover 2 Vic Fangio scheme. That's the old scheme used to ask our free safety to be a free safety and used to ask our strong safety to be a strong safety. What the new scheme asks the safeties to do is, Quandre Diggs, you need to do strong safety stuff. Strong safety, you need to do free safety stuff. So they're ubiquitous. They both have to do that same skill set. And the problem with going for a guy that would be a Cam clone is that Cam Chancellor could never do single high stuff. Cam Chancellor was not a guy that you would want to drop into cover 2 looks at times. Cam Chancellor was a guy you wanted to bring up around the box as that 8th defender around the box. So JL Skinner is a kind of a Cam Chancellor type, very much echoes of Cam's game, but that's not really a fit to what you now need in this defensive scheme going forward. Actually, he says, I want Stroud, but Pete won't allow it to happen. Nah, maybe. It wasn't like Pete didn't like the 5-star quarterbacks back in the day for USC, right? He definitely looked to try to find those guys. And a big part of injecting that USC program forward as he did when he took over and it was in tatters and ruins was the fact that he had Carson Palmer, and that was almost all he had on that USC team. But simply the fact that he had that Carson Palmer on that team, that pure 5-star talent, that number 1 overall pick type talent, certainly helped to take his team far back in the day. I would think maybe Carroll would remember that a little bit in certain respects. Ethan says, watch The Godfather Part 2 for the first time. Really enjoyed it. I think it's similar to Part 1. I'll like it better the second time, but right now I very much like Part 1 more. Yeah, it's a bit of a different movie, Part 2, especially with the flashbacks. And flashbacks are always tough in movies in the way that they can kind of sometimes throw off some of the tension of the moment now because you're going back, and it sort of gets tough with that. I like them both kind of equally well. I almost look at them as one movie together a little bit from my standpoint on Ethan. But I enjoy both myself. You could make the argument probably one's maybe a little bit better movie overall, just a little more, but I do like the direction he went with Part 2. I like the juxtaposition between Michael Corleone and his father and how you see them both as they're both kind of developing in their separate stages in different eras, but at the same time in the movie. I liked it. Steven Shestrom says, lefty rule. Gotta watch out for those lefties, man. R. Sanchez with a $2 donation. Thank you, Sanchez. Says, if Tanner plays well, what do we do with Brooks? The ideal for me on this Sanchez would be to find a suitor for Brooks that's a 4-3 base team that looks at him and goes, okay, he's not a 3-4 linebacker. He's a 4-3 base linebacker. You know, that's sort of your ideal, I think, here. Bear with me 1 second here. I got to use the bathroom real quick. I'll be right back, folks. Sorry about that. Nature calls. Sanchez, I think that's the ideal here, is that you get a team out there that looks at Brooks and they go, okay, he wasn't a fit in the 3-4 defense, but maybe he is a good fit in the 4-3. Because let's remember this about Brooks at this point. And I feel certain about my assessment of him, but I would say this a little bit of him. There is a little bit of a hope to me for Jordan Brooks if you put him into a 4-3 defense as a middle linebacker. That was his natural position in college. That's where he best projected out to. And unfortunately, through his first, 3 seasons, he has yet to play in that natural position. Even last year when Bobby went down, you didn't move Jordan Brooks to the middle. You moved Cody Barton to the middle and you kept Jordan Brooks at the will. So I would say maybe there's a team out there that you could talk into. You're not going to get a lot of draft capital in return for him, right? He's not got a lot of value, but maybe some value of like a 4th or 5th round pick to a team who looks at him and goes, look, if we put him in the right scheme here as an inside linebacker in a 4-3 defense, he's now a little more protected up front, so you don't have to worry about as much of the second level blocks. He just runs around and makes tackles, and we've got stuff on the back end to clean up some of maybe his coverage liabilities, especially if you went to maybe more of a team that was a little more blitz heavy, that wasn't asking him to be put in as much the position of having to cover quite as much. So that would be the ideal to me, Sanchez. I will say you're not able to just cut him because he's going to cost as much to cut as he is to keep at that point. He probably ends up remaining on the roster, but I don't think that the team, especially with as late as he's going to suffer this ACL, that means he's not going to be ready for the start of training camp. So you're going to have to find some other answer there outside of Brooks, at least through probably the first half of the year, I would say minimum. Garth Knight with the $5 donation says, I want Nick Nolte to be tasked with getting Russ back on track. I imagine them camping in Montana for a week. It is. Nolte would be like,
send him out of the forest. Make him deal with the bears. Make him learn.
That's what Nolte would be. He'd put him out there in the forest and he'd strap fresh meat to him, bloodied meat to him, and be like,
if you can survive from rusty meat, you can survive an NFL field. God damn it. Come on, Russ.
Just Nolte shouting at him for a week in the wilderness, Garth, right up in his face. Thank you for the dono, Garth. You're awesome, brother. King Bomber says, stir the pot with a Bryce Young versus CJ Stroud video. That's a good idea. That's the next one. I'm working on the Anderson one, but maybe that'll be my next one, is a quarterback comparison video on this class. I like that. Sygen says, all good, Brando. Your personality and the respect that everyone has in your chat, again, is awesome. It is. I appreciate everyone in that. I really do. Especially when, again, I know so many people passionately feel about how they do because all of you have done your homework. You've dived into the tape. You've read the articles. You've looked at the scouting reports. You've dived into this information. I never take for granted the fact that even if I disagree with somebody, that they didn't necessarily arrive there by not coming through a logical reason process to get there. And I know that especially to be true with my chat because you guys have shown that so much in the past. 1023 says the Bears are taking Will Anderson. That makes sense to me. A lot of Bear fans are telling me 1023 that they're going to go with Carter. That I'm silly for even thinking that I can dream about Carter. I tell them I don't know. Lions Mania says you guys are set up really well. It's crazy to think we're similar. We're very similar as we're in the same boat. Oh, it is. I think if you're looking at teams that we're talking about Lions Mania 3 years from now being the teams that are the cream of the crop as far as the NFC goes, I think that both of our two teams are going to be those two teams on that type of trajectory. Yeah, you've already got a young team. Yeah, you've already started to build your team in the right way. Yeah, you've already started to establish a culture there in Detroit. But what you've also done on top of that is do what you like to do. What we're trying to do, which is stack up draft picks, have money created to be able to spend on guys. That's going to set the stage as well. You need the young development, then you need those last couple picks to round you out, then you need a little bit of the money to spend to kind of all bring it together. So you guys are very well positioned, and say nothing of the fact Lions Mania. Green Bay looks like they're about ready to be put Aaron Rodgers out to pasture, and maybe they're going to have to go through a couple years of a tough stretch. Chicago still has a lot of work to do to get themselves in the right direction, and Minnesota with that defense, yeah, the offense is great, but that defense ain't getting better anytime soon. That defense is your guys' to take. If you have a great offseason this year, it is yours to take. Tom Eaton says Jim Harbaugh has been floated to the Broncos. I don't see it, but it's a rumor. Yeah, that's an odd one for me too on that. I guess they're thinking there would be that you're bringing in a head coach, a former quarterback who can fix Russ that would be the narrative with it. But that would be with Harbaugh's like no BS approach to things and Russ's complete BS approach to things. That seems like a little bit of a oil and water kind of situation a bit. Maybe it's the right thing for Russ. Maybe he just needs a hard ass coach to just, tear into him a little bit, and that would get him to do what they need him to do. King Bombers says the Broncos look so much better with the interim coach. Yeah. I've been referencing though this King Bombers. If you look at the last 10 years and you look at the coaches fired mid-year, I mean, I don't have the data in front of me, but I think if you did do this, go back and look. And of course, when a coach is being fired mid-year, it's because your team sucks and you're not winning games. But it's crazy how often you see these teams fire a coach mid-year, and then the very next game of that week, they go out and win that game. They look so much different than they had looked over the whole course of that year. I mean, hell, Dan Campbell, I think at the one stop he was at with Miami, he took over as an interim coach for them for a while, right? And won initially right off the gate. Or this year, King Bomber, the Carolina Panthers with Rule. You fire Rule, new head coach takes over, you win the next game, right? Like it's sort of as a it kind of is just the thing. I don't know why. I don't have a good explanation other than people feel a little bit more on edge when they know the coach gets whacked. Like they may be the next one. I better give it up my all because I could be that next guy to go. But it does seem to be a kind of a common tenet you see in the NFL a lot. Yeah, there's no way Sean Payton is going to Denver. Denver can float that rumor, but there's no way he's going there. No way. Rob says crazy hour season is in the Lions' hands. It is, Rob's. As I say, it's not ideal, even with the Lions being as good as they are this year. And Lions mania, no disrespect, but you'll have to laugh at this, of course. If I got to go into week 17 or whatever here and go, well, the year's riding on the Lions beating the Packers in Green Bay for us to get in the playoffs. Not ideal on that one. I agree. I think Sean Payton would return to the Saints before he'd go to the Broncos. It's 100% big country. 100%. Orlando Rocco, Chargers clinched a wild card spot already. Any concern they rest their starters next week versus Denver? If Denver wins, how far will our pick drop outside the top 5? I have not taken a look at where we're at. So Denver's at 4 wins. Arizona's at 4 wins. You have Chicago already ahead of them. If they go one more loss, that's 5. So it wouldn't be that big of a drop. So you would have at that point at 5 wins, you would have, obviously we would have, if that goes on like that next week. So then you've got Houston number 1, Chicago number 2. I guess number 3 would be Indianapolis. Number 4 would be the Arizona Cardinals. And then we would be 5. So we would drop to 5. We will be no deeper than 5 as it stands right now, based on what I'm seeing. Which is still pretty good, Orlando. That's not a bad back end default. That's worst case scenario. You got a top 5 pick. I'm happy for the Chargers too, man. I am too. Good to see them, man. Justin Herbert's way too good of a quarterback to not be playing in the playoffs. Akshay, thoughts on Andre Carter? I see him as a little bit of a, let me bring up my notes on him. I always forget the guy that I try to think about on my comparison for him. There we go. So I see him as sort of a little bit of a lesser talented, a way less refined Jason Taylor, former Miami Dolphin great. Former, I think a Hall of Famer, actually. Got a very similar style of body, big, long. The size really stands out initially when you watch those guys. And then the first step quickness that they have for being as big as they are is very highly unusual. Very unusual. So I do see some little echoes of Jason Taylor's game and Andre Carter. Those two things, really big, really long, first step quickness, stood out to me. Just kind of body shape too, very similar body shapes. What does stand out to me a little bit with Andre Carter is he's a little bit of a one-year wonder. Last year, I think he had like 17 sacks, something like that, 15 sacks. This year, he was down to like 3 or 4. So you've got the 1 year of magnificent production where he's on like Army, going up against not the greatest competition, then going up against equivalent production into the next year, he has a fall off. That's a little bit worrisome to me. You don't find guys that are 6'7" with that get off that he's got just anywhere. That's hard to find. So that's going to probably end up getting him selected, I think, into the second round. but I've got some big concerns about him as far as he doesn't have a lot of pass rush moves. He's essentially just trying to be quicker than the man opposite him and then use his length as he can and his size as he can. That can be reasonably effective at the NFL level, but without any kind of refinement, he's not really much of a bender. His feel as a pass rusher isn't great, but there's a lot of tantalizing physical potential there with him, which will be what draws him to get drafted. I just don't like drafting for tantalizing physical potential. I want a little bit more certainty when I'm going to be taking a guy in the second round, which is where I think he probably ends up going. Allen Armitage, the Niners ended up winning that game. Carr just needs a new home. I do think he needs another spot. Yeah, the Raiders thing just doesn't good for either side, it seems like. Big Country says Carr to the Seattle Dragons. Megan says, how did the Cowboys get the America's team tag? I don't know on that. It always used to bother me growing up, Megan. It still bothers me now. Why? Who decided that? Who? There's no America's team in basketball or baseball. Why did you guys get it? I don't know. Lions Mania says Carr to the Saints. It's going to happen. I could see it. I think there will be a team that put their hat in the ring for Carr, even with the year he's kind of had. In Tech World, hey, Jerry Jones, how do you explain not going to the Super Bowl in over a quarter century? Hey, in Tech World, don't get lippy with me now. Don't you get lippy with me, Ethan Tech World. Okay? Yeah, it's been a little bit of a time since we've been to a Super Bowl, okay? That's just us lying in wait. That's all that is. Lying in wait. That's the Dallas way. We go a little slower out here, Ethan. We ain't your fast-paced city slickers that you all run about in your traffic jams and all that. We ride horses out here. We take our time. That's why we're America's team. All right? Okay? Don't you get lippy now, Ethan. They're going to tell you straight now, all right? The NFL doesn't allow us to win every year. Okay, that's why. They don't let the Dallas Cowboys have Lombardi every year. They won't play the NFL games no more. Nobody playing football no more. Why going to play football no more? We're just going to win it anyway, right? Why even play the games, right? So look, to keep the competitive balance, because we had a dynasty. We were getting 3, 1, 2, 3, 4. I don't even know how many championships we were winning. Too many to count, basically. All right. NFL said, okay, enough of that, Dallas. You're beautiful. You're wonderful. You're the greatest thing that we could ever ask for in this league. All right. Roger Goodell said that to my face. Okay. Paul Tagliabue said it to me before Roger. They both said it actually in the same room at the same time. You are what makes this product work, is what they were saying. Everybody in America is looking at your team right now. I said, Roger, I know. So yeah, it's a controllable thing here right now, Ethan. All right. Can't win every year, but you're still the Dallas Cowboys. And we've been lying in wait for quite long enough. About time for us to rear that 10-gallon hat right up over the other side of the hill. Huh? That's what you're about to watch right now. So strap on in, Ethan. You're about to watch a magical, fantastical run of your Dallas Cowboys. Your Dallas Cowboys. That's right. Your Dallas Cowboys. Because it's America's team. I think you're in America, right? I don't think you're on an IP server out of Guam. Come on, my Dallas Cowboy. Alexander, there's my Libra brother. Good old Jerry Jones. I love my Jerry Jones, man. If you could be the fly on the wall in Dallas headquarters over the last 20 years, the conversations that you could listen to. R. Sanchez with a $5 donation. Thank you. R. Sanchez with a $2 donation. Let me get this. Russ needs some time in Gary Busey's shoes. He does. Russ, that would get Russ thinking way outside the box, going to Gary Busey. Busey's a fun one. I wish I could do a good Gary Busey impression, because he's kind of a live wire. He's got some Nick Nolte in him, Busey. They both got that same kind of energy. Busey comes at it from a little more positive angle with it, Nolte's a little bit more just cursing and hungover. But yeah, that'd be a good perspective for him. A little time in Busey shoes. Gary Busey. Oh, Gary Busey. Gary Busey. That's how you tell it. Yeah, Gary Busey. Comes in with the back of his throat when he speaks. Sanchez with another $5 donation. Sanchez, thank you for all the donos, brother. A retrospective view of the Russ trade, how we played, how Rooks played, would be my request for a video. Well, that is a fantastic request, Sanchez. And so I have been turning that one over in my mind. It's a great suggestion, number one. And you're 100% on point with that being a video that does need to be made if you're a Hawks channel, right? And I think it's one that's been missing out there is a complete, here's an end to end of how this situation's gone with Russ and how he's done it with his career and how this got to where it's gotten. So, yes, I was thinking of doing it as Sanchez. I was trying to decide if I did it as a Russell kind of career retrospective video or if I did it as a how John Schneider and Coach Carroll pulled the trade off that they did. How did they snooker the Broncos essentially into misunderstanding Russ's value and where he was as a player, where he was on his career track. So I will commit on that one for sure, Sanchez. If I don't get it done before the draft, putting a video like that together, that is a video that is definitely en route. And it's a great suggestion on your part because I think that there's a lot to unpack with in retrospect and looking in that trade and understanding how it came about to be, both for how things have worked out in the Seahawks' favor, but also because of how purposeful it was in them making the trade in the way they did at the time that they made it to set the stage for the success that they did have, right? Avoiding the Chicago trade from the year before, waiting until the money wasn't at $38 million of dead money, but $26 million, waiting to find a team that was truly desperate for Russ's services because they had been left like a bride at the altar by Aaron Rodgers, who they thought they were going to get. That's the whole point of them hiring Hackett in the whole first place. So it is a perfect storm of a situation that has gone sideways for the Broncos organization, but has gone so right for us in the same way. Their perfect storm has been us with a sunny blue skies, warm sun, toes in the sandy beach for us on the other end for their storm. So great suggestion, Sanchez. 100%. I will be doing that kind of video. So I'm kind of figuring out my angle exactly on it, but it does need to be doing. I kind of want to break it down as much to kind of remember and just remember how that whole process sort of played out from one thing to the next. Great suggestion. Fantastic suggestion. Hawks 7-8 says, I wonder if Pete wants a defensive player and John wants a quarterback. Good question. That's a good question. I think you're on the button right there. There's probably a little bit of a there's going to be some probably heads bumping together between those two wants, I would guess. Tanny3 says, if we get Jalen Carter and Brian, I think it would be Brees. We have the best defense in the league. That would help you. That would definitely help you. Luke Britt says, who is this year's Brock Purdy? Last pick of the draft, but it's a baller. Well, it's hard, Luke Brick, to go with the last pick of the draft and say that guy's going to be a baller necessarily because Mr. Irrelevant's never really ever done anything up until this point. I could give you a couple quarterbacks who could be that guy like Purdy, who have a similar kind of spot to where if they jumped in there and they suddenly, started to be able to play with relatively, decent level of play, it wouldn't shock me. But then these are also guys that you would get, let's say, onward past maybe into the fifth round of stage of things. So the guys that stand out to me that would be in this realm would be, you got Jordan Travis from Florida State. I think he's actually got some Doug Flutie kind of vibes to him. A lot of people are talking about Bryce Young as being Flutie-like, and he's really not. Jordan Travis is Flutie-like. Another guy that's listed 6'1", but probably very much not that height. Dorian Thompson-Robinson out of UCLA, another guy who could go from the 4th to the 5th to 6th round, who would be another interesting guy who could maybe hit the ground running a little bit too as well. Clayton Tune from Houston could be that guy with some good production out of Houston over the last couple of years. Any of those three quarterbacks I think could be there, or Dugan from TCU. He could be another guy that could fall anywhere from me to the 3rd round all the way to the 7th round. I think he's got a wide discrepancy on where he could land. He could be another guy in that where if you put him in with his starting experience at TCU, 4 years of starting and playing there, be very much ready to hit the ground running right when he hits the pro level. Those would be my 4 names for you. Robert Jimenez loved the Nick Nolte impressions. I can't actually do Nick Nolte talking. I can just do him grumbling,
Oh, hell, God damn it, just Jesus, oh, God.
That's all I can do Nick Nolte of, but I can do a good one right there with that as long as I stay in my boat with that one, don't get him talking. Nick, where do I think Derek Carr will go? I think it's a fluid situation and it's hard to predict. I could give you Four teams that I think are really all viable, all possible. Carolina, New Orleans, Indianapolis, New York Jets. I think all four of those teams could end up getting into a bidding war for him to a degree on it. I don't know that they will, but it's very hard to predict exactly the place he goes. He's kind of a fit for all those teams theoretically. They're going to look at the situation with the Raiders and they go, Josh McDaniels is not very quarterback friendly there. Not a good head coach. It's the Raiders. Never had a great offensive line. Never had really a great defense. We're going to give him both of those two things. We see the upside there. So there's going to be, I think, a lot of suitors for Derek Carr, even with the year that he's had, which then, Nick, makes it really hard to predict. If I'm going to give you kind of just a team that just, to me, the one that stands out that's, okay, this is the one they'll go with. I think Carolina, I guess, is a team I might go to on that, or New Orleans. King Bomber, Bryce Young is like 5'11", isn't he? Nah, he's 5'10", maybe. I bet he's 5'9.5" myself. I know that's his listed height there, King Bomber, but the listed stuff at the college level is always a little bit wonky, especially when you got the guys that are sub 6 feet. They always round up a couple inches to 6 feet when they're a little bit below. Megan says 13-3 Ravens B. Let's go Birds, Hawks Nest. There you go. It's hard to predict on Carr. He's a tough read on that one. Big Country says, got to be at least top 5 in your position in your era to be in the Hall of Fame. I think that's right. Greg Kemp says, agreed. Geno's ball placement on jump balls could be better, but they're catchable, unlike the ones Russ threw. That's correct. Russ was awful on jump balls. Yeah, Russ couldn't throw a jump ball for his life unless you're Jimmy Graham. For some reason, he could throw Jimmy Graham, but nobody else. Yeah, miles better than Russ, that's for sure. Christian Fowler, thank you for the thoughtful answer, Brandon. My pleasure, Christian. Thank you for watching, brother. Please do, folks, if you get a chance, if you haven't already, hit that like button, if you could, for me. Megan Gock-Rogers says, can you describe the difference between the free safety and the strong safety, please, B? Yes. It's a little bit of two different places on this, Megan. There's the historical look of the free safety and strong safety position, and then there is the current view and how it's run in the NFL and where it's going from an evolutionary standpoint. Historically speaking, you would have tended to have a free safety as what would call your center field safety. And they call them the center fielder, Megan, because a lot like a center fielder in baseball, their job then is to drop into the middle of the field deep, and then they're there to take away the deep ball on either side of them deep. They've got to read the action. They've got to read the routes to find out who's running the 9 route, who's running the deep routes, who's testing that deep end of the field that they're responsible for. The safety, as it's described, the position is literally, they are the safety valve to stopping any big plays. They are the last line of defense, right? They're like the goalie in soccer a little bit, or in hockey. To a degree in the way that they run. So they are tending to be far away from the line of scrimmage, Megan. They tend to be needing to be better in coverage. They are guys that you've also been able to get away with being a little bit maybe smaller, slighter of build, but they're really fast and they're really quick so they can get to every spot on the football field. A little bit of what we've seen in Earl Thomas and Quandre Diggs and the type of body and builds that they are. The strong safety tends to be a guy that's a little bit more built, a little bit more closer to a linebacker. They're going to be a couple inches taller than a free safety. They're going to be probably 10 to 15, 20 pounds heavier. They're traditionally, Megan, going to play up near the box, near the line of scrimmage. So you'll tend to have if you have a 4-3 defense, you got your 4-3 defenders, then you have your linebackers here, right? So then you would tend to have your safety right here next to your 3 linebackers, usually a step or two behind the linebackers when he's down there in the box. As you traditionally run a defense, as the Seahawks have traditionally run their cover 3 defense, that's been the way you run it. So the strong safety comes down, he's in the box, he's there to basically buzz the routes that are in the flat, or he's there to play a robber roll to the middle of the field. The key, though, is traditionally with the strong safety, you're not asking him to move a lot in space. You're not asking him to man-on-man cover receivers. You're not asking him to do a lot of any sort of really covering, to be honest with you, outside of him being responsible for a very short, small area zone. So that's where it's normally been traditionally, Megan, both with the Seahawks team and both traditionally in football. What's happened now, Megan, is that the Vic Fangio cover 2 shell defense has taken hold. The cover 2 shell defense, to make it to kind of really a base, just simplified as I possibly can, and an understanding of this is to say, look, there's other stuff that goes on with this defense, but at the heart of it is this. I'm going to take these two safeties that traditionally have each had their very specified role, and now I'm going to take those roles and I'm going to make them exactly almost the same. They both have got to do equivalent things. Not one guy is specialized in being in the box, one guy is specialized in being center field. Now my box guy's got to be able to do center field stuff. My center field guy's got to be able to do box safety stuff. So it's more now, I need you to be ubiquitous. I need you to be multiple. I need you to be varied. I need you to be able to do everything from the safety position. No limitations. And in doing that, what that allows then, Megan, you to do defensively is that then you're less predictable defensively, right? The one guy I could look at before who was going to be that center fielder, single eye guy, and as a quarterback can read that pre-snap every single time, now it's always changing. Now it's fluctuating. Now he might show me single eye and he becomes the strong safety post-snap. The strong safety might show me strong safety box look, who then becomes a single high post-snap. That's why I like this defense so much, Megan, because it is so much more varied than the old, and it is so much more harder to predict on what the guys are doing snap in and snap out. Because if I can start to predict exactly what the safeties are going to start to do, right? This has been my problems with this defense up until this point, Megan, is I can predict historically what those safeties are going to do. You know, you're up here in the box, you're dropping to deep center field. I can predict what the corners are going to do, which is more often than not play off coverage and then drop to a depth as well. So now I have 4 of the defenders on a given defense pre-snap on a Carroll defense, historically speaking, that I can absolutely predict what they're going to do pre-snap. You combine that then with the factor of that we don't like to blitz. We don't tend to blitz it like the league least amount. Now I not only know what those 4 guys are doing out in the secondary, I also can operate with a good level of confidence that I'm not going to get blitzed either. And so now you're starting to make the quarterback position a lot easier to play when you're taking and removing out all of the thinking that you'd actually like them to ideally have to be going through pre-snap as they're trying to process. And so that's kind of why I like this defense a little bit more on that. Scooby Snacks, AB, and everyone in the chat, Merry Christmas. Hey, Merry Christmas to you, Scooby. And Happy New Year to you and everyone else in the chat from Canada. Thank you, man. Hope you're doing well out there in Canada, and Happy New Year to you. How about them Hawks? Playing good on both sides of the ball, and I love it. Hey, man, I love it too. It's been great to see, and good to see that we're able to kind of bounce back a little bit at the end of the year here, you know? That we didn't end up at our worst, that maybe we can kind of turn around to playing some good football at the end and maybe help to spring load us forward into next season with that. Alan Arbinson says Cam Chancellor played coverage as well. Yeah, but you wouldn't ask him to do the Vic Fangio stuff. So, you know, he did do decently in coverage stuff, but it's, you know, he's going to cover to the flat. He plays the robber role through the middle of the field, which is just read the coverage and just be in the middle of the field to take something away if it comes your way. It's less designated for assignment and coverage as other positions can be at times, in the way that Cam ran it. But he did still cover. He could still cover. King Bomber says, why was our defense bad for the past 3 years? Because we ran Pete's defense, single high safety and 8 guys in the box. That's it. It's predictableness. Kind of like what I was talking about a second ago. It's just that predictable nature is so much a part of it. King Bomber says, we were getting toasted on the pass and we didn't have great corners and we refused to use the 2 high safety shell, which is why the defense has been so much better this year than years past. The total points scored in the NFL has been the lowest it's been for the past 5 years or so. Ooh, I didn't know that. That's good info. King Bomber says, people will run the cover 2 shell and Cam would not fit in today's NFL and age as a safety. Maybe as a third down linebacker type player. Yeah, I think he would have been moved to linebacker, King Bomber, in this modern NFL. I do agree with you on that. I don't think he would have fit here with this. King Bomber, Aiden Hutchinson has 3 interceptions this year, so he's really good coverage linebacker, right? Exactly. Great point. Yeah, Cam's interceptions don't mean that he was a great cover player necessarily. And again, the responsibilities were really limited in the coverage drops they were having him make. Just take the Niner interception he makes in the playoffs in the conference championship game. One of the sealing moments of that game where he's dropping into space in that moment, but he's just dropping to the flat. He isn't doing anything where he's picking up a guy in the zone. He's just dropping to a space and then essentially Colin Kaepernick throws him the pick in that moment. But that's really was more of his responsibilities at that time. And the scheme protected Cam from some of what other strong safeties have to do in coverage. Stephen Gruard says, be sure to mention that Bryce is 6'1"3/4 in your video. Exactly. He's listed at 6'2", but he might actually be 5'9". King Barber says, nobody has stepped up and proved themselves as a top 3 player outside of those 2 guys. Oh, being Willie Anderson and Carter. Yep. And when you look at the position value for the rest of the draft, the fall from Jalen Carter and the next guy is bigger than the difference between Will Anderson and the next guy. Great point. Great point. That's very true. Very true. Yeah, and I see Christian's thoughts on this too, kind of following up on what King Bomber's saying. And I think that both you guys are on point with your comments with this. It's, Cam was a great player. It's not to take anything away from Cam. And he was a player that fit for the scheme in his time and the way the NFL was run and what was happening and what he had around him to work with that took a lot of the coverage responsibilities off of him. It was part of what made that defense great, that you could so specialize your strong safety to doing certain pertinent things. And Cam was a linchpin of that defense and very important part of that defense. So I don't want to undersell that part. But the modern strong safety is asked to do things more than, and the modern free safety is being asked to do more than any safety who's ever been asked to do before in the NFL history. The job is getting harder. It's getting harder. And it used to be a little more specialized, just a bit. So when we bring up the Cam Chancellor interceptions here, I mean, he played, let's see, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. He played 8 seasons. He had 12 interceptions. So, he was averaged 1 interception a year. Like that's, if I have a strong safety go out and play in the NFL and he plays 16 games in the NFL, I'm going to have an average of probably about an interception and a half per strong safety in the league. So, him averaging an interception a year is not indicative then of him being great in coverage, kind of to King Bomber's point on this. I'm not saying Cam was bad in coverage, but you weren't asking Cam to do things in coverage that were remarkably difficult. You've asked Jamal Adams to do tougher things in coverage here in his time here than what you asked Cam to do. And I think it's noteworthy a little bit, especially when we talk about it, looking at a guy like J.L. Skinner, for instance, because J.L. Skinner can't do the same things that we're talking about needing to be done in this Vic Fangio cover 2 shell. Greg Kemp says a wide receiver the Hawks could be interested in is Andre Izavias. Wow, that's a $10 name. That's a $10 name right there. Hold on here, Greg. Andre Iozivas. What a name. Holy moly. He got the Senior Bowl invite. That's good. That's good. So we'll get a really good look at him at the Senior Bowl then, Greg. But I got his name down. I will do some scouting on that guy. Thank you for the suggestion. James Tomlinson says, who will be back next year in the Seahawks defensive line? I want JC to trade and acquire D-line talent that fits this team. Jalen Carter can help. I see twofold improvement with this defense if we can 2-gap. Yeah, I mean, it'll always be a gap and a half is technically the term for what they do, but it's very similar to 2-gapping. I'll tell you that on that, James. So it's kind of it's semantics. The guys that'll be on our defensive line next year are as follows. You'll see Shelby Harris will be down there. You'll see, I think Darrell Taylor will be down there. I think Uchenna will be down there. I think Boye Mafe will be a part of this crew. I think you'll move on from Quentin Jefferson. You'll move on from Poona Ford. I don't know if they're going to be able to move on from Monet or not, depending on his injury situation, but I don't think they're going to count on him. So they're going to grab a couple of guys here, James. I think the place that you could really ideally help yourself here is if you can get Daron Payne and then come out of the draft with Jalen Carter. Regardless of whatever else you do, and you can still grab some other defensive linemen later in the draft and still help yourself out considerably from there. That will help the team out a big way stopping the run. Just those two guys alone. I mean, that's you're getting the best run, maybe the best run defending defensive tackle in the sport. In Daron Payne, and a guy in Carter who's going to give you very close to equivalent that right from the jump when he walks onto the football field. No one is going to be able to run up the middle of your defense with those two guys. So that's a great way for me to go. That's why I've said James Tomlinson, that Daron remains for me the number one guy to target out there in free agency this year, who I would love to see the Seahawks really aggressively go after. And I do hope that they do, because he would help. But you got to do more than Carter, that's for sure. Wu-Tang says Jets can take Carr. They need to stop trying to draft and develop quarterbacks at this point. It makes sense why that'd be a good spot. Kind of like for like the opposite reasons why you go maybe no to the Colts. Because the Colts have gone down this road of trying to take the aging quarterback who's maybe got like 1 or 2 bullets left in the gun and squeeze that out of them. And it's basically failed on them at 3 straight turns now. So maybe they avoid going that way, and versus the Jets who go the opposite way because they have had the young quarterbacks that they've drafted in recent years who just haven't developed. Tommy says the nickname America's team first coined in 1978 in a Dallas Cowboys highlight film by narrator John Facenta, who said that the team appears on TV so much they are as if they're recognized. They are so much that they are as recognizable as movie stars. Oh, John Facenta, one of the great. I wish I could do a great John Facenta, because then Tommy, I would be able to do that on all my videos for my narration stuff. Oh my God, he had such a great voice, timeless voice. Even though it's like an old voice, that'd still work really well on narration videos if I could bring it back. Eventually, they're going to be able to do like AI voices that fit to the old voices like that. And I'm going to be using the hell out of that AI automation someday when they get that down. Remember the time to start off in 2023, Seattle took down 2 New York teams in a day. Go Seahawks and go Kraken. Hey, go both teams. How about that? Yeah, and Alan, I appreciate where you're coming from on the Cam stuff. So I hope I'm not trying to overstate it that didn't think Cam was bad at coverage. Just the responsibilities of his coverage is all I was looking at with it. But I get where you're coming from. Alexander Matthews says the Cowboys are one and done. They will fire McCarthy and hire Sean Payton. Makes a lot of sense. Tommy Eaton says, so basically the Dallas Cowboys coined themselves as America's team. That makes complete sense. Nobody gave him that title, that's for sure. Nobody gave him that title. Tommy Eaton says Busey's like a more sober version of Nolte, but also more devious. Yeah. Busey busted his head on a motorcycle and he went really wrong. With Nolte, he's just a curmudgeon a little bit. Wu-Tang Financial, I never want to hear Cowboys chirp off again until they make the National Football Conference Championship game on the NFC. I was playing with Pogs and asking Santa for a Walkman the last time they were Super Bowl contenders. Well, they're Super Bowl contenders in their own mind, right? Every year. We're going to win this year. It's our Cowboys year. Tommy Eaton says Busey's still alive. Google says he is 78. Oof. There's a guy that I did not think was going to get to 78. R. Sanchez says Ernest P. Worrell impression. Oh, man. God, it's been a while since then. No mean Vern. No mean Vern. Gotta get out there right there now. No mean Vern. No mean. I used to be when I was a kid, I used to be able to do an Ernest impression, and it's been a long time now, and I've lost it. Like a child that's unable to communicate with ghosts, I no longer can do my Ernest impression. The only thing I remember now is you gotta get them down there now. No mean Vern. No mean Vern. You can't let the people go down. No mean Vern. I liked Ernest back in the day, man. He made me laugh. Wu-Tang, Taylor had the best game of his pro career. 100%. 100%. Undoubtedly, he did. Very, very impressive. Good to see. Kids had a struggling year. It's good. It is good to see. Tommy says Purdy is Mr. Irrelevant and he might win a damn Super Bowl. Shaking my head. Seriously. Eagles are looking weak. Vikings are looking weak. Dallas Cowboys are suspect with Dak Prescott. Don't even talk to me about the NFC South. Yeah. I mean, they may have they may have it like a slip and slide wetted up just on their route to getting to the Super Bowl with how they're playing and how the other teams are playing. Scooby says, like Wu-Tang, where did he come from? He's been invisible for what, the whole season so far? Like, who lit the fire under his ass? Well, part of it is getting to go up against Fant, right? Scooby Sack. George Fant's not really a right tackle in this sport. Probably better suited for the left tackle side, and Taylor was able to take advantage of that. You know, if you're good on the left, doesn't necessarily mean you're good on the right or as comfortable on the right as you are on the left. Travis says, the Hawks Nest, as a Chiefs fan, I knew all of that, and when Denver fired its coach, I was worried. I was glad KC got the win, 3 points or otherwise. Yeah. Yep. I feel like, and maybe I'm wrong on this, Travis, but you can correct me if I'm off, but it does feel a little bit like KC's been in cruise control for weeks. You know, I was referencing earlier, it's like they're in the Tesla, arms behind their head, cruise control, AI, take over. They can kind of sleepwalk their way through games and win 13, 14 games. You know, they're thinking about the playoffs to me. Big Country, I was thinking Dugan. Depends on where he falls. It does. I like him, though. I like him. He's very close, I think, in certain respects. He's not Russ in his build, makeup, and all that, but in what you could get and what you're looking to get from him if you're looking to replicate that 2012 blueprint, you can maybe get some of that stuff from Dugan. If you really wanted to go super cheap on the quarterback and build up the whole rest of the team, that could be a pathway that they do go. Luke Britt says, I appreciate your take, Brandon. Thanks for the time. My pleasure, Luke. I love doing this, man, so thank you so much. Appreciate you, brother. Scooby Sacks, has anyone checked on Tankathon tonight to see where our second first round pick is placed right now? I haven't had a chance to take a look at it yet, but I know that it is, we're probably third. Miami loses its first round pick, so you're 34 is what you should be at that point. 34, Scooby Snacks. Oh, you're talking about the first round pick in the thing. So yeah, we're probably about 17, 18 right now with our first round pick. King Bomber says he's listed 6 feet, so I thought Bryce Young might be 5'11". I did too, but boy, I was seeing some pictures I don't know. I've seen some pictures with him up against a couple guys. Like there's a shot of him in this game again with standing next to Ingram, the former running back for Alabama, right? The Saints running back, who's like 5'9", 5'10", and he's like standing over or at least equivalent height, right exact to where Bryce Young is. I'm going to be very interested to where he measures at the combine. And I'm guessing he's going to have a big head of hair there that he's going to try to get the hair love, you know, get that half-inch hair love by you press the hair down, still get a little bit extra on that, right? They don't press the hair down too tight. Wu-Tang, you're going to the Kraken game for the first time on my birthday against Calgary. I hear NHL games are lit. Megan, Pete Carroll was a free safety at the University of Pacific, I think, B. Where would he have played? He'd be a free safety. Obviously, Pacific was a really small program and he didn't have a lot of, pro potential, but that was also at a time, and you could see this if you go back and watch Pete Carroll, he was a free safety. So he's going to be, even back then, you're going to stay back and, your job's to be back there. The strong safety's the guy that comes up near the line of scrimmage to do sort of the dirty work. The free safety's back there to keep things clean in coverage, essentially. But I believe that Pete was a free safety, if I remember. I remember watching some of the tape on him. Christian Fowler, we do have a Discord channel. I'll get you an invite in here. I'll post an invite into the Discord channel. We don't really do much in there though, and I'm not really active in it because I can't put any time to Discord. I got to put it on the channel, and if I'm in there talking and chatting to people on Discord, that's 20, 30 minutes less that I'm putting on videos for editing and putting scripts together and all that stuff. So I'm not in there a lot, but we do technically have one, and I'll post it in. I'll post it in the deal here. Not now. I don't even know if we have people who've been in there much here. But yeah, you guys can feel free to join up here. Let me bring it up. I'll bring it up. Let's see here. Probably should try to unveil a little more of the Discord here. The thing that's made me worried about the Discord is I just hear so many people having stories about there just being issues with stuff getting super toxic. That's the thing I want to avoid. I don't want that in there, but I posted in the chat, so hopefully you should be able to see it there. The Peanut Pacific Northwest Wade says the college football championship will be a banger. Let's go Georgia. I think Georgia's going to get another national title. Greg Kemp, Brandon Pettigrew opened up slants and occupied linebackers because he was so big and needed gang tackling. He gave Megatron more room to eat, which is why I hope the Hawks draft Darnell Washington. He's a guy that has struck me for a while with Darnell Washington that could completely get the Seahawks to fall in love with him. You know, with what he can do as a blocker and his size is the freaking guy's as big as a house. I love Washington a lot. He's just a fun player. And if they got him, Greg, I wouldn't mind. I really do like him. Even if it was that second round pick. And I know with where we're at with the tight ends, that makes some people uncomfortable, but he's a fun player, man. Real fun player. Sleeping Sounds, who do you want to draft for the Seahawks first round pick? Jalen Carter's my guy, Sleeping Sounds. And if you get a chance, please go check out a video I just dropped this week on Jalen Carter in regards to him being the guy that to me has a lot of echoes of a one Cortez Kennedy to his game. Sleeping Sounds, who should we pick with second round players, like player examples? I'll give you a couple names out there of some guys. And it's very early, so it's a little bit hard in the process to know who's going to be where. Cooper Bebe, left guard, would be a guy I would take a look at. John Schmitz of Minnesota, center, would be a guy that you maybe take a look at. I would say second round, we're talking, I think an edge guy could be a guy that is very interesting. A Mike Morris, Foskey, if he was to fall into the second round, probably wouldn't fall into the second round. Some people have Jared Verse of Florida State going in the first. I think he'd be a second round guy, though. I don't think he's going to be quite into that realm of a first round guy, though he might. I think Brian Branch of Alabama, strong safety slot guy, could be an interesting guy you take a look at. Christopher Smith of Georgia, another strong safety for them who I think could go right in that same realm with the second round pick. He'd be an interesting guy to take a look at. I wouldn't mind there. Joey Porter Jr., cornerback in the second round. I don't think the Seahawks would jump there for a guy like that, but he'd be a guy into that realm who would make a lot of sense. Maybe a Jack Campbell in the second round, I guess. I'm not a big fan of that, but I could see it being a target of them. I don't think there'd be a receiver in the second round that they'd look at outside of maybe like Jordan Addison if he was to slip. And there's some good running backs if they want to go back to a second round running back. I don't think that they necessarily will, but Deuce Vaughn, Kendry Miller, Sean Tucker, maybe even Tank Bigsby are guys in that second round you might be looking at. So a lot of options. Washington FizQuest has been celebrating 14 long months as a Hawks Nest member. Thank you so much, Washington FizQuest, for the long support of the channel. I really do appreciate it. It says, happy 2023, Brandon. Go Hawks and go Lions. Hell yeah, go Lions, man. Get it, Detroit. Green Bay's been beating on you for years. Come back at them. Tell them what's up. Tell them you've had enough. Say no more. Be like Gandalf in The Lord of the Rings and smack your staff down in front of Aaron Rodgers and say, ye shall not pass. Yeah, I like the Ravens too. I just like organizations that are run really smartly, and that's an organization that knows what they're doing. They do have dope colors too, yeah. Luke Britt says, I think it's 50-50. We get in the playoffs. That Lion team is better than many are giving them credit for. Hope we play as well as today as against the Rams next week. Me too, Luke. I think 50-50 is about right. Hard to win in Green Bay in January. That's a place where their track record's pretty good in January. But Lions are good. Robert, Gary Busey talking to Nick Nolte. I don't have a good Gary Busey impression. I don't. It will sound bad if I try. I have to work on my Gary Busey, man. Bobby's have Jill. We are needy at inside offensive line. For drafting guards, I see Osiris Torrance and Andrew Voorhees. Center, there's John Michael Schmitz and Luke Wilper. Is there guys you see as potentially suiting us? I've looked at all those guys you mentioned, so I'll say that off the bat. I don't hate Osiris Torrance. I don't hate Andrew Voorhees. I don't hate Luke Wilper. But I do think Bobby Savage Hill, you've got to look at this offensive line and also say, we got to have the mobile guys. I got to have the guys that can get in space, hit the reach blocks, pull out in space, come back across the formation for wham blocks. I got to have a guy that's comfortable moving like that. When I see a guy like Osiris Torrance, I don't see that. When I look at Andrew Voorhees, I don't see that. When I look at Luke Wilper, I see him as more of a phone booth center type center, right? More of a guy, I got to keep him here in this. I got to keep him right here. Can't keep him out here. Can't put him out here. Got to put him right here. And if I keep him here, he'll be really good in that role. But if I ask him to start moving in space, he's going to look really uncomfortable to do so. Two guys that stand out to me so far as movement guys that are also very talented guys in this draft. Haven't had a lot of looks into the centers and guards. So I'm 4 deep on centers. I'm probably like 3 deep on guards so far, Bobby. And I'm probably about 80 players deep on the draft in general. So I've got a lot of work still left to do. Nothing is fixed on this. But Cooper Beebe, left guard, he'd be great. You could put him at left guard. You could move Damian Lewis over. He'd be ready to roll from day one. He's awesome. Love him. I don't think he's a first round talent, but in the second round, yes. Of the centers, the guy that I actually like is Schmitz. He's got actually the movement ability that you don't get with Luke Wilper. Patterson's got a little more movement ability in space than Wilper does for Notre Dame, but still a guy that's kind of limited as far as he's still more of a powerful center guy that just, keep him in a short area, so to speak. So those are really the two guys. Beebe and Schmitz would be my two guys I would guide you towards, but it's an ever developing list, and I'm sure there's still going to be a couple more guys when it's all said and done that I'll be able to give you once I've gotten into their tape. Wu-Tang, yep, Cam would have been a linebacker if he played in today's league. Just the reality of life on that one. Turbo Dan, did I miss your deal there? I might have missed Turbo Dan. Turbo Dan Duran says, you guys think Seahawks will be in the playoffs? And Turbo Duran, I definitely try to reach all the people's comments in there, so you don't have to do caps. I'll try to get to everybody's. Do I think the Seahawks will be in the playoffs? I think it's somebody else. Luke Britt said below here on this, Mr. Duran. I think it's kind of a 50-50 on this. You've got Green Bay playing their best football of the year. You got Detroit having to go into Green Bay and win. Detroit's not had a lot of wins in Green Bay over the last 20 years. And they're a better team this year. I want them to win. But to say that I could say, I know that we're in 60%, 40%, I think it's literally a coin flip on that game. That's an interdivision game between the Lions and the Packers. Neither team is going to surprise the other in what they're going to try to do. It's just going to kind of come down to mano a mano who can make it work. You're all good, Turbo Duran. No worries, man. I appreciate you in the chat. And I sometimes am a little bit behind on answering the questions, but I do try to get to all of the people's question in the chat if I can possibly do so. So definitely pop in on that one. It's all good. Corona says, I feel Cam would be looked at in a similar light as Abrams. Really good in the run, fits, and thumper, but coverage isn't perfect. Yeah, exactly. Exactamundo. Greg Kemp teams want a Sean Taylor type safety. Yeah, exactly. Taylor could do it all. Wu-Tang says, in that defense, Cam ruled his zone to prevent big plays. If you caught short passes, he was going to lay the wood. He's not a deep cover type player. Yes, exactly. Cronos says, honestly, Cam is my favorite Seahawk of all time. Rightfully so. Guy's well deserving. But I need to go back and watch some of his film now that I can watch the game in more analytical point of view. Yep. I think it's, again, the two places to notice. If you go back and you watch a full game of Seahawks football, and if you're subscribed to NFL Plus, you can go back and watch 2013 games. Watch for when you see him come down as essentially that fourth linebacker. Watch for how often he's down there in the box versus being, let's say, in a cover 2 shell high look, right? Which is a little more normal in today's age. But then watch post snap and coverage if he's not doing one of two things. So he's either, I got my 3 linebackers and I got Cam here, okay? Post snap, he's either going out here to the flat to buzz the flat and take that away of any running backs going out there, or these linebackers are going to flow out into their zone and he's going to remain in the middle of the field in a robber roll. And they call it robber roll because it's not like you're necessarily programmed and designed to grab somebody. You're looking to essentially rob a route, rob that route coming in the middle, that cheap and easy free completion the quarterback thinks he's going to get. You're there to now take away from him. And that's what Cam did so well. And he did it awesome. He was amazing at it. But it wasn't him doing a multitude of things in coverage. It was him doing one of those two things basically in coverage. He did it really well. He was perfect for the defense. He was perfect for the other talent that you had around him. But that doesn't mean that he would have been good as a single eye safety or doing cover 2 stuff, which is what you're going to ask a strong safety to do in this particular defense. Tom Eaton says a defensive lineman named Mr. Payne, sign me up. Yeah, me too, man. And he's a complete defensive lineman. He's a great run stuffer, and he gives you actually some pass rush as well. Tommy says Cam didn't really cover people. He decapitated them. More like an enforcer in hockey than a cover guy. I think he almost wanted someone to catch a ball just so he could blow them up. Exactly. Alan Arbin just says that Brandon and King Bomber, I guess I really have to adjust to this cover 2 shell stuff. Well, I think it's much differently than what, to your point on that, Alan, it's much differently than what you've done in the past. And not only is it different, it's doing things really 100 degrees in the opposite fashion from the safety position from how you've done them. You're taking it from a place of you have very hardened true rules to what you ask those guys to do, right? To now you're saying, I need you to do both things. So it's completely an opposite approach in sort of responsibilities and what you ask for. But, you can take it from just off this. And this isn't controversial to say, Alan. Sherman would tell you this. The former Seahawks players would tell you this. They've told you this many times. We're going to play cover 3. 95% of the time, the Legion of Boom era, they're playing cover 3. That's it. Cover 3 every snap. And so what is cover 3? Cover 3 is at its base, your safety single high, your free safety single high, and then it's your corners playing off coverage and then dropping into a bail technique post snap. What does that give you post snap as far as immediately post snap, right after the quarterback's got his hands on the ball? That gives you an alignment of three defensive backs, essentially, like a line, like on a string across the board that are covering deep, that are preventing deep. Now, Diggs is there. The free safety's there to be that guy to sort of clean things up. If these guys on the edges they blow a coverage or somebody gets by him, he's there as an insurance valve. But you're doing naturally within that scheme is dropping those guys back, which then is going to create a lot of space up in the front, which then you bring your strong safety up there to clean up some of that space up in the front. So it's not a knock on Cam to say he couldn't do this stuff. And again, a marvelous player. Did anybody saying that's their favorite Seahawk? I completely get it. Guy earned it. He was in many ways kind of that soul of that defense out there, or the heartbeat of that defense out there. And he was phenomenal. But the game evolves and the game changes. And if you look at the game 10 years back and you look at the game 20 years back and 30 years back, every 10 years you're seeing some mighty changes of revolutions in the game and what's being asked of players and what their responsibility is and where they got to go. Look at linemen and the need for linemen to be more mobile than ever before. Whereas back in the old days, 10 years ago, Coach Carroll teams, he was just looking for linemen that could be space eaters, that could be people movers, that essentially just could drive guys off the ball. We've come a long way there in the way that that's evolved too on the other side of the ball. I agree, Luke Britt. Dallas is America's most hated team. Wu-Tang says, yeah, the Legion of Boom just punished teams that threw the ball. Short pass, enjoy getting lit up or stripped by Cam and Earl. Long ball, you got to risk getting picked off or a pass breakup. Yeah, exactly. Alexander, I like Josh Allen, but I really think the Bengals will win tomorrow. They've been playing good this year. The Bengals had like a really quietly good year for being the Super Bowl losing team who usually just completely falls off the next year. They've held it together. Very impressive. Seahawks Gaming says Kenny Clark equals Jalen Carter. I kind of like that. I like that comparison, man. That makes a lot of sense, actually. Scooby Snacks. I mean, Pete Carroll's scheme would still be viable if you had the talent that you had in 2013, but these guys right now are way behind that. Let's be honest, laughing out loud. I mean, really. Yeah. You could maybe make work if you had those guys. Yeah. If you're stacking up 4 or 5 Hall of Fame talents and then you've got sub Hall of Fame talents in other positions all over the place. Yeah. You can kind of run whatever scheme you want at that point, I'd argue. But it's hard to also find that level of talent across the board. Say nothing of finding it in that same way within a 10-year span. Christian Fowler says, talking in the Discord can help with fan interaction. I know. It's my problem is that I run out of on this channel, and it may not always seem like this because I don't produce Brendan will get content out daily. And the problem with me on my content, I think it's a problem at times, is I'm kind of a perfectionist on stuff. And so I end up taking a very long period of time to put my videos together. But what I find is happening now, Christian, even this year where I'm able to put all the time in the world on into the channel is that I run out of hours in the day. And, I've been working on this Will Anderson video. I've been working on nonstop for 4 or 5 days. I don't even have my narration laid. I don't have all of my graphics put in. It's still in a really rough stage, but it's just the time it takes. And so it's like, I get really like dodgy about if I'm in a Discord channel, it's like, you know, I'm sitting there typing half hour, 45 minutes, an hour time period versus getting that in on the video and actually just putting content together with it. It's hard for me on that because it's like already I could spend probably already just responding to comments in my channel. I probably spend 3 hours a week on just responding to comments in my channel because I get so many in questions on that and stuff. So it just gets overwhelming and it's like you got to slice in spots and trim in spots where it's like I can get efficient with it. But you're right. That's a way that a lot of people are able to drive a lot of their traffic with the Discord channel. Rodney, I'm feeling we should draft Stroud with our first pick. He was a game changer in last night's game. Carter does have conditioning issues, and we might want to steer clear. I have heard it mentioned people having worries about his conditioning. I don't have those same issues. I think all defensive linemen get rotated out. Nobody's playing 70% of the snaps in the NFL. Guys are going to get rotated a little bit, but that's been said about other people too. That's been said about Carter by others too. Stroud's great, man. Love how he played, Rodney. And if they do take him, I'm not going to be against it. Christian Valor, every major YouTube channel these days operates through a moderated Discord. They do. That's my hesitancy has been on, is that I don't have an extra hour a day to be in the Discord answering questions or talking to people. Like I don't. Like my head pops off the pillow. I turn on my computer and I'm going, right? Like I got to get through 300 prospects for college draft coming up in 3 months. You know, I'm 80 deep, you know, there's so much work to be done on these kind of channels that's done in the background of it and it's not me complaining. I'm like, I don't mind doing the work. My problem is that I need 29 hours in a day and I got 24 hours in a day. You know, like I can't create an extra 5 hours. I can't do it. And I'm being as efficient Christian as I can with my time right now. Like I don't have a girlfriend. I haven't had a girlfriend running this channel. I couldn't have a girlfriend if I ran this channel. They wouldn't let me put the time in that I'm putting it in. So there's no way I'm going to be able to find more time to put more energy and that's what that's going to take for me, you know, and I've got it moderated in there. But what happens is people go into the Discord, Christian, and then they want to ask me questions in there. And then there's the expectation that I'm supposed to be on top of it, answering the questions. And it's just like, it's another thing then I've got to be on top of. Something else like, are you answering? Come on, get in there, answer. And again, if it's taking me away from actually creating content, that's where I struggled to make that choice. Corona says, not if you're firm on your rules and you have the mods that are on top of things. Yeah, that's true. That is true. It is a good thing. And you guys are right. I probably should build up a little bit more with it. But that's been my worry with it, is that going too hard in the Discord is just, I can't take another hour and a half of my day to respond to people in Discord. I don't have the time. King Bomber says, I think the NFL will eventually devolve to that single high stuff. But as of now, teams are starting to run the ball more than ever, contradicting the increasing in passing for the last decade or so. Yeah, I agree. You know, I think to your point on this, it's an ebb and a flow situation, and it's going to, you know, you pull back one way and there's going to be a course correction back the other way when it goes too hard in one direction. And certainly with the passing attacks throughout the league and the high propensity of passing and some teams throwing it like 65% clip, that's going to eventually open more of the door up to getting back to running the football, to your point, as it has this year. Wilbur Knight, salute Brandon, Seahawks fans. Salute to you too, Wilbur. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. John Stillwell with a $10 donation. John, you had a donation earlier. I was trying to catch you on the chat earlier because you put the donation. It wasn't really clear what was written in there. So I was trying to kind of understand what you were saying, and I couldn't quite parse it out. So if I did miss your answer on that question, let me know on that. If you want to just post to the regular chat, I will try to respond. John with a $10 dono, though. Thank you for the double donation today on the channel, man. He says, so do you still like the new D? Last I checked, 9 out of the top 10 defenses were playing 4-3, cover 1, cover 3. Evidence is starting to show the Vic Fangio defense is not holding up too well. Thank you for the $10 donation, John. I really do appreciate it. Yes, you're right that a lot of the defenses having the success this year, a huge amount of them, are in more of a 4-3 based nature of a defense. My answer kind of comes into a place that I stand on this like this, on John. And when I looked into this, there was a video that came out a couple weeks ago about the downfall of the Vic Fangio scheme, how it's failing with these teams, how it's not working here and it's not working there, it's not working over here. I think there was a little bit of a broad brush applied in its dissertation of the Fangio defense, Because the thing that stands out to me in the teams that have made the transition to the Fangio defense, John, is that they make the transition, but then they do one of two things. Either one, they make the transition and they don't get the personnel to fit the defense, or number two, they don't really onboard the defense in full. So when I look at the defense this year from Vic Fangio, you've done some of the gap and halving stuff on the front, right? But the four-man fronts that they've employed at times, Fangio scheme's more 3-4 based and should remain at points in just the 3-4 based. The lack of pressure-based attack here, John, when Clint Hurd was hired as the defensive coordinator, he said in his press conference, we're going to be more pressure-based. We're going to be more attacking. We're going to be more downhill. We're going to come at you, right? And yeah, a lot of this was probably built from Jamal Adams being the big trendsetter of that attack. But they have not been anywhere near the pressure-based looks that you'd normally see from the Fangio scheme. It's not that Fangio is real blitz heavy and that he's just sending the house time after time. But the point of Fangio's scheme is that you could get any kind of look thrown at you at any time. And if you get very predictable in your looks, if you get very predictable in your coverages, you're reducing down the effectiveness of the scheme. When I look at teams across the league where the scheme is quote unquote failing or not taking hold, you can come back to time and time again there being an issue of one of those two things. Either it's not being applied right, or you just decided to make the change over from another defense and you didn't actually go out there and take the guys to apply it through. Or do you even take, John, a team like the Chargers, right? Staley goes to the Chargers. Staley had Fangio's defense working with the Rams, didn't he? But now he doesn't have it working when he goes to the Chargers. Well, why not? Well, because Staley's just a bad head coach and he can't coach defense. Or could it be the fact that, you've only had Khalil Mack as your main pass rusher? You set the stage this offseason to have it to where Khalil Mack and Bosa were going to be your edge rushers. J.C. Jackson was going to be your man-based corner, and you were going to replicate some things that you did there with that Rams team. But instead, what happens? J.C. Jackson completely underperforms, then gets injured. Bosa has been out all year long, and so he's not had the talent there to make the scheme work. Is that the Fangio scheme being exposed at that point? Or is that he just doesn't have the talent? Because remember, the Chargers did lose Uchenna Nwosu this offseason as well. So that did hurt the depth a little bit, even though they did bring in Khalil Mack on the other side of it. There's a couple other, same thing with the Minnesota Vikings. I would apply on this, John. Minnesota Vikings are having the worst defense in the league. Oh, they're running the coverage Fangio scheme. They brought in Ed Donatel, so that must mean it's a failure. But wait a second here. Who were the great personnel changes for the Minnesota Vikings over this last offseason from the other former coach's defensive scheme? Because his scheme was wildly different than the Fangio scheme, right? They didn't do anything. They made no major changes in that way. They brought in Zadarius Smith as a pass rusher, and that was it. They're like, okay, that's it. That's good. On a defense that was aging, on a defense that needed some more talent brought in. So when I look at it, yeah, it may be seeing its day here, John. It may be a point where, we talk about those ebbs and flows in the evolutionary process, and maybe we're at the point where the Fangio schemes reach back into its height, and now it's going to be back to more of the 4-3 based defenses. I still do like the Fangio scheme's unpredictable nature and the fact that it makes it harder on the quarterback to see and read things across from him. I think the 4-3 defense makes it very easy for the quarterback to read things across from him, especially when it's going to be a Coach Carroll 4-3 defense, which is going to be one that is not going to blitz. And not only are they not going to blitz, they're going to blitz at about the least amount most in the entire league, making them all that more predictable when they're running a 4-3 defense. So my answer to this is you get the better personnel in here, and then you actually really do commit to running more of the pressure-based packages at times, going with a little bit more stuff at the line of scrimmage. And then I think it can be run and still be run very effectively, John. But those are two things. In Seahawks' case, quite frankly, John, they tripped over both of those two chairs in the room. They tripped up over both saying, oh yeah, Poona Ford's a 3-4 defensive end. Oh yeah, Quinn Jefferson's played in a 4-3 defense most career, but I guess he's a defensive end, right? You just sort of kind of decide, we'll make these guys, even Darrell Taylor is really a defensive end. He'll stand up. It'll be just as effective. Oh wait, he's not. So you got to do both of those two parts. And if they don't onboard the scheme fully, then I can't make a proper assessment of whether it would work or not here into the future. If you don't get the right talent to fit the scheme, hard to make the assessment of whether it really does truly work or not. Thank you though, John. And again, if you had an earlier donation, if I missed your answer on that one, do post that in the comment section. I'll reply to you on that. So sorry I missed that one. Garth Knight with a $5 donation. Thank you, Garth. It says, Brando, I'm sure you've answered this before, but where do you find good film on prospects? By the way, I'm willing to be a mod on a future Discord. Hey, man, sounds good. I'll mod you up in there, man. I'll mod you up in there. Thank you for the $5 donation, brother. My main way that I've gone at doing this is I don't have any kind of It's this YouTube search for me, but there's been some people on YouTube that do a really good job, and they'll get more and more of these videos that'll be produced here as we go into the off season here. But what you do is you type in Alabama offense 2022, and somebody out there has put a cut together of all the offensive plays for Alabama on a given game. And I can get through in basically 12, 13 minutes. I can get through a full game of tape on offense for a team and then go to the next one. You don't have all of the games on there, but there's a lot. There's certainly enough tape there, and the way that it's cut up and the way it is to give you a quick enough process to get through a player, get through 3, 4, 5 games. And I think that after you get through 5 games, the player's probably showed you what he is. It would be nice to maybe have every last game to look at in a player. But I think if you're having to get to the point of, let me see game 14, 15, I'm still not sure yet. I don't know if you're ever going to be sure at that point. But that's the way I would go with it, Garth. So if I've got, let's take a player like, Quentin Johnson, the receiver for TCU. So I would type in TCU offense 2022, TCU offense 2021, because I can find the cut ups of 2021 too. So you do it on both defense and on the offensive side of the ball. And again, somebody's cut these through down to like 13 minutes. So you've got all of the snaps on the offense or defense that you get to go through on a given player, and you get to go through it pretty quickly at that point. That's going to be, it's what part of what helps me get through to the point where I'm going to get to about 300 prospects. So we're like 70 right now, but I will get up to 300 this year. That is my goal. Thank you though, Garth. That's my process. Washington FistQuest for the $5 donation. Thank you, Washington FistQuest, man. And appreciate you again, as all of you guys for being members as well in the channel too. Thank you. Says, I like that you put 100% effort towards your excellent videos and live streams. We can all just cause general discord in your live stream chats. That's true. Live stream chat basically is a Discord chat in the way that we do run it. It's a good point, Washington FistQuest. And I probably should. It's been one of those things I've been meaning to kind of get more embedded with and get more into. And on that, I just, I'm worried that it's going to be something else going to require the 3-4 extra hours a week that I just do not have to give at the moment. But I love doing this, man. I'm having a ball doing this. This has been my favorite year of doing this channel here in this 4th year. The future is bright here, man. And we are on the track to me being able to do this. I've been able to do it full time last couple of months. This is essentially right now with your guys' donation and your support, I'm able to do it full time. But yeah, I don't produce quick content. I hopefully produce good content, but it's very hard for me. I sometimes get a little bit, jealous with Brendan being able to kick those videos out once a day or, and twice a day. And boy, I struggle with that. I'm always trying to get things right and put things together, and let's get one more, cut up in there. Let me get this proper highlight to reference this. And I probably got to get a little less perfectionist on some of my stuff and just let it kind of flow out a little bit more. But I appreciate you noticing, and I'm glad that you guys appreciate that the work put in on it. I hope it does show. Kronos, they already can be. There was a Joe Rogan and Steve Jobs podcast recently. Both voices are AI generated. Oh, all right. We're getting somewhere here, Kronos. I like that. I probably said enough words. Eventually, I'll be able to AI automate myself. I won't even be doing shows. I'll trick you guys. We'll be like the Turing test. You're like, is Brandon really live right now? Something's weird in his voice. Megan says, in Jerry Jones' mind, they win the Super Bowl every damn time. Yeah, he's been winning Super Bowls the last 30 years. Just stay in and fail. All right. They just ain't gonna give us a call. Okay. You're America's team. You're this big. You're this good. They got to hold you back a little bit, Megan. Okay. Sports going to get real boring. Cowboys win every year. Appreciate you though. Thank you, Megan. Kenny Walker. Thank you for subscribing. Kenny Walker. Welcome aboard to the Hawks Nest, man. Welcome aboard. Big Country, it's amazing Tomlin has 8 wins with a terrible offense. Yeah, he's a good coach. He is a good coach. And getting Watt back did help, as Akshay mentions. I did help him out quite a bit. You get your defensive player of the year back. But yeah, offensively, they're a mess. That Pickens kid's going to be a good player. Greg said I asked this question a while ago, but I must have missed it. Is Tariq Woolen the best corner in the game? I don't think he's the best corner in the game at this moment, Greg. There's a couple other guys that probably have a little bit more of a I think like Darius Slay maybe Jair Alexander. I think he's probably top 5 in the sport this year, but there's probably a couple guys up ahead of him. My general read on it. Travis Nitzberg, you have Happy New Year to you too as well. Appreciate you, brother. Fluids, what do the Seahawks need to do to make the playoffs? The Lions play hard against the Packers. Very cool. Very simply, Fluids, we've got to win. The Packers have got to lose. Those two things happen, we are in. And I think we do play at the same time as the Packers, Fluids, the way it's set up. Scooby, a lot of teams peaked early. I think this year it's going to be interesting to see what happens in these playoffs. Me too, man. Especially with the Eagles and the Vikings. Yeah. Church of Sacred Cacti. Who do we take at 3 since we're keeping Geno? Jalen Carter, brother. All aboard the Jalen train, man. As I said in my video, we're going to Tez Town. Scooby Snacks, go Lions is right. Alexander Cam was my favorite as a heart. Cam, my fave. He has a heart, calm and cool off the field, and a freak on the field. He was, man. A great player. One of the best hitters all time in the NFL. Seahawks gave me Ryan Neal or Jonathan Abram. I'm a Ryan Neal. Ryan Neal's a better player. Much better. Still not sure on the ACL, Scooby. I haven't heard anything. Jacob, I was there at the game, and after I saw my Kraken beat another team from New York, the Islanders, 2 wins for my Seattle sports teams on New Year's Day. There we go, brother. Put a smile on your face. Julian Garcia, how are we feeling about the safety position on this team in the future? Not great. It's good to see Quandre Diggs come in there, make an interception here, and get the pick as he did today. I was encouraged by that. But you don't know where you're at health-wise with Jamal Adams moving into the future. And if the team were to go out there and draft a safety, it would be it either free safety or strong safety. I think it would be understandable considering where the team has been kind of currently at, especially from a health standpoint, much less the kind of the level of play. So it's a need, but not the most major need. It probably lands about like 6th or 7th. Fluids, are you going to draft the team for agency? Yes, sir, Fluids. So I do all 3 days of the draft back to back to back. So we're going to be doing some long streams on those days. I also stream on the live on the day of free agency. So I will be doing that one as well. 100%. Christian says, I like the Discord more for interacting with people that watch the videos also. I know you can't respond to every comment. Yeah, no, exactly. But you're right. Like Christian, you're completely right. I've got to take advantage of it. And so, if you're not doing your Discord, you are, as you said, most of these YouTube channels have it rolling. So you got to do it. Got to do it. I feel bad though if somebody asks me a question, I don't respond. But I probably got to get over that too. Alexander Matthews, girlfriends suck. I had one for 22 years. Yeah, it's not been the channel is the reason I haven't gotten one up into this point. I've wanted to concentrate on like, this is my dream right now, and then unfortunately it's you got to find it's hard enough to find a special woman, that's going to put up with, hey honey, yeah, I'm going to be working 90 hours every week. You cool with that? You good with that? No. There's no vacations. No, every week. It just doesn't go over. It doesn't go over well. Daniel says, I think that K9 moved forward in the Offensive Rookie of the Year competition with how he played today and how Wilson got a dud of a game. K9 got 50 less yards from scrimmage, but 5 more touchdowns. He's in the argument, man, Daniel. He's the argument. You got that New York bias. It's going to be hard to overcome, but he's there. Rodney says, Brandon, I just feel if we didn't take Stroud, we would throw away most of the benefits of trading Russ. We don't need another $30+ million quarterback again. Let's use the free cap to fill other holes. I'm good with it, Rodney. I have a preference on this, but like your way of thinking might not be exactly where I'd want to go with it. But at the end of the day, I'd completely support it and be in favor of it if they took that route. I can see it as a solid approach. So I have no way I'm not against that. I'm just more open to kind of a variety of ways on this if they want to go. I don't have kind of a tried and true, this has got to be this way. We got to go down this and then do this, or it'll be a failure to that. I kind of go, look, I can see success through a lot of different avenues you go here. It's more of it's just different streets, but all of them can potentially lead you to the promised land. Robbie Savage Hill says, Ron Swanson once said, never half-ass 2 things. Whole ass 1 thing. I think you're good sticking with YouTube, B. Thank you, man. I agree. And that's right now I'm just laser focused on the channel. And I'm just getting one video. Once I get one video out, on to the next, let's go. And staying on top of that and just keeping the foot pressed down on the gas as hard as I possibly can. We'll find a way to balance it out here. Corna says, just read an article about how we finally used the money from Gabe Jackson's contract restructure. It covered our moves yesterday because the new moves we made without Gabe restructured, we would have went over the salary cap for the 2022 season. Oh, okay. Makes sense. You got to build in those injury protections with your cap space because guys are going to go down and you're going to need to sign guys off the streets. And on veterans that have been on the roster after week 1, their contracts are then fully guaranteed. So them becoming injured doesn't mean you can cut out from under them and then sign somebody else to pick up their contract. You're on the hook for the money. Ronald Perry, Jets fans, the saga continues. We're back to the drawing board. Oh, hang in there. You guys are doing fine. You're on the right approach. You just got to thread the needle here, which is now getting the quarterback position right. Is kind of the last part. 1023 says Jalen Carter did nothing against Ohio title game. CJ Stroud carried his team to title, almost won by a field goal. Jalen Carter only has 3 sacks this season. Yeah, he did do something in that game. 1023. I did get to watch the second half, but in the first half, he was showing up for me. We might disagree on our assessments of that. I can reference some specific plays and items if you'd like me to, but Jalen Carter played a pretty good game that game. He didn't throw me off on that. Again, as I've said to you with this 1023, we've got 3 years of tape on Jalen Carter. Why would we make one assessment off just one game, and say, well, that's what he is. But look, Jalen Carter's got his share of folks out there that are certain he's going to be a bust, or that I guess he's fat and out of shape, or he doesn't have a motor, or whatever else. I can only say at this point with it when it comes to a 1023, I just put out a video on him this last week. I think I made a pretty good case for why he's going to be a great player. I made a great case for how his skills are going to translate to the NFL level. If I didn't convince you with that video, I ain't going to convince you with talking to you now on it, right? So we'll agree to disagree at this as I go forward with the Jalen Carter, the Will Anderson folks on it, but I don't know how people arrive at at Carter going, this is a bust. I don't know how you're looking at the tape of this guy, watching these games of him and walking away going, that's a bust. Huh? There's no defensive tackle in this draft that moves like Jalen Carter. None. There's none with that first step quickness and that combination of power and that prototypical size. But again, I'm hearing it enough from enough folks that I'll tip my cap toward you, and I'll tip my cap and go, okay, I get it. Not quite there on it. Julie Garcia, how would you feel about Dan Quinn as head coach? If Pete retires, I don't think he will, but I just want your thoughts on Dan Quinn as our head coach. The easier path from my standpoint on this, Julian, to becoming a winning football team in the NFL is to get an offensive-minded head coach. Much like I sort of feel like we had to kind of fight our way through the difficulties of having an undersized quarterback. I think we've had to at times in recent years, especially fight our way through having the mentality that you have from a defensive-minded head coach, especially their hesitancy towards taking risk. A defensive-minded coach is going to try to tend to manage the game. And it's almost like you end up leading with the defensive-minded coach. You end up getting this feeling of like, we're playing not to lose rather than trying to go get the win. Whereas I feel like an offensive-minded coach, I get more of that aggressive approach. I certainly would like to try to be, if I'm going to lose, I'd rather be going 100 miles an hour in one direction rather than being on my heels and just trying to prevent myself from failure. And there's a little bit of that at play, I feel like, with a defensive-minded coach versus an offensive-minded coach. If you look around the teams that are more consistent winning organizations around the league, they're being guided more often than not by offensive-minded coaches. So I would probably myself lean towards that being my first choice. I'm not a big Dan Quinn guy, Julian. He's not as high on my mark as he is with other folks. Orlando says, seen on Twitter that the Jags-Titan game is being moved to Saturday night, which means the Detroit-Green Bay game would most likely be the Sunday night game. Okay. Makes sense. Seahawks gaming, God forbid, if Jordan Brooks' injury is an ACL, do we pursue Roquan, Noah Sewell, or Trent Simpson? Sewell or Simpson could be an option, Seahawks gaming, but I don't think the Ravens are going to let Roquan Smith hit. They didn't just trade a second and fifth round pick to let Roquan Smith hit the free agent market. They're going to franchise tag him. And the franchise tag cost for a linebacker is fairly inexpensive for a middle linebacker. So that if they can't get a deal done, which they'll end up getting a deal done with him. Wu-Tang says CJ Stroud is not better than Geno Smith right now. Maybe after 2 to 3 years in the pros, but he won't tear it up right away. Agreed. He's going to take a little bit of time to develop. Matthew Galindez, better defensive tackle and center should be a priority. Just an opinion, and a good opinion at that, Matthew. One that I do share. One that I do share. Yeah, so 1023, the thing I think I just pushed back with you on your assessment of Jalen Carter is the understanding that defensive tackles are not ones that you measure statistically in the same way you're going to measure an outside edge rusher. Their impact is going to be different. It's really a little bit more beyond that to a degree. And I think that you're kind of missing on some of the plays that occurred in that game. I watched just the first half, and I can bring 3 plays to my mind that Jalen Carter had an impact that you seem to be overlooking. There is the sack early on in the game. Are you not 1023 giving him credit for taking up the 2 blockers that then allow the linebacker to get the sack? Did it not stand out to you as kind of odd that you're watching a defensive tackle being picked up in by a double team by the left tackle and the left guard? Not the left guard and the center, right? Not a left tackle and a running back. The left tackle and the left guard went to Jalen Carter because they were scared to death of the man, because they were frightened to their mortal soul. And when you go and you watch Jalen Carter's tape, that's why coaches are defending this guy in this way. That's why they're taking a 3-tech and double teaming him. So I just think I'm not ever going to get here with the folks on the Jalen Carter thing, but the folks that are off on Jalen Carter on this, I understand we're going to disagree with you on it, but understand this with it. There's not a lot of times where I'm going to get to a hardened point on an opinion where I say, look, trust me on this opinion. Trust me on this thing I'm telling you. Trust me on this. I've been running this channel for 4 years. There's rare times I raise the card up and I say, just listen to the thing I'm telling you on this. I don't tend to go to a place of saying, I know this thing is going to be the thing unless I know it's going to be the thing, right? So when I told you a year ago that Will Levis is going to be a top 5 pick in this draft, and he's probably going to be a top 5 pick in this draft, I'm saying that because I really do believe this is going to, and my track record on this is pretty damn good when I make these kind of hardline predictions. So he's not going to be a bust. It's not happening. Jalen Carter's not a bust. He is an impact player. He's the best defensive tackle in this draft. He's better than any defensive tackle that was in last year's draft, probably better than any defensive tackle that was in the prior draft to that. He is that good. And if you're looking at just the statistics, you're not seeing the whole matter here. And 1023, the fact that you missed that play early in that game, the fact that you're not mentioning that point that happened, just that point, or that later on in that first half, I'm not even going to the second half, that first half, he does the Cortez Kennedy stab to the ribs move, which 1023, again, please go back and watch the video. I just made this last week in Jalen Carter. It's a 10-minute video. It takes up 1/20th of the time that I've done the stream for 8 hours. Go watch that tape of him. Go watch the way I break his game down, okay? There's no bust there. But again, you missed that blitz there. That's completely created by Jalen Carter and the intention that he's taking on that blitz. Because you don't tend to see defensive tackles taken up in a double team by a left tackle and a left guard. Go later in that first half. He does the Cortez Kennedy stab to the ribs, swim move over the top. He's running right at CJ Stroud. Instantaneous pressure. Stroud just throws the ball away, but he's created pressure. He's done something there. He comes back the very next play. Not 10 plays later. The very next play, he comes right back and makes a play in the run game, drags the ball carrier back behind the line of scrimmage for a tackle. I mean, that's just 3 plays and a half alone. I could go to way more. I could talk to you about how many times he was being double and triple teamed in that game. But you're not kind of factoring that into account if you're just taking the bottom line. Well, he only has 3 sacks, so he's not good. When these players, you can't just so simply go to that, derive to that base bottom line. It's about really the viewing of the tape. And if you're watching Jalen Carter and not seeing the impact, I don't know what you're exactly watching if you're not seeing that. I don't. Did he have his best game against Ohio State yesterday? No, not necessarily, but you're not going to make your assessment of a college player and where you're going to pick him off of just one single game. That is ludicrous, right? That's insanity. Now I got 2 years of tape and I'm going to take just one game and go, no, that's what he is off this one. This other stuff's not what he is. This is what he is here. I don't understand that mode of assessment. That doesn't make any sense to me. Sounds good, Megan. You have a good one. Garth Knight with another $5 donation. Thank you, Garth. Broncos have 3 wins. How could the Hawks end up with the 5th pick? By the way, how would it be if okay, so first off, to answer your question on the first part, Garth, it was asked if they lost, like what could be the farthest that we fall, Garth? So not right now. It's essentially if the Broncos were to win next week, what is the farthest depth of the pick that it could possibly be? And we could go no further back than 5th, according to what I was seeing on the standing. So it wasn't if they were where they are right now, but where they would be if they were to happen to win next week, then they would be at the 5th pick. He says, by the way, how great would it be if the MCDC Lions take down the Packers in Lambeau? Oh, it'd be awesome. It'd be great. We've already provided so many awesome moments of heartbreak in Aaron Rodgers' career. You've got the Fail Mary. You've got the 2014 comeback where we get the onside kick. You got all these nice moments of sort of knocking him down a peg throughout his career. And now you get to finally put that final finishing blow onto Aaron Rodgers' career there with Green Bay and seeing the Lions take him down. Well, then we get to go in the playoffs over the top of Green Bay. It would make it a little bit sweeter. It would make it a little bit sweeter, Garth, if we could be that team that is able to overtake Green Bay to take it. Because we have been kind of two teams somewhat fused together here over this last 10 years, going a little bit back and forth a bit in the NFC. Christian says, I appreciate the humility, Brandon. You'll go far in this space with that mindset. Thank you, Christian. I appreciate that, man. I want to try to, hopefully I keep that mindset. Hope I got humility. I've got no reason to be egotistical. That's for sure. Alexander, we really should have beat the Falcons. Yeah. There's other things about 5 games on the schedule where you go, man, that's really one that should have been a win there. Falcons game, the Red Rifle, even on the road in New Orleans, them down 2, 3, 4 receivers at one point in that game. Carolina game, the Raiders game. I mean, these are all games you look at in retrospect and won. I mean, you should have gotten at least one win out of the NFC South with as bad as that division was this year. And every one of those teams kind of gave it to you. Hell, a couple of them at home. So Broncos it's 4 wins, Garth. Yeah. Herbicide, is Purdy going to be the quarterback in the playoffs? I think so. Got to go with a hot hand if you're near the 49ers, even if Jimmy G can come back, don't you? Especially with Jimmy G's playoff history. TJ, what happened with the Russ thing? What was his teammate saying about having his back? It was a little damage control. There's stuff leaking out all over the place out of that Denver organization about the shade being thrown at Russ. You got Shannon Sharp inferring he's got inside sources saying that people in the locker room don't like Russ. So I'm sure somebody in the Denver organization went to Judy and went to a couple of these wide receivers and be like, look, you got to say something here. It's time for somebody to pop up. We got to balance this. This guy's not going anywhere. We got to sell the fan base back on this guy, being the answer here long term. So, let's give him a little bit of support publicly here. That's what that felt like to me as much as anything else. It's a bit of just trying to kind of fix things. But they just came out and said that he's a great teammate, hard worker, a bunch of the same kind of platitudes you hear players talk about. Who knows if it's true or not? Alexander Russ, wide receiver, says he's sick of people. Oh, yeah. Kronos B, I think your videos are jinxing our players and future players. That is 2 videos, and then the next week the player gets all the hate, has a bad game. Gino and now Carter laughing out loud. I know, I am jinxing them completely. I have been thinking about that as well lately too. I think I did it. I did it with the tackles first, Kronos. I put a tackle video out, and then they played worse. And yeah, I did the Gino one, then they played worse. I did the Uchenna one, and then he played bad for a couple weeks. It has been a little bit my videos a kiss of death. When I've posted them. So yeah, maybe I got to do some reverse psychology on that, Kronos. Start doing some videos where I craft like, DK Metcalf can't catch. Then he goes out and has like a 10 catch, 200 yard day. TJ says Carter only has 3 sacks. Do you all know who Chris Jones is? He only had like 6 sacks in college and now he's amazing for the Chiefs. Yeah. The 3 sacks doesn't get me as much. And again, context matters. The college offenses, and I see this a lot, these college offenses are very kitschy. And what these college offenses do is they very much simplify the quarterback's role and what he's got to do, but they also do a lot of getting the ball out of the quarterback's hands in less than about a second and a half. It's a lot of bubble screens. It's a lot of one read, go here or run. It isn't a lot of, hey, we're going to have the guy under center. He's going to do a play action, then he's going to stand back there, go through 3 reads, and your defensive lineman's going to get the chance to get in there and make a play. That's just not the way that's always going to go. And especially from the inside where you can dedicate more resources to helping out on a guy like that. But there's a reason this Georgia defense has remained a great defense over these last 2 years. Even last year, they lost 5 first rounders off this defense last year, and they haven't missed a beat. He's been the common denominator down there, and that's a great example of Chris Jones. I would argue a lot of the great, probably if you go and look at, let's go look at Fletcher Cox. See what Fletcher Cox stats were. See what his college stats were at Mississippi State. So, yeah, Fletcher Cox at Mississippi State, 3-year career, 7.5 sacks. So, it looks like there's kind of a track record here of defensive tackles who can be great at the pro level, who didn't necessarily produce at that same level when they were at the college level. I think it's a very valid point, TJ. Luke Britt, I want Geno. I like your take on our next process, or at least a good process to advance to a top tier team. Thank you, Luke. I'm a big backer of Geno as well, man. I think he's shown enough. I don't think he's going to cost the amount some people think he's going to cost, and I'm with it. 1023 says Bears are getting Carter though. Maybe. I think 1023. Don't you think there's a big chance here that they trade back? Don't they need a lot of help? They need a left tackle, left guard. Couldn't they need help all over the defense? Don't they need playmakers on the outside? Could use probably another tight end. That's a team that I think could end up trading back to pick up those picks, and then for a team that's hungry for a quarterback at that point. Hard to say how that'll play out. It's kind of, we'll see where they land. It's possible that they do go with Jalen. I'll say that. It is definitely it's a feasible possibility that it happens like that. Oh man, Robert, I can't do impressions. I'm 8 hours in, man. Voice is toasty 8 hours in for impressions. Daniel Birdie, if Brock Purdy keeps this up, does it save the 3 firsts for Trey Lance? I keep hearing people saying Shanahan's offense, but Purdy is running it better than Jimmy or anyone else they've had. He is running it really good. He's looking really well. I think it just gives them insurance for Trey Lance. Trey Lance is still the guy that's probably going to be in competition with Purdy next year for the starter role, but they at least know now we don't have to sign Jimmy Garoppolo to $25 million a year as insurance for Lance and him not developing or his injury situation coming back up. So it just gives them insurance as much as anything else. I don't think they're necessarily married to Purdy. Drunk says it's kind of like when we had Kalani, didn't get many sacks, but he pressed everyone in the backfield. Yeah, exactly. It's about being disruptive, and especially from where Jalen is. When you watch him, he's very disruptive. If he's not taking on 2 blockers, then he's causing the play to get rerouted. And he might not be there to make the play, but it's hard to get sacks from the defensive tackle position. Quarterback's got a 2-way place he can go as you're coming fully at him versus the edge guys, which can kind of force him a little bit more back in towards the line or back towards a running mate on the outside. It's a little harder. And again, especially at the college level when there is so much of the spread concepts built in, where so much of it is the quarterback getting the ball and quickly out of his hand, getting the ball quickly out of his hand, getting the ball quickly out of his hand. Sometimes there's just not enough time there for that defensive tackle to generate that pass rush and get back there. I agree, Garth. Purdy's not. I think Purdy's a little overhyped, Garth, on that. But it's funny watching the Niner fans just lose their mind about how good they think he is. He's played fine. He's been good, but he definitely has a hard time pushing the ball up the football field. Daniel B says, does anybody notice in today's game, in fear of getting roughing the passer, a lot of defensive linemen just held the quarterback and tried to get the ball thrown? Russ 4 times. I hate that quarterbacks take advantage of this fact. Yeah, the protections on the quarterbacks have certainly gone overboard, Daniel, in recent years. And yeah, you're right. It's caused defenders at times to try to hold up and stay under control, which then leads to at times quarterbacks to you're right. They've advantage and they take advantage of that. You do see that. You do see that. And it annoys me too, especially the quarterbacks that are runners and scramblers, even they will get the protections. $10.23 says if we get the 5th pick, we won't get Will Anderson or Jalen Carter. Probably not. Probably not. Wu-Tang says, I get people who would rather have other pieces over Carter, but yeah, I don't see him as being a bust at all. Well put. That's kind of the way I see it as well. There's a lot of other great pieces. I'm not saying it's like, well, Carter's far and away to show that he's the best and nobody's even close to him. It's not that at all. There's a lot of really good players. As I've said, if they go quarterback, I'll be happy. You go Will Anderson, I'll be happy. You go Carter, I'll be happy. But I don't get the Carter bust talk. He's shown you enough on 2 years of tape that this guy's not going to be a bust. He's going to be a great player at the next level, or at least a very, very solid player minimum. Brody says, I have a feeling the Packers keep us out of the playoffs. Well, it's hard to predict the Lions winning and going into Lambeau, isn't it, Brody? So I probably agree with you on that. Seahawks Gaming says, the Chargers just activated Joey Bosa. Hopefully he goes off on Wilson. Hopefully so, man. That'll help us out. That will help us out. I'll probably play him on a little bit of a snap limitation basis kind of situation. I don't know, Lions Mania. You guys got to win. Are you going to go in there and you're going to go into Green Bay and win your Lions team? Do you trust them to do that this year? Erickson K9 is real, man. He is the real deal. Alexander Matthews, Brandon's on fire. I get worked up 8 hours in. I get my blood up. 1023, we would have had a top 10 pick, but it's good that the players are having playoff experience. Agree. Bobby Savage Hill, if Carter's taken before us, what makes Anderson the guy to take versus someone like Murphy? Both are likely top 10. I'm curious what your take is on what separates them. I think Murphy's production kind of goes up and down a little bit, and that's even on a guy that does play on the inside a little bit like Carter, so it does get a little bit tougher versus an Anderson guy coming off the edge a little bit. That's easier to kind of make the assessment with some of the stuff. So Murphy's production that's been a little bit up and down, and where sometimes he does disappear in games, even at times where he's not double teamed necessarily, just kind of gets blocked up. But with Anderson, I think that Anderson is Charles Haley. People are making the comparison of Von Miller or making the comparison to Derek Thomas. And I see what's happened there is that he's a quickness player. So he's a guy that does rely on quickness. But those two guys were first step quickness. And Anderson's quickness comes in steps 2, 3, and 4. That's where he becomes quick. So he's kind of like sub-slow off the line, but then it's 1, 2, 3, 4. He becomes super fast. It ratchets it up really, really quickly. And when he pops and his tape pops, he's showing you a high-end potential that is rarefied air. And I don't think that Murphy's showing you that same high-end potential level, though he is still showing you some real moments that pop off the tape where you're like, whoa, with Myles Murphy. But Anderson is just 2 years of the production that he's had. I mean, the guy's got like 32 sacks in 3 years at Alabama. He's a ton of tackle for losses. He's not just a pass rusher. He can play the run as well. Anderson's going to be a really great player and star potential player. I think Murphy's more of he's going to be an upper level starter type player as a defensive end in the 3-4 defense. So I think there's just a little bit of a cap to the upper end, in my opinion, on Murphy versus Anderson. That's a little bit more of the sky is the limit. And it just comes to consistency on that for me. Both of them have shown you flashes, but it comes down to who's been the consistent one. Alexander Matthew, Brandon taking this level 1 schooling, laughing out loud. I know what happens. I get feisty 8 hours in. It's probably I get that Snickers hungry kind of thing probably going. Erickson Alwood's tackle early was dope. Erickson Alwood's looked good in this game, man. And we needed it that time. Starting to look like you're going to have some holes open up there in the run game. And he kind of said, no, enough of this. Mr. Kane happened to come in with my brother spitting fire. Good stuff. Go Hawks. Hey, thank you, Mr. Kane. So I get a little rowdy. I get rowdy at the end of the streams a bit. Daniel W., there's no way Colts lose to the Texans next week. Texans are not giving up the number 1 pick to the Bears with a win. At worst, we get the 4th pick at worst. I thought it was like at worst with the 5th. Was I off on that? We could be at the 5th, Daniel. Could be at the 5th. If the Broncos win. But yeah, we should. Chargers will take care of business. We'll end up number 3. It'll be all good. Mr. Kane says, Brando, wonder if you would use some capital to move up the 1 spot with Chicago to make sure we grab him. I wouldn't really do that. I think you need more than the prime creme de la creme player at this point. You need players. And I do want to get one of the tier 1 guys up at the top of this draft, but I don't want to sacrifice for more of the depth that we need to add to this team. And I think that there's easily on this team right now 8, 9, 10 holes of things that really do need to be fixed if we went into the depths of it. And that's going to require picks. That's going to require high picks at the draft. And the more you got, the better on that to a degree with it. So I wouldn't be willing to do that. I think the price just gets too high to move up. And I don't like that cost. If it was a little cheaper, then I'm on board. If it was more like a 4th round pick to move up a spot, Mr. Kane, then yeah, I'm with it. But if you're talking about a second round pick, which is probably the cost to go up, I can't. I love Carter, but I can't do that. Lions, if the Packers beat us, you guys are screwed either way. Yeah. Yeah. You guys got to just take care of business this week, Lions Mania. You guys are due. You're so due against that team. Megan says, wow, just reading the press coming out of New York City, fans are gunning for Salah's head. Wow. Yeah, that is a wow to me. It's not Salah's fault that the quarterback position ain't right? Now, maybe he signed off on Wilson, but I still wouldn't have been trusting necessarily a defensive-minded coach's opinion on a quarterback. I'd be leaning on my offensive coaches and my general manager on that one to make that right call. And that's what's holding this organization back right now is that quarterback position. Even today, Mike White didn't play a particularly good game. If they've got a functional passer back there who's just making some really straightforward throws to wide open receivers in this game, probably has this as a closer game. This probably comes a little more down to the wire. So I don't know. I mean, I think Jets fans are definitely going to be impatient in general, but I think that's definitely a little bit early, I think, on Salah. Daniel Bailey, I enjoy your thought out content. You're making a case for the Hawks series this offseason, maybe more optimistic and high on the Hawks. I made a bet with a friend, and if we get to 9 wins and DK gets to 1,100 yards. Ooh, boy, that's going to be a close one, man. Coming down the line on that one, Daniel. I like that bet. I like that confidence. And I believe that this offseason, as I said, there's nothing I ever do on this channel that is clickbait, that I'm trying to just get people to watch. If I'm going to say something, it's because I feel passionately about it, or I want people to, it's something I think people aren't considering on. And the making the case for the Hawks this offseason was a big part, as you know, that hearing so much of the natural perspective out there, which was that we're going to suck. We're going to be the worst team in the league. And, as I said at the time, we're not going to be that. There's actually a pathway for us to get to the playoffs. Certain things have to happen. And those things have basically, for the most part, happened. But as the team has proven out, there was a reason for me to have this optimism in this team. And we were never in the view of being one of the worst teams in the league. We were never one of the least most talented teams in the entire NFL. No way. No way. People that were saying that weren't really paying very close attention to some of the other rosters in the sport, like Chicago or like Houston. George Squidward, who goes in the first in the draft to the Texans? Bryce Young or Stroud or someone else? I think it's going to be Texans, Bryce Young. Number 2, it'll be CJ Stroud, or 1, 2, or reverse the order there. But I do think those guys go 1, 2 at this point. It would suck 10-23 if the Packers won, man. That'd suck. Your boy Michael Carter is the number 1, but Anderson's a great comp pick. He is. The backup being Anderson's like, hey, I ain't crying a single tear over that one. I will mourn the loss of Carter, but I will quickly then move on to Anderson. Nick, what wide receiver do you like in the draft? The 2 guys that I've really liked initially out the gate, which will probably be the top 2 wide receivers selected, is Quentin Johnson, who's a really fun player, big guy, the rare big 6'4" guy who's amazing at yak, just amazing in the open field with the ball in his hands. Jordan Addison is the other guy out of USC that I like a lot. A really, really sharp route runner. Great. He's kind of guys, all of the traditional things you want from a wide receiver. Great route running, really good hands, crispy routes, really good speed, excellent burst in that 9-10 yard period for wide receivers off the line of scrimmage. He's kind of got all of those things that you want. Really stood out to me with Jordan. He'd be a fine player at it. He's going to, with his route running and with his catching and his natural speed, he's probably going to run a 4.4, if not faster. Absolutely could see that guy as being a good player as well. So Johnson and him are my 2 early receivers I like. Though I will say, Nick, it's a little bit of a weaker class for wide receivers. It's not quite as strong as it's been in the past. Bruce Spring with a $2.79 donation. Thank you, Bruce. Very specific donation there. I appreciate that. Says, love the content from British Columbia. Go Hawks. Well, thank you, Bruce. I really do appreciate it. A shout out to you out there in British Columbia. Hope you guys are doing well out there in Canada and that you're not too cold. It's warmed up a little bit here down south. So hopefully you guys are getting a little bit of a gentler winter. It started out pretty crazy out here, but it's kind of starting to calm down just a little bit. So appreciate the love from you out there in Canada. So I hope you guys are doing well. And thank you so much, Bruce. I do appreciate it. Garth Knight with the $5 don't know. Brando, give me the positives of the college hash marks that aren't the same in the pros? Yeah. So with the pros, the hash marks are going to be wider at the college level. And so what that means is that then you're going to set the ball up a little bit closer to the out of bounds marker than you would get in the NFL, which means that then you can create more of a space to one side of the field, because you have the defensive players are going to naturally align to one spot, and you can creatively create more space out there. What essentially the hash marks do by going wider, Garth, is they open up more of the lane towards the lateral nature of football. Football's a game about going north and south, getting your yards. You're not going to score unless you go north and south. But with the hash marks and the way they spread out the game a little bit for the college teams, and especially when you get extra receivers on the field, as so many college programs do, that then opens that door up to be able to get that out far out to that guy out in space. Like if I want to throw a bubble screen to the far side of the field from this far hash here to this one, I'm throwing it a much further distance than I would in NFL where the hashes are closer together. And so that's giving that receiver a little more space to work with out there. It creates more of an impetus, Garth, to get the ball into your player's hands quickly and let them operate to utilize that space. Where in the NFL, you're going to try to create a little more space prior to the ball arriving there. And that's the main, difference. I honestly prefer the NFL's hash marks more, Garth, because I think the college game with some of its kitschiness and the spread concept and it all just being bubble screens all day at times and just little tiny routes. And it gets a little bit to me of not really, it's almost like I sometimes don't recognize the football I'm watching on the college game. And it takes out all of the physicality of the sport at times. There's not a lot of run blocking going on at times with that. It does turn it into a little bit of a patty cake flag football kind of situation, whereas the NFL at least still more has some of those traditional elements still based into it, which I prefer. So I don't like the wide hash marks at the college level. I do prefer things being a little bit tighter in there. The game plays a little bit more pure that way. You can a little bit less of the kitschy, manufactured offense from the college game, which I'm not a fan of. I'm just not. It's not. Sometimes it doesn't look like. It's like watching 7-on-7 drills for me sometimes, Garth, in college. We might draft Stroud there, Lions Mania. It's possible. Brian Wilson and Garth, thank you for all the donations on the channel, man. Like 7th donation tonight, man. Appreciate you. You're awesome, brother. Brian Wilson says, what's up, B? Happy New Year. Happy New Year to you. Happy New Year to everybody out there, actually. Says, let's trade our pick to Pittsburgh for TJ Watt and a center to shore up the offensive line. I like the defensive tackle pick, but center is a necessity. We do got to address the center position. I'm with you on that. Would I trade Pittsburgh the number 3 overall selection for TJ Watt? Ooh, Brian, boy, that's a lot. That's a lot to give up on TJ. And TJ just coming off a torn pec, which, I'm not saying TJ Watt's on steroids, but I'm going to say I feel like there's been a lot of guys, weightlifters, that are on steroids that tear their pecs. Not saying that they're related, but it does make me wonder, especially because I think his brother's been juiced to the 9 for years. So I like TJ Watt. Do I want to give up the 3rd overall pick for TJ Watt? Ooh, God, that'd be tough to pull that trigger on that. I will say TJ does rush better from the left side, so you wouldn't have him coming off the blind side, I think. That'd be helpful for matching him up with Uchenna, and that would help your defense out, no doubt about it. But boy, he's being paid a pretty good base salary on top. Obviously, the bonus money would be eaten up by Pittsburgh, so that'd be the benefit of the deal, is rather than paying TJ $25 a year, you're essentially on the hook for, $14-15 million base or something like that. It's an interesting thought, though, man. I mean, it is an interesting thought. Pittsburgh would certainly, I think, do that deal to get their quarterback of the future. That's for sure. 1023, I want Sean Payton still. Sean Payton would be great, man. Yeah, well, Brian Wilson, I think that's a really smart, actually a very smart potential outside the box kind of trade idea. I like it. Megan says, Rosala did the best he could with what he had. Yeah, I agree. And when he took over that program, let's not forget, you took over that program, it was not loaded to the gills with talent. It's going to take a lot longer when you're taking over that, where they're at and where they were and what they were doing. I'd say nothing of the fact that when you miss out on the quarterback pick, I mean, when you crap the bet on that one, it's, just bounce back from that from an organizational standpoint, or the coach doesn't just overcome that with the backup quarterback. So I don't know what the Jets fans were expecting him to get out of this team with the level of quarterback play that he was getting out there. But New York fans are kind of historically known for being very impatient. And can't blame them. It's been many years since they've been good. Daniel says we could be at the 5th if the Colts lose to the Texans, but Texans will not win versus the Colts. They will not give up the number 1 pick to the Bears. 0 chance that happens next week, so worst case is actually 4. Well, thank you on that, Daniel. I hadn't had a chance to study with it, so that does make sense why that combination would go that way. And I agree with your assessment of it. Megan, how long has Salah been coach there? 2 years? 2 years, I think. Might be 3. Wu-Tang Financial, what type of head-ass fans, dumbass, I think what you're trying. It says, what type of dumbass fans go from Adam Gase to what Salah has done and think it's a coaching problem? They must be on some good drugs. You don't win for that many years, decades on end sometimes, Wu-Tang. It can lead you into some weird places as far as your thought process. But I don't get that either. He's got the defense going in the right direction. I think he's a good coach. You got to get the quarterback right. And there's been coaches at times, I think, that ended up having their job lost, where their job was lost, but it wasn't necessarily because of something they had done. It was just that the quarterback wasn't the right pick for them. And they got married to that quarterback, and it fails out because your quarterback position doesn't develop. And it's like, well, it's the coach's fault. And if he's doing other things right, which I think he is, Salah, I would tend to be more likely to give him the benefit of the doubt. Alexander Matthews, Brandon, are you eyeing any of the particular center in the draft? There's 4 guys I've taken a look at so far, Alexander, which would be Tippmann, Luke Wilper, Patterson, and Schmitz. Schmitz is the only one that stands out to me as the guy that I'd be like, yeah, let's go. Let's go with Schmitz. Other than that, I'm a little like, they're a little more traditional for me, Alexander. So the other 3 guys to me are just a little bit more in that realm of can't really move in space. I'm not going to be able to ask him to pull. I don't know how they're really going to get to the second level on blocks on linebackers. And that's got to be a key component of whatever center you have in this particular Shane Waldron scheme. The Cardinals play the 49ers. Do you think the Niners might bench starters? I don't think they play everybody. Though I think I've heard that they still have an outside chance to getting towards the... Don't they still have an outside chance to the number 1 seed? If they don't have a chance to the number 1 seed, they'll rest guys. Tommy, I think this is Salah's second season. He replaced Adam Gase, who went like 9-23. Insane if they fire that guy. Yeah, that'd be insane. Not to mention there isn't any great candidates out there loading up on the board unless they're thinking they're getting Sean Payton in there, which they won't. So yeah, that'd be super suspect of New York to do that. Bobby says, so Murphy's got a first step quickness, but it's a little inconsistent and a little lower ceiling, albeit still high. That's a very proper assessment, Bobby. I think you're right on point on that one. Anderson's consistent, shines after the first step, has a higher ceiling, makes more desirable. You encompassed it and you summated it much better than I did. That's exactly right. Murphy's got the first step quickness, but there's the inconsistency. Still has some high ceiling. But yes, Anderson, a little more consistent, shines after that first step, higher ceiling. Beautifully put on your part. Wonderfully put. Wonderfully put. Megan says Salah was under the Pete Carroll in 2011. I must have missed that. Yeah, he did learn at the knee of Carroll. He is a Carroll acolyte. Erickson, we still have a Drew Lock project to tinker with. Could bring him back, especially if he didn't re-sign Geno. He could bring back Drew Lock and maybe draft a guy. I wouldn't be surprised if they go that route. They've got a lot of different pathways they could go with on that. Bruce Spring with another $2.79 donation. Thank you, Bruce, for the double dono, brother. You're awesome. Happy New Year out there to you. What's your dream scenario for the first 4 picks? Well, I agree with Mr. Kane. That was a fantastic question on your part. And let me give you my dream scenario. I'm going through my head on all my picks on this. So give me a second here. I got my first 3 picks, but I got to decide on that last second one. Okay, I'll give you, it's a dream scenario, right? So a dream gets to be a dream. So I get to shoot high. I'm shooting high for the clouds on this one, Bruce. Give me some rope. Give me some rope on this one. So I would take number 3 overall. I would take Jalen Carter. With my second first round pick, picking in the late teens of the first round, I would then go with Trenton Simpson out of Clemson. With my second first round pick, I would then come at the top of the second round, and Anthony Richardson has a precipitous fall, as many teams understand that they're going to have to take 2 years before they get a chance to play him. So he finds himself falling right up out of the first round, landing right at the top of the second round, where my Seahawks then pounce. And we take Anthony Richardson with the second round pick. Denver's final point of the trade. We bring in Anthony Richardson. Then, with my second round pick, sitting in the teens of the second round, I take Schmitz, a center out of Minnesota. So I go defensive tackle, middle linebacker, quarterback, center with my first 4 picks. I think Schmitz will maybe go a little higher. I think maybe Anthony Richardson will go a little bit higher. But Bruce, you said dream scenario. So in the dream scenario, I get a dream large. And I think with Anthony Richardson, although that might be a little aggressive on my part to think that he'll fall that far, there's no guarantees that he's going to land in that first round, being that he's got so many rough edges and being that he's such a young player and being that it's going to probably take a couple of years for him to round out into the player that he is going to potentially become if he ends up even eventually reaching that stage of things. As we've seen with Trey Lance, that can be a bit of a question mark. No guarantee that even with uber amount of physical potential, they're still going to eventually reach that spot. But I think that it would be something around that neighborhood is the way I would go. I come out with 2 great defenders in the first round. I got my quarterback of the future. I've got a building block on that line to where now I've got Abraham Lucas, Cross, Schmitz. Now all I got to worry about is my guard positions going into the future. I think I've done a lot to address with those first 4 picks, some of the question marks on my team going into the future if I went that route with it. I would love that draft if they came out with that. Seahawks Network with a $5 donation. Good to see you in the chat, Seahawks Network. Hope you're doing well out there. Appreciate you, brother, for the donation. Says you should check out Devon Witherspoon, corner from Illinois. Some elite technique from this guy, and he's feisty as hell. Great stream as always. Well, as always, I will say to you as well, Seahawks Network, thank you for the donation, but thank you as well for the suggestion. Devon Witherspoon, Illinois corner. I have your suggestion written down. I will definitely be diving into it. I will say too, I think Seahawks Network, when I look at it right now, I think this strength of this class is potentially in the cornerback position. There's been a lot of very clean cornerbacks here out the gate that I'm watching, and we may end up seeing, I think, 4, 5, 6 guys go in the first round and probably another 7, 8 guys go in the second round by the looks of things. So that's encouraging. That's encouraging. I don't know if we're going to be in the market for a corner or not, but there's going to be a lot of them that go. So, make of that what you will. But thank you for the suggestion. I will take a look at him this week, and I'll try to Seahawks Network by the next stream. I'll have tried to have taken a look at him and have a breakdown for you on him. So I'll take a peek, man. Thank you for the suggestion. And if you folks ever do have any suggestions, please put them through. But I like the sound of it. A league technique and a feisty as hell. That fits to a Seahawks cornerback model, doesn't it? That's something that's definitely going to appeal to Coach Carroll. Great suggestion on that. And thank you for the donation, brother. You're awesome. Tom Eaton says, laughing out loud, so true. Saleh might not have even picked Wilson, though. His GM might have made the call. I think it's very likely that he didn't have a lot to say in that pick. And even if he did, I'm not going to hold the defensive coach accountable for making a misassessment of the quarterback position. That's why I've got a general manager. Yeah. I'm not going to ask somebody in poultry how well they make bread, right? Hey, do you think I should leave the bread? How much yeast do I need in this bread? Do I let it bake for 30 minutes? What the F do I know? I cut meat up all day, man. Why are you asking me about bread? So if you're going to go to Saleh and ask him about a quarterback, yeah, I'm going to want his opinion, but that's not going to be the opinion that's going to drive whether I select it or not. That does go to the general manager. And I think you're right, Tommy. I think it's very right. He probably did not have much of a call on that one. General manager was like, yeah, I probably patted him on the head and go, yeah, that's great, Robert. First time head coach, defensive minded head coach. Yeah, you tell me what quarterback you want. Yeah. Okay. Oh, you think he's got some holes? Oh, okay. You're worried about him, how he plays off script? Oh, that's cute. That's so cute, Robert. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, no, I appreciate that. I see it going somewhere like that. Brody 13, would you go on a date with Roger Goodell for a guaranteed Seahawks Super Bowl? I don't have to put out, right? Like, I'm not even giving a handy for, I will do a lot of things for a Seahawks Super Bowl. I am not giving Roger Goodell a handy for a Seahawks Super Bowl. So that's the expectation level for me in this channel. That's not happening. I'm not doing that. Not even a handy. Not even a retreat. No. No. Now, if I could just have a fine dining evening where we never actually have to physically touch, I could do that. Sure. You know, we can even do the 4-course dinner at that point. But there will be no sexual favors for a Seahawks Super Bowl. Let's get that right out the gate here. Okay, Brody? I don't want to start unpacking that little, we're not going to start unpacking that one. Nope. King Bomber says, why do the Packers have the tiebreaker over us again? I forget how it goes on that. I think I always forget how this one goes, King Bomber. But I think you're to like the third tiebreaker or something like that. You might be to like division record or something at this point. Brando, have you checked out the Arkansas Center yet? I don't think I have, no. Yep. Nope. I haven't as of yet. I'll write down Arkansas Center. I'll look him up though. We're only 4 centers in right now. Wu-Tang says, yeah, it's really hard to win with a Zach Wilson, especially once Hall went down for the season. Mike White is a quality backup, but he's taken some real physical abuse this season. Yeah, he is. Let's build that also into account, right? Micah Becton, top 5 pick, doesn't play for Saleh for most of the time Saleh has been there. Elijah Vera-Tucker had a great year for them as guard in a rookie season. Great pick for them. He's been out the whole year for them, basically. They've had to rearrange and move that line all over the place. You mentioned Breece Hall, who was on the road to an offensive rookie of the year, helped the Jets have some early success, but then he goes down pretty early on in the year. Yeah, that's a lot to have to go up against as far as a coach goes, especially because, you have been held back offensively at times this year. He's kind of, I think, doing his job on the defensive side of the ball. It does go back to a little bit, okay, we don't have enough horses here offensively to get it done, but then that doesn't come back to Robert Saleh as being the problem. But it is weird how blame can go like that in the wrong direction at times. And I would also argue that if the Jets let go of him, this is a little bit of why the Jets as an organization continue to be bad and will continue to be bad in the future, is that they don't have the commitment to the right guy, much less finding the right guy. Your boy Michael, I saw this thing that if Sean Payton came back, the Saints would still have him on contract and that they would seek a first-round pick in return. That is correct. You're not able to bring Sean Payton in free and clear. You're going to have to give up draft capital, and it's probably going to cost a first-round pick to get it done. Yeah. Scooby Sacks, the crowd had all to do with it. Go 12s. Go 12s. Erickson, that German 12 who got Pete scared chewing gum is so happy. Carolyn Goodland says, do I know who plays the Eagle or who plays the Bengals next week? I think let's take a look. Let's take a look here. Bengals are 11-4 right now. They finished their season off with the Baltimore Ravens. So they play tomorrow night against the Bills, and then they got the Ravens. So 2 tough games to finish up there for the Bengals. That's a tough finishing of the year there. Daniel Bailey, if we could have even beaten just one of the NFC South garbage teams, we wouldn't have had to rely on another team winning to let us in. But I'm happy with this season and how it panned out regardless. Yeah, you get a little frustrated, right? Don't you, Daniel? Because you're like, man, we had this. We could get in the playoffs. One more game we'd be in right now. And there's some very highly winnable games in this schedule. I think when we look at this season and look at it in retrospect, we will say that to ourselves. And we go, man, there was some meat left on that bone, man. There was some meat left on the bone. We let some opportunities kind of slide between our fingers. Not that this team maybe ever was going to get to a Super Bowl state of things, but definitely, like I said, once you get in the playoffs, anything can happen. King Bomber, the common games we share were 4-1, and they're 2-3, not including the Lions game. They're yet to play, but assuming they win that, it would be 4-1 and 3-3. So how do they get to the tiebreaker? I think that they go to the secondary tiebreaker point at that point. If we've got the equivalent common game deal, then I think it goes to it's either division record or conference record. And maybe their conference record is better than us at that point, but I'm not sure. Tommy says Stroud, Carter, Anderson, don't matter. We already won. I love that. I love that attitude. I'm the same way, Tommy. Megan says a dream is the wish your heart makes, B. It is. It is indeed. Well said. Kelly, what's up, Kelly? It's good to see you in the chat. Hi, Brando. Good to see Jamal out there talking to the guys pregame. I got to see and talk to a bystander to the person next to me, but still Clint hurt. And I talked to Chenna and Mike Jackson. Ooh, all right. Were they cool? Oh, there we go. So Kelly says, Uchenna's so sweet and Clint was so lovely, like seriously a teddy bear, laughing out loud. Oh, that's cool. They do seem like good guys. That's good to hear that they were also pretty chill with it. But that was awesome. Wow, what a treat to be able to kind of chill with those guys and chop it up a little bit. Yeah, right, Tricks, we would have been rolling if we had gotten all those. Yeah, I agree with you there. It's good to see you in the chat, Kelly. Got to see the game in person also. Nice. Jason Tudor, I love Richardson too, but I think he goes top 10. Too many teams needing quarterbacks this year. It's possible. There's a huge variance, Jason, on where he potentially goes, and I wouldn't be surprised if it was here or there, over there, right? I mean, it's just so many places that make a lot of sense for Richardson to end up landing at. 100%. And top 10 is included in that. You could go anywhere from top 10 to the right at the start of the second round, and I wouldn't be shocked. You know, I think you could make a tangible case for wherever you pick him out to your fan base at that point. Megan says, you had me with all of those picks aside from Carter B. Nice. Well, good. Seahawks Network, I'm personally not a fan of Trenton Simpson that high, but if this Brooks injury is as serious as I suspect, you might have to go there. Not a good linebacker class at all, and the free agent class isn't much better. It's not. It's not. Linebackers are rough. They're tough in this draft. There's going to be a lot of guys, and the worry I have with the linebackers in this class is that their game tape isn't good, and these guys go out and test really well, and they get people really like overexcited over testing numbers and not the actual tape. And the tape sucks. The tape sucks for most of these linebackers in this class, especially the middle linebackers. Oh, Lordy. Tommy Eaton says the Anthony Richardson pick makes so much sense, especially if we sign Geno to a fair deal for a 3-year contract with a way out after 2. That's what I'm thinking too, man. So that's what I'm thinking too. Thank you, Bruce. It's a great question on your part, man. I think that's my dream though. I'd love to see it. And I get where you're coming from too on Trenton Simpson, Seahawks Network. There are some worries with him. I get more caught up with on the flashes and the high side of what he's showing and what he could bring and the versatility and flexibility he brings. But I get what you're saying too. He's not a silver bullet prospect necessarily, but you are picking in the teens at that point. So you are technically under the tier 2, talent pool of the draft at that point as it is too. Erickson, Stone Forsythe did do his thing today here, Erickson. And he had a couple moments of struggles, but understandable. I feel like he's really a pure left tackle. So having him out there right tackle is definitely him a little bit out of position. I was very impressed. It's those right tackles, you need to have them run block a little bit more at times than the left tackles have to do. The plays are going to often go right over the back of them. And Seattle did that today with Stone Forsythe. And I thought he had some really good run blocks where he was able to help spring Kenneth Walker on some of those runs. So I'm really impressed by what I saw to Stone today at right tackle. As I maintain with Stone and Jay Curran, though they're not starters this year and going into the future, they have a lot of value to this team because you do have a couple of good backup tackles for these young tackles. You have built up a little bit of that depth, which has been a problem in the past. It's been, yes, having the good starters on the front end on the line that are out there playing well, but it's also having then the depth that those guys go down that you can bring out. Seattle has that now, and they will have that into the future. Drunk Squitter says linebacker class isn't good, but with Jordan Brooks hurt and Cody Barton, we should take a pick on a linebacker. Yeah, agreed. Megan says, I could do without a quarterback in this draft, but if we get one, as B has picked, I say leave him behind Geno for at least 1 year. That would be my pathway. That would be my plan, Megan. Would be you get a Richardson, you commit to a minimum sitting him a year, understanding it might even take 2 years, but then also understanding that you might have you might end up with the best quarterback in this entire class, especially if you get him in the second round. That would be tremendous value, even if you've got to wait 2 years to get to that point. Carolyn Goodland says, hey, Can you shout me out? I'm so bored and I appreciate you spending your time on this live stream. Well, absolutely, Carolyn. Thank you for checking out the stream, Miss or Mrs. Goodland. I appreciate you for watching and thank you so much. Please hit that like button. I hope you're having a good night, Carolyn, and Merry Christmas and Happy New Year to you. And yeah, ask away, Carolyn. I absolutely I'm happy to answer all the questions in here. Real Matrix, I think Trenton will be a stud too. Megan says, either way, if you have a quarterback whose name is Wilson, whether you're stuck in Denver or New York, your team is going to suck no matter who drafted them. That's right. That's right. I think there's been a couple of flame out Wilson names. I think definitely Russell's the most successful quarterback Wilson name, but there's been Wade Wilson, I think. There's been a couple of Wilsons that haven't quite fit up to snuff. Seahawks Network says, this is a great corner class. Witherspoon is probably one of the cleanest corners in the class. The issue with him is weight. He's listed at 180, but he has good height at 6 feet tall. Okay. I'm intrigued, man. 6 feet hits those common markers that Seahawks tend to look for in cornerbacks, doesn't they? So I'm not worried about the weight, though. We've had some light guys through here. If he's got the length there, he's got the 32-inch long arms, he'll be fine. Adrian X, so if we sneak into the playoffs, we'll play the Niners. It's a bit of a fluid situation still, but yeah, that's I think where it would be heading if we just kind of get in. Jack says, AR is such a boom-bust prospect. It would be difficult for me to pull the trigger on him. I get it. That's why I wouldn't want to do it, Jack, in the first round, but I would be willing to do it in the second round. I think the squeeze is worth the potential juice. You're 100% on point. The boom-bust rate is there with him. It's part of why I say you're going to have to wait 10 years to get to what you're going to get from him, to get those fruits. But whoa, those fruits could ripen up in a way that would be amazing potentially down the road and gets me really excited about him. So it's a big risk, no doubt about it. But he is the most talented quarterback in this class overall. He is far away from reaching that talent point from that top end. He's miles and miles away, and he might not ever get there. But 4.4 speed with a cannon arm, who can make every throw in the book, who has pretty clean mechanics when he's on point with it. He's not being inconsistent in his delivery, which you figure a quarterback can clean his delivery up over the years. But yes, I would agree. Boomer bust is the right way, and the right way to describe it. Seahawks Network, TheSeahawksNest, watch the Minnesota tape. He has this one rep where he breaks on an out route before the receiver is out of his break. Super impressive. All right, I'll type it in there. Minnesota tape. I'll check it out, man. Thank you for that. I'll see what's up with him. Mr. Kane, laughing my ass off. No handies. Yeah, I'm not jerking Goodell. No. I want my team to win, but there is a line I will not cross. Megan says the dinner has to be on the commish, though. He's making freaking $50 million a year. He can buy dinner, right? I'm a small YouTuber. You make $50 million a year, Roger. You can cover this. Stop trying to kiss me. Why are you trying to kiss me, Roger? Back off. What's going on here right now? What are you doing? Daniel says just did a mock draft and got 3 out of 4 of your dream picks. Didn't get AR, but I've gotten him at our second Bronco pick several times before. Okay, so I'm not being too daydreamy with this one, right? Like I'm not being too unrealistic. I'm basically within the parameters here. I was trying to be somewhat realistic while still dreaming large. That's good to hear though, Daniel. Carolyn Goodland, who do we play next? We play the Los Angeles Rams with Baker Mayfield next. We get to play them at home. Finish our season off. Hopefully handle business. Tommy says fine dining evening might get us to an NFC championship, but no guarantees. You have to commit if you want the big game. You got to go all the way, man. I can't. I'm getting Harvey Weinstein vibes off Goodell all of a sudden. I can't do it. Jaboy Michael, Brando, you've got to check out Michigan defensive tackle Maze Smith. Hey, Jaboy Michael, I'm getting 70 names deep in this draft, so I'm actually catching some of these guys. I have watched a couple of games of Mazi Smith's game, so I know this guy pretty well. He's part of a cluster of group of zero-tech defensive tackles in this draft that'll be picked anywhere from the 2nd to the 4th round. I think he's probably I think he's a 4th round prospect, and mainly because I think he's a little bit of a one-trick pony as being just a run-stuffing defensive tackle. He does that great. He has a wall in the middle. He always wins the leverage war off the snap, which really stands out about him. He's always underneath the pads of the offensive lineman, and it helps him to really root down and set and become immovable at the point of attack. So, you talk about trying to run at Mazi Smith, you ain't going anywhere that way. And he could be a guy that definitely helps out this defensive line, especially if you're getting him in like the 4th round, as that run-stuffing defensive tackle extraordinaire. He does not provide you any kind of real pass rush. He has no pass rush moves. He's got not a lot of ability to get in the backfield. He's not sudden as an athlete. So that's the part of it that I say that's why I've got him as a 4th round selection. But I still do like him a lot as a player. And if you look at the bowl game of the other night that Michigan played in, they tried to run it right up the middle on him. He pulled out a fumble on the play. He's literally the guy that pulls the fumble out when they do try to run right at him, which was just, to me, when I saw that in that moment, I went, see, that's exactly what I'm talking about in this Mazi guy. That's just what he does. That's just who he is as a player. He's got kind of that one thing he does, but he does it really, really well. And it's also the one thing you really probably could use in this defense right now. Real Matrix says, I think the Lions will win their pass rush, start going this week, and Rodgers can't run. No, he's getting old. It's a good point. Get him under duress. Jeffrey Toss says, if you could add one former Seahawk to this current team, who would you add and why? One to this team, who would I add and why? It's such a good question, Jeffrey. My instincts on this would be Cortez Kennedy. I think Kenny easily would definitely help you from a safety standpoint, but look, Ryan Neal's played really good safety for you for a lot of the year. How much of an impact did that really do and is changing the fortunes of your defense? Not a lot. I think the same thing could be applied if you had earlier or somebody else like that, or Sherman on the outside. Like Sherman and Tariq would be great, but that still wouldn't stop the problems in the run game. Cortez was an equal opportunity defender. He could play the run and the pass equally well. I would trust him in that respect of things. I think I would go to Cortez first and foremost on this team as being the one guy I'd flip. Bobby Savage Hill, haha, that's the funniest S I've heard B say. I don't have to put out, right? I do a lot for the Seahawks Super Bowl, but I'm not giving Goodell a handy. Quote of the 2023. Got to keep it real, man. Carolyn, Brando, thank you for spending like hours of your life to do this live. I hope you're able to make more lives. Oh, thank you. I love doing this, Carolyn. So I enjoy talking to my people. We've been able to turn over. We're always able to turn over everything from every angle of it, and we'll continue to do so. And I get geeked up on this kind of stuff. I love talking football in every which way but loose. Julian Garcia, if the Seahawks take Anthony Richardson and Darnell Washington, Seahawks would just be building a freak of nature team with the two and DK Metcalf. Oh, they would. They would. That's how you win with uber talented, freakish players, isn't it? And yeah, Darnell Washington and DK Metcalf on the same team is kind of unfair, isn't it? Like that's two giants on one team. Like get out of here. But yeah, that would be pretty freakish. I love Darnell Washington. He's great. He's a fun player. Brody 13. I'm actually Roger Goodell. Too bad no handy. Megan, that will be a hell of a game. The Ravens-Bengals game, interdivision game, trying to get that's going to be a bloodbath. Peter Ryabi, it's been nice to win 2 different Super Bowls with 2 different Wilsons. It's been nice to win 2 different Super Bowls with 2 different Wilsons. For sure. I think I understand what you're saying there. Scooby Stacks says Zach Wilson should stick with his mom's best friend and leave football. Wu-Tang says, I wouldn't give you a bologna sandwich for Zach Wilson. Dude can throw the ball anywhere but his receiver's hands. Yeah, I'm out. I was already out on Zach Wilson coming out of the draft a couple of years ago. I was one of those guys that was like, I don't get it with this guy. Why is everybody liking this guy so much? What is it you all are seeing here? And he's only done everything in the pro game to reinforce my thought process on who he was. Tommy says the Lions are who we need to be giving handies. They need all the love and mojo they can get. Good news is we are in the playoffs for at least one more week, though. Currently the 7th seed. Let's go, man. Hopefully we can pull this one out. Yeah, that's true. We probably need to be calling up the Lions, being like, all right, so I'll be over at 12. Okay. I need the lights off in the bedroom when I walk in. Okay. I don't want to look you in the eye. Just lights off when I walk in. All right. Danny Bailey, Packers have a better conference record than us. That's probably it. It's probably the tiebreaker down to that one. King Bomber says, I lied. Common Games is actually 3-3 for the Packers and 5-1 for us since we would beat the Rams twice. Oh, well, then I don't know what the hell's going on with that. Real Matrix, Richardson could be as bad as Wilson. That's part of the little bit of that bust factor that there's there. I think with Wilson, the problem for me that comes in place is also some issues with him as far as size standpoint. Richardson's a much more mobile cat than Wilson is. Wilson's not altogether very mobile. I also think that Richardson probably has a bit more of a stronger arm than Wilson does. But, you know, it is a risk. There's no guarantees on taking any of the quarterbacks, that's for sure. But if you have a quarterback that has flamed out versus one there's question marks about, then there's, I think, more of the chance that the Wilson guy continues to flame out versus the Richardson being an equivalent. Megan says 2 reasons to remember the next game, January 8th, my mother's birthday, and we play the Rams. There we go. Orlando Rocco, free agency is before the draft, so if Seattle signs Geno to a 3-year extension, signs point to them not drafting a quarterback, right? At least not in the first 2 rounds. Not necessarily, Orlando. Not necessarily. Remember, Drew Lock is also a free agent, so you do need to get a backup quarterback as well. There's a guy like a guy in Anthony Richardson. I mentioned him, Orlando, because that could be a situation where you could sign Geno and still take an Anthony Richardson, because Anthony's going to probably take a couple of years before he's ready to get on the football field and be a top flight NFL quarterback. So in those 2 years, you're still maybe getting potentially top flight level quarterback from Geno while you're waiting on the development of Anthony Richardson. So I don't think that necessarily precludes you from that. Remember, Orlando, Schneider comes from the Packer organization, and the Packers organization has stood up the forefront as that team that will be willing to have a great quarterback still playing really great and still going to find that next quarterback behind him, especially when they have a quarterback that's a little aged. They did it with Brett Favre and Aaron Rodgers. They did it with Jordan Loved Aaron Rodgers. So Schneider comes from kind of that crew. He's cut from that same cloth. I think it's possible. Real Matrix, Jordan Love. I don't think the Packers are moving on from Jordan Love. I think Aaron Rodgers is retiring and the Packers are going to run with Jordan Love going into the future. That seems to be where I don't think he's on the open market. Mike McGee, Seattle needs to draft a linebacker this draft. 100%, Mike. And maybe 2. Maybe 2. Scooby, if Zach Wilson comes to Seattle, I'll drown myself. I'll stick my head in that same bucket with you. Sound like a bet? Berg Show, I don't like having our destiny in the hands of the Packers. If we only got one more win versus the Raiders, Carolina, etc. I hate having to have our destiny in other teams' hands. Me too, man. And you controlled your destiny throughout the course of the season. You had every opportunity to take the bull by the horns, and we just never did it. Peter says, I think both Wilsons will do great next year. Russ just did us a solid because he's still a Hawks fan. I love the thought of that. Wilson Woolen, so much love for Seattle. He's like, I'll tank one of my years just to help them out a bit. I want to do him a solid. It's probably not true, but it is awesome. Bruce Spring, do you wish we kept Bobby? Yes. I thought at the time that it was silly they were releasing him. I think it's silly now. I've never been a big backer of Jordan Brooks and Cody Barton's game. I certainly didn't believe that Cody Barton was going to give you the level of play that Bobby Wagner gave you even last year into this year. And I don't think he has. Bobby's balled out for the Rams. He's had probably one of his better seasons as a pro. He's going to set a new record for sacks. Kind of shows you, Bruce, that we probably should have been blitzing Bobby at a much higher rate. Kind of like a lot like how the Rams have been doing with him this year, and we didn't. So yeah, I do wish we would have. Bobby was willing to restructure. It wasn't going to cost all that amount of money. You could have fit him under the cap, but the team just decided to cut bait for kind of the hell of it. And it struck me as an odd decision at the time. And it still does feel like an odd decision now. I understand you got to move on at certain points. If you're going to move on, have a better option behind the one you're moving on from. And that they didn't have that that didn't seem to be decided. King Bomber, I don't know, maybe if you have time, if you could look up the tiebreaker procedures and walk us through it, that'd be great. I'll tell you what, let's do that on the, let me do a review on that King Bomber for the show on Wednesday. We'll try to shoot for that. So I'll be back live on Wednesday. So I'll do the breakdown on kind of how the tiebreakers work for that one. Cause it's probably not up right now. If I did a search here, how it would all work. I'll do a little quick search and see if it pops up, but I think I'd have to do some digging here. Let's see. So it's best won-loss tie percentage on common games. And it's got to be a minimum of 4. So yeah, it's supposed to be, according to this, it's supposed to be best won-loss tie percentage in common games is the first, and you have a minimum of 4 games to qualify. If that's evened up, then it would be strength of victory in all games. So that'd be, your strength of schedule wins essentially, and the total of all your games. But somebody was saying in the chat that we had the better common record. So maybe that doesn't quite add up to me of why it's that way. I'll have to look this up a little bit. So let me do some research on that, because based on what I'm reading off that Google search King Bomber, that doesn't lead me to believe that makes sense. Yeah, as you say, King Bomber, our common record, that's in Google searching, that's what it says here. And that's from NFL.com. And it's got best one-loss tied percentage in common games is the first thing that comes up. And as you mentioned there, we've got the better common record. So, Wu-Tang, all play aside, Stone Forsythe is an S-tier football name. Oh, it's an awesome football name. It's a great detective's name. It's a great football name. Stone Forsythe, Tacoma PD. Tommy Eden, Zach Wilson's only shot, honestly, is the Ryan Tannehill route now. Failed Jets quarterback careers are pretty much sunk. Well, it's taken Geno 10 years to get his second opportunity, to your point on that, Tommy. And yeah, I don't think he's going to get a lot of people lining up for his services. He's certainly not going to be earmarked as a starter for anybody going into next year. He'll get another chance. Some other team will at some point give him a shot there. But the fact that he's been this bad, the fact that he's regressed in a year or two rather than taking steps forward, it's not a great indicator of his career going in the future. Certainly quarterbacks, as I've said, oftentimes many quarterbacks get their opportunity in a really bad situation. They don't have everything set up for them to be successful. And then a final assessment is made of that player and he's put into a box and stuck away in the back of a closet, or put away like in some Indiana Jones warehouse where he's stuck behind, the Ark of the Covenant, behind the original Mona Lisa or whatever. So it's very hard for those guys to get the second opportunities to come back in there and once they've flamed out. But Wilson's he's earned the flame here, This hasn't been just he's in a bad situation. It's been that you've had a guy named Mike White who's not a talented guy outplaying you. It's not exactly like White's setting the world on fire. White's not even playing like Brock Purdy for the Niners. King Bomber says, as I see it, common game record is higher than conference record. So shouldn't we be above them then? It's kind of weird because we have the better common record, don't we? Tyler says, I miss Bobby, man, and his play hasn't fell off much as people thought it would. Really wishing they could have restructured him. Me too. The fact that he was willing to restructure, it's one thing if he said, no, I ain't, my contract is what it is. I'm not taking 1 penny less, bump, right? But he said in his press conference, his final press conference of the year, that he was willing to restructure. He was open to it. Peter says, go Hawks. That's what I see in Russ's eyes every time he loses. Well, 10 years of saying it, man, it's hard. He like psychologically embedded it inside himself. Danny W says, Stroud is the best quarterback, IMO. He throws one of the nicest looking footballs I've ever seen before. Contrast it to someone like Trey Lance, and it's not even close. No, he's got a much cleaner delivery than Lance. And that's one of the negatives to Lance, was a little bit of the elongated windup. Megan, you have a good night. I hope we'll be talking to you soon. Appreciate you. Thanks for modding, doing the mod stuff. Seahawks Network says, what would you rank your linebackers right now? I think it's odd that the guys ranked highly by many like Sewell, Tuatua, and Jack Campbell just don't look good on tape, in my opinion. What am I missing? No, you're not missing anything. You're not missing anything. And even your assessment of Simpson is on point with it. So they're underwhelming. They're an underwhelming crew. My pecking order would go like this. And bring my guys up because I got it here on my list. Here's how my pecking order goes. It's Trenton Simpson, Henry To'oTo'o, Jack Campbell, Ivan Pace, Owen Papoi from Auburn, and then you get down to Noah Sewell for me. So So Noah Sewell to me has dropped all the way to probably like a late third, fourth round, maybe kind of prospect at this point, in my opinion. I might end up looking at Jack Campbell the same way because I'm almost holding him up there, Seahawks Network, because I feel like I must just be missing something with how many people have him even being talked about as like a first round type pick. I don't see it with Campbell. Toa is a little bit better. He's a bit better than those three guys you mentioned, but you're right on that there's still some worries and issues in his game. You know, he's a bit of a low tackler. He's an ankle tackler. I don't know how that's going to set up in the pro level where every time you're trying to tackle him, pull down by the ankles, you know, rather than sometimes getting around the waist and wrapping up like that. But he's very quick. He's very instinctive. I love his zone drops for Toa. He gets really good depth in space. He's a very aware player. I think he's pretty smart about where to go with the ball. I think there's a little bit of, he's a little light at times. It seems like a little bit, even though they list him at 6'2", he seems a little more like 6-footish and really how he's built. But even him, I don't love him a lot. I think that he's probably like a third round prospect, maybe at this point. I don't think he's in that second round range. So no, you're right. And it gets worse from there. As I say, there's a lot of linebackers in this class. Noah Sewell, Justin Flo, Cedric Gray, Merlin Robertson, Edifon Ulafosio, Dylan Doyle, Drew Sanders. Just all of them kind of boring on tape. Boring. None of them flashing. None of them really showing up. I just kind of end up shrugging on all these guys. And I've watched a lot of the tape of these guys. It's tough. So you're not seeing things, man. You're seeing it right. You're seeing it true. Wu-Tang Financial. Yeah, Lance is really a rough product. He needs a lot of work, even if he's physically impressive. He does. But that was also part of what I said with Trey Lance when he came out, which is I said, look, he is my second favorite quarterback in this class. Yes, even over Justin Fields. But if you draft him, you have got to give him 2 years. It's the same thing I'm saying with Anthony Richardson. And what ends up happening with these guys that you have fans and you have front offices and you have coaches and they acknowledge, you go, yes, okay, we get it. He's rough. He's going to take a couple years. Got to give him the couple years. We got it. Understood. And then you get 4 games into the season and the number one starter starts to be a little shaky and the fans are like, bring him out. Bring him out. And the coach is like, yeah, come on. And the general manager's up in the box like, guys, 2 years. 2 years. What the hell happened to 2 years? Mike McGee, it was good seeing Mafi getting more snaps. He was getting a little bit more run out there. A little less Bruce Irvin, a little more Mafi. That was good. That was good. I agree. And folks, we have passed about 9 hours in here, so we will kind of start to wrap up a little bit of the chat here as I'm getting pretty hungry. Pretty hungry. Tommy says, Russ has been the best quarterback we've ever had in Seattle, even when he's left. He's still winning for us. Just this year, he's won us a top 5 pick. Way to go, Russ. Why not us? Real Matrix, Trenton better than Sewell and Toa by a wide margin, he is. And I still have some questions with Trenton in his game, but he's still way better than them. Erickson says, Fant's still young and fast with hands. Sweet trade. Very good trade for us. Fant's been very consistent for us, Erickson. Pretty good blocker, too. I've been very impressed with him, but I was going to be struggling in that realm of things, but he's been pretty solid as a blocker, too. And we got another year of club control with him, too. Tyler, I live in Oregon. I've watched Sewell play in person. Trust me, he is not the answer for Seattle. No, he's not. No. I'm out on Sewell completely. Food Gamer, what's up, Hawks Nest? What's up, man? It's been forever since I've been on your stream. Well, thank you for jumping on in. Hope things are going well. Woolen for Defensive Rookie of the Year and K9 for Offensive Rookie of the Year. I love it, man. And then let's get the Comeback Player of the Year and Gino. Get the trifecta going. I'm with it. I'm with it. Orlando says, can you compare Anthony Richardson's potential to a current quarterback? That way I can more understand what kind of player he can turn into. Sure. It's kind of hard at first on this because if I've got a guy with a 4.4 speed, Orlando, you know, I've only got a couple quarterbacks in this sport that run 4.4. I've got Lamar Jackson. I got Kyler Murray. I might have to kind of assemble him out of a couple of parts for you to give you a good kind of representation of who he really is. He's a tough comparison right now. I don't think that he's a smaller player. He's not going to play with as much like the being such a big body that just throw his body around. But you could make some comparisons between Anthony Richardson and Josh Allen. They're very much different players, but from the standpoint of upward crazy mobility, along with really live arms and prototypical size, that's what he gives you. The tough thing with making the Anthony Richardson comparison is what you're getting is you're getting the 4'4" guy with the top end arm talent. That's your combination there. And that what you tend to get with the 4'4" guy, right? And the prototypical size. Sorry. But what you tend to get with the 4'4" guy, because I can only think of really two guys off the top of my head in the NFL, being Kyler Murray and Lamar Jackson, that are in that same kind of realm as far as that speed goes. And in Lamar's case, I have a guy that's very reduced as a passer. It's not free and easy in the way it's coming out of his hand. He's not the most accurate of throwers of the football. And I guess you could make maybe a more comparison to a guy like that, but I feel like Anthony Richardson's upside from an arm talent standpoint is much higher than what you get from Lamar Jackson, who's got some limitations to his ability to throw the ball. And then, of course, in Kyler Murray's case, you've got the size standpoint of it, where he's so small, that wouldn't be a great necessarily equivalent there either. And then outside of that, there's not a lot of guys that just kind of quite move like that. He's certainly not quite as big as Josh Allen or a Herbert type. Herbert's going to probably have a little bit of a better arm. Allen's going to have a better arm. So I don't like making the comparison to that, but it's hard to find one exactly because there's not exactly a player like Richardson. It's part of what makes him a little bit of a unicorn-like player. So really isn't a guy that's been quite like that. I can go into historically speaking terms like a Michael Vick, but he's bigger than Michael Vick, you know? Mick would have been more sudden. Vick was probably even a little bit faster than this guy is. But this guy's maybe got some more upside as far as his arm potential than Vic did. And it's a great question, man, Orlando. I wish I could give you a better example on the upside one, but there's really not a guy as I'm thinking about that does exist in that same realm in the NFL right now. Matrix K9 needs one more 100-yard game. He does. That would solidify him probably as the offensive rookie of the year. I'll try to think of one, Orlando. Nothing's jumping to my mind, though. It says Ubi. Yeah, we can handle Baker. Baker's not a problem. Peter, Lions will destroy Green Bay next week? Let's go. You tell me, Kitty. You tell him. Big Country says Cortez is the only answer on the current team. IMO, yeah. That's the right one, I think. Tommy says one former Seahawk, Tez for sure, maybe Hutchinson. Hutchinson was my backup. Tez was my first, so we're on the same path with that one, Tommy. Adrian X, how did the Raiders put up 34 on Niners and we couldn't do anything twice? I'm guessing probably the Niners came into that game and were like, we got this, right? You've already wrapped up the division. You're not even sure if you really got to play an opening to getting to the number one seed. They're a little bit in that Kansas City realm. They're in that cruise control realm of things. Seahawks Gaming says, I'm taking prime Patrick Kearney. You're going to stand Patrick up, Seahawks Gaming? You're going to put him in the wide 9 as an outside linebacker? I don't know at 6'5" if Patrick Kearney could stand up. I think was kind of a purified defensive end, don't you, on that? Just a little bit. Megan says, hit that like button if you haven't already to start Beast 2023 off right. Yes, please do. If you haven't hit that like button, if you're listening to this on recording or listening to this live, however you're listening to this, do me a favor. Just hit that like button if you could. Helps me out tremendously. Tremendously. Westman says, what's my shoe size? 10.5, 11, depending on the maker of the shoe. Somewhere right in that realm. Seahawks Network, Cam is the old Seahawk. I will always answer as the guy I would put on a current Seahawk team. Cam's versatility and value was so underrated. He could play free, linebacker, and could line up on the edge. I don't know about the lineup on the edge stuff, Seahawks. I don't know about that one, Seahawks Network. You're running the Fangio coverage 2 shell. Cam's not going to be able to do the Fangio shell stuff, in my opinion. And he never lined up on the edge. So linebacker, yeah, but he couldn't have played free safety. There's no way Cam could do free safety stuff. Carolyn Goodwin says, by the way, Brandon, call me Bella. I'm on my Nana's account, and I really love this live. It's 12:48 where I'm at, and I'm 25% laughing out loud, and I'm 12 years old. Sounds good. Sounds good, Bella. Bella it is on that. Wow, it's getting late there for you. 25%. Hold on. Erickson Hutchinson is going to get his 4th INT next game. Let's fucking go, dude. Let's go. How about Hutchinson getting three interceptions from the defensive end position? Megan says, you know way too much about things like that, B. Probably. Seahawks Network, he was the key to the LOB IMO. Our play always dipped with him off the field. There was stuff we just couldn't run without him on the field. When he hurt his neck in 2017, our season defense fell apart. Yeah, I agree with that. King Bomber says our conference record is worse than the Packers by 1 game, but on the NFL website, it says common games is higher than our conference record, so who knows? You like my cat there, Bella? She's a loud one. She's getting noisy. Alexander Zac Efron Wilson is a mama's boy, comes from money, work hard. Why? Packers do have the tiebreaker on us? Okay. Peter, what I meant was if we would trade for Wilson, it would be nice to win 2 different Super Bowls with 2 different Wilsons. Oh, yeah, that'd be cool. It'd just be a nice story. Julian Garcia, I love Darnell Washington. If we were to take him, what do you think the future of the tight end group would look like? If you take Darnell Washington, you probably are potentially moving on from Fant, or you'll carry 4 tight ends and then just be really highly committed to running a lot of 3 tight end sets next year, and then you have a plan to not re-sign Noah Fant beyond next year in his final year of his 5th year first-round rookie contract. So you probably would carry 4 tight ends next year. There's an outside chance you would move Fant at that point, Julian, and decide that at least with Darnell Washington, you're just getting more of a, now you've got sort of 3 inline tight end types as opposed to 2 inline tight end types and 1 H-back type. So you're going a little more purified tight end for your crew. One of those things. Bobby Savage Jill says, my dream draft would be Carter, Levis, Simpson, and Schmitz. Well, we're basically kind of the same place, I think. Flip out Levis for Anderson. I'd love Levis, man. You know that, Bobby. Alexander says, Pumpkin works harder on her coat than Zach Boy. Real Matrix says, who else would take Richardson to sit him for a couple of years? Though I can't think of any team who would wait. No. But it's also, Matrix, it's a little bit above what's the proper thing for the player versus the impatience of the team. And just a team not willing to do it, I think, is more indicative of the fact that teams are impatient and they're not very smart in their process, and they can't follow through with their process when they pick a player like that, which does not lead to the greatest successes for player or for team. But it doesn't mean that it's not still the right route to go with that particular player. Ramsey Foster, the Hawks Nest. Any free agent linebackers you'd like to see the Seahawks sign for this next season? It's a thin-ass crew, man. It is bare bones. It is bare bones. I looked at the free agent list. There's nobody that stands out to me. Denzel Perryman has had a pretty good year for the Raiders. Maybe you take a look at him on like a low-end deal. But Roquan Smith's not getting to the free agent. He's not getting to free agency. He's going to be signed by the Ravens or they're going to franchise him. So there's just nobody out there. It's just an empty wasteland for linebackers. Mike McGee, even if we don't make the playoffs, going 9-8 is a huge accomplishment for a team that was supposed to be where Denver is. Oh, 100%, Mike. This has still been a highly successful year at the end of the day. And I agree, Mike. Brooks is a liability. I think it says something, Mike, that both times Tanner Muse has come in to fill in for him, he's outperformed. And against the same team, same year, same game. Seahawks Network in a division deciding tiebreaker. Division record takes priority. In wild card division, tiebreakers, conference record takes priority. Packers would have a better conference record. That makes sense, man. Makes a ton of sense. Peter says, I still messed that up. I guess I'm too drunk. Good night, y'all. Have a good night, brother. I hope the Packers win on Sunday. I hope you're right, Gal G. Or I hope you're wrong, Gal G. Hope Detroit wins, but they're probably likely to win. Alexander Brand's always on fire. Daily Bailey says, nice question earlier. I respect Cam choice, but imagine having Sherm and Woolen at the same time and Adams gets healthy and Diggs. If we traded for Roquan, the PD might work. Laughing out loud. It just might. Just might. Happy New Year's out there, Bella. Yeah, Pumpkin getting a little loud out here. I know Pumpkin. Seahawks Network, I've got to watch the Auburn linebacker. Tua looks kind of small to me. Worried about how he holds up in the league. I think you're right. He is a little bit small. He's a little thin. Kind of got a little bit of a wiry frame to him a little bit, which you don't like for a middle linebacker. Especially a guy that's not really big. It's not like he's 6'4" and wiry. It's like he's 6 foot and kind of wiry. Cool Breeze says, Brando, any chance of Mariners off-season content soon? Potentially, yeah. It'll be a little easier for me as we get through the end of the season, so I'm just kind of trying to finish up the season strong and complete it off. But I need to do Colton Wong video breakdown. It looks like Mariners might still make one more trade for maybe potentially Reynolds. So, yes, I do want to try to get some Mariner content out as we're going to prepare for this Mariner season. Absolutely. Let's go, Brandon. Thank you, guys. The Real Matrix, Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson mixed. That's probably the best way to put it with Anthony Richardson as a comparison. Peter Parker Smith says, like there, any news on Penny and Jordan? Haven't heard any updates on Jordan Brooks. Rashad Penny did say that there's an outside chance if they got to the playoffs that he would be able to come back for the playoffs. Carroll seemed to put a little bit of a wet blanket on that, but he did say Penny did feel like he's really coming along in his process. Yeah, Adams is a whole nother conversation. So Seahawks Network, Cedric Gray was someone I liked in the running game. He just looks lost in his drops. Hopefully staying another year helps him develop in coverage, but you're looking at another Brooks with him. Yeah, not really impressive in my first look of him either. Talk faster? Berg Show, do you think Minnesota didn't try to win today because they've already won their division? No. I just think the Packers are playing their best football of the year right now. Minnesota's maybe playing some of their worst football of the year right now. I feel like Minnesota and the Eagles kind of peaked a little bit early, Berg Show. Bomber, I'm getting 2018 vibes. We needed to win and we needed the Rams to lose, and neither happened. Yeah, that's kind of right. That's kind of right. Seahawks Blue and Green, hypothetical question. Would you do a deal with the Lions to swap your third pick with their fifth pick if you knew they would beat the Packers and for the Hawks to make the playoffs? No. Nope. Can't do it. The Real Matrix, Justin Fields. He's going to remain in Chicago. I think they're bored. Peter, we are undefeated in 2023. Nick, how about them Vikings? Yeah, couldn't do us one favor, could you, Minnesota? You had one thing you had to do. Bella says, I'm changing the tablet now, and I'm at 19%. Ooh, that battery power's struggling. Seahawks Blue and Green, I'm glad the Lions have something to play for to encourage them to try. Watch, they'll schedule our game before the Lions games next week. Notice the games are to be determined for now. Yeah, I could go any variety of paths on that one. Vikings let us down big time, man, yeah. Yeah, Erickson Muse looked good to me. He made a play in coverage that I've not seen Jordan Brooks make in 3 years. Knocking a ball down, just reading the guy's eyes. Seahawks Network said they lined up Cam down on the line and some of their overfronts like cheat stone. It wasn't like a base or anything, but when they needed help in the running game, it was effective. Like the Sam linebacker type a little bit. I mean, maybe they a little bit of that. Maybe a little bit, but that it was very, very infrequently. I mean, you're talking less than 1% of the time at that point. Nick says, Hawks Nest, hello there. Could you possibly explain why if the Hawks go 9-8, Green Bay does too, why they have the 7 seed? Because it gets to tiebreakers at that point. And the tiebreaker, there's been a little bit of back and forth on this, Nick. I'm going to have a better understanding of it by the time we get to the next show on Wednesday when I can do some of my own kind of research on the background. I've admittedly not gone into the depths of this because I didn't want to start going down all the different, this team needs to do this until let's see how this week goes and then we'll go forward from there, so to speak. So it's kind of complicated and it's like, well, if this, but if that, and if this conference record goes to this division record, but if they have this common opponent, but if there's only 4 games played, then it's this. I don't really get it, to be honest with you. It's like 5 different things that go downstream on it. And I'm kind of reading the chat trying to make sense of it. And frankly, they're just as confused as I am by it. So it's really like kitty wampus. It doesn't make a lot of sense how these tiebreakers kind of go in the way they go. The bottom line fact is that Green Bay's got the tiebreaker over us. So as it gets, we can make it real complicated or we can make it real simple. And the real simple process on this is Green Bay's got to lose to Detroit next week for us to get in. And that's really the bottom line. And we got to still win, you know. Peter Ryaby with a $2 donation. Thank you, Peter. I really appreciate it. Nothing in the comment, just a $2 donation. Awesome of you. Trevor Starr, what is Ika's upside compared to? What is Ika's upside comparable in today's NFL? We got to draft him, right? But in what round? What is his downside comparable to? And what does his best improved side equate to? Wow, a lot of questions there. Yeah, he's a good player. Let me get into my notes here a little bit with what I got on him. So Sayaki's a good player. I think that he's a little bit in the same place of Mozzie Smith. And like I said, there's probably, quite honestly, a little bit of this should be impacted by the fact, Trevor, that you have probably about 5 of these trash can 350-pound men, right? That in this draft, and really here's their job, is to be people movers, is to be immovable in the middle, to be your zero tech who a double team is not going to move, who's just going to stand pat and hold the line. With that type of guy, it's a very important part to a 3-4 defense. You can make the argument it's the most important part to a 3-4 defense, quite frankly. But he's not giving you any pass rush. Mozzie Smith is not giving you any pass rush. Keanu Benton is probably not giving you a whole hell of a lot of pass rush. I could go through all of the names, but if you go and look up the 0 techs in this draft, none of them give you sort of any pass rush. What is the value then to a 0 tech who's a run stuffing player who gives you no pass rush? Probably late 3rd, 4th round, 5th round. I think Ika's been a little bit overvalued by people looking at him as even like a 2nd round guy. This is not Haloti Ngata. He's not a guy that's going to get you a whole hell of a lot of pass rush. I don't think consistency, he can give you a little bit off of that. But if I've got a player that's just going to be a one-trick pony kind of player, I can't take that guy in the 1st, 2nd, or even, quite frankly, the 3rd round. Especially when I've got so many guys that are comparable to him, Trevor. So you could see Ika go really early in like the 3rd round or something. But I still got some other guys that are going to be available then to me in the 4th round that are right on comparison with him. Who's his upside? I think he's kind of like Danny Shelton on Sika. To me, he strikes me as kind of that. I'd put him there. Maybe as a high side, if I was to give you a high side, Trevor, of like his best case, how about like a Brandon Williams from the Baltimore Ravens, who was a pretty useful defensive tackle for them for recent years? Not a star maybe, but a very good player in that realm. That's if he can tap into more of his pass rush ability, which I would put into question. You look at Saiki, 2020, he's got 1 sack. 2021, he lights it up with 4 sacks. And then 2022, he's got no sacks. So I do kind of go away from that going, okay, he's not really, and when I watch the tape, there's not really a lot of consistent pressure there from him as well. But again, 0 techs aren't always needed to have to do that. So, but I'd still go 4th round if I was to make that call. I think he'll get drafted a little bit higher because of reputation purposes, but I wouldn't want to be the team to do that. I think you're getting kind of just a one-trick pony at that point. Daniel W. says, what do I think of Darrell Taylor? Do I think Darrell Taylor used to practice for Dwayne Brown for 3 years had anything to do with his success today? No. I mean, maybe it helped a little bit, Daniel, but it's probably more that Dwayne Brown's 37 years old. He has slowed down a lot. He's no longer as quick out of his stance or light on his feet as he once was. And he's going up against a player in Taylor that is as kind of freakish as it gets as far as his get off and his quickness is concerned. And so you've got a guy in Dwayne Brown that is, the limitations of his game are the strengths of Darrell Taylor's game. Darrell's able to go out there and eat because of it. But that would be my feeling, is that's why that happened as much as anything else. Mr. Kane says, any hope that Chicago beats Minnesota next week? I hope it. And Minnesota isn't playing their best football right now, Mr. Kane, but I don't think it's likely to happen. Chicago looked like they were already starting to kind of phone it in today a bit to me. Seahawks 89ers might get the first seed if they win and Eagles lose next week. They got a chance at it. Probably makes them play. Peter says, your pumpkin is cool, but my cat is way cooler. I don't know. I've taught mine to speak words. Mine can say water, lay down, no. I mean, for a cat, that's a pretty expansive vocabulary. Woolen's been awesome. He has been awesome. Peter says, you're awesome, bro. No, you're awesome, man. Thank you for the donation, man. Appreciate you. Scooby Snack says, Vikes tanked on purpose just to deny us a playoff spot, at least for this week. Yeah, Nick, I wish I could understand a little bit better. I've been trying to understand how this works a little bit, but I'm going to have to do some research on how the tiebreakers work. And the tough part that makes it even more complicated is you have these 4 tiebreaker situations, but it's a different set of rules for division versus wild card. So then that makes it even more complicated. So what I would apply as the tiebreaker in divisions, not what I would apply in the wild card break, but there's like 5 different tiebreakers that go down the line in succession from priority. It's going to take a little bit of I'm going to have to go take some mathematics courses this week. I'm going to need to do some advanced study in calculus. Yeah. Bella says, I'm so happy I'm still awake. I can't fall asleep. It's hot and I'm sweating and it's 119 and my B-day was 3 days ago again. And I had Texas Roadhouse twice today. So pumped because I still have my birthday presents. Well, happy birthday, Bella. Happy belated birthday. Seahawks Network says, yeah, the Sam was on the weak side. The Leo moves into the 5 tech and Cam was just outside the tight end, but you're right. It was used sparingly. Yeah, it was just, it's something they may be willing to do, but yeah, you're really at the end of the day, Cam comes down. If you're looking at 90% of his snaps minimum, he walks down into the box. He's between the middle linebacker and the outside linebacker usually, or if you got the Sam linebacker, he's between where the Sam linebacker is in the line of scrimmage and the middle linebacker, and he's behind their back by a couple steps. That's more often than not where he was going to line up, playing and play out. Cool Breeze says the Geno haters were quiet today in the chat. They were. No Geno hate today, which was surprising to see, right, Cool Breeze? Usually they're jumping out there. And he did eclipse 4,000 yards. That's cool to see by Geno. Having a great year. One of the better years in Seahawks history for a quarterback. And yeah, Russell Wilson's record is great stat there, King Bomber. Russell's at 4,219 yards passing for a season is a Seahawks record. Geno might set a Seahawks record there in that respect of things. I'd love to see it. And he's at 4,069, so all he needs is less than 200 yards to pass Russ. Yeah, sorry, and it's legit confusing me, Nick. So it's like, and my chat's been confused by and I Google searched it, and that didn't give me a lot of clarity. So I'm gonna have to deep dive this one, my brother. I gotta go into this to figure out what's what, because this one don't make much sense to me on the tiebreaker stuff. Right when I think I get it, I kind of just nope, don't get it. Wait, hold on. Nope, lost it again. Alexander says, how do you not know how the tiebreakers work? Literally based off of record from division to conference to league. I don't know, man. It just strikes me as a bit confusing on this one. And what I was reading about on the rules of this is that it's different from division to wild card. So I haven't had to consider it much in recent history, so I haven't looked into it too deeply. And it's like, it's one of those things that doesn't really, I care, but I don't care, like a little bit. Like, are we in or are we out? Who's got to win? Who's got to lose? It's kind of just give me the bottom line on it a little bit. But I don't know. This one confused me for some reason. Wu-Tang says, appreciate the hard work and coverage B. Quality win today. Playoffs or not. Just to visualize Jalen Carter and the throwback unis next year for the full Tez 2.0 experience. Sign me up, Wu-Tang. And thank you, man. I appreciate your appreciation. I love doing this, brother. And yep, I'm already dreaming Tez 2.0, man. I'm dreaming big. I'm dreaming big. Big Country says potentially a top 3 quarterback season in Hawks history. I think so, man. You're right. There was a couple of years in there with Russell that definitely might overtake him on that front. I certainly would give Russ in a couple of his seasons at least 2 of the 2 top. 19 for sure, 15, maybe even 17 in there. And 20 he threw for 40 touchdowns, but certainly the back half of that schedule was rough. But he's up there. If it's not top 3, it's top 4 all-time Seahawks season. Bella says, you're the best streamer I know, and I know like about 3 streamers. I love how much you love football, and I'm so pumped for what 2023 brings. Well, thank you, Bella. I love my team, and I love doing this stuff. It's awesome doing the stream and being able to interact with you guys like this. Nick says, enjoy that rabbit hole. I'll have to check your progress sometime, laughing out loud. I'll have it by Wednesday. Once I figure it out on Wednesday, I'll be tired. I'll have bags under my eyes. I'll be like that meme from Always Sunny in Philadelphia, right? Where he's smoking the cigarette, and behind him, I'm going to have like this little cords drawn up on the walls right behind me here, right? This happens here. This is connected to there. That's connected to this. I'll be having the crazed look like, no, you guys don't understand how we get in. I'm telling you, this is how we get in. Seahawks Network, the tie-breaking priority changes in different situations. So if teams are fighting for a wild card spot, conference record takes priority. Oh, you're saying Alexander Matthew. Yeah, it just gets confusing a little bit. Seahawks Blue and Green says, Russ seems like the pudgy dad that wants to play ball with the younger guys to seem cool. It does seem a little bit like that. He does seem just a bit like that. Cool Breeze Country, I agree. Those iterations of Russ were better, but add one more game and account for a slight inflation, and that describes the numbers. Oh, there we go. Yeah, there we go. The 1 game extra does amount in. You got to take that into account. Cool Breeze says, still, Gino's balling out. I can't believe folks could be upset at his play this year. No, he's been amazing. Been a great player. And why I feel like I'm still in that boat of saying I'm still would sign him to a contract extension, and I don't think he's going to cost as much as some people think he is going to cost. Daniel Bailey said the conference record is the tiebreaker for the wild card. Okay. I was hearing common opponents here a second ago before that. That's part of it. I got to look it up. I'll know for sure by Wednesday. Let me look by Wednesday and I'll understand it. Wu-Tang says Gino's more versatile than Russ. Russ had a few things he really specialized in, but limited the offensive playbook. Yes. Gino can run a more purified offense, modern NFL offensive playbook than Russ, even prime Russ. Scooby, the throwback uniforms are going to be so tight. I've been drooling for those for years. Bella says most people don't remember my name. I'm surprised you can remember it for an hour. By the way, I always watch your videos, just not live by because my tablet doesn't let me do the live. The name's sticking here. I get stuff sticks with me on that, Bella. I tend to try to remember that stuff. I don't know why. I'm not got the greatest of memory, but certain things can kind of stick in there. So, I don't know if I'll remember by the next stream. I'm going to try, but I don't know. I can't make any guarantees by the next one on that. Berkshow says, if Russ stinks in 2023, will the Broncos release him and just eat the money? Yeah. I think Berkshow, they're flirting with it right now. They're thinking about the option right now. Could we do this right now? Post June 1st, restructure some contracts. I mean, we could get out of it and maybe we could go find a different quarterback. This team is pretty well set up in other areas. Yeah. You're talking about another year of this kind of bad football. They will absolutely do that at that point, Berkshow. If they're already kind of nudging up to that line with their toes, they'll jump over that line at that point, would be my guess. I wouldn't be shocked, to be honest with you, if they found their way out of that contract this offseason. It would not blow me away if they just were like, no, we're not going to do the sunk cost fallacy stuff. Out. He's not good enough. He's done. We're done. Let's take the pain. Let's bear it and move on. Common opponents would be for the division tiebreaker, says Daniel. Okay. Well, this is making more sense now. Okay. So conference record, wild card, common opponents, division. Okay. Lions Mania was Tyler Lockett hurt today. Seemed to have some kind of leg thing go on, Lions Mania. Haven't been able to look into it as far as what it might have been, but yeah, something going on with that. King Bomber, I think there's a chance they roll with Russ for the start of the year next year and cut him midseason if he continues to suck. Yeah. I don't know if they'd go midseason, but after year 2, they'd be done at that point if it's more of the same. Erickson says, awesome stuff, Brandon. Thanks, dude. Seahawks up. Seahawks up, brother. Bergshow says, how much guaranteed money will Russ get if he's cut? I think I'm seeing like 150. I don't have the number exactly, Bergshow. Somewhere between, I think, 130, 150 or something like that. Seahawks Blue and Green, what's the franchise tag called that lets a team take a player but they have to give draft compensation if they do. I would do that on Geno for next year, draft Stroud, and then have him learn what year one. Okay, so let me see what called it. Let's a team take the player, but they have to give draft compensation if they do. So what you would do with that is that you put on the franchise tag, but it's the non-exclusive franchise tag is what it's called. And so what that means is that he's on the franchise tag, but any team can negotiate with them. Then the Seahawks would have the right to match any deal out there that would then be signed by Geno. But then if the team signs Geno, that's going to then cost 2 first-round picks to sign him. So you can understand at that point, even if you put him on a non-exclusive rights deal, no team is going to sign Geno Smith and give up 2 first-round picks for Geno Smith at this point in time, especially when they have to pay Geno on top of that. Now, would a team maybe give up 1 first-round pick? Would a team give up maybe a second and a third-round pick for Geno? Now we get to a place that might be a little more interesting, because what you do is you put the auspice of the franchise over Geno. He goes, I don't want to play for the franchise. There's a team out there that wants Geno. They come to them and go, hey, don't franchise him. Send the rights over our way. We'll get him on a contract extension. We'll give you these draft picks in return, which will still be below those 2 first-rounders that you would get if we just signed him right off the street. That's more of likely of a scenario in that case, as opposed to there being really a team willing to drop the 2 first-round picks for Geno. In Berg Show, it is an ungodly amount, because there's some of that money is the guaranteed money. It's that not bonus money, but guaranteed, where it's the way teams massage the numbers down the marker as far as the contract, but all of that accelerates pretty instantaneously for the most part. They can move some of the money around on it. They've got some ability to be flexible, but it would be tough. Seahawks Network says if there wasn't that stupid 17th game, we'd be in the playoffs right now. Bella says, sorry for leaving my tablet, kicked me out. I just got back. Oh, welcome back in. They cut a mid-season, restructure some contracts. They can be out like $5 to $10 million in dead money for 2024. So getting in mid-season 2023, see if it gets any better. That makes sense. Daniel says, crazy how we have a solid game offensively without Lockett and DK having a good game and our third guy, Goodwin, out. True, man. Offense was rolling. It helps when you got the running game going for 130 yards from Kenneth, and then I think about another 40, 45 yards from DJ Dallas too. But yeah, good point. Wu-Tang says, Russ pulled off the Walmart heist of the century. Yeah, I mean, Walmart's been bitching and moaning about all the theft in their stores, and they're threatening to close down stores. I think they're having to close down stores because of that Russell Wilson contract. Bella says, hey, Brando, do you know the YouTuber Sam and Colby? I do not. Colby says, there's no way Russ gets cut this offseason, maybe after next year if he's still trash, but I doubt it. I still doubt it. I think if he's still trash next year, he does get cut. But I agree with you. I don't think that it's going to happen this offseason. No way. Berkshire, in my opinion, Russ is done. I think his brain is scrambled through multiple concussions. He's in his mid-30s. He's undersized, overweight, can't run anymore. He's basically done. Yeah, I don't think he's improving anytime soon. I think, honestly, if the Broncos were smart at this point, I think they would realize the situation for what it is. And I think what they're going to try to do is we put so much into this. We put these draft capital into this. We gave up these players. We gave them this money. We got to find some value from this deal. We got to find some value. Let's get some value. So we got to find a way to make it work. It's like, no, it ain't going to work. It ain't going to happen. And maybe he gets a little bit marginally better, but he ain't taking the Broncos to diddly squat. Yeah. King Bomber, so how does the exclusive rights thing work? Couldn't you just give someone a vet minimum deal and then put 3 firsts on him? Wouldn't that be abusing the deal? Exclusive rights thing work. Okay, so there's the franchise tag you have, which is non-exclusive, where a team can then pay him, right? But the exclusive franchise tag, meaning that no team can come in and offer him a contract, means that you then have to pay him on a franchise tag deal. So for King Bomber, you got $31.5 million would be the cost for Geno Smith on a franchise tag. That would be so when you say vet minimum deal, I don't know what you mean by vet minimum deal. There's a transitional tag that you can put on players, which is also match based, but that wouldn't apply to Geno Smith. And you only can then apply the transitional tag to then those players that are on rookie deals. You can't apply them to veterans. So if I have a guy, if I've got a guy that leaves his 3rd year of his contract and he's going into his 4th year, I could before put on a transition tag where technically speaking, a team can go out there and sign him. I could get draft capital back in return, like a 3rd, 4th round pick if they sign that guy in the transitional tag. That's like the lower end franchise tag thing. But you can only do that on guys on the rookie contracts. And then it's only after their third year. And it's only then if they're not a first round pick, because first round picks get 5-year contracts that are then slotted in. Dave B says, would Russ look any better with a different coach? No. He went through 3 offensive coordinators when he was here. You know? Now that's another common element out there. Well, he needs to get a guy that can bring him back to what he was in Seattle. Like, look, he basically got his offensive coordinator fired in a year where he threw 40 touchdowns in a year. You know, the problem, Dave, comes down to this. And I've been on this for 2 years, so this isn't just a recent trek with me. This isn't me, Dave, making this call after the trade happened with Russ, and now I'm going to have revisionist history when I look at Russell Wilson. Go back and watch my live stream reaction to the Seahawks losing to the Giants 2 years ago. And I bring very much specifically issue by issue, by bullet point at the start of that stream and that post-game stream. You can go back and watch it to this day. And I come right out. I even show you my notepad. Here are 10 notes of things that Russell's not doing from the quarterback position that's holding him back here. Those same 10 things have been applied this year on a different team. It's not magically getting corrected by a different coach. He is incapable of doing it. You know, that's why you're through 3 offensive coordinators here to come to that recognition with Russell. We're like, oh, look, the light bulb's never coming on, even when we modernize our offense to Waldron. Bye-bye. And right now what the Broncos are, rather than coming to that assessment of the situation, instead they're trying to trick themselves into it. They're trying to talk themselves into it. It's like, well, we dropped $250 million on him. Well, we dropped the 2 first-round picks. We dropped the 2 second-round picks. We gave up all those picks. Oh, God, we can't bail on that. We've already invested so very much, right? But your investment doesn't mean anything towards whether or not that gets corrected or whether Russell's able to correct that or not. And as I've said with Russ, Dave, it's neck up stuff. You know, the lonely work that Geno Smith did for 10 years, not for one off season, okay? Not for 2 off seasons, for the work that he's done for 10 years in the background to improve his game is the same type of work that Russell has not done because he's always leaned back on his physical ability, you know? And what you got here right now is you got the ant and the grasshopper. And the ant's Geno Smith, and he's been stowing away nuts and food for the winter. And he's in his nice little warm little bungalow underneath the roots of the tree. And he's looking at the grasshopper who was laughing at him through all those years, who's real fast and jumping around and hippie hopping every different direction, right? But now that grasshopper's cold. The winter's hit. Sleet's coming down and hitting him his little grasshopper face. And that's Russell Wilson. And the weather ain't changing. And he didn't gather any nuts. And that's where it goes, you know? Bella says, well, Sam and Colby explore abandoned haunted places, dry entertaining. I'll try to check it out. Thanks for the suggestion. And you guys sure go strong. We're at 11 o'clock. I've been streaming 10 hours. I got 120 people in here in that chat. The chat's still like, you guys can go. Woo! Dave B, it says, it's insane how much he's dropped off. It is, but it's, you know, as you get to your mid-30s, the physical nature of this goes with it, Dave. And that this is it's not unusual to Russell Wilson. You know, you can go and look at all of the great quarterbacks who've come through the last 10 years that still are playing the game of football at 34, 35, 36 years old. Everyone is going to go through this physical dialing back. Maybe absent a guy like Tom Brady who, you know, especially when it comes to being mobile, wasn't all that mobile to begin with. What happens here, Dave, is whether your name is Tony Romo, Phillip Rivers, Tom Brady, Peyton Manning, Drew Brees, whether you're any of those guys, what you're doing over that 10-year period at the quarterback position as you get to be 34, 35, and those skills begin to erode, is you're building up yourself from the neck up. You're getting better at beating the blitz. Why? Because you've seen every blitz in the book. You're getting better at the line of scrimmage. Why? Because you've seen every iteration of every defensive front that ever could be shown, right? Why? Because you've gotten better at your study habits and the film sessions and doing, again, as I call it, the lonely work. It's called lonely work for a reason, Dave. And the reason is because it's not stuff you put on Instagram. Russ loves to show you the Instagram shots of the beautiful throws he's making on his little practice field with his little Team 3 logo on the field, right? Loves to show you those throws. You know what you don't see from Russell Wilson in his Instagram? Him on there grinding tape. Showing him on there going through all of the intricacies of that. Why is that? Because it's not exciting. It's not cool. And that's a little bit of Russell's game that he got enraptured with. Well, just ain't cool to do that. It's not cool to be diving in the film study that much. I know what I need to see. I got it. No, you need to get into it. You need to do what's that lonely work where there ain't an Instagram camera over your shoulder making you feel super gratified by you doing that work. You just got to go do the work. And Russ didn't do the work. Russ skipped that homework. He always thought the physical ability was always going to be, always thought he could scramble out of trouble, always could go for the home run ball. No, you got to learn how to play the quarterback better. You got to grow your game. I've referenced it, Dave, as he needed to do the postgraduate quarterback work that he didn't do. He said, I got the 4-year degree. I'm good. I mean, he's not good. And he's not getting any better anytime soon, but it's not insane to me. It's very explainable, Dave, to me. Explainable to me when I saw this stuff 2 years ago and I brought it up. And I got flamed in my chat at the time, Dave, for bringing it up. All the Russell Wilson lovers said, what are you talking about? How dare you speak about him that way? It's like, look, it's the truth of the situation. And it can be unfortunate, it can be weird, it can be strange, but it's still, at the end of the day, boils down to the fact that it's the truth of the situation. Russell Wilson did not grow his game from the neck up over the years. He kept leaning on all the stuff from the neck down. And that stuff goes away. That stuff fails. That stuff fades. Can you grow the other parts of your game to overcome it, right? Like a scale where you lose a little on this end, but you build a little on this end to counterbalance it. He didn't counterbalance. As in Shelbo, hey Brandon, very late to the stream tonight. Surprised you're still going. Big Lions fan next Sunday. Yeah, we're gonna get this kind of closed up here pretty soon. I'm getting hungry. We're almost 10 hours in here. John Stillwell with a $10 donation, finishing us up right here. Appreciate you on that one. John says the value Denver can get out of the Wilson mess is to relieve themselves of Russell and his entourage. Beautifully said. That's a fantastic way for on a final donation point there for us to kind of finish up through on this. But yes. Look, Denver needs to look at this situation and go, what do we want to do here in the future? Do we want to marry ourselves to Russell Wilson? Or do we want to get the most out of this team going into the future? Do we want to try to turn this team around as humanly possible as it could be? And I don't think those two answers necessarily align themselves with each other. I don't. And as hard as it would be to cut Russ, if I was running Denver right now, as tough a decision as that would be to make, as hard of a decision as it is to make, you make it. Pull the Band-Aid off. You don't do when you pull a Band-Aid off, do you need to just slowly pull it on, and especially when you got some hair like I do on my arms here, or do you rip it off? And if you're not looking at this situation with Russell Wilson right now, and as I said, for me especially, has this been as a couple-year situation? This isn't merely, Russell arrived at Denver and now he's suddenly bad. Russell hasn't been good for the last year and a half, bottom line. And he has been eroding here for a little bit of time. And so if I know that he's not going to get any better, if I know his game's going to improve, if I know he's unwilling to do that lonely work, partly because I wonder if he's kind of checked out of football, if I don't think as much the love of football is there. I think he's more of I'm in on this and I'm in on this and how about my NFTs and I'm going to go over here and do this and let's go out into here and look over here. I think he's very much a guy with a lot of different, his attention frayed in a lot of different directions. But if you as Denver are going, he ain't going to get fixed, then you got to pull the Band-Aid off fast and see if you can turn this around. And yeah, it's going to be a year of really tough pain to do that. And you're going to be operating with a little bit of one arm behind your back. But that's a great defense they got. And they have a quarterback this year who for most of this year, if you had simply scored 18 points in a game, you would have been 9-1 at one point in the season. Tell me they can't go out there and find another quarterback to fill in for Russell at that point, even if it was a third-round quarterback in this draft, that could at the very least give them that. I think Hendon Hooker can give them 18 points. So not only is it a matter of not able to get the more out of Russ as we go forward or getting Russ back to where he was from a prime level, it's also about, can I get better quarterback play from another guy? It's a little bit like the Wilson situation in New York, where the guy is so bad that the replacement level guy who's nothing great, a Brock Purdy type guy who's not all that great, can still be better than what you're getting out of Wilson next year right now, so to speak. And if I've got that Bronco defense where I've got them right now and how good they are playing, do I want to sell in that Bronco defense for a couple of years to try to find a way to get Wilson right? Or get the offense up to a bare enough snuff to where they can be a team that, is able to win some defensive-minded games, has a quarterback that can make enough throws. And I would, if I was Denver, make that choice. I would. I think they're going to pull this Band-Aid off slow, and all it's going to serve to do is elongate the time period that it takes for them to get out from under the Russell Wilson situation. Just Tudor's little grasshopper face. I'm dying. Bella Pumpkin is still here. She's walking around trying to figure out what she wants to do next. She's like, stop streaming. Give me some pets. Berg Show says Terry Bradshaw was done at 35. Joe Namath was done at 35. Tom Brady's a freak of nature. Yeah, it's you just can't count on that being the new standard because Brady and Rodgers have gotten themselves through like they have. For every Brady and Rodgers, you've got three of a Romo, Breeze, Phillip Rivers, Matt Ryan. You mentioned Terry Bradshaw. I mean, this is kind of how it goes for quarterbacks. You're 35. You're kind of getting close to being done at that point. And if you're not going to be done at that point, it's going to mean that you're brilliant from the neck up. It means that you've mastered the game from the neck up because you're not going to have the physical potential to lean back on. Great point there, Bergs. Tommy says Geno's 20,022 projections, 70% completion, nearly 71% completion percentage, 4,400 yards, 31 touchdowns, 10 interceptions, 102.9 rating. That would be a Seattle record for yards and a 3-to-1 touchdown interception ratio. Amazing year for him. Absolutely amazing year for him. Absolutely. Have a good night, Bella. Randy Wagner says to the best country sportscaster, Brandon and the Hawks Nest. To all participants in the chat, it is 1 right now. Happy New Year. Hey, Happy New Year, man. And thank you so much, Randy. Another great stream here with you folks. Always having a good time with y'all. Key Bomber says, do you think we should trade for Zach Wilson or wait till 10 years before we sign Zach Wilson to get a franchise quarterback? Let's wait. Ute says, yeah, Russ has been far more concerned with his brand than football, which doesn't matter when you're bad at football. And I've long maintained with Russ and having his attention in every different direction. You know, this whole I don't need to put all the time in the football that way. I can compartmentalize and I'll put 2 hours a day to my football. And then I've got my 3 hours to this in Denver. And I've got my this in Denver over here that I want to go. And, this over here and I want to do this and I'm going to go over to this. I still maintain football is a really highly competitive sport. And if you want to be the best of the quarterback position, you need to make football your life. Not like, well, it's what I do, but I got a lot of things I do. I haven't seen a quarterback who's got his attention frayed as much as Wilson does versus other QBs out there. Even a guy like Tom Brady waited for a very long period of time before he jumped fully into the whole other stuff market, especially like even doing a lot of, sponsorships and ad deals and stuff like that. And I just think it's competitive. These guys want it. These guys are in every day, nose to the grindstone. And I don't think it's a matter of Russ not being able to work hard enough. I just think that it's a matter of he gets so distracted by all of the stuff he's doing. It's like when he says, I only do 6 hours of sleep a night. It's like, huh? You're a professional athlete trying to get 6 hours of sleep a night? That's why. That's dumb. Any person looking at the body and telling you about repair and operating at your cognitive best would go, that's not a smart approach. But again, he's got so much he's got to do. Get up, and it's not so much I've got to do around football, but so much I just got to do. And I think there's only so many hours in a day. I can attest to that. Randy Wagner, though, you're awesome, man. Go Hawks, brother. Addison Shelby says, let's all manifest this Lions victory and buy Jared Goff jerseys. Let's do it, man. I might have to buy a Lions shirt here for the stream to try to, maybe I'll wear that. Give us some black next week. Danny W says, does this Russell contract change the way players are signed after trades, or do teams forget 1 to 2 years from now and make the same mistake? They probably make the same mistake. Teams just don't have the guts at times to really put stuff on the line and make sure of things. I got to give our Hawks credit because we made the trade for Jamal Adams. We didn't just sign him to a contract extension. We didn't even go out there and show it to us first before we gave him that money. But indeed, most of these trades, when they do happen, especially for first round picks, it's a Laramie Tunsil. If it's the situation like this, you're going to have to pay all the money. You're going to have to pay all the money on that kind of thing. Seahawks Blue and Green says, if Goff can pull it off, I'll forgive him for beating us in the playoffs. Me too. All will be forgiven for Goff. He will be known as God Goff evermore. Bergshow says, I've heard Russ say he only needs 2 hours of sleep. Yeah, it's ridiculous. You're a pro athlete, and medical science is telling pro athletes now to go the opposite way. It's more of like, no, you don't just need 8 hours of sleep. You need 9 hours of sleep. Your body needs to repair itself. It's ridiculous that a guy is his athlete that's going, I'm going years at a time with 6 hours of sleep. Well, how? That's why? For the hell of it. Yeah, Megan, I think Russ got into believing the hype about him too. The head just went like this. And now it fills a whole room. More sleep, less high knees is right, Wu-Tang. John Stillwell with another $10 dono. My God, John, that's like third, fourth dono on the channel tonight. Thank you so much, brother. You are awesome. Appreciate you, bro. Says, I'm a CPA and securities and analyst among many professional. Let me read this right here, John. Sorry, the mouth gets tongue-tied 10 hours in. I'm a CPA and securities analyst among the many professions I've stumbled into. I sure wish the sunk cost fallacy wasn't such a mental block for most people. So you see why I reference it. You're running into it too. I've run into it in my life often. When I've done IT, it's different obviously from CPA and doing accounting stuff, but I've run into the same thing with IT work, where it's just people get along this path. And if they've invested even a little bit into something, they've invested their soul into it a little bit too. And so often it's in life, you do see a lot. You do see a lot with it where you go, but if you could just be more flexible to go and look, own the mistake, move off of the point, just own it and move off of it. And then you can correct the situation. But it does, John. It does. It's a human nature. It's a psychological thing. And you see it over a lot of different, not just football, but over a lot of different professions and in life. And if I sink something into it, I'm now invested into it, as opposed to I sunk something into it. Now let me see if that works and then make my assessment now after the point of seeing whether it works or not. Instead, it's like, well, it didn't work this time, but it'll get around to working because I've already put this into it. Let me put a little more into it. And then that only reinforces the mentality even further, right? It only reinforces more of you being more embedded to that. So saying, okay, no, now we put a little extra into it. Now we really got to be committed to this. Now we got to really stay committed to this. But when it comes to the Russ talk and him being fixed, and what I'm hearing about people's propositions for how they fix him, I sit there and I shake my head with it. I go, none of that makes any sense. Who is the great offensive-minded coach you're going to bring into Denver's situation that's going to correct Russ? I hear the Harbaugh talk. I don't know if he's fixing Russ. I don't know why he'd want to go there. Peyton's not going there. You're going to get a second-hand offensive coach that you're going to try to talk yourself into because you can't get the prime guys because nobody's going to want to go to an organization that has no money to spend, that just dropped $250 million on a quarterback who sucks, and that has no draft picks in the draft either. That's not going to appeal to any coach with any kind of real measure of brilliance or ability to them. So you're bringing in the second-hand coach now, and you're going to try to make it where so many of this to me is very clear on me with this, John, where if you're Denver, jump out of it. Every sign of this deal has told you that this is not a good deal. And yeah, you gave up a lot. Yeah, you're invested in, but your investment in has nothing to do about the current assessment of where Wilson stands right now. Right now. And as I said, prior to this year, he had a year and a half of bad football. It's been 2.5 years of bad football from Russell Wilson. Since that hot start to 2020, halfway into that year, up to this current season right now, that's 2.5 seasons of bad ball. I don't know the last quarterback in my life that's come back from 2.5 bad seasons as he's moving into his mid-30s and became something anywhere close to what he was in his prime. I can't think of one single example, and I don't think the chat could either on that, John. But yeah, it is certainly human nature. It is certainly human nature. John, your human nature to be so giving as you are on the channel is really appreciated, brother. Thank you for all of your support to the channel, both here and in Patreon and as a member, man. You were amazing. Estes, is Jordan Brooks the answer moving forward? No, he's not. Jordan Brooks has shown you that in every way, shape, and form, really, he's not the answer. And past him being a first-round pick, if Jordan Brooks was a fifth-round linebacker that you moved out there and was doing what he's doing right now, you would. By the way, I want to show you guys something. Okay. So what you have here, folks, is these are my original 2 first years of the Hawks Nest channel. These were my draft research. And now I'm away from handwritten notes from what I was doing through the first couple of years. I've gone away to that now. I'm doing obviously like a spreadsheet thing. But I wanted to show you guys this. If I can find it here. No, not that one. Okay. So what you see here, folks, I'll show you my writing. These are my small handwritten notes, but this is on Jordan Brooks from a couple of years ago. These are my handwritten notes on Jordan Brooks. Do you see right there at the bottom there, that 5th round grade that I've got on him? So you guys, let me know. Here's my notes on him. This is again from 2 years ago prior to Brooks being drafted by your Hawks. So this is before I knew we were going to draft him. I've got not great at read and reacting, slow even. He's uncomfortable in coverage, impressive when the read is easy, struggles when the read is not. Maybe at his best as an off-ball linebacker over center, maybe a 3-4 linebacker, not really all that sure. My bottom line was that he wows you with speed and agility, but he does not have a high motor. He doesn't fight off blocks. You're drafting his athletic profile. 5th round pick. And my chat was laughing at me. My chat was laughing at me on that night of the draft when I said, you can go watch my draft reaction to Jordan Brooks right now. I've got my last 3 reactions to the 3 first-round picks. It was Collier, Brooks, and Eskridge. I posted the video last year to the channel. I ask you now. The chat laughed on me on the draft night when Jordan Brooks was taken the first round. They said, oh, you got a 5th round grade on him. Well, that's glad you're not our general manager is what they said. Glad you don't GM this team. I ask you now. Was my assessment on Jordan Brooks off? Or was it right on the button? John Stillwell Perno's got a quote, God's a Seahawks fan. You know he's a Seahawks fan. We all know this. We all know this. Megan says, I have insomnia, and before I was diagnosed was getting 4 hours of sleep a night, which was never enough. Now I take melanin and sleep 12 hours a night. There you go. And probably much healthier for doing so, Megan. We need sleep. Human body requires sleep. See, Blue and Green, listen to Russ post-game interview if you need to fall asleep. Yeah, that'll put you out. That'll put you out quick. Have a good night, John. Thank you for all the donos, brother. Appreciate you. Wu-Tang says, when Uncle Sharp is raging out on Broncos quarterback on national TV, it's real bad. Yeah, that's one of the things that to me most, when I went away, they got to get out of this, is when you got Sharp going on TV, and Sharp is a Denver Bronco through and through. And he's got that love for that organization. He wants to see nothing but the best for them. When he's going out and going scorched earth with Skip on TV on the Broncos, when he's talking about having inside sources and there being some people that don't like Russ in that locker room, danger, Will Robinson, danger. That's I just did. I was trying to do the crocodile hunter actually. Danger, crikey, get your hand out of that coacula. I'm killing Megan right now with my Australian, but the bottom line is Sharp talking like he is not. It ain't no just small thing for him to kind of pipe up like that and to say what he said over some of the recent episodes where there was Skip and Shannon. And it does speak to the fact that it's gotten bad. Real bad there. That boy says, that's wild. You were right. It's why I trust my assessments, man. I look at my assessments of the draft in recent years, and what's nice with this is what you do this on video is that I can't lie, right? I can't go back. You can go back and watch my live stream reaction to drafting Jordan Brooks in the moment it is happening. And it's why I'll be willing to get flamed from folks where they go, you're out of your mind. That's just crazy. Where I go, oh, let's see. Let's give it some time. Let's see where it goes. But I think I was right on the button with Jordan Brooks. Not that he wasn't fast. Not that he couldn't be a rangy linebacker. Not that he wasn't a good tackler. But he had no feel in coverage. He had no natural instincts. That's a problem in today's modern NFL when you talk about projecting a linebacker, even as fleet of foot as he was. A guy that was reportedly a guy that if he wasn't injured with his shoulder at the time was going to run like a 4.4 in his pro day. But even with that kind of speed, it becomes neutralized if your instincts suck. Because that step that you are a little bit closer from an athletic profile becomes a step slower when it comes to your read and reaction ability. You lose your athleticism by what's going on in your processing power in the brain. Megan says, I always handwritten my notes. Now I have it on computer. Yeah, I when I was doing it at the start of this, I would do it and then I'd get I type so much faster. So now I'm just in typing. I can do way more notes now because I was restricting myself with the handwritten stuff. But yeah, I was going deep on it. Someday we'll go through my books and we'll see. I'm going to be doing draft breakdown. Like, let's see how I did on some of my stuff, grab out random names, flip them open and see how I did on my breakdowns. Addison says, did you see that Russ got choked up at the podium when thanking his teammates for supporting him? I didn't. I haven't had a chance to check it out, Addison, but I will, for sure. And it's been a hard year on Russ. I know I'm very hard on him too as well, and I'm not trying to beat on him for anything personally. I've got nothing personal against Russ. He's the greatest quarterback in Seahawks history, and there's a lot of respect that he'll garner from me on that. But if we're talking about making an assessment about where he is as a player right now, I think you got to do that honestly and kind of take that and put that in the back. But no doubt about it as well. He's been given a hard hand to deal with there in Denver this year. He kind of set the stage for this. You know, it's a little bit of be careful what you wish for. You might just get it. So a little bit of this is Russell sort of asking for this. You ask out of town from a place that loves you and worships you to go to a place that's going to say, hey, what are you doing for me lately? Then you're going to want a contract before you even played one football game for him. This is going to raise some hanker. Then you're going to want your own office and you're going to want your own parking spaces. It's going to raise a little bit of rancor in a locker room. Cool Breeze says, Jeff, Saturday and Team 3, a.k.a. the Lord's Day, a weekend collab for the ages. Seahawks Blue and Green, if you think about it, Russ's poor play will have exponential effects. Current players and future free agent and coaches won't want to be there. Agreed. I think there was a bit of a hindrance in bringing in and having a full slate of all the names that were potentially out there and bringing in offensive coordinators a couple of years ago. I don't think you were going to get the best of the best because some of them knew about the limitations with Russ at that time, and they didn't want to sign up for it. Danny W says, no, that's not the most when Sharp is on TV. Sharp is on a TV show. It's his job to go scorched earth and make a spectacle. That's definitely the least of the red flags. I don't agree. It's a different state, I think, a little bit, Daniel, when you talk about Denver, the team that he played all of those years for, the team that he's in the Hall of Famer for as. That's a little bit different than him talking about other teams. And when he starts bringing up inside sources, he wants to see that team do well. And if he's bringing it up, I take it like he's bringing it up because he sees that this is a big concern, a worry, and he's trying to put a bit of a spotlight on it. I think there's a level of care that he has for that team that he's not going to have for the Seattle Seahawks or for the Las Vegas Raiders or for the Miami Dolphins. I think there's a little bit of a different view in how he views those and talks about those teams from one to the other. Daniel says, great assessment on Jordan Brooks, by the way. Thank you, man. I trusted it on that night. I still trust that day. I think I was on the point with it. I'm glad though a couple years later it gets to bear out. I wish he had been a better player. I wish I'm actually saying to you guys I was wrong. I completely missed the boat on that one. Well, Carroll and Schneider showed you why they're smarter than me on that one. I wish actually I could say that. But that was one that you could see on the tape. That was a miss by this organization that you could see coming. I'm not super brilliant. It was that the tape told you what was going to be with Jordan Brooks. It was very obvious who he was and what he was going to be as a player. Megan says, Jesus is a Seahawks fan, B. I mean, he has 12 followers after all. Exactly. And there is no coincidences in that respect, Megan. Yeah, Megan, the accents get bad after 10 hours. What can I say, Especially that Aussie accent. That could be a tough one. You gotta hit that right if you're going to land it. Berg Show says, Brandon, have you watched Gino? He smiles during interviews. Have you watched Russ? He never smiles. It's because of his concussions. He's really toast, dude. Gino's more lucid. Maybe. I think it's a little bit too. Gino's just willing to also just talk frankly and just say what's on his mind. I think with Russ, it's got to go through that filter of, is this the appropriate thing to be saying? Is this going to be the thing that makes people like me enough if I say it this way and this way? Right? He's doing all this processing before it comes out of his mouth. And so it ends up coming out very, a little bit stilted. I am still at it, man. I'm going to wrap this up here. Lions Mania, thank you, bro. Please go out there and do the Lord's good work next week, okay? We already established Jesus is a Seahawks fan, so now your Lions need to go out there and do right by Jesus, okay? Help Jesus' team next week. Take care of the Packers. Let's not get the Packers back in the playoffs again here, Lions Mania. Nobody wants to see that. Nobody wants to see Aaron Rodgers' stupid face in the playoffs. So please go out there and do the right thing. Seahawks Blue and Green, it's cool? Someone to have a drink with? Oh, wait. Yeah, careful with him on the drinks. Addison, exactly. I've also have nothing personal against Wilson. I just wanted to see him do poorly for this one season since we have Denver's draft picks. After the season, I don't care what Russ does. Me too. Exactly the same way I am. I got nothing personal against him, but I do want to see him do bad this year. I've wanted to see that. Shove him in the turf, Lions Mania. Take that sucker out. Actually, don't, because then Jordan Love will come in and he might play better. Just take care of it. Your offense has been spectacular all year. Be spectacular in this game. Go out there and give it to him, man. Give it to him. We're going to be the two great teams in the NFC going in the future, man. Start it up right now. Get that engine revving right now. Dan Campbell Express. Here we go. Toot, toot. Come on. Come on, daddy boy. Megan B, speaking of scouting, can you please send me my report on Caleb Williams, please? Yeah. I'll pass it back over to you for sure. I still got my email thing. We think hopefully Rodgers decides to throw some goal line picks again. Hopefully, that'd be nice. Cool Breeze, rather have a drink with Gino than Russ. Yeah, I would too. And I've been a Hawks fan since the 90s. Laughed my ass off. I love Russ, but Gino's an easy pick. Yeah, he is. He is. Seahawks Blue and Green, I want Dan Campbell as the next coach. How can you not root for Dan Campbell? How can you not say, hey, I hope this guy succeeds? You know he loves the sport. You know he's all in. You know his passion is there. You know he wants to do everything he can in his power. That's all you can ask for from a head coach. You know? When's the last time the Lions went 2-0 against the Packers? It was 1982. Estes, I hope Darrell Taylor can stay on his incline moving into next season. I see potential. He's gotten better as the year gone on here, Estes. And look, he's got some special skills that he brings to the table that you don't find in drafts very easily. He's got to refine out his game. Be sure nice if he could work on some other pass rush moves this offseason, especially having a better counter inside. Just fight a little bit better usage of his hands and hand fighting and getting himself free. He gets caught sometimes on blocks and he just gets stuck and he can't get off of them. But he has shown some flashes this year, and that first step quickness and that bend is very special in certain respects. It's something you can usually build on pretty easily as a pass rusher. Berg Show, do you ever see Gruden being a coach again in the NFL? I like him. Nah, unfortunately, I like Gruden too overall, Berg Show, but it is a little bit in that cancer culture age now where you overstep in the way that Gruden overstepped and you're snipped. Whether it's right or virtuous or over or correct or wrong, it almost doesn't matter in this day and age. If you get put into that category, you're put in that category and you're not being removed from it. So no, John's not only he's not going to get a coaching job, I don't think he'll probably get a broadcasting job going forward as well, which is also unfortunate. So, or fortunate, I don't know, depending on where you stand with him. But I do think he's a good coach. Who takes us Campbell's kneecap soup? Get a can today. Hey, that would sell like hotcakes. King Bomber says, Darrell Taylor is the reason I don't want to draft Anderson. I can understand that. Quickness is definitely still both of those guys' game, and a lack of refinement in their pass rush repertoire is definitely a part of who they are. Estes, I want Jalen Carter too, man. I'm glad you liked that Cortez Kennedy video. I truly did see it. I truly did see the echoes of Cortez's game and his game. Blue and green, big chunks of kneecaps in every bite. That's the tagline. So it's Campbell's kneecap soup. Big chunks of kneecap in every bite. I might have to do a video, a Lions content video on this one, Lions Mania. I'd put a little Campbell's chunky soup label together and everything. Berg Show says, wait, you're saying just because Gruden said the N-word, he'll never have a job again? Really? It's not me making the judgment on him here, Berg Show. So I'm not saying like I would keep Gruden from having a job again because he used N-word or he spoke in colorful language. It's just the nature of the climate that we're in right now. I'm not saying I approve of it. I don't. I like better just being able to kind of say whatever you want to say. And if people don't like it, they can turn it off. But that's not the world we live in now. Now, I guess we're told words are violence somehow. I don't agree with it. But, you get a lot of people that get into their feelings on stuff. And this, as I said, you get put in that category. It sucks. But once you get put into it, there's like not a lot you can do to get yourself out of it. You've been painted with that scarlet letter A, and now it's stuck. Megan says, I have no sympathy for Russ after the way he torched Pete on the way out of Seattle. Definitely wasn't protecting the team on that little bit. Guru Bree says, more Mafe. More Mafe's always good. All right, folks, we're 10 and a half hours in. My voice is done. I am starving. So we are going to go ahead and wrap this one up. Another fantastic show here today. Please do me a favor if you can, folks. Hit that like button. If you haven't already hit that like button, please do hit the like button. It does help me show up as far as on other Seahawks searchers of Seahawks content out there, which does help us grow. It's helped us grow this year by you hitting that like button. So please do hit that like button for me, please. And if you're not subscribed, please do get subscribed. Doesn't cost you anything. It's free. All you got to do is hit that little button. I don't do clickbait videos, so I won't overload your feed or anything like that. But please do get subscribed if you're not already subscribed here to the Hawks Nest. We're on the road here to 11,000, hoping to finish off this season and this year right as we head through our just about to complete our 4th year here at the Hawks Nest. I really do appreciate all of you guys out there in the chat today. As always, we got 10 hours of talk. We're able to have disagreement. We're able to have fervent disagreement. We're able to arrive at points where we go, God, I don't see where you're coming from. Well, I don't see where you're coming from. That's all right. We had a discussion. We had a back and forth. I learned a little bit more about what your perspective is that I might disagree with. You learned a little bit about my perspective that you might disagree with. And it's beyond what I say. It's with you guys in the chat that I see that back and forth so respectfully go. I always say, and I will always continue to say, that is what will make this channel whatever it can be. It's the community here. It's not me yakking for 10 hours. It's the interaction with the community. It's you folks being able to have that interaction in between you and being able to keep things on the level. Being able to keep things on the same level. If I'm talking to you in a bar and we're having a disagreement, then I'm not going to take it to a place that's disrespectful or out of line. We can keep this all in line. And you guys are amazing in that respect of things. And so thank you to all of you. That's what's going to help to take this channel to wherever it's going to be going here in the future. And I hope you guys do really recognize that because you're a big part of that. Just every bit as much of the part of that process, any bit as much as I possibly could be into it. So thank you so much. Seattle Seahawks, Super Bowl champs in 2025. I love that as a prediction, and this is the best kind of way to finish off. It says, go Hawks. You got a little bit of a kitty. Your kitty looks a little bit like my kitty, man. So thank you for the $2 donation. I really appreciate you on that. You are awesome. King Bomber, as much as I like Anderson, I would love to have him on the team. Don't you think we have too many outside linebackers who could be potential starters next year? You're going to move one if you're taking Will Anderson, King Bomber. So you're probably going to try to find somebody for Darrell Taylor at that point. See if you can get a 4th round pick back for him, something like that. 3rd round pick maybe back for him. You're probably moving one of those guys at that point. Maybe it's Uchenna. But yeah, you're going to move one of those guys and offload him at that point. Who it is and who it isn't, I don't know. You'd probably run with 3 deep, but you wouldn't run with 4 deep on Anderson. King Bomber, can Taylor develop? Can Mafi develop? Will we pay Nwosu? What's up with Tariq Smith, Alton Robinson, the Seahawks? All those questions? Oh my goodness. I got to get some food here, brother. I'm hungry. I'll answer those questions on the next run. Can Taylor develop? I don't know. Can Mafi develop? Yes. He's a young guy. He's still coming along. Will we pay Nwosu? I don't think you're going to pay him to a contract extension this offseason. You're going to let him ride on the final year of his deal. Tariq Smith, they stashed him away on IR. He'll be back next year. We'll see where he's at. I've heard he's had hip problems. I don't know if that means he's going to be able to go or not. We'll see. Alton Robinson is a Seahawk. He'll come back next year, but the knee injury, he just couldn't get over it. So, TJ, new record, 10 hours. I think we went 13 hours at one point, but we're close. King Bomber, that was a rhetorical question. I still answered it. I still got it. All right, guys, I appreciate you all. Thank you for all of the donations in the chat. John Stillwell, Seahawks. I can't even mention them all. Garth Knight, Bruce Spring, John Stillwell, all those chat. Washington Fistquest, R. Sanchez, Robert Jimenez, Randy McDaniel, Megan Gockrocher, Kirk Stemmers, Teaker 610, Beyond Balance. So many donations today. Thank you for all of the support in the chat. You guys are amazing. As I say, you're helping me be able to do this full time. I'm going to jump right up in tomorrow and start working again back in on my Will Anderson tape. So thank you so much for you guys, all the support throughout this season and letting me really chase after my dream whole hog. Not partially, not having to kind of just little bits by the day, but to really go whole hog on this channel this season. This has been an awesome experience to be able to go like this at this channel and be able to attack it in this way. I'm so excited for the future with you guys and what this channel is going to be able to, where we're going to be able to go and all of the places that we can kind of continue to expand upon with this channel. So thank you to all of you. I appreciate all of you. I love all of you. And I don't want you guys to forget now. We need the Lions to go on into Lambeau and take down the mighty Packers. The mighty, we own this division for 15, 20 years, Packers. You guys ain't ever going to touch it. Well, now it's your time, Lions. Now it's your time to go out there and take it. Now it's your time to knock. They've had their run. They've had their chances. They've had 25, 30 years of great quarterback play. Now is your time. Go take it. Go take it for us and help get us into the path because we're going to handle business. We're going to take care of LA. We're going to take care of LA by a good 2-3 touchdowns. They're done. Don't even think about that. We need you Lions to do us some work. I'm going to say something no NFL fan has said over the last 10 years, 20 years in football. Detroit Lions, I need you to win next week so my team can get in the playoffs. Can you get that done? Yeah, you can. And to my fellow Seahawks fans out there, you might be having a little bit of wavering faith. You don't go into Lambeau, they say, in January and win, they say. You don't do that. We learned this lesson. How many times in the playoffs the last 20 years have we lost in Green Bay? I don't care about that. This is a new Detroit team. This is a kneecap-biting Detroit team. This is a Dan Campbell Detroit team. So I want you to keep that faith out there, my fellow Seahawks fans. I want you to know we're still in this. I want you to know this isn't over yet. I don't want to hear 25% odds from Vegas. To hell with Vegas. Screw Vegas. They get it wrong as much as they get it right. So let's us get this right. Detroit, you get this right. And don't my Seattle Seahawks fans ever forget. Don't you ever forget. Go Hawks.